Chapter 1. The Marvel Universe 616. While attending class, S.H.I.E.L.D suddenly felt a blinding flash of white light, and then he lost consciousness. Upon awakening, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. Before S.H.I.E.L.D could fully comprehend the situation, a torrent of fragmented memories surged into his mind, revealing the truth of his transmigration. In a state of panic, he surveyed his surroundings, a simply decorated room adorned with several posters of Captain America. His heart raced as he pieced together the news he had seen on television regarding Stark stock. It became abundantly clear to him that he had indeed traversed into the Marvel Universe. That moment, the door swung open, and a middle-aged man entered the room. He looked at S.H.I.E.L.D with a worried expression, exclaiming, "S.H.I.E.L.D, are you all right? You scared me when you fainted." S.H.I.E.L.D paused for a moment, then realized that this man was likely the father of this body he now inhabited. "Dad, I'm fine," S.H.I.E.L.D replied, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. Over the following days, S.H.I.E.L.D adjusted to his new identity while meticulously piecing together his memories. Initially, he believed that the owner of this body was merely an ordinary individual. To his astonishment, he discovered that he possessed the extraordinary ability to enhance his physical attributes by absorbing sunlight. This was indeed a delightful surprise. S.H.I.E.L.D mused that with this ability, his chances of survival in the perilous Marvel Universe had significantly increased. Thus, S.H.I.E.L.D began to consciously absorb sunlight. Initially, the effects were subtle, but as time progressed, he could distinctly feel his strength surging and his reaction speed quickening. Concurrently, S.H.I.E.L.D noticed occasional waves of warmth coursing through him, and while absorbing sunlight, he began to suspect that his mutant abilities might be more complex than he initially thought. In pursuit of understanding the full scope of his powers, he recalled the portrayals of mutants from the films of his previous life. Mutant classifications are determined by factors such as the degree of genetic mutation, power level, and control over their abilities. The classification system can be broadly divided into 7 tiers. 1. Omega level. The most powerful mutants, capable of controlling matter and energy, with limitless potential and near immortality. Notable examples include Jean Grey, Phoenix, and Magneto. 2. Alpha level. Fewer in number, these mutants possess the appearance of ordinary humans coupled with formidable abilities that they can control at will. Exemplars include Professor X, Emma Frost, and Gambit. 3. Beta level. Powerful yet unable to fully control their abilities, they generally appear as ordinary individuals. Notable figures include Cyclops, Mystique, and Wolverine. 4. Gamma level. Possessing substantial power, yet with flaws or living obstacles, represented by characters such as Rogue and Beast. 5. Delta level. The most common type of mutant, with weaker but controllable abilities and an appearance akin to that of normal humans. Exemplified by Domino and Forge. 6. Epsilon level. Weak abilities, with significant differences in appearance from ordinary people, making social integration challenging. Notable examples include Beak and Globherman. 7. Zeta level. Artificial mutants, or those whose powers are activated through high-tech means. A prime example is Deadpool. S.H.I.E.L.D felt that his mutant classification likely fell within the beta level, yet his abilities seemed to possess the potential for continual growth, leaving him uncertain of his ultimate classification. He decided to take things slowly. As twilight deepened outside, he collapsed onto his bed, his mind still swirling with thoughts about the ambiguous definitions of beta level mutants. Each surge of power he felt seemed to challenge those very confines. He smirked to himself, a self-deprecating chuckle escaping his lips. It was perhaps too hasty to ponder the boundaries of his abilities when he had yet to grasp them fully. Fatigue washed over him suddenly, like warm water soaking through a sponge, starting from his temples and gradually enveloping his entire mind. The glow of the lamp before him faded into a warm yellow blur, and he found himself too weary to even raise his hand to turn it off, his thoughts drifting to "I'll deal with it tomorrow," as his body sank deeper into the bed with each breath. Chapter 2. Peter Parker. As morning light filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting slender beams upon the floor, S.H.I.E.L.D donned a backpack emblazoned with the Midtown High school emblem. The aroma of toasted bread wafted through the air as his mother stuffed a carton of milk into the side pocket of his bag. "Remember to borrow history notes from Lily. You missed quite a bit while you were sick last week." He mumbled a response, his gaze drifting across the photo wall by the entrance, where a 15-year-old boy with a beaming smile and prominent canine teeth overlapped with his own reflection, which bore faint shadows of fatigue beneath his eyes. Upon reaching the street corner, S.H.I.E.L.D abruptly halted, and a boy clad in a blue hoodie stood before the newsstand, his tousled auburn curls blown askew by the wind as he fumbled with crumpled change, stretching to grasp the topmost issue of Scientific American. The boy's awkward demeanor and the hint of bewilderment in his brown eyes were unmistakably reminiscent of a familiar face that had graced countless screens in Su-Yi's memories. Peter? Su, he heard his own voice tremble in the morning breeze. The boy spun around abruptly, sending his books tumbling to the ground. The morning light illuminated his face, allowing Su-Yi to distinctly observe the tiny mole on the third spot of his left ear, strikingly coinciding with the memory of a classmate, often derided as a bookworm. Are you Su-Yi? Peter Parker's voice was deeper than Su-Yi had imagined. He hurriedly gathered his scattered books. Sorry, I thought you were still absent today. As their fingertips brushed, Su-Yi felt the calluses on Peter's palm, the remnants of a life spent grasping slender objects. Suddenly, the milk carton in his bag pressed uncomfortably against his side. Su-Yi's gaze fell upon the pocket of Peter's shirt, which was slightly bulging, revealing a well-worn fountain pen. In that moment, he realized that the authenticity of this world seeped into him, intertwining with the sound of the bakery bell at the corner, the flush on Peter's ears, and the rapid thump of his own heart. Let's go, Su-Yi said, bending down to pick up the last copy of Introduction to Quantum Physics. If we don't hurry, we'll be late, Parker. The morning breeze lifted the edges of their school uniforms, and the rising sun cast elongated shadows of the two boys, gently overlapping on the sidewalk. Time at school always seemed to pass swiftly, especially abroad. The few simple classes each day concluded in a flash, and as the hallways filled with the throng of students leaving, the setting sun painted the glass windows with a honeyed hue. Suddenly, Harry's voice broke through from behind. Hey, he nudged Su-Yi's arm, his maroon knit sweater splattered with acrylic paint from the art room. Are you going to the new arcade in Queens this weekend? I heard the owner got his hands on a retro Street Fighter cabinet. Just as Su-Yi was about to reply, he was shoved into a locker by a sudden force, the metal door emitting a shrill groan. Lightning Thompson, flanked by two lackeys, blocked the corridor ahead, his athletic jacket flung open to reveal a t-shirt emblazoned with his team number beneath. He had grown taller since last month, standing like a wall in the center of the hallway, pointing a finger at Peter Parker's school badge. Parker, I heard you spoke to Gwen Stacy in biology class yesterday. His laughter grated like sandpaper against wood. You think a bookworm like you deserves to team up with her for a lab project? Harry stepped forward, his backpack strap sliding down to his forearm. Lightning, don't stir up trouble. His neatly trimmed nails were now clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Lightning scoffed, suddenly yanking the strap of my backpack, causing my lunchbox to clatter to the ground, with my sandwich rolling to the side of his shiny basketball shoes. See that? He said, grinding his toe into the bread, leaving a sticky trace of mayonnaise on the tiles. Even the bread has more guts than you. Laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd. I stared at the smudge on his sneakers, the strap digging painfully into my shoulder, as Harry coldly commanded, get your filthy hands off. Just as Lightning raised an eyebrow, the class bell rang, and the crowd dispersed like startled fish. He shoved Su-Yi hard and, before the teacher turned the corner, spat out a warning. Don't leave after school, in the shadow of the lockers. Harry helped Su-Yi retrieve the deformed lunchbox. Ignore that guy, he said, tossing the squished sandwich into the trash and offering me his energy bar. He's just jealous that your score on the last physics test was higher than his. The setting sun cast an amber hue on his chestnut curls, while in the distance, the rhythmic thuds of basketballs echoed from the playground. Chapter 3. Testing abilities. Regarding the minor incident on the way to school, Su-Yi paid it little mind. After all, with his current abilities, though not yet formidable, he could genuinely feel the faint enhancements gained from absorbing sunlight daily. Thus, dealing with an ordinary person devoid of any special abilities was a trivial matter, almost effortless. However, what truly intrigued Su-Yi was the striking resemblance of numerous characters around him to those from the Marvel movies. Even the plots mirrored his memories almost verbatim. This delightful coincidence sparked a sense of familiarity in him, along with an irresistible urge to laugh. I could see that moment. Both Peter and Harry expressed their concern, inquiring if Su-Yi was all right, clearly worried about the earlier confrontation. Su-Yi waved them off, indicating he was fine, while pondering whether he could leverage his precognitive memories to enhance his strength in this world teeming with superhumans. The sheer abundance of extraordinary individuals, with powers ranging from fire manipulation to flight and teleportation, was overwhelming. Yet this also implied that a single misstep could expose him to their formidable abilities, potentially leading to dire consequences. What compounded his worries was the fact that he was not merely an ordinary mutant, but also had typical parents, in such a perilous world. He and his family appeared exceedingly vulnerable, lacking extraordinary powers to safeguard himself. Any encounter with superhuman conflicts or unforeseen events could render them innocent victims. Moreover, a far graver threat loomed on the horizon: Thanos. This immensely powerful being could eliminate half of all life in the universe with a mere snap of his fingers. Faced with such an adversary, how could mere mortals like him hope to survive? After parting ways with Peter and Harry at the intersection, S.H.I.E.L.D. resolved to find ways to bolster his abilities, even considering obtaining Captain America's serum to enhance himself. The emergence of various superhuman-like monsters was imminent, and his current physical capabilities, only slightly superior to an average person's, were woefully inadequate. He was acutely aware of this, prompting him to rush home without engaging in lengthy conversations with his parents. As soon as he entered his room, S.H.I.E.L.D. promptly shut the door, as if fearing an interruption. He took a deep breath to calm himself and began contemplating how to test his abilities. Previously, he only understood that sunbathing could improve his physical condition, yet he remained oblivious to the origins and applications of this power. It was akin to Magneto, who believed he manipulated metal when, in truth, he controlled magnetic fields. The mind's limitations often hinder one's potential, and S.H.I.E.L.D. was determined not to fall into such a trap. Thus, he decided to start from the very basics. Attempting to sense the changes within his body, he closed his eyes, focused intently, and felt the warmth and energy flowing through him as sunlight bathed his skin. Gradually, he began to perceive subtle shifts, such as a slight tension in his muscles and an acceleration in his blood flow. Next, S.H.I.E.L.D. attempted to extend this sensation to other parts of his body, exploring the possibility of controlling this energy flow. He concentrated on his arms, envisioning the energy coursing through his muscles and bones like a river. To his astonishment, he discovered that his arms began to warm slightly, and he felt a surge in strength. Elated, S.H.I.E.L.D. continued experimenting with this newfound energy in various activities, such as jumping and running. With each attempt, he gradually mastered techniques and methods to harness this ability. Yet, this was merely the beginning. S.H.I.E.L.D. understood that to truly unleash his potential, he required further practice and exploration. At least for now, he had taken a significant step forward in comprehending his capabilities. Chapter 1. Marvel Universe 616. While attending class, S.H.I.E.L.D. was suddenly engulfed in a blinding flash of light and lost consciousness. Upon awakening, he found himself in an unfamiliar location. Before he could comprehend the situation, a torrent of disjointed memories flooded his mind, revealing to him that he had indeed traversed into another realm. Panic surged through him as he surveyed the simple room adorned with posters of Captain America. His heart raced as he pieced together the news report about Stark Industries, confirming that he had truly entered the Marvel Universe. At that moment, the door swung open, and a middle-aged man stepped inside, concern etched across his face. "S.H.I.E.L.D., are you all right? You scared me when you fainted," he said. S.H.I.E.L.D. paused, then realized that this man must be his father in this new life. "I'm fine, Dad," S.H.I.E.L.D. replied, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. Over the next few days, he adapted to his new identity while gradually sorting through his memories. Initially, he believed the original owner of his body to be an ordinary individual, only to discover that he possessed the extraordinary ability to enhance his own attributes by absorbing sunlight. This revelation filled S.H.I.E.L.D. with delight. Such power would significantly increase his chances of survival in the perilous Marvel Universe. Thus, S.H.I.E.L.D. began to consciously absorb sunlight. Initially, the effects were negligible, but as time passed, he could distinctly feel his strength increasing and his reflexes sharpening. Simultaneously, he noticed waves of warmth coursing through him, and during his sunlight absorption, he realized that his mutant abilities might be more complex than he had anticipated. To grasp the full extent of his powers, he began to recall the portrayals of mutants in films from his previous life. The classification of mutants by the X-Men is based on factors such as the extent of genetic mutation, power level, and control over their abilities. The categories are as follows. 1. Omega level. The most powerful mutants capable of controlling matter and energy with limitless potential, nearly immortal. Notable examples include Jean Grey, Phoenix, and Magneto. 2. Alpha level. Fewer in number, they possess normal appearances coupled with formidable powers that they can control at will. Examples include Professor X, Emma Frost, and Gambit. 3. Beta level. Strong abilities, but lacking complete control, typically possessing ordinary appearances. Examples include Cyclops, Mystique, and Wolverine. 4. Gamma level. Powerful abilities, but with flaws or life challenges. Examples include Rogue and Beast. 5. Delta level. The most common type of mutant, possessing weaker, yet controllable powers and normal appearances. Examples include Domino and Forge. 6. Epsilon level. Weak abilities with marked differences in appearance, making social integration difficult. Examples include Beak and Globherman. 7. Zeta level. Artificial mutants, or those who activate their abilities through advanced technology. An example is Deadpool. S.H.I.E.L.D felt that his mutant classification likely fell within the beta category, though his abilities seemed to possess the potential for growth, leaving him uncertain of his true classification. He decided to take his time. The evening twilight deepened outside as he collapsed onto his bed, his thoughts swirling around the ambiguous definition of beta. Each surge of power seemed to challenge this classification, and he couldn't help but smile wryly at his own impatience in grasping the boundaries of his abilities. Fatigue enveloped him suddenly, like a sponge saturated with warm water, beginning at his temples and gradually consuming his entire mind. The glow of the desk lamp blurred into a warm yellow haze as he struggled to muster the strength to switch it off, his thoughts drifting to "I'll deal with it tomorrow." With each breath, he sunk deeper into the embrace of sleep. Chapter 2. Peter Parker. As morning light streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting elongated shadows upon the floor, S.H.I.E.L.D donned his backpack emblazoned with the Midtown High School emblem. The aroma of toasted bread wafted through the air as his mother stuffed a carton of milk into the side pocket of his bag. "Remember to borrow Lily's notes for history class. You missed quite a bit last week due to your illness," she reminded him. He mumbled a response, his gaze drifting over to the photo wall by the entrance, where a 15-year-old boy flashed a toothy grin, his youthful visage merging oddly with the faint dark circles under his own eyes in the mirror. Upon reaching the street corner, S.H.I.E.L.D abruptly halted, but a boy clad in a blue hoodie stood before a newsstand, his tousled auburn curls ruffled by the wind, fingers grasping crumpled coins as he stretched to reach the top shelf for a copy of Scientific American. The boy's awkward gait and the hint of bewilderment in his brown eyes were unmistakable. He was none other than a familiar face from countless memories etched upon the screen. "Peter?" S.H.I.E.L.D's voice trembled in the morning breeze. The boy spun around, books tumbling from his arms. The sunlight illuminated his face, allowing S.H.I.E.L.D to clearly see the small mole on his left ear, perfectly aligning with the memory of a classmate often teased as a bookworm. "You're S.H.I.E.L.D?" Peter Parker's voice was lower than S.H.I.E.L.D had anticipated, and he hurriedly gathered his scattered books. "Sorry, I thought you were still absent today." Their fingers brushed, and S.H.I.E.L.D felt the calluses on Peter's palm, a testament to years of gripping slender objects. The carton of milk in his bag pressed uncomfortably against his side, and S.H.I.E.L.D noticed the telltale signs of wear on the pen peeking from Peter's slightly bulging shirt pocket. An epiphany washed over him. The authenticity of this world was seeping into him with each passing moment. The chime of the bakery bell around the corner, the flush of Peter's ears, and the rapid beating of his own heart. "Let's go," S.H.I.E.L.D said, bending down to retrieve the last copy of Introduction to Quantum Physics. "If we don't hurry, we'll be late, Parker." The morning breeze tugged at their uniforms as the rising sun cast their shadows long, intertwining gently upon the sidewalk. Time at school always seemed to pass swiftly, especially abroad. The day concluded quickly after a few simple lessons, and as the hallways swelled with students eager to leave, Harry's voice unexpectedly broke through the din from behind. "Hey," he nudged S.H.I.E.L.D's arm, his maroon, knit sweater still speckled with acrylic paint from the art studio. "Are you going to the new arcade in Queens this weekend? I heard they got a vintage Street Fighter machine." Just as S.H.I.E.L.D opened his mouth to reply, a forceful shove sent him crashing against a locker, the metallic door screeching in protest. Lightning Thompson, flanked by two lackeys, loomed in front of them, his sports jacket unzipped to reveal a t-shirt emblazoned with the school team's number. He had grown taller since last month, now resembling a wall blocking the corridor, as he jabbed a finger at Peter Parker's chest. "Parker, I heard you were talking to Gwen Stacy in biology class yesterday." His laughter grated like sandpaper on wood. "A bookworm like you thinks he can team up with her for a lab project." Harry took a half step forward, the strap of his backpack sliding down to his forearm. "Lightning, don't stir up trouble." His neatly trimmed nails were now clenched tightly, turning his knuckles pale. Lightning let out a scoff and suddenly yanked the strap on my backpack, causing my lunchbox to clatter to the ground, the sandwich rolling to rest beside his gleaming basketball. "Shoo, see that?" he said, grinding the bread underfoot, mayonnaise leaving a sticky trail on the tiles. Even the bread has more guts than you." Laughter erupted from those around us. I stared at the stain on his sneakers, the strap digging painfully into my shoulder, as Harry coldly commanded, "Get your filthy hands off." Just as lightning raised an eyebrow, the school bell rang out, and the crowd scattered like startled fish. He shoved S.H.I.E.L.D hard, leaving a menacing warning before the teacher rounded the corner. "Don't leave after school." In the shadows of the lockers, Harry helped S.H.I.E.L.D gather the mangled lunchbox. "Don't pay any mind to that guy," he said, tossing the squash sandwich into the trash and handing me an energy bar. "He's just jealous that you scored higher than him on the last physics test." The setting sun dipped behind his ear, casting his brown curls in a hue of amber, while the distant sound of basketballs echoing off the ground drifted from the playground. Chapter 3. Testing Abilities. S.H.I.E.L.D dismissed the minor incident on the way to school, as it was trivial in light of his current abilities. Though not yet formidable, he could still perceive the slight enhancements gained from daily sun exposure. Thus, dealing with an ordinary person devoid of special powers was a trivial endeavor for him. Indeed, he felt more than capable. However, what truly intrigued S.H.I.E.L.D was the uncanny resemblance he found in many characters here to those in the film Marvel, with plotlines nearly mirroring one another. This delightful coincidence sparked a sense of familiarity within him, alongside a spontaneous urge to laugh. I could see that moment. Both Peter and Harry inquired with genuine concern if S.H.I.E.L.D was all right, evidently worried about the earlier altercation, fearing he might have been harmed. With a casual wave of his hand, S.H.I.E.L.D assured them he was fine, but his mind raced with thoughts of harnessing his precognitive memories to enhance his strength. In this world teeming with superhumans, their numbers were legion, scattered across every corner. These extraordinary individuals wielded a plethora of astonishing abilities: pyrokinesis, flight, teleportation, and more. Yet, this abundance implied that one misstep could render him vulnerable to their powers, potentially leading to dire consequences. Worse still, he was not merely an average mutant, but had ordinary parents. In such a perilous world, he and his family felt incredibly fragile. Lacking formidable superpowers for self-defense, they risked becoming innocent victims caught in the crossfire of superhuman conflicts or other unforeseen incidents. Moreover, a looming threat awaited in the form of Thanos, an immensely powerful being who could extinguish half of the universe's population with a mere snap of his fingers. How could ordinary individuals like them possibly survive against such an adversary? After parting ways with Peter and Harry at the intersection, S.H.I.E.L.D resolved to find ways to augment his abilities, even if it meant seeking out Captain America's serum to enhance his powers. Otherwise, he would inevitably face an array of superhuman monstrosities, and his current physique, merely a notch above that of an ordinary person, was woefully insufficient. Aware of this, he hurried home, scarcely pausing to converse with his parents before retreating to his room. Upon entering, S.H.I.E.L.D promptly closed the door, as if fearing an unexpected interruption. He took a deep breath to calm himself, then began contemplating how to test his abilities. Previously, he understood that sunbathing could enhance his physical prowess, yet he was oblivious to the precise origins and application of this ability. It was akin to Magneto, who always believed his power was metal manipulation, when in fact, it was the control of magnetic fields that a mind constrained by its own imagination could hinder the full expression of one's abilities, and S.H.I.E.L.D was determined not to fall into such a trap. Thus, he resolved to start from the basics. Attempting to perceive the changes within his body, he closed his eyes, focused his mind, and attentively felt the warmth and energy flowing through him as the sunlight enveloped him. Gradually, he began to sense subtle shifts, muscles tightening slightly, blood coursing more rapidly. Next, S.H.I.E.L.D endeavored to extend this awareness throughout his body, seeking to control the flow of this energy. Concentrating on his arms, he envisioned the energy moving like water between his muscles and bones. After considerable effort, he was astonished to discover that his arms began to radiate warmth, and his strength seemed to amplify. Elated, S.H.I.E.L.D continued to experiment with applying this energy to various activities, such as jumping and running. With each successive attempt and exploration, he gradually mastered techniques for utilizing this newfound ability. Nonetheless, this was merely the beginning. S.H.I.E.L.D recognized that to fully harness his potential, he required further practice and exploration. Yet for now, he had taken a significant step forward, gaining a deeper understanding of his capabilities. Chapter 4. Family in an Unguarded Moment. S.H.I.E.L.D noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Whenever his body came into contact with sunlight, the illuminated areas would experience a subtle tingling sensation. This feeling resembled the sun continuously infusing his being with energy, evoking both curiosity and a hint of confusion within him. However, He soon realized that the exposure of his arms and face to the sun was quite minimal. To fully embrace this extraordinary sensation, S.H.I.E.L.D. unhesitatingly shed all his clothing and stood bare under the radiant sunlight. At that moment, he suddenly became acutely aware of the changes occurring within him. He could feel a powerful force surging forth, as if every cell in his body were rejoicing in jubilant celebration. This wondrous sensation enveloped him in a delightful tingling and itchiness. The enhancement of this power was not instantaneous, but rather a gradual elevation. With each breath and every movement, he sensed himself growing stronger. The experience of progress was so intoxicating that he became completely immersed in it, oblivious to the passage of time. Yet, just as S.H.I.E.L.D. reveled in the exquisite sensation of his newfound strength, the sun began its descent beyond the horizon. Moonlight cascaded upon him, bringing a gentle coolness, yet simultaneously reminding him that considerable time had elapsed. As the sun vanished, the exhilarating feeling of power within him gradually dissipated. A sense of melancholy washed over him, prompting reflections on the nature of his abilities. What was the cause of this sudden enhancement? Was it merely the extent of sunlight exposure, or had something altered within his very being? Dressed once more, S.H.I.E.L.D. sat at the edge of his bed, lost in contemplation when his parents emerged from downstairs, knocking on the door and calling him to dinner. The sound of their knock brought him back to reality. He responded affirmatively and opened the door to join them at the dining table. As S.H.I.E.L.D. settled slowly before the table, he met his parents' concerned gazes, and a warm surge filled his heart. They inquired about his recent experiences at school, his interactions with friends, and any academic challenges he faced. Each question flowed like a crystal-clear spring, nourishing his previously parched soul, deprived of parental affection in past lives. His gaze drifted across his parents' faces, capturing the tenderness in his mother's eyes and the kindness etched on his father's features. These expressions were so foreign yet profoundly desired. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to maintain a calm tone as he responded to their inquiries. "Mom, Dad, you needn't worry. I have friends at school, and I'm managing well academically. I'm quite happy." Despite S.H.I.E.L.D.'s assurances, his parents continued to offer their gentle reminders, repeating their concerns. In this exchange with his parents, S.H.I.E.L.D. experienced an unprecedented warmth and sense of security. He realized that their care transcended mere inquiry. It was a genuine concern for his well-being. This affection made him feel no longer alone, but rather anchored to a home he could rely upon. As S.H.I.E.L.D.'s heart gradually filled with the warmth of familial bonds, he resolved to diligently safeguard this home and his loved ones for a lifetime. He understood that this abode was the harbor of his soul, his eternal sanctuary. Regardless of the myriad challenges and adversities that the future may hold, he vowed to steadfastly protect this household and watch over his parents. Chapter 5. The Invitation in the Dream. After dinner, S.H.I.E.L.D. returned to his room, his weary body dragging behind him. As was his custom, he slowly climbed into bed and fell heavily onto the soft mattress, the weight of his body eliciting a faint sigh from the bed. Lying there in silence, he gazed at the ceiling, while his thoughts galloped like untamed steeds through his mind. The experiences of the past few days played out before him like a film reel. He took a deep breath, realizing that survival in this perilous and challenging Marvel universe necessitated the continual enhancement of his abilities. However, how could he strengthen himself more swiftly? This question plagued him, furrowing his brow in contemplation. As S.H.I.E.L.D. pondered deeply, a wave of fatigue washed over him, and his eyelids grew increasingly heavy. Gradually, his consciousness began to blur, leading him into the realm of dreams. In this dream, S.H.I.E.L.D. found himself in an unfamiliar place. Surrounding him was a hazy mist that obscured the environment. Suddenly, a voice resonated in his ear, seemingly emanating from a distant realm, yet remarkably clear. "Child, come quickly. We need your strength." Confused, S.H.I.E.L.D. looked around, attempting to locate the source of the voice. However, he could see nothing beyond the fog. The voice echoed persistently in his ears, urging him onward. After a moment of hesitation, S.H.I.E.L.D. decided to follow the direction of the voice. He cautiously traversed the mist, his steps light, fearful of disturbing this enigmatic dreamscape. As he navigated through the swirling fog, a familiar figure gradually materialized, a bald man seated in contemplation. The instant S.H.I.E.L.D.'s gaze met him, his mind recognized the identity of the individual, Professor Charles, the founder of the School for Gifted Youngsters. He understood the significance of this institution, a sanctuary that sheltered countless mutants who were ostracized and feared by society due to their uncontrollable powers, offering them refuge and guidance. Yet, S.H.I.E.L.D. did not immediately reveal his recognition. Instead, he suppressed the tumult within and feigned confusion, asking, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Professor Charles, undeterred by his aloofness, responded with a voice as soothing as the warmth of the sun. Child, your power is far greater than you can imagine. Yet, at present, you wield a blade without a sheath, capable of inflicting harm on others while failing to realize its true potential. I have come to help you discover how to grasp this sword, to guide you in learning to control and utilize your abilities. Where should I go to find you? S.H.I.E.L.D. hastily inquired, but before he could finish, Professor Charles's gentle voice interjected, Child, I will find you. Just wait for me. He yearned to inquire further about strength and the answers of the future, yet just as his fingertips grazed the hem of the other's garment, a sudden force yanked his consciousness back. S.H.I.E.L.D. abruptly opened his eyes to find that dawn had broken, the morning light streaming through the curtain seams. From downstairs, the familiar calls of his parents echoed, imbued with the unique warmth of the early day. S.H.I.E.L.D., come down for breakfast. You still have to go to school afterward. Don't be late. The conversation that lingered in the fog of his dreams still swirled in his mind. Yet the sight of his desk and the class schedule on the wall anchored him back to the mundane rhythms of daily life. Chapter 6. A lesson. S.H.I.E.L.D. stirred the congee in his bowl, his thoughts still adrift in the unfinished dream. His father handed him a fried egg, playfully teasing. You seem a bit distracted this morning. Didn't he sleep well last night? He mumbled a vague response, hastily finishing the last bite of his meal before seizing his backpack and darting towards the door. Just as he stepped out of the corridor, he spotted Peter Parker standing at the corner, his backpack slung over one shoulder, the zipper of his school jacket carelessly undone, revealing a t-shirt adorned with scientific formulas. Hi, Peter, he called out, quickening his pace as the morning breeze gently swayed the straps of his backpack. Hey, S.H.I.E.L.D., Peter replied, grinning as he offered a perfectly wrapped strawberry-flavored candy. We're about to graduate and start our internships. Do you have any places in mind? S.H.I.E.L.D. unwrapped the candy, the sweetness blooming on his tongue. He shook his head. Not yet. I feel like I should just go with the flow. Who knows, it might lead to unexpected opportunities. As they conversed, the two walked side by side to the school entrance. Just as they were about to ascend the steps, several figures suddenly emerged from behind the nearby bulletin board. It was Thompson, hands shoved deep into the pockets of his school uniform, flanked by three similarly carefree cohorts, deliberately stomping their feet to block the path of the two friends. Oh, isn't this the bookworm Peter? Thompson's voice dripped with mockery, his gaze sweeping over S.H.I.E.L.D. with disdain. And look at you, still hanging around with this weakling. You two are quite the pair. No sooner had he spoken than his lackeys erupted in laughter, slowly encircling S.H.I.E.L.D. and Peter, casting a shadow that obscured the morning light. Peter subtly clenched his fists, preparing to shield S.H.I.E.L.D. as they advanced, but Thompson suddenly swung a punch at S.H.I.E.L.D. Reacting almost instinctively, S.H.I.E.L.D. raised his hand. The moment his knuckles made contact with Thompson's fist, he firmly seized the other's wrist. Thompson let out a muffled grunt, yanking his arm back with a force that sliced through the air, yet S.H.I.E.L.D.'s grip was like a vice, unyielding. The hand that appeared unassuming now held Thompson's wrist with an ironclad strength, akin to a sharp spade embedded in frozen earth, leaving no room for movement. Regardless of how hard Thompson exerted himself, as sweat began to bead on Thompson's brow, he gazed into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s eyes, which still harbored a flicker of anger, and felt as though his fist was trapped within a solid iron weight. Thompson's face flushed a deep crimson. His other fist clenched so tightly that the knuckles turned white, yet he dared not strike again. The overwhelming sensation of impotence held his heart in a vice grip. Staring into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s calm eyes, he swallowed hard, finally growling through clenched teeth. You're hiding deeper than I thought, S.H.I.E.L.D. I see you're just putting on an act. As S.H.I.E.L.D. slightly tightened his grip, Thompson immediately gasped in pain. A layer of coldness glinted in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s eyes, yet he did not relent. Do not provoke me or Peter again. Otherwise, the pain you feel now will be but a fraction of what is to come. As he spoke, he pressed his thumb lightly against Thompson's knuckles, causing the latter's legs to weaken, nearly leading him to one knee. The fierce words he had intended to utter instantly caught in his throat. Depart, and do not let me see you again. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s voice was as frigid as ice. And with that, he abruptly released his grip. Thompson, unprepared for the sudden decrease in pressure, stumbled back 2 steps, colliding with the arms of the onlookers, which stirred a murmur among the crowd. Clutching his aching wrist, he met S.H.I.E.L.D.'s gaze, devoid of warmth, and an inexplicable fear gripped his heart. Upon noticing the pointed stares from those around him, his face burned with embarrassment. Gritting his teeth, he shot S.H.I.E.L.D. a glare, mustering the courage to declare, "You will regret this." With that, he pushed through the throng, marching away without a backward glance, his retreat marked by an air of disarray. A few of his underlings, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, hurriedly followed in his wake. Peter's jaw nearly dropped to his chest as he pointed at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s still raised hand, his voice tinged with disbelief. "When did you become so formidable?" Last time, you complained about sore arms from moving books. S.H.I.E.L.D rubbed his wrist, a smile curling his lips. Just practicing in secret. One cannot always be a soft target. Beneath his composed exterior, a flicker of understanding crossed his mind. He was well aware that if Peter were to awaken his Spider-Man abilities, not even 10 Thompsons would pose a challenge, as it would be akin to crushing candy. Chapter 7. The invitation. This brief interlude was soon relegated to the recesses of memory by S.H.I.E.L.D and Peter. School days passed swiftly, and as the bell rang, echoing through the corridors, S.H.I.E.L.D and Peter walked side by side along the stone path outside the classroom, their shoes kicking at pebbles. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps approached, and Harry's voice burst into their ears. "Hey, Peter, S.H.I.E.L.D." As they turned, Harry had already dashed to their side, catching his breath before diving straight into the topic. "Have you decided where you'll be doing your internship after graduation?" S.H.I.E.L.D waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he replied, "Not yet," still pondering. Peter chimed in. "I'm planning to send a few resumes to physics laboratories, hoping to gain more practical experience." "A physics laboratory?" Harry's eyes lit up, and he immediately proposed. "That's perfect. My family's lab has a dedicated physics research area. If you're interested, I can have my assistant send an invitation tomorrow. Besides, it's currently managed by Dr. Otto. This way, the three of us can meet often. How convenient." "Dr. Otto, the one who proposed the nuclear fusion theory?" "Oh, I'm quite the admirer. I've read his papers, and they are absolutely splendid. It would be incredible to work alongside him. What do you think, S.H.I.E.L.D? We could intern at Oscorp together." Harry's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he awaited their response. However, S.H.I.E.L.D spoke first, gently rubbing the fabric of his sleeve. "Thank you, Harry, I appreciate your kindness, but I would like to think it over a bit more." Upon his utterance, both Peter and Harry were momentarily taken aback, recalling that during their previous discussion about internships, S.H.I.E.L.D had expressed a lack of direction. Only S.H.I.E.L.D was aware that the impending visit of Dr. Charles weighed heavily on his heart, leaving him uncertain about the internship location, fearing it might disrupt his arrangement with the doctor. Harry quickly regained his composure, chuckling as he patted S.H.I.E.L.D on the shoulder. "No rush. Whenever you have clarity, feel free to reach out. I've reserved an invitation for you." As he spoke, Harry retrieved 2 elegantly embossed invitations from his backpack, adorned with golden motifs, and handed one to each of them. "In a few days, our laboratory will be open for visits. I specifically saved spots for you, so don't forget to come." Peter eagerly accepted his invitation, his fingertips tracing the laboratory logo, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Wow, this is amazing. I will definitely be there on time." S.H.I.E.L.D also took the invitation, pausing briefly as his fingers lingered on its surface before nodding with a smile. "Thank you, Harry. I will remember the time." Yet, inwardly, he was contemplating the possibility of using this visit to better understand the connection between his abilities and his physical prowess. After parting ways with Harry, Peter clutched the invitation and rambled on about the particle collider he wished to witness, transitioning to the eminent researchers he might encounter. His steps quicker than usual, S.H.I.E.L.D walked alongside him, his fingers repeatedly pinching the invitation, forming delicate creases. What he did not voice was his contemplation of another matter, the new energy project being researched at the Osborn lab, which might be linked to the fluctuations in his own powers. If he could discreetly observe the equipment data during the visit, perhaps he could discern the trajectory of his abilities' growth and prepare for Dr. Charles's arrival. Lost in thought, his phone vibrated gently in his pocket, prompting him to instinctively retrieve it. However, no notifications appeared on the screen, so he quietly returned it. Just as he slid his phone back into his pocket, the screen lit up again, this time displaying a message from an unfamiliar number, containing a succinct note. "Friday at 3 p.m. See you at the entrance of Xavier Academy." There was no signature, but the familiar, guiding tone led him to immediately suspect it was from Dr. Charles. His fingers hovered over the screen for a moment before he discreetly deleted the message. When he looked up, he met Peter's curious gaze and quickly shifted the conversation. "By the way, should we arrive half an hour early on the day of the visit? We might get to see more." Chapter 8. The Web of Destiny. Before long, the day of the laboratory visit arrived. S.H.I.E.L.D and Peter stood at the entrance of the Osborn laboratory, observing their reflections in the glass doors. Peter had donned a crisp white shirt and clutched a notebook, while S.H.I.E.L.D neatly folded the invitation into his inner pocket, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the energy detection devices at the entrance. Harry had already been waiting at the door, and upon seeing them, he waved enthusiastically. "You've arrived just in time. Dr. Otto is here today. Perhaps he can share insights about the progress of the nuclear fusion experiments with you." The moment Peter heard Dr. Otto's name, he tightened his grip on the notebook, his eyes gleaming as if sprinkled with starlight. "Really? I brought a copy of his paper from last year. Maybe I can ask him for his autograph." As he spoke, he instinctively began rummaging through his backpack, only to be subtly tugged by S.H.I.E.L.D at the hem of his shirt, steadying his steps. Harry chuckled, and patted Peter on the shoulder, turning to lead the two further inside. No rush. The doctor is currently calibrating equipment in Lab 3. Let us first explore the foundational exhibition area, and later, I shall guide you over. On either side of the corridor, glass display cases showcased miniature reactor models and various intricate instruments, bathed in a soft blue glow that exuded a sense of technological austerity. Yet, Su-Yi's gaze did not linger on the exhibits. His fingertips occasionally brushed against the glass, faintly sensing the subtle energy fluctuations emitted by the instruments within, resonating with the dormant power stirring within himself, reinforcing his conviction that this visit was fortuitous. Harry was elucidating the features of a genetic sequencer within the display case when he turned around, only to find Su-Yi's attention captured by a glass cabinet diagonally ahead, an exhibit dedicated to mutant spiders. The transparent enclosure was lined with moist moss, within which several metallic-tinged spiders rested, their delicate legs quivering gently. "What piques your interest in spiders?" Harry remarked. "These are mutant varieties cultivated in the lab, currently under observation for genetic stability." He approached the cabinet, tapping the glass, while in its reflection, Peter remained engrossed in a microscope next door. Su-Yi withdrew his gaze, unconsciously rubbing his fingertips against his pocket, yet his mind was crystal clear. He vividly recalled that according to the original trajectory, today was the day a spider would quietly emerge, biting Peter as he leaned in for a closer look, transforming the bookish boy, often ridiculed, into the heroic figure who would later safeguard New York. Spider-Man. Lost in thought, Peter joined him, curiously fixated on the spiders within the cabinet. Do those spiders have a faint glow on their legs? Could it be that they've been implanted with luminescent genes? He mused, leaning closer, his nose nearly pressing against the glass, utterly oblivious to the silver-blue spider that was slowly crawling out from a crevice in the cabinet, its slender legs delicately grasping the silk thread, swaying toward him. Su-Yi's gaze was intently fixed on the silver-blue spider, his heart skipping a beat as it descended along the silk thread, drawing nearer to the nape of Peter's neck. He instinctively wanted to call out a warning, but the words caught in his throat. He understood the significance of that bite for Peter. It was the beginning of transformation, the prologue to heroism. It must be to facilitate the observation of their movement. Harry chimed in, leaning closer and tapping the glass cabinet, startling the spider momentarily. Yet it soon resumed its course toward Peter. Peter remained wholly absorbed in observing the other spiders, entirely unaware of the imminent danger or opportunity approaching from behind. He even raised a hand to scratch his neck, his fingertips nearly grazing the fine silk thread. At that moment, a shout from security echoed at the entrance of the exhibit area, spurred by the earlier commotion from Lab 3. Harry and Peter instinctively turned to look, and Su-Yi seized the opportunity to step forward slightly, discreetly nudging Peter's shoulder with his elbow to guide him a bit closer. The spider, having lost its target, hesitated momentarily before retreating back into the cabinet's crevice. "What is happening?" Peter rubbed his shoulder, which had been bumped, but Su-Yi merely shook his head, his gaze returning to Peter as he silently mused. "What is destined to happen will inevitably come. Now is not the time to disrupt the rhythm." The sound of security footsteps grew increasingly closer, and Harry, frowning, approached to inquire about the situation. While Peter continued to murmur about the recent commotion, Su-Yi discreetly cast a glance towards the spider exhibition, where the silver-blue spider had not re-emerged, only revealing the glimmering tips of its legs from the crevice of the display, as if patiently awaiting its next opportunity. It seemed that a minor malfunction had occurred in the equipment of Experiment Zone 3, which Dr. Otto was currently addressing. Harry soon returned, waving his hand to reassure the two, suggesting they first visit other exhibition areas and return once the issue was resolved. As the trio turned to leave, Peter suddenly exclaimed, instinctively touching the back of his hand. "What's wrong?" Both Su-Yi and Harry asked simultaneously, turning back to see Peter frowning and shaking his hand. "It feels like something pricked me. It's a bit itchy." He glanced down at the back of his hand, spotting a nearly invisible small red dot, assuming it was a thorn from one of the plants in the exhibition and dismissing it. However, Su-Yi's gaze immediately fixed on that red dot, and he felt a quiet sigh of relief. It appeared that in those few distracted seconds, the spider had indeed found an opportunity to bite Peter. He chose not to reveal this, lightly patting Peter's arm instead. "It's probably just a mosquito. Don't scratch it, or it might swell up." As he spoke, he discreetly glanced up at the ceiling camera, a flicker of understanding passing through his eyes regarding Peter's narrative, which was quietly commencing along its destined path. Chapter 9. Emergence. As the tour neared its conclusion, Harry finally led the two to Dr. Otto. The instruments in the laboratory continued to hum softly, and just as Dr. Otto removed his protective goggles, Peter hurried forward, clutching a paper and rapidly articulating his insights on the nuclear fusion reaction equations. The doctor's initially weary expression brightened instantly. As he eagerly engaged Peter in discussion at the lab bench, the tip of his pen racing across the draft paper, rendering the surrounding individuals mere background figures. Seizing the opportunity while the two were engrossed in conversation, S.H.I.E.L.'s gaze swept over the idle genetic testing machine, its screen still illuminated, with the reagent slots empty. He discreetly retrieved a sealed vial containing his blood sample from his pocket, deftly operating the machine to deposit the sample into the testing port. The progress bar on the screen began to move slowly, and he focused intently on the flickering parameters, his heart racing with both anticipation and anxiety, wondering if this machine could unveil the secret behind the burgeoning powers within him. Just as the progress bar reached its midpoint, Dr. Otto suddenly looked over in this direction. S.H.I.E.L.D. instinctively withdrew his hand, feigning interest in the experimental data nearby. However, the doctor paid little mind and smiled at Peter, saying, "Your friend seems to have an interest in biological testing as well. Next time, you can bring him to my private lab. The equipment there is more comprehensive." S.H.I.E.L.D. felt a tightening in his chest, responding ambiguously while his gaze involuntarily drifted back to the still operating testing machine. The progress bar continued its slow ascent under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s watchful eyes, each increment striking his nerves like a rhythmic hammer. Peter was still engaged in a discussion with Dr. Otto regarding a specific detail of energy conduction, their voices wafting over the experimental table, momentarily drowning out the faint alert sound from the detection device as its progress bar reached completion. The screen displayed a complex array of genetic sequences accompanied by energy fluctuation graphs, with the glaring red anomalies standing out sharply. S.H.I.E.L.D. swiftly recorded the critical data. There was an unrecognized segment within the genetic chain, and the intensity of the energy response far exceeded that of an ordinary human, even resonating faintly with the fluctuations sensed from the previously detected nuclear fusion apparatus. Just as he intended to capture an image of the screen, Harry's voice suddenly broke through from behind. "S.H.I.E.L.D., what are you looking at? We need to leave. The laboratory is closing." He promptly turned off the screen, tucked the sealed tube into his pocket, and upon turning around, met Dr. Otto's contemplative gaze as the doctor lightly tapped his fingers on the table, seemingly lost in thought. "Curiosity in young minds is a commendable trait," the doctor remarked suddenly, his tone inscrutable. "If you have any further questions, feel free to reach out through Harry." S.H.I.E.L.D. felt a flicker of intrigue, responding with a grateful thank you, "Doctor," yet his footsteps did not falter. As he followed Peter and Harry out of the laboratory, he clutched the sealed tube in his pocket, his fingers tightening around it as the implications of the data surged through him. His abilities were, in fact, linked to nuclear fusion energy in a clandestine manner. Stepping outside, the evening breeze carried a chill, while Peter excitedly recounted their discussion with Dr. Otto. However, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s mind was consumed by the vivid image of the red genetic sequence. After parting ways with Harry under the pretext of needing to research in the library, he bid farewell to Peter at the intersection and hastily headed home. He needed to organize the data he had mentally recorded. It might be the key to unraveling the mystery of his abilities. Once home, S.H.I.E.L.D. secluded himself in his room, spreading out his notebook and rapidly sketching the genetic map, the sound of his pen scratching against the paper filling the air. The arrangement of those anomalous sequences constantly reminded him of the energy fluctuations he had sensed earlier in the laboratory. They seemed like a key and a lock, vaguely aligning, yet missing a crucial connection. As he furrowed his brow at the drawings, his phone suddenly vibrated, revealing an unfamiliar text message that read, "See you on Friday. Remember to bring the answers you seek." It was from Dr. Charles. S.H.I.E.L.D. stared at the message for several seconds, lightly tapping his fingers against the genetic map in his notebook. Perhaps by Friday, he would no longer need to navigate this alone. He locked the notebook in the drawer, retrieved the sealed tube from his pocket, and examined the blood sample under the light. A sudden idea sparking in his mind. Perhaps he could inquire with the doctor about the unrecognized genetic sequence and its relationship to the awakening of mutant abilities. Chapter 10. Abilities. In the ensuing days, S.H.I.E.L.D. found himself unable to resist handling the blood sample, redrawing and revising the genetic map in his notebook. Yet he remained unable to decipher the patterns of that anomalous sequence. Peter would occasionally visit him, mentioning that the bite on his hand had long ceased to hurt. But he had recently felt an unusual surge of energy, easily lifting boxes that previously required 2 people to carry. S.H.I.E.L.D. listened, fully aware that Spider-Man's powers were quietly awakening. Friday soon arrived. S.H.I.E.L.D. carefully tucked away the blood samples and his notebook filled with data, arriving half an hour early at the entrance of Xavier Academy. The lawn before the grand gate was meticulously manicured, and in the distance, a vintage castle-like structure could be faintly discerned. As he stood there, A gentle voice emerged from behind him. "Sui, I am delighted that you could come." Turning around, he saw Dr. Charles seated in a wheelchair, a smile gracing his face, accompanied by a woman with fiery red hair. "This is Jean Grey, my assistant," the doctor introduced, his gaze falling upon the pocket that Sui tightly clutched. "It seems you are ready with the questions you wish to ask?" Taken aback, Sui realized that the doctor had perhaps sensed his unease. He retrieved his notebook and the sealed tube, extending them forward. "Doctor, I would like to know if the abnormal genes in my blood are related to the abilities of mutants. Furthermore, why is my power continuously growing?" Dr. Charles accepted the items, his fingertips lightly brushing over the diagrams within the notebook, a flicker of understanding passing through his eyes. "Do not rush. Let us enter and discuss this at length. Your answers may be more intriguing than you imagine." Jean Grey pushed open the heavy wooden door of the academy. Warm yellow light spilling from the depths of the corridor, the air rich with the scents of books and coffee. Dr. Charles gestured for Sui to take a seat in the parlor, subsequently handing the blood sample to Dr. Hank, who awaited nearby. "I can sense two forces within you." Charles spoke gently. "One is as fervent as the core of a star, while the other strives to maintain equilibrium. The fact that you can control it indicates a significant level of self-discipline. It has been accelerating in its growth," Sui admitted, "and I fear that I might lose control." At that moment, Dr. Hank returned with the preliminary analysis results, his expression grave. "There is a segment within your genetic sequence that differs from known mutants. It is not only self-replicating, but actively seeking energy sources. This is the crux," Charles nodded. "Your abilities resonate with nuclear fusion in some manner. We can assist you, but you must learn to guide it without causing yourself harm." Sui gazed out the window, recalling Peter and contemplating his own future. Taking a deep breath, he asserted, "I am willing to learn." Charles smiled and extended his hand. "Welcome to Xavier Academy, Sui. We will help you find your own path." The fireplace in the parlor crackled, and Dr. Charles signaled for Sui to relax, beginning the first session of mental guidance. "Follow my voice and imagine a river flowing from your chest." Sui complied, but he immediately felt the stellar fire within him stir, the scorching energy teetering on the brink of chaos. "Do not rush." Charles's voice remained soothing. "You are not to combat it. Rather, you must provide it with an outlet. Imagine a dam, with the gates under your control." Sui focused intently, constructing a dam in his mind. He slowly opened the first gate, channeling the tumultuous energy toward his eyes, releasing it through them. "Excellent," the doctor commended. "Remember this sensation." Beside him, Dr. Hank elucidated from a scientific perspective. "You are not creating energy. Rather, you are transmuting the radiation present in the environment, converting it into thermal and kinetic energy." After the training, faint burn marks lingered around Sui's eyes. He gazed at the trace he had left behind, his expression resolutely determined. He had finally discovered the method to harness his power. Chapter 11. Training in the evening, Sui sat on a bench at the academy, dialing his home phone. "Mom, I've secured a part-time internship at the academy where I can learn a great deal." He endeavored to keep his tone light and casual, adding that he might be quite busy and wouldn't return home frequently during this period. There was a brief silence on the other end before his mother, with concern, inquired about the nature of his work, safety issues, and lodging arrangements. Sui patiently explained everything, assuring her that he would regularly keep her updated. "Don't overexert yourself. Take care of your health," his mother finally acquiesced. After hanging up, Sui took a deep breath and sent messages to Peter and Harry, informing them of his internship at X Academy, mentioning he might be busy but could be reached at any time. Soon, the voice of Dr. Charles echoed in his mind. "Well done, Sui." He turned to see the doctor smiling at him. "Welcome. You are now officially one of us." The following day in Dr. Hank's laboratory, he spread out the latest research report on the lab table, his finger tracing the cellular structure diagram on the screen, his tone brimming with excitement. "Sui, your cellular structure has completely transcended existing knowledge. The cell membrane possesses a unique energy-capturing layer, enabling it to absorb solar radiation with the efficiency of solar panels, while also actively capturing nuclear radiation and high-energy particle sources." He displayed a dynamic simulation video, wherein Sui's cells enveloped simulated nuclear fusion particles like a sponge, instantaneously transforming them into a soft blue energy flow. "This is the fundamental reason for your response to the nuclear fusion devices. The energy particles emitted by those devices are like premium fuel for your cells. However, solar radiation remains your primary energy source." Dr. Hank switched to another set of data, explaining that solar radiation in Earth's environment is the most stable and readily accessible. Thus, Sui's cells would prioritize its absorption, with excess energy being stored in the intercellular matrix, akin to a battery accumulating charge. "This is also the key to your continually strengthening abilities." Your body is, in essence, a living energy storage converter. As S.H.I.E.L.D. observed the flickering energy data on the screen, he suddenly recalled the searing sensation of losing control during prior training. Finally comprehending that it was not a loss of power, but rather his body instinctively absorbing the dissipated energy from the environment. Dr. Hank, swiftly capitalizing on this discovery, finalized a new training regimen. He adjusted the training facility's simulated environment to a low-energy density mode, embedding devices within the floor and walls that could emit faint streams of particles. The first step is to teach you to filter energy, absorbing only solar radiation while actively shielding against other disruptive energy sources, thus preventing a recurrence of previous uncontrolled incidents. S.H.I.E.L.D. stood in the center of the training area, focusing his attention as directed by the doctor. In the beginning, his cells resembled an uncontrollable sponge, absorbing even the particle stream released by the device, causing a searing light to flicker across his skin. Dr. Hank immediately adjusted the parameters, envisioning the construction of a filtering membrane around the outer layer of the cells, permitting only the wavelengths of sunlight to pass through. After 3 repeated attempts, S.H.I.E.L.D. finally mastered the precise selection of energy, and the light on his skin gradually stabilized into a gentle golden hue. By the 3rd week of training, S.H.I.E.L.D. had become adept at energy filtration, even when Dr. Hank released simulated nuclear radiation particles in the training chamber. His cells could accurately evade them, focusing solely on absorbing the solar radiation streaming in through the skylight. His progress surpassed all expectations. Dr. Hank recorded data at the monitoring screen and turned to Dr. Charles, remarking that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s cells seemed to be self-optimizing, with filtration efficiency improving daily. Yet, as Dr. Charles observed S.H.I.E.L.D. in the training arena, a flicker of concern crossed his eyes. This uniqueness could easily attract envy, and they needed to bolster their defenses. Chapter 12. Unlocking in the training hall at dawn, S.H.I.E.L.D. stood beneath the sunlight, cascading through the skylight, closing his eyes to feel the energy flowing within him. Weeks of focused absorption had sharpened his senses, enabling him to distinguish the various wavelengths of radiation within the sunlight. As he attempted to direct energy toward his eyes, he suddenly felt a warm tension at his pupils, as if light were striving to break through barriers. He slowly opened his eyes, instinctively locking his gaze on the target center of the training wall in the distance. In the next moment, 2 faint golden beams shot from the depths of his eyes, striking the target with precision and instantly burning 2 small, charred holes into it, the wall even emanating a slight warmth. S.H.I.E.L.D. abruptly closed his eyes, his heartbeat quickening. This was not an uncontrolled energy eruption, but rather a novel transformation of solar energy within his body. This is thermal vision, a highly concentrated result of solar energy within you. Dr. Hank's voice resonated from the monitoring room, tinged with surprise. The crystalline lens and cornea of your eyes have undergone adaptive changes, allowing them to refract and focus energy like a precision lens, akin to a magnifying glass, yet with efficiency and intensity magnified by thousands of times. S.H.I.E.L.D. made another attempt, this time deliberately controlling the energy output. The brilliance of the thermal vision gradually diminished, ultimately transforming into a gentle beam of light that left a clear spot on the target paper without scorching it. He gazed at his hands, then turned his gaze toward the sun outside the window, suddenly realizing, as his mastery over solar energy deepened, his body continuously unlocked new abilities. And this was merely the beginning. After dinner, S.H.I.E.L.D. sat in the lounge of the academy, scrolling through his phone. His mother's voice message brimmed with reminders about his internship life, while Harry had sent a photo of new equipment from the Osborn laboratory, mentioning that their recent collaboration with Peter on calibrating the instruments had been particularly efficient. As he scrolled down, a local news notification suddenly popped up with the headline, "Mysterious Spider-Man saves out-of-control train at midnight. Citizens call him New York's good neighbor," featuring an image of the red and blue figure leaping between buildings. Unable to suppress a smile, S.H.I.E.L.D. gently tapped the photo of Spider-Man with his fingertip. This guy has finally found his direction. He recalled Peter's words from their previous phone conversation, where Uncle Ben, upon discovering that he had secretly used his powers to assist a neighbor in moving furniture, refrained from reprimanding him. Instead, he earnestly conveyed the adage that with great power comes great responsibility. Since that moment, Peter had been incessantly contemplating how to employ this extraordinary ability for a greater purpose. S.H.I.E.L.D. placed his phone at the corner of the table, redirecting his gaze to the night sky outside. The lights of New York shimmered in the distance, and he fancied he could glimpse Spider-Man weaving through the towering buildings. He also foresaw the impending disruption of this tranquility, with Otto Octavius's mechanical arms, the Green Goblin's glider, and Dr. Connors's claws poised to appear. Various villains would inevitably emerge, and with a mere snap of his fingers, Thanos could wipe out half of humanity in the universe. There was no time to linger. He murmured to himself as he rose and headed toward the training facility. It was past closing time, and only the emergency lights remained illuminated within the gym. However, the skylight was still open, allowing moonlight, mingled with scattered starlight, to cascade onto the floor. Standing at the center of the training area, S.H.I.E.L.D. actively guided the solar energy within him to accelerate its flow. His eyes soon shimmered with a brighter red glow than ever before, and even his breath carried a slight warmth. He attempted to channel the energy toward his eyes, concentrating it into a heat vision that accurately struck the distant target. Simultaneously, his body raced back and forth on a specially designed treadmill. Faster, stronger. Taking a deep breath, S.H.I.E.L.D. closed his eyes once more, allowing the solar energy to continuously surge into him, silently gathering strength for the storm that was destined to arrive. Chapter 13. Departure. As the morning light filtered through the skylight and fragmented into shards, illuminating S.H.I.E.L.D., one could distinctly observe the fluid contours of his arm muscles contracting. A year of intense training had transformed his once slightly slender physique, now boasting the broad shoulders and narrow waist of an athlete. Encased in his training attire, his stance exuded a steady sense of power, reminiscent of a comic book's Clark Kent, albeit without glasses, his eyes glimmering with a hidden light. Setting down the specially designed barbell, he gazed out the window, the New York skyline becoming sharper in the morning glow. Over the past year, reports of Spider-Man had proliferated, and whispers of the mechanical arm menace occasionally surfaced on the streets. He understood that Otto Octavius's experiments were on the verge of exposure. Clenching his fist, the definition of his arm muscles became even more pronounced, and a singular thought dominated his mind. He now possessed the confidence to protect those he cared for when the storm inevitably struck. Dr. Hank projected the examination report onto the large screen, his fingertip gliding over S.H.I.E.L.D.'s muscle cross-section scan, where the vibrant red values danced conspicuously. You see, the density of your muscle fibers can no longer be classified as human. Energy has formed a natural protective layer between the muscle bundles. Conventional bullets and blades cannot penetrate this energy barrier. You have now achieved a state of biological invulnerability. S.H.I.E.L.D. tapped the edge of the laboratory table, feeling the hardness beneath his fingertips without any pain, realizing that his body had transcended the realm of ordinary humanity. More critically, he had acquired the ability to fly. Dr. Hank switched to another set of magnetic field simulation data, and in the scene, S.H.I.E.L.D. was surrounded by a soft blue electromagnetic wave, resembling an invisible force. The solar energy circulating within him would convert into a plethora of charges, which interacted with the Earth's magnetic field, spontaneously generating an upward thrust. In simpler terms, by merely concentrating on directing the flow of these charges, he could soar freely like a bird, entirely independent of external energy sources. As soon as he finished speaking, S.H.I.E.L.D. endeavored to follow the doctor's instructions, directing the flow of charges within his body. In the next moment, he distinctly felt a gentle upward force beneath his feet, causing his body to gradually lift off the ground and hover in midair within the laboratory. Surprised, he adjusted his posture, and with a mere thought, his body glided smoothly toward the window. It turned out that throughout the past year, his body had quietly unlocked such a hidden skill under the nurturing of energy. Dr. Hank pointed to the cellular metabolism chart of S.H.I.E.L.D. displayed on the screen, his voice filled with awe for the unknown. Your cells have transcended the limitations of aerobic respiration. A unique energy conversion mechanism allows stored solar energy to be directly transformed into the energy required for life activities, completely bypassing the conventional pathway of breaking down glucose with oxygen. He paused and retrieved the previous simulation experiment data. Last week, we conducted a breath-holding test, and you remained in an anaerobic environment for a full 48 hours, with stable heart rate and blood pressure. Cellular activity was even higher than in a normal environment. In essence, even without breathing, you would never suffocate. Your body is a self-sustaining energy ecosystem. Instinctively, S.H.I.E.L.D. held his breath, and indeed, he felt no discomfort. The solar energy within him flowed steadily like a stream, sustaining every subtle movement of his body. He suddenly recalled a previous training session when he accidentally found himself locked in a sealed equipment room. At the time, he had felt no distress, and only now did he comprehend that it was not mere luck, but rather a capability his body had long possessed. Chapter 14. Designing the battle suit. S.H.I.E.L.D. was engaged in a discussion with Dr. Hank when Jean Grey walked in. Dr. S.H.I.E.L.D., the professor requests your presence in his office, she informed. S.H.I.E.L.D. turned to Dr. Hank to acknowledge him before heading toward the office. Upon entering, he found Professor Charles pushing his wheelchair toward him, gently tapping the X-Men emblem on the table with his fingertips. The X Academy serves as a sanctuary, but the X-Men are its guardians. We confront not only the uncontrollable forces within mutants, but also humanity's fear of the unknown and its exploitation by those with ulterior motives. Consider Dr. Otto, whom you have been monitoring. Should his experiments spiral out of control, it would endanger everyone in New York. He then pushed a silver badge towards S.H.I.E.L.D, the X emblem glinting coldly under the light. Your growth over the past year has not gone unnoticed. You have not only mastered your powers, but also discerned the rightful application of that power. Now, I formally invite you to join the X-Men, to use your abilities to build a shield for many. S.H.I.E.L.D gazed at the badge, his fingertips lightly brushing against its cool metallic surface. He recalled the version of himself from a year ago, one who could not even control his energy. He envisioned Spider-Man dashing through the streets and remembered Dr. Hank's words, "Your body is a self-sustaining energy ecosystem." A few moments later, he grasped the badge and affixed it steadily to the chest of his training suit. "I am willing to join." The doctor continued. "You may collect your battle suit from Dr. Hank. To enhance your future operations, you may also choose a code name for yourself." "I wish to design the style of my own suit," S.H.I.E.L.D asserted. "Designing your own suit is an excellent idea," Dr. Charles replied with a smile, his gaze resting on the X badge on S.H.I.E.L.D's chest. "The suit is not only a symbol of identity, but must also be compatible with your abilities. Dr. Hank possesses the latest high-energy resistant materials that can store solar energy while minimizing aerodynamic drag during flight. You should have a thorough discussion with him." A vague conception formed in S.H.I.E.L.D's mind as his fingertips absent-mindedly traced the edge of the badge. "I would like to call my codename Superman. After all, his power is derived from the sun, and my abilities are not dissimilar, both drawing energy from solar sources. This name aligns perfectly with my capabilities and is quite intuitive." Superman, indeed an appointment choice, Dr. Charles nodded in approval. "Tomorrow, you may consult Dr. Hank to confirm the material specifications. Once the design is complete, the Academy's workshop will assist in expediting its creation. However, remember that the suit is merely an aid. Your mastery over your own energy is the essence of true strength." Early the next morning, S.H.I.E.L.D rushed into Dr. Hank's laboratory, clutching the sketches he had drawn overnight. The design featured a primary color scheme of bright blue and black, with a prominent capital S emblazoned on the chest, filled with gold, and a flowing red cape trailing behind. A commendable concept, yet adjustments to the materials are necessary, Dr. Hank remarked as he picked up the blueprint, his finger tracing the shoulder design. "When you fly, your body generates electromagnetic waves, which ordinary fibers cannot withstand. Hence, we must utilize titanium alloy composite fibers, lightweight, yet capable of resisting electromagnetic radiation and able to absorb solar radiation." He turned and retrieved a piece of silver fabric from the experimental cabinet, handing it to S.H.I.E.L.D. "Try this and channel energy into it." Concentrating, S.H.I.E.L.D summoned a glimmer of golden light at his fingertip and gently pressed it against the fabric. To his astonishment, the material absorbed the energy without any sign of scorching. This material can also store a small amount of solar energy, enabling you to recharge in overcast conditions or indoors. Should the need arise, Dr. Hank added. The two spent the morning discussing the blueprint and model, meticulously confirming every detail from energy conduits to the suit's fit. When the final design was approved, S.H.I.E.L.D gazed at the screen displaying the Superman suit, feeling a palpable sense of readiness. He was one step closer to becoming a Guardian. This battle suit was entirely inspired by the combat attire of Superman from his imagination. As for why he chose not to emblazon an X on the chest, S.H.I.E.L.D explained to the doctor that S stands for Superman and symbolizes hope and light. "I aspire to be a symbol of harmony between mutants and humanity." The doctor, finding this reasoning sound, chose not to comment further. Chapter 15. Flight. On the day the battle suit was completed, S.H.I.E.L.D stood in the training facility's changing room, his fingertips gliding over the surface of the blue-black fibers. The titanium alloy composite material was lighter than he had anticipated. The guiding grooves at the shoulders shimmered with a matte metallic sheen. With the communication earpiece nestled against his ear, he immediately received a clear transmission from Dr. Hank. "Superman, testing communication signals. Is the energy storage module functioning properly?" The clarity of the communication confirmed that the storage module was fully charged. S.H.I.E.L.D clenched his fists, feeling the muscular power in his arms as the suit subtly conformed to his form without hindering his movements. He stepped into the center of the training facility, and with a mere thought, solar energy began to flow within him, as if breathing life into the suit. "Let us try flying," came the voice of Jean Grey through the communicator. Positioning himself beneath the skylight, S.H.I.E.L.D gently lifted off the ground. The aerodynamic patterns on the suit indeed minimized air resistance, allowing him to ascend smoothly into the air above the training facility with minimal exertion. Looking down, he could clearly see the target on the ground, his agility enhanced by at least 30% compared to flying without the suit. "Heat vision test," he declared, focusing on a distant target paper. His eyes narrowed, and two beams of crimson light shot forth, striking the target with pinpoint accuracy. The suit exhibited no signs of strain. Just as he prepared to descend, he suddenly felt the urge to test his limits regarding speed and distance. Energy surged through him, and he felt a powerful thrust beneath his feet. As he raised his hands, the air was violently torn apart. An explosive sound resonating through the training facility as his blue figure transformed into a streak of light, shooting toward the heavens. The higher he ascended, the weaker the air resistance became. S.H.I.E.L.D relinquished any self-imposed speed limits. The electromagnetic waves emanating from his body interacted with the Earth's magnetic field, enveloping the suit in an invisible propulsion layer. The wind noise around him gradually faded, and the bustling skyline of New York shrank into a circuit board dotted with luminous points. In mere seconds, his vision was engulfed by an expanse of profound darkness. With only the blue arc of the Earth unfurling beneath him, the thin atmosphere brushing against the suit's surface, creating a faint halo. Hovering outside the atmosphere, he looked down to see clouds flowing at the planet's edge, the sun's rays illuminating the suit, causing the energy storage module's indicator to illuminate entirely. He attempted to stretch his body in the vacuum, discovering that without atmospheric resistance, flying was remarkably stable. The concerns he had about oxygen deprivation dissipated entirely. The solar energy within his cells continuously sustained his life functions. Even the helmet's communicator picked up a faint signal from Dr. Charles. Superman, why is your position near satellite orbit? Unable to suppress a smile, S.H.I.E.L.D replied, Doctor, I believe I've discovered the limits of flight. And the solar energy here is exponentially more potent than that on the ground. Releasing his control over the cells, his body instantly seemed to open up countless invisible energy siphons. The unattenuated solar radiation in space surged into him with a fervor that was hundreds of times stronger than what he could absorb on the surface. He could distinctly feel his cells vibrating with joy as the energy stored in the intercellular matrix was rapidly replenished. Excess energy even formed a faint white halo around his body, as if enveloping him in a flowing armor of energy. The titanium alloy fibers of the battle suit emanated a slight warmth. The golden aura enveloping his body gradually faded, and S.H.I.E.L.D could distinctly sense the waning desire of his cells. What initially felt like an insatiable siphoning of energy slowly transformed into a steady absorption, ultimately settling into a tranquil state. He raised his hand to glance at the built-in timer of the suit, only to realize he had been floating in space for a full 8 hours, while the distance from the sun had increased by nearly 100 kilometers from the initial point. Chapter 16. The mission. It appeared this was the limit. S.H.I.E.L.D gently rotated his wrist, feeling the energy within him nearly overflowing, yet devoid of the previous tumultuous heat. Instead, it resembled a calm, yet unfathomable sea of energy. The suit's buffering module had long since reached saturation, evidently indicating that even the equipment had attained its absorption maximum. Without a moment's hesitation, the electromagnetic waves surrounding S.H.I.E.L.D surged dramatically, and his golden figure shot towards Earth like an arrow released from its bow. As he traversed the atmosphere, the flames generated by the friction of the suit's surface with the air were enveloped by the energy seeping from his cells, extinguishing in an instant. At this moment, he felt stronger than ever, fully prepared to confront any crisis. As S.H.I.E.L.D landed by the window, the golden aura on his suit had yet to completely dissipate when Dr. Charles approached in his wheelchair, his gaze reflecting evident satisfaction. I can sense the stability of the energy within you. It seems the space absorption was remarkably successful. No sooner had he spoken than he gestured for S.H.I.E.L.D to follow him. In the brainwave control room, the brainwave detector has just captured signals from 3 newly awakened mutants, all located in an abandoned factory in Brooklyn. Dr. Charles removed his helmet, observing S.H.I.E.L.D who, moments ago, had radiated like a sun in the brainwave controller. In his mind, he contemplated that S.H.I.E.L.D's energy had reached alpha level. The screen displayed red dots converging around the abandoned factory, clearly indicating that the encroachers had begun to tighten their perimeter. S.H.I.E.L.D clenched his fists, the energy conduit of the suit glowing faintly again. Rest assured, I will bring them back safely. He turned towards the control room door, and as his foot crossed the threshold, his body transformed into a blue streak of light, racing out of the academy towards Brooklyn. This was his first rescue mission as a superhero, and he would not allow those children to fall into danger. The golden streak of light sliced through the Brooklyn skyline, and S.H.I.E.L.D came to a steady halt above the abandoned factory. Through the visor of his helmet, he clearly observed a dozen individuals armed with stun guns encircling the factory's main entrance, while 2 others were maneuvering towards the back door, evidently attempting to encircle the premises. First, locate the children. He lowered his stance and, utilizing the shadows of the factory, swiftly dove toward the second floor, landing by a shattered window. His eyes focused, the light refracting onto his cornea, akin to an X-ray, allowing him to see three youths huddled behind a metal barrel through the wall. One girl with short hair had a faint current of electricity dancing at her fingertips, while a bespectacled boy clutched a metal wrench tightly. The third, a slight figure, appeared almost to meld into the shadows, clearly attempting to become invisible. "Do not be afraid. I am from X Academy, here to take you with me." S.H.I.E.L.D softened his voice, slowly steadying himself and revealing a gentle expression. The three children hesitated momentarily, and the boy with the wrench cautiously inquired, "Are you also a mutant?" "Indeed, just like you." S.H.I.E.L.D pointed to his battle suit and declared, "I am Superman, capable of absorbing sunlight. There is danger outside. I must escort you to safety first." No sooner had he spoken than a deafening crash resounded from the factory's entrance, where the assailants were beginning to breach the door. S.H.I.E.L.D sprang to his feet, commanding, "Stay inside and do not come out." He dashed towards the entrance, only to encounter two armed personnel brandishing stun guns, their weapons aimed directly at the children behind the barrier. With a piercing gaze, S.H.I.E.L.D focused his energy, unleashing two beams of heat vision that severed the attackers in an instant, causing the encroaching crowd to recoil in terror. "If you wish to live, flee at once." His energy surged, his imposing physique standing out in the dimly lit factory, exuding an aura that deterred the remaining assailants from advancing. Chapter 17, Homeward Bound Children, Gather Around. "It is time for us to leave." S.H.I.E.L.D choked back a muffled groan, his arms firmly securing three children in front of him. With a resounding crash, the floor beneath them began to fracture and collapse, burying the pursuing assailants in the debris. At that moment, S.H.I.E.L.D soared into the air, peering down at the rapidly retreating rubble, his voice trembling against the howling wind, yet resolutely firm. "Close your eyes. Hold on tight. We shall land shortly." As his words left his lips, the protective shield suddenly collided with a counteracting gust, causing a violent tremor. The child on the far left clutched his collar in tears, prompting S.H.I.E.L.D to cast a gentle glance at the trio. His gaze swept over the distant, vaguely visible flat rooftop. He inhaled deeply, channeling his inner energy, and accelerated towards the target with fervor. Gently, S.H.I.E.L.D set the children down, allowing the tension in his back to gradually ease. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow, observing as the children were led away by Chitauri, a faint smile gracing his lips. The cheers of the surrounding students grew nearer. Some raised their uniform jackets in offering, while others tiptoed to catch a glimpse of him. S.H.I.E.L.D lifted his head, nodding gently in acknowledgement of the sparkling, admiring gazes. His body brimmed with energy, his heart pounding like a drum against his chest. Even his breath quickened with lingering anticipation. He stared at his palm, lost in thought, replaying the sensation of weightlessness during the floor's collapse and the tremor of the shield in his mind. His fingertips still trembled slightly, but a surge of heat coursed through him, an exhilarating mix of anxiety and an unprecedented desire for the next battle. Chitauri handed him a bottle of water, noticing the spark in his eyes. She softly cautioned, "Every first battle feels this way. But do not let adrenaline cloud your judgment. Protecting yourself and others must always come first." S.H.I.E.L.D accepted the water and gulped it down, the icy liquid soothing his throat, momentarily tempering the unrest within. Yet, he couldn't help but clench his fists, his gaze instinctively drifting towards the still-clearing battlefield in the distance. "Chin, I must return home for a moment. Please inform the doctor, and remember to contact me if urgent matters arise," S.H.I.E.L.D said with a smile, tapping the communicator by his ear. With that, his figure transformed into a blue arc, slicing through the sky as the wind rushed past his ears, the contours of the city below gradually coming into focus. He clenched his fist, recalling the anxious voices of his family upon receiving the communication, and he unconsciously quickened his flight. The communicator pressed to his ear still echoed with the gentle admonition of Chitauri, urging him to remain safe. On the lawn, students gazed skyward, some unable to restrain themselves from waving their arms. The Iceman subtly raised his hand, a delicate frost flower forming at his fingertips. His eyes filled with longing. The fireman tightened his fist, a faint flicker of flame dancing in his palm. The phantom cat wiggled its feet, and in the next moment, its form became semi-transparent, merging with the shadows of the grass, only to re-emerge moments later, its eyes sparkling with excitement. Watching the vibrant faces of these children, Chitauri smiled, gently tousling the hair of the mischievous one beside her, her voice soft yet powerful. "As long as you persevere, you will all surpass him in the future." Upon reaching the rooftop above his apartment, S.H.I.E.L.D pressed a button on the center of his attire, causing the cloak behind him to conform to his skin, altering its shape and color until it transformed into a snug-fitting casual suit. As the cloak retracted, It gradually blended into the dark patterns of the suit's collar. S.H.I.E.L.D. adjusted the crisp cuffs, feeling a gentle warmth in the fabric. This was a camouflage mode specially calibrated by Dr. Hank, designed not only to conceal battle scars, but also to ease his family's worries. He landed in the alley beside his home, glancing upward to see the lights shining in the windows of his apartment. A smile filled his eyes as he briskly made his way to the stairwell, the hem of his suit swaying lightly with each step, entirely unrecognizable from the figure that had traversed the ruins mere hours before. Chapter 18. Family. S.H.I.E.L.D. opened the door, and as his parents approached, his mother's hand brushed against his suit jacket, instinctively tightening around the fabric, her fingers gently caressing it as if to confirm there were no wounds beneath. "Why are you dressed so formally? You're not cold, are you?" His father remained silent, merely patting his back with a slightly firmer touch than usual, conveying an unspoken sense of relief. S.H.I.E.L.D. allowed his mother to pull him onto the sofa, casually draping his jacket over the armrest, smiling as he wiggled his arms. "Don't worry, this outfit is quite warm. I changed specifically so you wouldn't have to worry." No sooner had he spoken than a bowl of soup was placed before him, his mother busily serving him. Amidst the rising steam, his father finally spoke. "You didn't elaborate when you left, but the fact that you've returned safely is what matters." S.H.I.E.L.D. replied, "Mom, I'm about to graduate and soon start working. I'll be back often." His mother paused in peeling an orange, then promptly popped a segment into his mouth. Her eyes crinkled in delight. "Graduation is wonderful. If you ever crave my braised pork, just call." His father, rarely laughing, reached out to pat his knee. "Don't overwork yourself. There will always be a place for you at home." On the television screen, the image shifted to a chaotic street, littered with shattered cars and debris. The host's voice trembled with shock and concern. "Recently, our city experienced a shocking incident. As two green giants engaged in a fierce battle on the streets, their immense power resulting in severe destruction of the thoroughfare, forcing countless citizens to evacuate their homes. Currently, relevant departments are working tirelessly on post-disaster reconstruction." As S.H.I.E.L.D.'s parents gazed at the screen, they couldn't help but furrow their brows. His mother softly remarked, "How could these two giants suddenly engage in combat? It is truly terrifying." His father, meanwhile, sighed silently, shaking his head. The scene then shifted to a press conference featuring Tony Stark, who stood on stage with a serious demeanor, the Stark Industries emblem prominently displayed behind him. "I wish to express my gratitude to all who have shown concern for my well-being. I have returned safely," Tony Stark announced. "After enduring the harrowing experience of kidnapping, I have come to a profound realization. The weapons of Stark Industries have inflicted too much harm. Thus, I have decided to shutter Stark Industries' weapons development division. From this moment forth, we shall devote ourselves to the pursuit of more peaceful and beneficial technological advancements." As S.H.I.E.L.D. observed Tony Stark on the television, a flicker of respect welled up within him. He understood that this decision was not made lightly. It signified a significant loss of revenue for Stark Industries. Nevertheless, Stark chose to embrace change for the sake of a better world. Following the news report, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s father picked up the remote and switched channels, and the television began to air a light-hearted comedy, easing the previously tense atmosphere. Leaning against the couch, S.H.I.E.L.D. watched the joyful expressions on his parents' faces, feeling an overwhelming sense of warmth and happiness. Upon returning to his room, S.H.I.E.L.D. rested his arms behind his head, the ceiling light casting a soft halo in his eyes. The searing sensations of the day's events, the comforting smiles of his parents, and Tony Stark's declaration flashed through his mind, ultimately crystallizing on the image of Peter running with a camera and Harry's profile standing at the entrance of Oscorp. He retrieved his phone, his fingertips gliding over Peter Parker's name in his contacts, but he hesitated to dial. Rather than engage in a hurried phone conversation, he yearned to pat Peter on the shoulder in person, to hear him ramble about the latest news he had captured. He also wished to sit down with Harry and inquire about his father's recent circumstances. Turning to gaze out the window, he observed the twinkling lights of New York's nightscape. S.H.I.E.L.D. clenched his fist gently. Tomorrow, he must find them. Certain matters are best addressed face-to-face. Chapter 19. The growth of Peter. Early the next morning, S.H.I.E.L.D. stepped out with his phone in hand. He refrained from using his flying abilities, choosing instead to stroll leisurely along the streets of Brooklyn, the sunlight filtering through the sycamore leaves, bestowing upon him a sense of much-needed relaxation. He first dialed Peter's number, and after 2 rings, it was answered. Peter's voice breathless. "S.H.I.E.L.D., I'm hurrying to the office. I need to submit the photos I took yesterday before the editor leaves." S.H.I.E.L.D. interrupted him with a smile. "I'm waiting for you at a cafe near your office. Once you finish taking pictures, come by and sit for a while." Peter paused for a moment, then readily agreed. "Sure, I'll be there in 20 minutes." After ending the call, S.H.I.E.L.D. sent a message to Harry. And it wasn't long before he received a reply stating that Harry was nearby for a meeting and would join them in half an hour. Seated at a window-side table in the cafe, S.H.I.E.L.D had just ordered 3 lattes when he spotted Peter rushing in with his camera bag. His hair was somewhat disheveled, and a casual jacket was draped over his arm. As soon as he sat down, he pulled out his camera, exclaiming, "Look, yesterday, I captured a side profile of Spider-Man in battle." The editor claimed it could make the headlines. As S.H.I.E.L.D leaned in to examine the camera screen, he was about to speak when a familiar voice resonated from behind. "What are you chatting about? Making such a commotion?" Turning around, he saw Harry, clad in a tailored black suit, a briefcase in hand, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he approached. He pulled out a chair and sat down, his gaze sweeping over the two before finally resting on S.H.I.E.L.D. "You haven't returned in a year. You have no idea how much has transpired lately." Peter, animated and gesticulating, nearly spilled the contents of his coffee cup as he exclaimed, "You should have seen it. The last time Spider-Man saved a school bus in Queens was nothing short of spectacular. He managed to lift the entire vehicle with his webbing, moving so swiftly that my camera could barely keep up." S.H.I.E.L.D, biting on his straw, concealed a smile in his eyes. Harry chuckled softly, remaining silent but nodding at Peter to continue. "What other heroic deeds has Spider-Man accomplished?" From the outset, S.H.I.E.L.D was aware of Spider-Man's identity but found Peter's passionate recounting utterly endearing. Leaning forward, resting his elbows on the table, Peter's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, reminiscent of Hidden Stars. "Do you remember the bank heist in downtown? Dr. Octopus and his 4 mechanical arms were utterly terrifying. They overturned police cars with ease. Yet, Spider-Man swung in, ensnaring those mechanical appendages with his webs, ultimately binding the criminals and delivering them to the precinct, all within 10 minutes. After sipping his coffee, he continued, "And then there's the Green Goblin. The last time he was hurling bombs from his flying contraption, Spider-Man braved the explosive heat to rescue several people from the flames, even suffering burns on his arms as he pressed forward. Oh, and the incident with the lizard in the subway. Spider-Man fought him for quite some time to protect the passengers, luring him into an open area before subduing him, ensuring not a single passenger was harmed throughout the ordeal." As Harry listened, he unconsciously caressed the rim of his coffee cup. He had seen the aftermath of these events in the news, but hadn't realized Peter was present at each scene. Recalling such intricate details, he glanced up at Peter, teasingly inquiring, "How do you know these details so well? Always conveniently on site." Peter's gaze flickered momentarily, his hands waving dismissively. I heard it from bystanders while taking photos." "Yes, just from passers-by." Beside them, S.H.I.E.L.D couldn't help but chuckle, raising his coffee cup to mask the grin forming at the corners of his mouth, choosing not to pry further into the secrets, finding them all the more intriguing when kept close to the heart. Chapter 20. Harry Osborn listening to Peter's tales. S.H.I.E.L.D couldn't shake the feeling that his own butterfly effect had inadvertently drawn many villains together. Observing Peter's growth over the past year, he seemed adept at controlling his abilities. S.H.I.E.L.D felt a surge of happiness, contemplating that perhaps he too could hold his own in future battles. Turning to Harry, he broached the subject of his father. "How has your father been lately?" Harry paused momentarily, taken aback, and replied, "What makes you think to ask about my father's situation?" S.H.I.E.L.D's fingers hesitated for a moment as he observed the sudden tightening of Harry's grip. Internally, he adjusted his tone, intending to delicately broach the peculiarities surrounding Norman Osborn's research. However, he was taken aback when Harry countered with a direct question. The news frequently mentioned Osborn Industries, and S.H.I.E.L.D, with a smile, skillfully diverted the conversation, his gaze drifting to a fire truck passing by outside. The last report he had seen stated that the medical devices developed by their team had saved numerous lives. "Indeed, your father's accomplishments are truly impressive." He intentionally steered clear of mentioning Norman Osborn by name, focusing solely on the company's achievements to keep the discussion lighthearted. Harry's tense shoulders relaxed slightly, yet he continued to gaze downwards, nervously squeezing the handle of his coffee cup. He murmured that he had been preoccupied with a new project and rarely returned home. His voice was barely above a whisper, as if afraid of being overheard. Observing Harry's demeanor, S.H.I.E.L.D felt increasingly convinced that Norman's situation was likely worse than he had anticipated. The words of caution he had prepared caught in his throat. Some matters perhaps were not yet ripe for direct discussion. Meanwhile, Peter, oblivious to the subtle tension between the two, interjected excitedly, "The aircraft from Osborn Industries is incredibly cool. I took a test shot last time, but unfortunately, the editor said it wasn't clear enough." Before he could finish, S.H.I.E.L.D discreetly nudged him with his elbow, prompting Peter to pause, momentarily taken aback. Seizing upon Peter's comment, S.H.I.E.L.D deliberately raised his voice, steering the conversation toward a more jovial tone. "Aircraft? Is it the kind that can take off and land vertically, as mentioned in the news? I read that it's particularly challenging to control. Were you able to capture any details in your photos? Peter's eyes lit up instantly, forgetting the earlier interruption as he rummaged through his pocket for his camera. Absolutely. I spent several days capturing the test footage. Look at the wing's texture. They say it's made from a new alloy. He eagerly handed the camera to both S.H.I.E.L.D and Harry, pointing at the screen while explaining, entirely unaware of the exchanged glances between S.H.I.E.L D and Harry. As Peter continued his enthusiastic narration, S.H.I.E.L D casually inquired of Harry, given that your company is developing these innovations, do you often find yourself working late to assist with adjustments? I've heard from friends in the tech field that the lead up to launching a new product can be quite taxing. Do you typically lend a hand to your father at the company? By refraining from directly mentioning Norman, he sought to probe subtly, ensuring that Harry did not feel uncomfortable while quietly gauging Norman's recent condition. Harry traced circles on the cup's surface, his voice softer than before. I occasionally go in, but he doesn't let me touch the core projects, saying they're too dangerous. Upon hearing this, S.H.I.E.L.D's concern deepened. It seemed that even Norman was deliberately distancing himself from his own son, indicating that the new project likely harbored significant risks. S.H.I.E.L.D tightened his grip on the coffee cup, the warmth of the liquid seeping through the ceramic, yet it could not quell the heaviness in his heart. Watching Harry with his downcast eyes, he was reminded of Norman's transformation into the Green Goblin and the life-and-death confrontation he had faced with Spider-Man, who happened to be this very Peter, who was now animatedly discussing aircraft. He swallowed hard, on the verge of uttering a warning about his father's project, only to find the words lodged in his throat. He understood that he could not be too explicit. Once the future was disclosed, no one could predict the disastrous butterfly effect that might ensue. One can only gently hint at the matter. If your father is too busy to take a break, remind him to have his meals on time. Sometimes, the more significant the issue, the more one must attend to their health. Harry glanced up at him, a rare smile gracing his lips. He did not ponder the deeper meaning behind S.H.I.E.L.D's words, interpreting them merely as the ordinary concern of a friend. Observing Harry's relieved demeanor, S.H.I.E.L.D felt a deeper unease. He could only hint at the matter for now, hoping to incrementally alter the dreadful outcome, at least preventing Harry from witnessing the most brutal separation firsthand. Chapter 21. Discovery. Peter finally concluded his exposition on the intricacies of the flying apparatus. Taking a hearty sip of coffee, oblivious to the silence between S.H.I.E.L.D and Harry, S.H.I.E.L.D's fingertips lightly drummed against the table's edge, contemplating a more natural segue into the topic of the experiment when two men in suits at the adjacent table suddenly began discussing Osborn Industries, their voices low yet perfectly audible to the trio. I heard Osborn is conducting secret experiments lately. My cousin works security there and says he often hears strange noises from the lab at night and has even seen people being carried out, their faces ashen and terrifying. Is that true? I thought they were developing new types of drugs. Could something have gone awry? Harry's grip on his cup tightened suddenly, causing a few drops of coffee to splatter onto the table. His expression darkened in an instant, his fingertips unconsciously digging into the cup's rim. He had indeed heard similar rumors before, but each time he inquired with his father, he was met with the dismissive barrier of corporate confidentiality. A shiver ran through S.H.I.E.L.D as he recognized an opportunity had arisen, yet he feigned surprise. Is that so? I was under the impression that Osborn's experiments were quite legitimate. He turned to Harry, softening his tone. Haven't you asked your father about this? Perhaps the rumors are misconstrued? Harry pursed his lips and shook his head, an unrecognized hint of unease in his voice. He never discusses these matters with me. Previously, when I visited his office and passed by the lab, I did catch a whiff of something unusual. Peter then paused his coffee drinking, leaning in to whisper, an unusual smell? Could it be some hazardous chemicals? Harry, you must be cautious and not approach such places recklessly. S.H.I.E.L.D refrained from responding, quietly observing Harry's reaction. He understood that these fragmented clues had already sown seeds of doubt in Harry's mind. Perhaps it was time to seek an opportunity to personally investigate the vicinity of Osborn Industries. S.H.I.E.L.D had resolved that if the situation were indeed grave, he would intervene himself. After conversing for a while longer, they each returned home. Upon parting from the two, Harry made his way back to Osborn Industries, reflecting on the issues S.H.I.E.L.D had raised that day, compounded by the evident strangeness surrounding his father recently. Not only did they rarely meet, but he was also prohibited from approaching his father's office, a stark contrast to how things used to be. As Harry entered the Osborn Industrial Building, the warmth of the coffee cup lingered on his fingertips, yet his heart felt as if it were encased in ice. As the elevator ascended, he fixated on the taut expression of his reflection, replaying S.H.I.E.L.D's words and the neighboring table's remarks about peculiar sounds in his mind. His father had once eagerly drawn him into discussions about the company's new developments, with the office doors perpetually open to him. Yet now, Not only was entry to the laboratory forbidden, but even a chance encounter in the corridor with his father resulted in nothing more than a hasty nod, concealing a fatigue and irritation that he could not comprehend. The elevator chimed and halted. As the doors opened, he noticed his father's assistant striding past, burdened with a stack of documents. Instinctively, Harry called out, "Lee, is my father in the office?" The assistant hesitated, his gaze evasive. "Mr. Norman is occupied with an experiment and has expressly instructed that no one is to disturb him." "Another experiment?" Harry clenched his fists, his voice unintentionally rising. "How long has it been since we've had a proper meal together?" The assistant opened his mouth to respond, but merely sighed. "Mr. Harry, please don't make this difficult for me. I am simply following orders." With that, he hurried away, leaving Harry rooted in place. Gazing at the closed door of the laboratory at the corridor's end, an unease creeping through him like an invasive vine. After a moment of hesitation, he could not resist taking a few steps toward the laboratory, where he was immediately met with the faint scent of disinfectants mingled with chemical reagents. Inside, muffled sounds reached his ears, tightening his chest. Fearing something had happened to his father, Harry impulsively pushed the door open. The cold light of the laboratory illuminated the green goblin armor, gleaming with a sinister metallic sheen, while a faint green energy aura lingered beneath the hovering glider, reminiscent of the figure on the evening news tossing explosives and wreaking havoc on the streets. Harry's feet felt as if they were nailed to the floor, his fingertips icy, and his throat rendered silent. He had intended to confront his father, yet he found himself stumbling upon a scene he never anticipated. The green goblin slowly turned, the helmet's visor still raised, and Harry instantly recognized the familiar contours of a face now marred by an unfamiliar malevolence. The skin beneath his father, Norman Osborn's eyes bore an unnatural pale green hue, a visage he had not seen in days. "Harry, what are you doing here?" Norman's voice was gravelly, laden with an unsettling panic at having his secret uncovered. Instinctively, he raised a hand to shield the armor, but lowered it quickly, his gaze sharpening with sudden intensity. "Who allowed you in? Did I not explicitly forbid you from approaching the laboratory?" Harry stepped back, his heart gripped tightly by an unseen hand, his voice trembling. "Dad. The Green Goblin on TV, it's really you? Those explosions, the destruction, it was you?" He struggled to reconcile the image of the father he knew with the stranger before him, a combination of familiarity and fear that left him unnerved. Chapter 22. Prevention. Norman's body jerked violently, his left hand gripping his right wrist tightly, knuckles paling under the pressure. His expression shifted instantaneously, a momentary struggle against his son transforming into an overwhelming fury, his voice now hoarse and harsh. "Coward? What do you understand? Only power can place Osborn at the pinnacle. Harry, you are merely an obstacle." Terrified, Harry recoiled another 2 steps, his back colliding with the doorframe, eliciting a sharp intake of breath, yet he dared not avert his gaze. He gazed upon the contorted visage of his father, observing the right hand that trembled slightly, forcibly restrained. That very hand had once tenderly ruffled his hair and adjusted his collar countless times, yet now it seemed poised to strike. "Dad, please, regain your senses." Harry's voice trembled with despair. "We do not need to conquer the world. We merely wish to return to how things used to be." He endeavored to rouse his father from this dark abyss, but Norman's gaze grew increasingly frigid. At last, his left hand relinquished its grip, while his right hand slowly ascended, clutching a green explosive device, an instrument of chaos wielded by the goblin to wreak havoc. "In the past?" Norman scoffed, his tone laced with derision. "That is your naivety. This world only acknowledges the strong. Since you have uncovered the truth, do not blame me." As he spoke, his hand, still grasping the explosive, began to advance. Yet a faint resistance stirred within him. "Do not harm Harry." The clash of 2 personalities within him waged a fierce battle, momentarily stalling his actions and twisting his expression into a more grotesque mask. The pale green explosive glimmered ominously in Norman's palm, a sinister smile curling upon his lips as he pressed downward with his wrist. In that critical moment, a blinding golden laser streaked through the window, striking precisely upon the back of his hand that clutched the explosive. The sound of fabric searing accompanied Norman's anguished cry as his hand jerked violently, causing the device to clatter to the ground. Harry, startled, felt his pupils constrict and instinctively lunged aside, only to witness a blue figure burst through the window. The rush of air stirring the papers on the lab table. It was S.H.I.E.L.D. As S.H.I.E.L.D. landed, he positioned himself protectively in front of Harry, the heat from the laser still lingering around his eyes. He fixed a cold, steely gaze upon Norman, his voice as frigid as ice. "Norman, how much sanity remains in you to turn against your own son?" Norman, clutching his injured hand, seethed with rage, and with his other hand, he seized the hovering goblin glider. "Who are you, meddlesome fool? He spat, propelling himself towards S.H.I.E.L.D on the glider. Harry stood frozen. His eyes locked onto S.H.I.E.L D's back, his mind a blank slate. Just moments ago, they had shared laughter over mundane topics at the cafe, and now, his friend exuded a faint golden aura, every movement brimming with lethal precision, a stark contrast to his usual gentle demeanor. He opened his mouth to speak, but emitted no sound, watching helplessly as S.H.I.E.L D deftly sidestepped Norman's charge, his eyes once again focusing on the gathering energy of the laser. Without glancing back, S.H.I.E.L D sensed Harry's shock. While evading the collision with the goblin glider, he quickly explained, "After we parted ways, I grew concerned and decided to assess the situation, not anticipating my arrival would coincide with this crisis." As he spoke, he seized an opportunity, unleashing a beam of energy that struck the glider's core. Instantly, the glider lost its balance, forcing Norman to leap off and stumble against the lab table. "You both shall perish," Norman roared, completely enraged, as he reached for 2 bombs at his waist, preparing to hurl them at the pair. S.H.I.E.L D, swift as lightning, dashed towards Norman, seizing his hands that clutched the explosive like a shovel. Simultaneously, he shouted to Harry, "Harry, quickly take cover outside. It's perilous here." Harry finally regained his senses, gazing at the tumultuous chemical reagents on the experimental table and the madness reflected in Norman's eyes. He bit his lip, but did not immediately depart, knowing that S.H.I.E.L D was there to save him, yet the man before him was also his father. Chapter 23. Awakening with his eyes reddened, Harry clutched S.H.I.E.L D's sleeve, unwilling to let go, his knuckles blanching from the pressure. You must save him." S.H.I.E.L D patted the back of his hand, his tone resolute. "Trust me. Quickly leave, don't cause any more chaos here." Harry cast one last glance at his father, consumed by fury, gritting his teeth as he dashed towards the door. Just as he pulled it open, he heard a tremendous crash of energy colliding behind him. S.H.I.E.L D did not turn, as the protective energy shield enveloped him once more, successfully deflecting the bomb hurled by Norman. The shockwave from the explosion caused the laboratory's chandeliers to sway precariously. "Norman, I know you were still in there." S.H.I.E.L D fixated on Norman's contorted face, his voice cutting through the cacophony. "If you don't want Harry to lose his father, do not let that thing completely consume your consciousness." He deliberately mentioned Harry, attempting to awaken the remnants of Norman's sanity, while activating his X-ray vision to see the struggling Norman Osborn. Norman hesitated momentarily, a flicker of conflict surfacing in his eyes, only to be swiftly overshadowed by rage. "Stop your nonsense. No one can stop me." He surged forward on his uncontrollable hoverboard again. S.H.I.E.L D sidestepped, seizing the opportunity as Norman turned, delivering a precise strike to Norman Osborn's neck. With S.H.I.E.L D's current strength, if uncontrolled, that strike could have been fatal, yet his aim was to save, and thus, he moderated his force, sending Norman crashing to the ground, unconscious. S.H.I.E.L D steadied Harry by the shoulder, indicating towards the fallen Norman, whose consciousness was gradually returning. The violent aura around him slowly dissipating, and the sheen of the green goblin armor dimming considerably. "He is merely temporarily incapacitated. He will be fine," S.H.I.E.L D assured softly. "When he wakes, we shall have a proper conversation." Harry followed his gaze, his eyes reddening once more, yet he nodded vigorously. "Yes, thank you, S.H.I.E.L D. If it weren't for you." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by S.H.I.E.L D. "We are friends." The blaring sirens from below grew increasingly closer, the red and blue lights filtering through the shattered windows, casting flickering shadows on the ground. S.H.I.E.L D patted Harry's arm and took 2 steps back. "I must leave. I cannot allow the police to catch me red-handed." As his words fell, a translucent shimmer enveloped him, and he leaped gracefully out the window, swiftly merging into the myriad of New York's towering edifices, leaving behind only a fleeting trace of light. Harry remained rooted in place, watching the direction in which S.H.I.E.L D had vanished, then glanced down at his unconscious father, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. Though this turmoil had temporarily subsided, the identity of the Green Goblin, the crisis surrounding Osborn, and S.H.I.E.L D's concealed powers made him acutely aware that some things could never return to their former state. Aftermath. As the sirens erupted downstairs, Harry had just managed to help his father into a chair beside the experimental table. Norman had not fully regained consciousness, his brow furrowed, mumbling occasionally about secrets of power, his complexion alarmingly pale. Grasping his father's cold hand, Harry heard hurried footsteps approaching the door and quickly rose to greet them. The leading officer, gripping a walkie-talkie, was taken aback by the chaos that greeted him upon entering the laboratory. Shattered test tubes, charred flooring, and the eerie glow of the Green Goblin armor all bore witness to a fierce conflict that had transpired. What had occurred here? The officer's gaze swept over Harry before settling on the unconscious Norman, his tone laced with caution. "Isn't this the Green Goblin responsible for the recent explosions across the city?" Harry inhaled deeply, suppressing the turmoil within. "He is my father, Norman Osborn. We were attacked. He is injured and requires an ambulance." The officer, evidently skeptical of this explanation, waved his hand for his subordinates to investigate the scene while he crouched to assess Norman's condition. As his fingertips grazed Norman's wrist, Harry intervened. "He is hurt. Could you please call for an ambulance first?" Noticing the redness around Harry's eyes, the officer hesitated momentarily before ultimately reaching for the walkie-talkie to request emergency assistance. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D hovered atop a building across from Osborn Tower, observing the commotion below through the clouds. He could see medical personnel carrying a stretcher into the building and sensed the gradually stabilizing energy fluctuations within Norman, allowing his taut nerves to relax slightly. The golden aura at his fingertips began to fade as he turned to soar towards Brooklyn. This tumultuous episode had reached a temporary resolution. Yet he understood that as long as the underlying risks within Norman remained unresolved, the threat could never be deemed entirely vanquished. Chapter 24. In the following day, S.H.I.E.L.D was dining when his gaze fell upon the morning news broadcast. The image on the screen displayed throngs of reporters gathered outside Osborn Tower. The camera panned to Norman being assisted out of the hospital by medical staff, clad in a patient gown, his eyes vacant and devoid of their former sharpness. The anchor's voice resonated with gravity. "Following police investigations and hospital diagnoses, Norman Osborn has been confirmed to suffer from severe schizophrenia. The actions related to the Green Goblin were attributed to his condition, and he will be transferred to a psychiatric facility for mandatory treatment. Osborn Industries will temporarily be overseen by his son, Harry Osborn." His mother approached with a bowl of porridge, and upon seeing the news, she could not help but sigh. What a promising entrepreneur. How did he end up with such an affliction? His father set down the newspaper, shaking his head. "Just the other day, there was a report on his development of medical equipment to save lives. The unpredictability of life is truly astonishing." S.H.I.E.L.D remained silent, lowering his head to sip his porridge, yet he felt a sense of relief. Although this was not a complete resolution, at least for now, Norman would no longer be under the sway of his malevolent persona, and Harry would not have to face the public trial of his father as a villain, nor witness his descent into ruin. This may not be the most favorable conclusion, yet it was, for the time being, the gentlest path for all involved. He retrieved his phone and sent a message to Harry. "Contact me whenever you need." Just as he pressed send, the screen illuminated with a message from Peter, inquiring if he wished to join him for some urban photography. S.H.I.E.L.D smiled subtly, replying, "On my way." Following the upheaval, this tranquility was indeed worthy of cherishing. Arriving at the designated street corner with his camera bag slung over his shoulder, S.H.I.E.L.D found Peter crouched by the roadside, capturing images of a stray cat. Sunlight cascaded upon Peter's school uniform as he adjusted the camera's focus, murmuring softly, "Lift your head a bit more. Yes, just like that." Was he more earnest in photographing a cat than in capturing Spider-Man? S.H.I.E.L.D approached and gently patted his shoulder. Peter looked up with a smile, handing over the camera. "Look, the eyes of this calico cat are stunning. Much gentler than the combat shots of the Green Goblin we took last time." S.H.I.E.L.D leaned in to examine the screen, eager to offer a compliment, when a familiar voice called from behind. S.H.I.E.L.D. Turning around, he saw Harry clad in a well-tailored dark gray suit, his hair neatly styled, flanked by two assistants in black suits, holding folders, clearly just emerging from the office. He appeared notably more composed than yesterday, though a hint of fatigue lingered in his eyes. "What are you doing here?" S.H.I.E.L.D asked, somewhat surprised. Peter, having put away the camera, stood up and whispered to S.H.I.E.L.D. He looks so formal today. Harry stepped closer, and his assistants tactfully retreated a couple of steps. He regarded S.H.I.E.L.D with a faint smile. "I just finished a board meeting and stepped out for some fresh air. I saw you both taking pictures and wanted to say hello." He paused, lowering his voice slightly. "Thank you for yesterday. Also, the hospital informed me that my father's condition has stabilized a bit." "That's good to hear." S.H.I.E.L.D nodded, refraining from mentioning the news, and patted Harry's arm. "Don't overwork yourself. Remember to speak up if you need anything." Harry acknowledged with a soft grunt, his gaze drifting to the camera in Peter's hands before returning to S.H.I.E.L.D. "You two continue. I need to head back to the office to handle some paperwork." With that, he turned and walked away with his assistants, his posture straight and resolute, reminiscent of the spirited young Osborn from the past, yet now imbued with a newfound sense of responsibility. Peter watched Harry's retreating figure, scratching his head. He seems to have matured quite a bit all of a sudden. S.H.I.E.L.D gazed into the distance where Harry had entered the car, softly agreeing with a hum. After experiencing such events, one is inevitably forced to grow up. Yet, one can only hope that this maturation does not come hand in hand with pain. Chapter 25. The crisis at the academy. After chatting with Spider-Man for a while, S.H.I.E.L.D headed home. Just as his fingers grazed the doorknob, his phone screen erupted into frantic flickers. The shrill alert from the exclusive emergency channel shattering the silence of the hallway. As he swiped the screen, Sheen's voice surged through, crackling with static. "Sue-E, where are you? We need you." Followed by a series of disconnected beeps. Sue-E's expression darkened. During his year at the academy, he had come to regard the professors and mutants there as family. Pressing the deformation button on his suit, he launched into the air, leaving only a fleeting shadow behind. He vanished into the horizon, landing with a thud that sent debris scattering. As he regained his footing, he spotted two soldiers aiming rifles at the laboratory window, poised to pull the trigger. Inside, a girl clutching a folder trembled in fear. "Stay away from them." Sue-Yi's eyes emitted twin beams of searing heat, precisely striking the rifle barrels, the intense temperature instantly melting the metal into twisted scraps. The soldiers, startled, turned around, but the bullets veered away upon nearing his body. At that moment, a voice, laced with the sound of metal scraping, drifted from the side. "Are you the little brat the professor mentioned?" Logan wiped the blood from his face, the steel claws glinting coldly in the sunlight. The wound, previously pierced by a bullet, had completely healed. "Don't just stand there. There are 3 trapped in the left teaching building. I will distract the fire at the main entrance." Before he could finish his sentence, he surged forward like a cheetah into the dense formation of soldiers, the sharp sound of his claws slicing through the air, intertwining with the soldiers' anguished cries. "No need. I can handle it myself," he declared, and as the words left his lips, a barely perceptible sound of air being sliced through resonated. And Sue-Yi's figure vanished from sight, not a blur of high-speed movement, but as if he had been instantaneously erased and then reappeared. As Logan squinted to catch a glimpse of his trajectory, he heard a muffled grunt from behind him followed by the resounding crash of a heavy object against the wall. He turned abruptly, only to see 5 soldiers who had been surrounding the entrance of the teaching building flying through the air in a parabolic arc, landing heavily on the lawn, unconscious. Meanwhile, Sue-Yi stood where the soldiers had lined up moments ago, having dealt with those inside the building. As he stepped outside, the heavy machine guns positioned their open fire on him like raindrops. Strangely, Sue-Yi's pace did not falter. The bullets struck him with nothing more than the sound of pattering as they fell harmlessly to the ground. Not a single bullet could harm him, nor even graze his garments. His eyes glowed with a fierce red light, and his intense gaze obliterated the machine guns, piercing through the soldiers behind them. When the last soldier was sent flying by a single punch, silence descended over the academy. Logan slowly retracted his claws, his knuckles unconsciously rubbing together. Observing Sue-Yi brushing dust off his battle attire, he swallowed hard. He had encountered fast mutants before, but never one who could eliminate an entire squad in the blink of an eye without so much as ruffling his clothing. "This is bad. The professor has been captured, and the brainwave amplifier has been taken, along with some of our students," Sue-Yi stated. "What happened? Why wasn't I informed immediately?" Turning to see Jean Grey approaching. Breathless and gripping his arm, her voice laced with urgency, she replied, "The troops that arrived were a surprise attack. We had no time to react. The professor stopped resisting to protect the students and was taken away." Chapter 26. Magneto. As they spoke, the roar of engines suddenly filled the air above the campus. Storm piloted the aircraft, hovering over the lawn, and as the hatch descended, Dr. Hank adjusted his glasses and waved to the trio. "The aircraft has been calibrated for the fastest route. We need to locate the base." Jean Grey interjected, "I can use my telepathic abilities to glean information from Nightcrawler's mind." She stepped forward, placing her hands on either side of Nightcrawler's head. Soon, fragments of memories, previously suppressed, began to surface. "I found it. It's at Alkali Lake," Sue-Yi declared. "Let us move." As Sue-Yi stepped towards the hatch, a chorus of youthful voices called out from behind him. He turned to see several recently rescued students raising their fists, their eyes shining like sparks of fire. "Superman, you must bring back the professor and everyone else." He paused for a moment, raised his hand to signal reassurance, and then turned to step into the cabin, the thought of flying solo already cast aside. At this moment, the solemn yet resolute expressions of his teammates within the cabin made it abundantly clear that this rescue was far from a solitary endeavor. Meanwhile, in the plastic enclosure where Professor Charles had imprisoned him, Magneto, Eric, had already noticed the food delivery guard infused with metal. "Did you sleep well, Royal?" The guard smiled. Addressing Magneto, who lay on the plastic bed with his eyes half closed, a hint of danger curling at the corners of his mouth. "You've changed, Mr. Royal," Magneto remarked with a smile. "Indeed, I've had a marvelous day," Royal replied. As Magneto stood, he interjected, "No, not that." Royal turned to see Magneto approaching him and commanded, "Sit down." "No," Magneto retorted, and Royal brandished a baton, insisting, "Sit down." Magneto then inquired, "What is different?" As he spoke, he raised his hand, and Royal found himself levitating, unable to make a sound. Magneto murmured, "I see. The metal in your blood is excessive." Suddenly, fine metallic particles flowed from Royal's body, coalescing into smooth orbs in Magneto's grasp. The guard, witnessing this, hastily retreated into the plastic corridor, but Magneto merely placed one of the orbs beneath his feet, transforming it into a disc that carried him across to the other side, while two other orbs pierced through the guards entirely. Thus, Magneto, the formidable adversary of Charles, successfully broke free. On the other side, the roar of the airplane engines echoed within the cabin. S.H.I.E.L.D stood near the doorway, clad in a deep blue-black bodysuit that clung to him like a second skin, every inch of fabric taut against the bulging muscles beneath, sculpting a figure of explosive strength. His crimson cape cascaded to his ankles, its edges fluttering with the airflow, adding a vibrant touch to the starkly cool cabin. Wolverine leaned casually against the side, his metal claws sheathed yet unable to conceal the fierce aura that enveloped him. However, when he stood next to S.H.I.E.L.D, his well-trained physique appeared somewhat diminished. S.H.I.E.L.D's broad shoulders and narrow waist accentuated his imposing stature, with bulging muscle lines on his arms surpassing Wolverine's, as if harboring the strength to tear through the very clouds. The mischievous one fidgeted with the hem of his clothing, eyes brimming with curiosity as he stole glances at the silhouette beneath S.H.I.E.L.D's cape. Iceman's fingertips crystallized with fragments of ice, though he lacked the inclination to play, his gaze inevitably drawn to S.H.I.E.L.D's iconic ensemble. Fireman suppressed the urge to ignite flames at his fingertips, his brow raised, evidently intrigued by the title of the strongest mutant. Nightcrawler, shrouded in shadows, observed S.H.I.E.L.D with golden eyes, seemingly seeking to uncover the unique qualities that set him apart from other mutants through his calm demeanor. The entire cabin's attention was riveted upon S.H.I.E.L.D. His tranquil presence commanded more focus than any dazzling mutant ability. This was the strongest, as described by Professor Charles, and even the air around him seemed to carry an invisible weight of pressure. Chapter 27. Tension mounts. Wolverine's knuckles unconsciously rubbed against the cold, hard contours of his metal claws beneath his skin. His gaze swept over S.H.I.E.L.D, whose suit was so tightly fitted it seemed on the verge of bursting. He swallowed hard, his mind ablaze with the words the strongest associated with that old man, Charles, which grated on his ears, having rolled through countless battles. His scars outnumbered the hairs on his body, and his muscles were hardened by the realities of combat. Yet S.H.I.E.L.D's physique exuded an effortless grace. As if he had never shed a drop of blood, was he truly capable of enduring a fight, deserving of the title the strongest? He couldn't help but wonder if he were to unsheath his claws and make a mark across that blue-black suit, would it be as effortless as tearing paper? He caught the glimmer of curiosity in the eyes of the mischief maker and Iceman, while Fireman appeared eager to test the waters. Wolverine felt a surge of irritation. He leaned in closer, deliberately nudging his shoulder against S.H.I.E.L.D's, silently declaring that in this cabin, there was more than one tough contender. "Feel free to try. I wouldn't mind obliterating you." S.H.I.E.L.D's voice was as tranquil as the clouds outside the cabin, devoid of any intentional elevation, yet penetrating clearly into every ear. Without turning around, he merely allowed his hand, hanging at his side, to move slightly, causing his red cape to sway and revealing the sharply defined lines of his forearm, accentuated by taut muscles. Those words struck Wolverine like a heated needle, igniting a long smoldering fire within him. No one had dared to speak to him in such a tone before. In an instant, the sharp sound of metal slicing through the air erupted, as 3 pairs of glimmering claws shot forth from his fingertips, vibrating slightly, aimed directly at S.H.I.E.L.D's back. "Huh, what audacity!" Wolverine's voice was laced with rage, his gums clenched tight. "Let us see if your title of the strongest is merely a product of hot air." The mischief maker instinctively recoiled, clutching Iceman's arm. Iceman immediately tightened his fists, icy crystals forming at his fingertips, though he refrained from advancing recklessly. Fireman tensed, flames flickering in his palms, his gaze darting between the two. Nightcrawler's golden eyes narrowed, his body poised for a teleport at any moment, fearing an imminent clash. The air in the cabin grew thick with tension, the only sounds being the chilling glint of claws and the palpable standoff between the two. As they prepared to engage, steady footsteps approached from the cockpit. Jean Grey strode through the cabin with purpose, her combat attire accentuating her agile form, her gaze imbued with an undeniable seriousness. She first regarded the still-breathing Wolverine, then cast her eyes over the composed S.H.I.E.L.D, her voice resonant and piercing. "Enough." Her words fell like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the lingering tension in the cabin. "Our current objective is to rescue the doctor and the children from Strucker, not to engage in infighting." She stepped forward, surveying all present. "I need not elaborate on the danger posed by Strucker's forces. If you wish to fight, Wait until we have safely retrieved the doctor. Then find an open space to unleash your fury. No one will stop you." As she spoke, she deliberately paused, her gaze lingering on Wolverine's hand as he retracted his claws. Her tone softened slightly, yet remained resolute. "Logan, your claws should be directed at those who harm children." She then turned to S.H.I.E.L.D, her eyes conveying a hint of admonition. "The greatest abilities should be utilized to protect our comrades, should they not?" The cabin fell into a profound silence. Wolverine turned his face away, though he remained silent, his clenched fists visibly relaxed. S.H.I.E.L.D regarded Jean Grey, slowly nodding, his red cloak cascading gently, refraining from further rebuttal. Even the previously tense Iceman and Human Torch subtly eased their stances, evidently in agreement with Jean's words. Chapter 28. Ambush. No sooner had Jean Grey's words faded than the radar screen in the cockpit erupted with urgent beeping. Green dots were suddenly accompanied by several red markers, swiftly closing in. A cold command crackled through the communicator. "Unidentified aircraft, immediately descend to 20,000 feet and follow our escort back to Hansler Air Force Base. You have 10 seconds to comply." S.H.I.E.L.D strode into the cockpit, his gaze fixed on the flashing display, the red cloak sweeping across the edge of the console, leaving a fleeting shadow. Observing the rapidly diminishing distance of the red dots, a chilling smirk graced his lips. His tone casual, yet imbued with undeniable authority. "It seems someone is upset. Should I take care of it?" Jean Grey immediately furrowed her brow, placing her hand on the console. "No. A forced confrontation would reveal our position. If Stryker catches wind of this, the doctor and the children will be in greater peril." Nightcrawler leaned in, his golden eyes fixed on the radar. "Those are military escort planes. Their firepower is formidable. Engaging them directly is not the wisest option." Outside the cockpit, Wolverine had approached the door, his hand resting on the sheath of his claws, his gaze sharp. "Regardless of the Air Force Base, if they obstruct our path, we shall dismantle their aircraft." Iceman's fingertips began to crystallize with ice, while Human Torch clenched his fists, flames dancing in his palms, clearly prepared for combat. The military aircraft's communication pierced the cockpit once more, its tone unwavering and authoritative. "We will accompany you. Immediately lower your altitude. We will escort you back to Hansler Air Force Base." Before the command concluded, 2 fighter jets flanked them, their wings nearly brushing against S.H.I.E.L.D's craft. The pilots making a gesture to descend, reiterating the warning. "Lower your altitude at once. This is your final warning." Yet, in the next instant, both jets abruptly retreated, as if evading an impending danger. Instantly, alarms blared within the aircraft, red warning lights flooding the cockpit. Storm's voice, tinged with unprecedented urgency, erupted from the pilot's seat. "They have locked onto us. Quickly, everyone, take your seats and fasten your seatbelts." Iceman was the first to grab Little Mischief and dash towards their seats, fingers fumbling with the seatbelt. Human Torch extinguished his flamboyant flames, stumbling into his seat. Wolverine, though visibly reluctant, understood that this was not the moment for confrontation. He quickly crossed to an empty seat, yet his hand remained tightly clenched, ever ready to unleash his claws. Only S.H.I.E.L.D remained steadfastly positioned at the center of the cockpit, his crimson cloak fluttering slightly amidst the blaring alarms. He gazed unwaveringly at the approaching fighter jets outside, his expression devoid of panic, exuding a chilling resolve as if preparing for an imminent confrontation. "I will shake them off," Storm declared, her voice barely trailing off as she forcefully thrust the control stick. The engines erupted with a deafening roar, propelling the aircraft to its utmost speed. In her effort to evade the pursuers behind, she manipulated the aircraft with sharp turns and dives, skimming along the edges of the clouds one moment, and then abruptly ascending the next, transforming the cabin into a tumultuous roller coaster ride. The violent sensation of weightlessness drained color from Human Torch's face as he clutched the safety belt tightly, his knuckles whitening. With a tremor in his voice, he pleaded, "Please, stop this. If we turn any further, I'm going to be sick." Even Wolverine, typically unyielding, leaned against his seat, brow furrowed in concern. "I concur. Does this contraption lack any weaponry? Instead of fleeing, we should confront them." Nightcrawler, on the other hand, clasped his hands together in prayer, adopting an amen gesture, his golden eyes filled with terror as his body swayed with the turbulence. Yet S.H.I.E.L.D remained resolute at the center of the cockpit, his feet seemingly welded to the floor. Even as the aircraft tilted nearly vertically, his upright figure remained undeterred, his muscles beneath the dark blue bodysuit maintaining perfect balance. His crimson cloak danced wildly in the chaotic airflow, yet it did not disrupt his stance, as if he existed in a realm separate from the surrounding turmoil. Chapter 29. Breaking free. As Wolverine's words lingered in the air, Storm's eyes suddenly widened, an invisible force swirling around her. The sky outside the cabin darkened at an alarming rate, ominous clouds converging rapidly, while thick tornadoes descended from the cloud cover, churning the upper atmosphere. A military jet had no time to evade the impending danger, becoming ensnared in the vortex of turbulent air, spiraling out of control. The pilot, witnessing the chaos, promptly activated the ejection system, a white parachute blooming amidst the disordered clouds. However, another jet, before its descent, managed to lock onto their aircraft, launching 2 missiles that streaked toward them, the pilot also ejecting in haste. Only when the enemy aircraft signals vanished completely from the radar did Storm finally close her eyes. The storm clouds gradually dissipating, and the tornadoes slowly fading away. Jean Grey swiftly turned to the others in the cabin, her tone laced with concern. "Is everyone all right?" "Not good." Wolverine was the first to respond, massaging his sore shoulder, though his gaze was fixed outside the window. The radar alarm pierced the brief silence within the cabin once more, its urgency more pronounced than before. Just as Storm emerged from her exhaustion of controlling the tempest, her eyes flicked to the display, where 2 red dots were rapidly closing in, her face paling as she exclaimed, "Oh my God, 2 missiles." Her words rendered the previously relieved group into stunned silence. Human Torch's safety belt, which he had just loosened, tightened once more as his complexion turned even paler. Rogue instinctively inched closer to Iceman, who immediately raised his hand, forming thicker ice shards with his fingertips, though he appeared somewhat flustered. Nightcrawler's image gesture remained, his golden eyes once again brimming with dread. Wolverine unleashed his adamantium claws with a swift motion, striking the armrest of his seat with considerable force. "Damn it, these guys just won't quit." Jean Grey focused her abilities, intent on obliterating the missiles, attempting to track their trajectories. "They're moving too fast. It's too late to evade." Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D. stood resolutely in the center of the cabin. Hearing the alarms and Storm's urgent cries, he merely lifted his gaze towards the viewport, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his lips. His muscles tensed beneath the form-fitting blue-black suit, and his crimson cape billowed slightly, signaling his readiness for action. As the shrill alarm reached a fever pitch, S.H.I.E.L.D. lightly propelled himself off the cabin floor, launching towards the hatch like an arrow released from its bow. Before Nightcrawler could assist him with the teleport, he grasped the door handle, yanking it open with a forceful pull. The howling wind rushed into the cabin, causing his red cape to flutter dramatically, resembling a flame ignited in the sky. "Sui!" Jean Grey's shout was swallowed by the roar of the wind, but S.H.I.E.L.D. merely glanced back at the others, who were tightly gripping their safety belts. Before leaping out of the aircraft, the frigid temperatures and fierce winds at high altitude posed no hindrance to him. With a sudden surge of power, he adjusted his body like an eagle soaring through the air, his gaze firmly fixed on the 2 missiles launched from the distant fighter jets, their exhaust trails streaking white against the sky. Without unnecessary movement, S.H.I.E.L.D. crossed his arms before him, a faint white aura enveloping him instantly. In the next heartbeat, he charged headlong towards the missiles, moving with such speed that he left afterimages in his wake. Boom! The first missile detonated beneath his fist, the explosion and shockwave erupting in the sky, yet he remained unscathed. Using the force of the blast, he pivoted towards the second missile, delivering a powerful kick that sent it hurtling into the depths of the sky. By the time the second thunderous explosion echoed, he was poised steadily beside the aircraft, tapping on the cabin wall to signal the others that they were safe. Inside the cabin, everyone stared in astonishment through the viewport. Wolverine's taut form gradually relaxed, his claws retracting unconsciously. Rogue covered her mouth, her eyes wide with shock. Even Jean Grey, usually composed, exhaled a sigh of relief, her gaze reflecting newfound respect. Chapter 30. Prelude. Just as the tension in the cabin began to ease, a formidable magnetic force surged forth, gripping the aircraft as if it were caught in an invisible giant's hand, sending it plummeting uncontrollably towards the ground. Storm's panicked voice pierced the cabin. "I can't control the plane." Su-Yi's expression hardened. He was about to leap from the cabin to stabilize the out-of-control aircraft with his own strength. However, just as the descent reached its critical threshold, the aircraft abruptly halted mid-fall. Magneto stood outside the cabin, one arm raised, an invisible magnetic aura swirling in his palm, while Mystique stood beside him, her keen eyes scanning the occupants within. Magneto extended his hand towards the cabin door, his invisible force acting like a hand, steadily pulling the door inward. The chaotic airflow was instantly calmed by his powers. He stepped into the cabin, Mystique following closely behind, her gaze still vigilant as it swept over the group. As he stepped inside, the once trembling aircraft became utterly stable. Storm, releasing her grip on the control stick, gasped in delight. "The magnetic interference has vanished. I can maneuver normally." Magneto disregarded the tense expressions of those around him. his gaze piercing through the crowd to fixate on the figure at the center of the cabin. The deep blue and black uniform accentuated a tall, commanding silhouette, while the striking red emblem seemed to captivate every eye under the cabin lights. Who is this? He paused, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Your new companion? Stepping forward, S.H.I.E.L.D unconsciously exuded a calm pressure, meeting Magneto's gaze with clarity and strength. You are Magneto, Eric. I am S.H.I.E.L.D. You may also refer to me as Superman. Magneto's fingertips brushed the hem of his attire, an invisible magnetic force flickering between his fingers. His tone was inscrutable, yet tinged with a subtle scrutiny. At that moment, Jean Grey parted the crowd and approached. Her gaze, when it fell upon S.H.I.E.L.D, held a measure of approval, and as she turned to Magneto, it became resolute. This is S.H.I.E.L.D, who officially joined Xavier's academy last year and is now a member of the X-Men. After a brief pause, her voice resonated clearly throughout the cabin. Dr. Charles says he is the hope of mutants and may even become the strongest mutant of the future. Upon the utterance of those words, the previously tense atmosphere within the cabin shifted subtly. Astonishment flickered in some eyes, while others clenched their fists discreetly. Meanwhile, a ripple of magnetic energy emanated from Magneto's palm. Momentarily faltering, Magneto's gaze towards S.H.I.E.L.D transformed, his earlier scrutiny now infused with deeper inquiry, even hinting at an imperceptible sharpness. As if he sought to see through the blue and black uniform and discern the essence of this young man, whom Charles deemed as hope. He understood Charles's discerning eye all too well. For that old friend to bestow such high praise, this individual could not be an ordinary mutant. The future of mutants reverberated silently in his mind, yet his demeanor remained composed, a faint smile gracing his lips. Do not be alarmed. Magneto raised his hand in a placating gesture, the soft blue magnetic energy dissipating entirely, and the oppressive atmosphere within the cabin lifted instantaneously. I am not here to be your adversary. Rather, I have come to assist you in rescuing Charles. From his pocket, he produced a metallic USB drive, skillfully flicking it so that it landed steadily on the table before S.H.I.E.L.D. Moreover, I possess vital information regarding the reasons and objectives behind the professor's captivity, as well as the latest movements of Stryker. Chapter 31. The objective: they have abducted Charles. It cannot merely be for confinement. Storm gripped the control stick tightly. Her brow furrowed as she gazed through the viewport at the swiftly passing clouds below. Stryker and his cohorts harbored sinister plots against mutants, their methods always shrouded in secrecy. S.H.I.E.L.D reached for the metallic USB drive on the table, its cold touch sending a shiver through his fingertips. Raising his eyes to Magneto, he spoke with unwavering urgency. How can we trust you, and what of the Doctor's current safety? Magneto's voice fell into a grave tone, each word imbued with a chilling intensity. You have no idea what Stryker intends. Once the brainwave amplifier is connected to Charles, he can instantaneously link the consciousness of everyone on Earth. If Charles is compelled to focus his awareness on the mutant population, we shall all be annihilated in an instant. Wait. Storm abruptly turned, her eyes wide with astonishment. How could Stryker possibly know of the amplifier's existence? Where did he acquire it? Because I informed him. Magneto's response rendered the cabin silent, observing the shock on their faces before he continued slowly. Do not forget, the brainwave amplifier was constructed by Charles and me years ago. Stryker possesses sufficient persuasive power. Even against a formidable mind like Charles, he can find a chink in the armor. Who exactly is this Stryker? Jean Grey clenched her fists, her voice tinged with urgency. A scientist who has devoted his life to addressing the mutant issue. Magneto's gaze shifted to the corner where Wolverine stood, his tone more complex. Would you like to learn more? You might as well ask him. You do not remember, do you? He paused, revealing even more startling information. To my knowledge, Stryker is the only one capable of manipulating adamantium, the very metal in your bones, crafted by his hands. Wolverine's body stiffened, his knuckles whitening from the force of his grip. Observing his reaction, Magneto continued. However, the professor anticipated this. He believed you were clever enough to uncover the truth on your own. He has more faith in your abilities than I do. Sue stepped forward, the red emblem on his dark blue uniform stark against the cabin lights. He met Magneto's gaze directly, his tone unyielding. You have never been one to yield easily. Why propose cooperation now? Magneto gently stroked his cuff, unflinching under Sue's scrutiny, and replied candidly. Raven has acquired plans for Stryker's base, where he has operated for decades. We have confirmed that he is constructing a second brainwave amplifier. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the cabin's occupants, his voice taking on a more serious note. But with just the schematics, we only know the general area. We cannot pinpoint its exact location. His eyes returned to Sue, infused with certainty. I suspect that someone among you knows where it is hidden. Jean Grey stepped forward, her tone resolute. Their base is located at Alkali Lake. Stryker has concealed it beneath the lakebed, using the water and rock layers as camouflage. She glanced at Storm at the controls, adding, "Our flight path has already been adjusted. We are currently heading toward Alkali Lake." Upon hearing this, Magneto's eyes glimmered with understanding, followed by a low chuckle. "It appears I have arrived just in time, saving us the trouble of locating it." He moved to the window, gazing below with an icy resolve. Does Stryker believe that hiding underground ensures his safety? Today, let him witness how utterly vulnerable his subterranean fortress is before me. Chapter 32. Dialogue. After a thorough discussion among the group, the atmosphere within the cabin finally began to ease. Little Mischief tugged at Iceman, drawing him to the corner where the battle suits were stacked. She lightly brushed her fingers over the fabric, her eyes brimming with envy. "When will we have our own battle suits? Especially that one belonging to S.H.I.E.L.D. It's absolutely stunning." "It's already been arranged. In a few years, they'll arrive." Wolverine leaned against the cabin wall, a cigar dangling unlit from his lips, his tone laced with a casual indifference that instantly dampened Little Mischief's anticipation. At that moment, a jovial laugh from Magneto echoed from behind. Little Mischief turned to see him gazing at her, a rare gentleness gracing his features. "We adore your new hair color." Her eyes sparkled. Instinctively, she removed her gloves, eager to approach, but Iceman subtly grasped her wrist from behind, signaling her to maintain her distance. "All right, let us go." Human Torch toyed with a lighter in his hand. As he passed by Magneto, curiosity got the better of him. "They all say you're the bad guy." "Oh, what precisely do they say about me?" Magneto raised an eyebrow in inquiry. "That your helmet is really ugly." Human Torch muttered after a moment's hesitation. Magneto's fingers caressed the edge of his helmet, his tone unexpectedly serious. "This so-called ugly helmet is the only thing that protects me from true villains." As the words left his lips, a magnetic force surged from his palm, and the lighter in Human Torch's grasp was effortlessly drawn into his hand. Holding the silver lighter delicately between his fingers, Magneto's gaze fixed on Human Torch, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable weight. "What is your name?" "John," Human Torch instinctively replied, his fingertips inching closer to the lighter. "What is your true name, John?" Magneto pressed further, his eyes seemingly piercing through John's bold exterior to reach the depths of his desires. Suddenly, Human Torch raised his hand, orange-red flames igniting in his palm, absorbing the lingering warmth of the lighter. His voice held a hint of defiance. "Human Torch." "Human Torch," Magneto echoed softly, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Your powers are formidable, Human Torch. I can only manipulate fire. I cannot create it." Human Torch clenched the flames in his palm, a trace of reluctance evident in his tone. "Mortals are but ants. You are indeed a god." Magneto's voice dropped lower, like a precise thunderclap, resonating in Human Torch's ears. "Do not heed the nonsensical chatter of others." With that, he released his grip, allowing the lighter to gently rest in Human Torch's palm, a faint blue magnetic glow flickering at his fingertips. Within the cabin, a subtle dialogue unfolded. S.H.I.E.L.D. keenly sensed Magneto's psychological maneuvering towards Human Torch, slightly tilting his head to gaze beyond the crowd, landing on Jean Grey. It was a nearly imperceptible exchange of glances. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s gaze, calm yet piercing, offered a slight nod that conveyed a message of awareness and vigilance. Jean's response was a gentle nod, her gaze steady, like a deep pool of water, silently affirming her understanding and readiness to follow. Almost simultaneously, both took action. S.H.I.E.L.D. discreetly adjusted his position, skillfully placing himself as an invisible barrier between Human Torch and Magneto. Jean quietly expanded her mental prowess, enveloping the fireman's spirit like a soft net, shielding him from the seductions of the outside world. The entire process was silent, yet executed with seamless precision. Chapter 33. The plan. The aircraft descended amidst the woods not far from the dam, with the holographic topographic map inside distinctly outlining the internal structure of the dam. Storm Woman pointed at the map, explaining, "This is the spillway. Do you see the change in terrain density? Those are the entrances." She focused on the thickness of the ice layer and the flow of water, cautioning, "If we proceed, Stryker may very well release water to flood the spillway." Turning to Nightcrawler, she inquired, "Can you manage to enter?" Nightcrawler shook his head. "No, I need to see the destination to teleport. Otherwise, I might get stuck in the wall." "I'll go," Wolverine declared decisively. "I have a feeling he wants me alive." "Stop arguing. I'll go," said S.H.I.E.L.D., stepping forward. "I can withstand the flood and break through the passage." "Absolutely not." Jean Grey immediately countered. "If you damage the door, the spillway mechanism will activate, and the flood will rush in, putting the children and the professor in danger." Magneto concurred, "For the safety of the professor and the children, the best option is to close the spillway mechanism and then open the passage." I do not wish to witness any unfortunate incidents. Magneto turned to look at Raven, who smiled back at him. Subsequently, they swiftly divided their tasks. 1. Shapeshifter Raven's core task objective. Infiltrate the control room, deactivate the spillway mechanism, and open the passage with minimal destruction. Division of labor. Magneto would expertly manipulate the metal to close the gate. S.H.I.E.L.D would utilize his super strength to create a safe passage without triggering alarms. 2. Wolverine, the decoy and main force objective. Enter through the front entrance to draw Stryker's attention. Advantage. With a robust healing ability and a unique allure to Stryker, he is the optimal choice for a decoy. Jean Grey and Nightcrawler. Rapid rescue. Once the passage is opened, they will promptly rescue the professor and the children. Jean will use her telepathy to locate the hostages and shield against mental interference. Nightcrawler will teleport precisely under Jean's guidance, facilitating their evacuation in groups. Storm and Iceman. External cover objective. Ensure the safety of the evacuation route. Division of labor. Storm will create weather disturbances on the perimeter to cover the infiltration, while Iceman will generate ice layers at critical positions to prevent accidental leaks. With the action plan established, the group hastened their preparations to depart. S.H.I.E.L.D and Magneto exchanged a knowing glance and nodded in agreement, disappearing into the night. Wolverine, cigar in mouth, strode confidently towards the front entrance. Thus commenced a time-sensitive rescue operation. Inside Stryker's base, alarms blared abruptly. The monitoring personnel reported, "Commander, someone has infiltrated through the spillway." Stryker quickly approached the monitor, where Wolverine could be seen striding confidently, shouting his name. "Stryker, guess who's here?" "Wait." Stryker halted the operator who was about to release the water, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "He's come looking for me." As the last words faded, a hidden door at the end of the corridor swung open, and a throng of fully armed soldiers surged forth. Wolverine raised his hands, only to find specialized handcuffs clamped coldly around his wrists. The massive door opened, and the soldiers escorted Wolverine inside, their weapons aimed menacingly at him. Strick cast a brief, icy glance in his direction before issuing a chilling command. "No one knows my creations better than I do. Seal the door, ensure he does not escape, and eliminate him immediately." Chapter 34. The Infiltration Fire. With that command, the soldiers raised their weapons in unison. In that moment, the restrained Wolverine suddenly contorted his body, breaking free from the handcuffs in an instant. With a sweeping motion, he knocked down the soldiers nearby. He flipped and landed below, cleverly using the fallen soldiers as cover to evade the torrent of gunfire. Just as the door was about to close, he executed a deft slide, darting through like an arrow released from a bow. Strick's expression shifted dramatically as he raced towards the control room. However, upon reaching the entrance, he discovered an unsettling sight. His own likeness was mocking him from within, having already subdued all the guards and secured the hatch. Through the observation window on the door, Strick's face turned slowly, revealing a cold smirk. It was none other than the shapeshifter, Raven. Realizing he had been outmaneuvered, Strick furiously confronted his subordinates at the control room door, demanding, "Can the flood release mechanism be activated remotely?" His aide paled as he replied, "All control permissions are consolidated in this room, which is why the door is so fortified. Then find some explosives and blow the door open." Strick bellowed. At that moment, Raven's voice echoed through the control room, mimicking Strick's tone, as her announcement reverberated throughout the entire base. "Attention, all gates are now in manual mode. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from approaching." As she spoke, she confidently operated the controls in Strick's guise, completely seizing command of the base. Outside, Strick and his men had already positioned explosives. With a decisive command, the explosive blast engulfed the heavy alloy door in flames. "I'm already inside." Raven's voice came through the communicator, crisp and assured. Wolverine couldn't help but exclaim, "She's truly impressive." Magneto added, "Remarkably so." Meanwhile, inside the control room, Raven had successfully commandeered the entire base's systems. "The gates have switched to manual mode," she reported calmly, "and I have control of the main power and surveillance." "Strick is locked out." Swain nodded, gravely asking, "Have the professor and the children been located?" The operational plan quickly took shape. Sway and Wolverine would mount a frontal assault to rescue the professor and the children. Magneto would remotely manipulate metal to clear obstacles and support them. Nightcrawler would be ready to teleport on Jean's signal, and Raven would hold the control room steadfast, ensuring Strick could not reclaim authority. "Let us commence the operation." With Sway's command, the group surged forward like arrows released from their bows, racing towards their objective. Outside the door, Stryker had already begun his frantic attempts to breach the entrance. A true contest was only just commencing. "The door is open. You may enter." Riven's voice echoed through the communicator. The group traversed through the gate of the flood discharge passage, arriving at the final barrier leading to the central control room. Watch me. S.H.I.E.L.D stepped forward, his eyes emanating a searing red laser that meticulously carved a perfect circle into the thick alloy door. Impressive, Magneto nodded in approval, then raised his hand, using magnetic forces to gently lift the cut metal disc, moving it aside with stability. The passage was now revealed. Riven, we have entered. S.H.I.E.L.D announced as he stepped into the control room, nodding at Riven. Right on time, Riven replied, swiftly handing him a data chip. This grants main control access. I have locked Stryker outside. Chapter 35. Rescue. The power hub of the dam is located within this room, Riven explained as she operated the main console, causing a three-dimensional image to materialize, revealing the brainwave amplifier's location. Can it be remotely shut down from here? S.H.I.E.L.D inquired. No, Riven shook her head. It must be operated on-site. We must hurry. Time is of the essence. Magneto took decisive action. S.H.I.E.L.D quickly assigned tasks. Storm, Jean, Kurt, you go rescue the children. Magneto and I will save the professor. At that moment, Wolverine spotted Stryker on the monitor and whispered a name, Stryker. Before he could finish, Stryker had vanished. S.H.I.E.L.D turned to see only the communicator left by the door. He has gone, Jean Grey stated solemnly. S.H.I.E.L.D's expression hardened. I will pursue him. Magneto, you go save the professor. We will rendezvous at the target point. With those words, he exchanged a glance with Magneto and vanished like a gust of wind down the corridor. Meanwhile, Stryker had reached the brainwave amplifier control room, where his ace, a backup brainwave amplifier, was on the verge of activation. In the midst of an illusion, Professor X awaited rescue. Stryker leaned close to Jason and whispered, Jason, it's time to act. Gather our friends, the mutants scattered across the globe. Make me proud. In the illusion, Dr. Charles had officially activated the brainwave amplifier. You go stop the amplifier. I will contact Logan. Jean's eyes flashed with a golden light as her psychic powers surged forth. Storm, Kurt. The locations of the children have been locked in. Act immediately. On the monitor, Stryker stood behind Jason, hands resting on his shoulders, eyes filled with madness. Let us begin. Let this world see who truly reigns supreme. With that, he turned and followed Deathstrike away. As Magneto and S.H.I.E.L.D approached the brainwave amplifier control room, a searing laser suddenly shot from behind them, scorching the ground with a blackened mark. They swiftly turned to see Scott standing at the end of the corridor, his eyes fixed by mechanical devices, lasers continuously spilling forth from them, clearly under Stryker's control. He has been compromised. We must act quickly. As S.H.I.E.L.D's words faded, his figure darted forth like a bolt of lightning, instantly positioning himself before Scott, without allowing the latter a moment to react. S.H.I.E.L.D unleashed a powerful punch that struck Scott's chest, forcefully slamming him against the wall. Yet, under the influence of the controlling agent, Scott felt no pain. He swiftly adjusted his aim, unleashing two beams of laser straight towards S.H.I.E.L.D's face. S.H.I.E.L.D's pupils constricted, and in an instant, his eyes emitted a crimson thermal gaze, colliding precisely with the lasers. The two forces erupted in the corridor, sending shockwaves that scattered metallic debris and left deep fissures in the walls, ravaged by the explosive energies. In the corridor, S.H.I.E.L.D struggled to restrain the out-of-control Scott. He had to temper his strength, ensuring he neither harmed his companion nor fell victim to the indiscriminate laser fire. Scott, akin to a pain-immune automaton, recalibrated his aim the moment his attack was deflected, the laser beam narrowly grazing S.H.I.E.L.D's shoulder and scorching a deep groove into the wall. Simultaneously, a series of muffled groans of agony emanated from the direction of the brainwave control room. Magneto and Mystique had just reached the door, only to witness the surrounding mutants collapse, clutching their heads. Even Mystique, gripping the doorframe, gritted her teeth and urged, Hurry, Eric. There is no time. Magneto, donned with a helmet shielding him from mental interference, remained unaffected. With a powerful surge from his arms, a tide of pale blue magnetism surged toward the door, which was wrenched open with a thunderous crash. As the door swung wide, the brainwave amplifier's controller, responding to its safety protocols, automatically ceased its function, and the agonizing pain in the corridor vanished in an instant. As S.H.I.E.L.D prepared to check on Scott's condition, he discovered that Scott had curled up on the floor in agony, while he himself felt no discomfort at all. Unbeknownst to him, the recent space modification had evolved his body to a new level, with his skin subconsciously emanating solar radiation that discreetly negated all mental disturbances. The amplifier has stopped. Mystique's voice resounded from the control room, but Stryker is still escaping. S.H.I.E.L.D helped Scott to his feet and turned to Magneto, declaring, I will pursue Stryker. This area is in your capable hands. Chapter 36. The twist. No sooner had S.H.I.E.L.D's words left his lips than he vanished without a trace. Magneto wasted no time, stepping into the amplification chamber. With a mere gesture, the entire metallic apparatus seemed to be manipulated by an unseen force, its gears reversing and circuits reconfiguring, emitting a deep, resonant hum. Mystique followed closely behind, transforming into Stryker's likeness in the blink of an eye, her voice and demeanor mimicking him with uncanny precision. She leaned toward Jason and whispered, "The plan has changed. Eliminate all humans," before turning to follow Magneto from the chamber. It became evident that Magneto's true objective was to harness Charles's abilities, amplifying them through this device to a degree capable of enveloping the entire globe. As his words lingered, the heavy metallic door began to close under Magneto's control, sealing off everything within. The amplifier restarted, blue light radiating outward from its core like an invisible ripple, penetrating walls, traversing cities, and reaching every corner of the world. This time, its target was all of humanity. In a frigid laboratory elsewhere, Wolverine gazed at the device that had once altered his fate, memories of the excruciating implantation of adamantium flashing through his mind. At that moment, Stryker appeared, accompanied by the deadly woman. He spoke coldly to Wolverine, as if introducing a flawless masterpiece. Once liquefied, adamantium must be maintained at a specific temperature, otherwise, it will transform into an indestructible metal. I once believed you to be unique, but it appears that is not the case. As his words faded, Stryker turned and departed, leaving Deathstrike and Wolverine to face each other. The battle erupted instantaneously. Wolverine quickly realized that Deathstrike not only possessed the same adamantium infusion, but also boasted a regenerative ability comparable to his own. With astonishing agility, she momentarily subdued Wolverine. After being slammed to the ground, his vision blurred. At that moment, he caught sight of the adamantium syringe on the platform. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to crawl over and forcefully plunged the needle into Deathstrike, who was pressing down on his back. The cold metal surged into her. Deathstrike's movements halted abruptly, as if countless metallic serpents writhed beneath her skin, ultimately erupting from every crevice of her face and throat, solidifying her entirely. With a resounding crash of metal, she transformed into a statue of adamantium, collapsing heavily. Wolverine, dragging his gradually healing body, slowly made his way toward the exit. He caught up with Stryker, who was preparing to flee by plane, and drove his claws into Stryker's body. Just then, the dam's alarm blared. Stryker, with a chilling demeanor, said, "The dam has cracked. In a few minutes, this place will be engulfed by floodwaters. Follow me, and I shall reveal everything." Wolverine, with fury, drove his claws deeper into Stryker, shouting, You are the architect of this calamity." At that moment, S.H.I.E.L.D. arrived, only to find a barely conscious Stryker bound to the aircraft's landing gear. Ignoring Stryker's threats, Wolverine wrapped chains around him, firmly securing him to the helicopter's wheel, declaring, "Did you not call me a beast? Then let your plan sink with you." S.H.I.E.L.D. decisively stated, "No time for hesitation. I will rescue them first." Wolverine nodded and turned, rushing alongside S.H.I.E.L.D. toward the depths of the dam to save their trapped comrades. S.H.I.E.L.D. teleported to the entrance of the amplification chamber, where he saw Jean, Scott, Storm, Nightcrawler, and a group of rescued children anxiously waiting. "What happened? Wasn't Magneto inside just moments ago?" S.H.I.E.L.D. inquired. Magneto reversed the device. "The professor is trapped in an illusion, and he intends to utilize the professor's abilities to exterminate all of humanity," Jean Grey explained. As S.H.I.E.L.D. prepared to force the door open, Jean stopped him, saying no. The neural amplifier is directly linked to the professor's brain. Forcing it will kill him. Time slipped away, marked by the blaring alarms. Chapter 37, Escape. S.H.I.E.L.D. made a swift decision. Since the device could not be damaged, he would forcibly open the door. He thrust his hands into the crack of the door, his muscles bulging, and with a low growl, he pried the heavy metal door open with sheer strength. Inside, the device halted instantly, and Professor Charles was before them. However, apart from S.H.I.E.L.D., everyone else was ensnared in the illusion created by Jason. Seeing only an innocent little girl. "How do we break this?" S.H.I.E.L.D. asked. The ability bearer fell unconscious or perished. As soon as the words escaped Jean's lips, S.H.I.E.L.D. had already teleported behind Jason, gripping his throat. As Jason gradually succumbed to unconsciousness, the illusion shattered like fragile glass. As everyone regained their senses, they were met with the increasingly menacing roar of approaching floodwaters. The deluge surged forth, threatening to topple the entire structure. A massive stone broke free from the ceiling, hurtling towards Jean and Professor Charles, who were attempting to stabilize the situation. In a moment of dire urgency, S.H.I.E.L.D. instantaneously appeared before the falling boulder, delivering a powerful punch that sent it flying, bellowing, "Run. This place is about to collapse." He scooped up Charles in his arms and dashed towards the exit. With Jean closely trailing behind, her indomitable spirit shielding them from the relentless cascade of falling debris. Ahead, Nightcrawler and Storm were struggling to evacuate the children. In the central hall, as everyone prepared to flee towards an exit, Wolverine suddenly appeared, his claw piercing the control panel, causing the doors to slam shut. The group stared at him in astonishment. Wolverine retracted his claws and calmly stated, "You wouldn't want to go that way." No sooner had he spoken than a torrent of water surged through the gap where the doors had closed. "Follow me. There is another exit." He beckoned, leading them swiftly down an alternate corridor. "I'll clear the way," S.H.I.E.L.D declared, carrying the professor as he charged ahead, his heat vision sweeping the path to obliterate any obstacles in their way. "I'll hold the rear," Jean proclaimed, raising her psychic shield to protect everyone from the ever-falling debris. Ahead loomed a heavy gate obstructing their escape. With a thunderous crash, S.H.I.E.L.D delivered a powerful kick that sent the iron door flying. Just as they burst through, Wolverine noticed that the previous helicopter had vanished without a trace. In the midst of their confusion, a mischievous figure appeared, clumsily piloting a fighter jet that landed rather awkwardly. Despite the less-than-graceful landing, they quickly boarded the aircraft. At that moment, Wolverine halted in his tracks. Following his gaze, S.H.I.E.L.D saw Stryker firmly shackled to the wall by iron chains, watching them with a cold, disdainful expression. "What are you waiting for?" S.H.I.E.L.D inquired. Wolverine did not respond. Instead, he slowly approached Stryker, a complex array of emotions flickering in his eyes. Stryker smirked derisively. "Who knows the answer? Those people? Or perhaps the creature beside you?" Wolverine tore off the name tag inscribed with Wolverine that he had been wearing around his neck, throwing it at Stryker's feet, declaring, "I'll try my luck with him." Stryker continued to shout, "One day, I will complete the mission I was unable to finish." One day. As S.H.I.E.L.D and Wolverine boarded the plane, S.H.I.E.L.D asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine now," Wolverine replied, leaning against the cabin wall as he slowly sheathed his claws. Professor Charles turned to S.H.I.E.L.D, his tone grave. "S.H.I.E.L.D, we must head to Washington immediately. I suspect this situation transcends the localized crisis at Alkali Lake." No sooner had he finished speaking than a cacophony of commotion erupted from the cockpit. Storm and Scott anxiously maneuvered the system, with Scott turning back to shout, "The thrusters are offline. It will take some time to repair." "Then hurry." S.H.I.E.L.D approached the cockpit door, his gaze sweeping over the flashing warning lights on the dashboard before settling on the cracked dam. "We don't have much time." Inside the cabin, the children huddled closely together, while Jean Grey stood vigilantly beside the professor, ever watchful of his condition. Everyone understood that this crisis was far from over, and Washington might be concealing an even greater tempest. Chapter 38. Conversation. "Where is John?" The little rascal suddenly turned, panic evident in her voice. "John, is it Firestar?" S.H.I.E.L.D pressed. Jean Grey's expression darkened. "He went with Magneto." S.H.I.E.L.D.'s heart sank. Indeed, Firestar had chosen Magneto's side. At that moment, he noticed water gushing out from the direction of the dam and shouted, "Faster! The dam is about to collapse." Jean Grey's eyes suddenly glowed with golden light, her face paling in an instant. There's no time left. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, a tremendous roar echoed as the dam crumbled completely. Torrents of water bursting through the faltering structure and rushing toward the plane. Jean Grey's expression hardened, determination flashing in her gaze as she prepared to leap into the water to hold it back, but S.H.I.E.L.D swiftly restrained her. "It's all right, I am here." His tone was resolute, and without waiting for Jean Grey's response, he turned and leaped from the plane. Meanwhile, in the cockpit, Storm and Scott were still frantically repairing the thrusters, entirely unaware that S.H.I.E.L.D had dashed out alone. The flood surged ever closer. Standing his ground, S.H.I.E.L.D began to radiate a soft glow, inhaling deeply as he spread his arms wide beneath the aircraft. With a low shout, the plane lifted off the ground. As the deluge rushed forward, the occupants of the cabin closed their eyes in despair, expecting the impending impact. However, the anticipated collision never came. Instead, they felt the aircraft lighten and begin to ascend slowly into the sky. The crew opened their eyes in astonishment, with Jean Grey quickly realizing the truth. She gazed at the figure submerged in water outside the cabin and spoke, her voice trembling. "It's S.H.I.E.L.D. He lifting the plane into the air." In the cockpit, Scott tightened his grip on the controls, urgency in his voice. "The thrusters are fixed. Quickly, we can't let him hold on alone." The engines roared back to life, and the plane began to move forward. S.H.I.E.L.D felt the pull from the aircraft and gradually released his grip, soaring back into the cabin. As he landed, he was met with the awestruck gazes of his companions, and he smiled at them. "Stop dawdling. Let us head to Washington." Jean Grey's alteration of fate not only spared her from the tragic cycle of death and resurrection, but also toppled the pivotal dominoes, indirectly safeguarding Professor Charles from the destructive fate wrought by the Dark Phoenix Force. This significant shift in the narrative would lay the groundwork for a new destiny, starkly divergent from the original tale. Before the live cameras of the presidential office in Washington, the president was solemnly recounting the global assault events when the screen suddenly flickered. The signal cutting out. The lights in the room blinked twice, and everyone froze in place, rendered immobile. Outside the window, dark clouds gathered abruptly, and the fierce wind swirled with thunder and lightning, causing the windows to vibrate with a low hum of impending storm. "Good morning, Mr. President. Please do not panic. We mean no harm." The gentle yet resolute voice of Charles resonated through the hall. The president turned abruptly, only to find that the once sparsely populated hall, occupied solely by interviewers, was now filled with figures, members of the X-Men. Jean Grey was enveloped in a soft golden aura, while Storm's hair danced lightly with the gust from outside. Nightcrawler greeted the president with a friendly smile. But the most striking presence was that of the imposing figure of Stryker, his muscles taut, every contour emanating an overwhelming sense of power. The prominent S emblazoned across his chest glimmered a deeper crimson under the flashes of lightning, and his piercing gaze bore down on the president with an intensity that rendered the atmosphere almost suffocating. "Who are you?" the president inquired, rising from his seat. "We are mutants. My name is Charles Xavier." "Please, have a seat," Charles urged gently, stepping forward. "I would prefer to stand," the president replied. "A little impudent, aren't we?" Charles remarked, picking up a file and placing it upon the table. "These documents originate from William Stryker's private office." With that, Charles fell silent. The president began to peruse the pages. After a moment, he asked, "How did you acquire these?" Charles replied with a smile, "I happen to know a little girl who can walk through walls." The president gradually sat back down, saying, "I have never seen these documents before." "I am aware," Charles responded. The president continued, "Then you should also understand that I do not respond well to threats." "Mr. President," Charles stated, "this is not a threat. It is an opportunity. There exist certain forces in this world, whether human, mutant, or superhuman, that believe war is imminent. You can discern this from those documents. Some individuals have already begun to incite conflict, leading to casualties on both sides. You were correct in your recent broadcast. This is indeed a critical moment. We face a choice: to repeat the mistakes of the past or to unite in the creation of a brighter future. We shall endure, Mr. President, and the next steps are yours to decide." Stryker added, "We will be watching you." Following this, the atmosphere around the president returned to normal. Others assumed he was merely daydreaming, yet he comprehended the reality of what had just transpired through the documents before him. Chapter 39. The heroic initiative. Charles sat at the head of the table, his fingertips still tingling with the residual sensation of perceiving hearts. His gaze swept over Jean Grey and Cyclops, their fingers intertwined, a testament to their romantic bond, yet tinged with an undercurrent of concern for the future. Wolverine leaned against the fireplace, his metallic claws occasionally scraping against the stone, a sound that echoed his growing impatience with the unfolding situation. Stryker stood at the center of the assembly, his voice shattering the silence of the room. "Doctor, we can no longer continue in this manner." His eyes scanned each face. Recalling the genesis of the Sentinels, machines born from the chaos wrought by too many mutants, compelling the government to retaliate. "I refer to this as the heroic initiative." Su-Yi's tone resonated with conviction. The first step was to negotiate collaboration with the government to secure the rights that mutants rightfully deserved. The second step involved proactively engaging the media, showcasing our capabilities in saving lives and accomplishing tasks, thereby transforming public perception. He paused momentarily, his gaze drifting toward the window as if to pierce through the walls. "Regardless of the challenges, we must endeavor to persuade Magneto, at least to temporarily halt his opposition. Otherwise, we shall forever remain a divided anomaly." Charles slowly raised his hand, his fingertips gently pressing against his temple, clearly attuned to the steadfastness and potential within Su-Yi's words. The flickering firelight from the hearth danced across his face, reflecting a hint of a resolute determination that was finally beginning to shift. Su-Yi stepped forward, his eyes ablaze with intensity as he addressed Charles in the main seat, each word laden with urgency. "Doctor, you must convince Magneto that his followers' destructive actions will only push mutants into an even more perilous predicament." He turned to Jean Grey beside him, his tone imbued with trust, asserting that she was the optimal choice for negotiations, as her abilities could stabilize the situation while demonstrating our sincerity to the government. "We must establish a League of Justice." Su-Yi's voice echoed throughout the hall, materializing the vision into concrete actions. Internally, assisting the government in resolving their insurmountable crises and disciplining those mutants who wield their powers for malevolence. Externally, stepping forth in the face of calamity, allowing humanity to see us not as a threat, but as guardians. Charles's wheelchair turned gently, his fingertips tapping out a rhythm of contemplation on the armrest. After a moment, he lifted his gaze, his eyes reflecting a yearning for peace. This plan is feasible. He looked at S.H.I.E.L.D with solemnity, stating, "You shall lead this team," demonstrating through action that mutants can create value for humanity, and that we could coexist peacefully. Jean Grey exchanged a glance with Cyclops, the former's eyes igniting with the fire of responsibility. Wolverine straightened, the soft sound of his retracted metal claws a tacit acknowledgement of this decision. For the first time, the entire Xavier School coalesced around a clear direction in the pursuit of peace. In the aftermath of the crisis, a tranquil resolve permeated Xavier School. S.H.I.E.L.D stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, observing the young mutants training outside, his plans becoming increasingly lucid, to alter the treatment of mutants. The most direct approach was to create heroes, leveraging the idol effect to sway public opinion. He recalled the fervent fanatics from his previous life, acutely aware that humanity's innate admiration for strength had never waned. The negative labels affixed to mutants were merely the result of deliberate manipulation. Their noble acts of heroism had been drowned out by the narrative of alien threat, particularly in a future where the likes of Captain America, Iron Man, and Spider-Man would emerge within the Marvel Universe. He understood the potency of exposure. Even amidst a catastrophe as devastating as the Ultron crisis, mainstream media could downplay the destruction, maintaining the hero's halo through persistent positive publicity and garnering a multitude of supporters. Chapter 40. Establishing the Mutant Justice League. The root of the mutants' plight lies in chaos and disorder. S.H.I.E.L.D turned to Charles and the others who had gathered around, his tone imbued with a prescient understanding of the future. In a few years, the government would regard us as a primary target for resolution, primarily because ordinary citizens are ill-equipped to combat mutant-related crime, and there is a lack of specialized teams to address these issues. The growing dissatisfaction among the populace and the government's anxiety will only deepen over time. He lightly tapped his fingers on the table, outlining the essence of the plan. Our objective is to fill this void. We must form a team not only to manage crises that the government cannot handle, but also to proactively address mutant crime. Each action must be visible to the media, allowing ordinary people to see that mutants are safeguarding them. This approach will not only establish a heroic image, but also gradually diminish the fears harbored in their hearts, thus garnering support. Ideally, there should be mutant representatives within Congress, as fostering a harmonious coexistence between mutants and ordinary humans is the ultimate goal. Charles observed the unwavering conviction in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s eyes and nodded slowly, his fingertips seemingly growing more resolute with this clear direction. This was no longer an ambiguous vision of peaceful coexistence, but rather a well-defined path to resolution. Justice League Mutant Division Formation Plan I, Core Division of Responsibilities 1. Government Liaison, led by Jean Grey and Dr. Hank, responsible for negotiating specific cooperation details, securing official support, and operational space for the mutant team. 2. Magneto Negotiations, headed by Dr. Charles, to communicate the internal positions within the mutant community, seeking potential collaboration or neutral consensus, thereby reducing internal discord. 3. Team Member Selection. S.H.I.E.L.D will oversee the selection of members for the Justice League Mutant Division, balancing physical appeal with combat proficiency, while maintaining the core structure of the X-Men. 2. Initial selected members and justifications. Wolverine. Logan. His imposing presence exudes reliability, having endured numerous battles. His adamantium skeleton provides superior defense, while his healing factor ensures sustained combat capability in high-risk scenarios, making him the backbone of the team. Iceman. Robert Lewis. His appearance aligns with the heroic image, possessing immense potential. His basic form allows for rapid area control, and his molecular freezing ability could even achieve planetary-level defense, offering both combat and rescue value. Colossus. Pyotr Rasputin. His towering and formidable physique is highly recognizable, and his metallic form can withstand various physical attacks and extreme temperatures, serving as a frontline barrier for the team. 3. Logistics and Team Structure Assurance. Logistical technical support, temporarily managed by Dr. Hank, utilizing his research capabilities to provide equipment development and information analysis support for the division. X-Men Retention Mechanism. S.H.I.E.L.D will not withdraw all members. The X-Men will continue to be directly commanded by Dr. Charles, with Storm and Cyclops jointly leading daily operations to ensure the core mutant force remains unified. 4. Future planning. S.H.I.E.L.D aims to establish a positive portrayal of mutant heroes as the central objective, and once the circumstances of the mutant community improve, gradually incorporate more capable and reputable, superpowered mutants. Simultaneously, he anticipates future interactions with the Avengers, which may bring forth greater possibilities for team development. After finalizing the plan, Dr. Charles summoned Wolverine, Iceman, and Colossus to gather their thoughts. The three were filled with excitement, particularly Iceman and Colossus, who had always hidden their identities in fear of exposure. Now, they could act openly and even relish the feeling of being idols. Wolverine, however, remained somewhat indifferent and cautioned, "Aren't Robert and Peter a bit too young? They lack practical experience." S.H.I.E.L.D. smiled and replied, "We are a brand new team with a different mission. You and I can mentor them, and they will quickly find their footing. Besides, they are not entirely inexperienced." Upon hearing this, Logan said no more. At that moment, Dr. Charles officially announced the command structure. S.H.I.E.L.D. would lead the team directly. In his absence, Logan would take command. Wolverine smirked and blew a smoke ring. Contemplating S.H.I.E.L.D.'s striking appearance, his features chiseled like diamonds and physique commendable, making him an excellent figurehead. Thus, the command structure of the team was established. Chapter 41. Costume design. With the team members and command structure solidified, S.H.I.E.L.D. promptly took the lead, discussing the design of their uniforms with Charles, Wolverine, and others. Upon hearing about the bespoke uniforms, Iceman and Colossus became instantly animated, exchanging a flurry of ideas, creating a vibrant atmosphere. S.H.I.E.L.D. interrupted their lively discussion, delineating the core principles for the costume design. First and foremost, they must be visually striking, as this is crucial for promoting a positive image of mutants. Secondly, they should avoid a singular black color to prevent the public from associating them with villainy. Ultimately, he decided to use his own battle suit as a foundational template, tailoring each design to the individual while consistently incorporating the prominent S emblem. When the others inquired about the meaning of the S, S.H.I.E.L.D. solemnly explained, "The S signifies light and hope." He pointed to the red S emblazoned on his suit, continuing, "This symbolizes not only the light and hope of mutants, but also of all humanity, distinguishing us fundamentally from the X-Men." His words resonated deeply with everyone present. As they gazed at the red emblem, feeling a surge of unwavering strength within, Dr. Charles nodded approvingly. "This is S.H.I.E.L.D.'s proposal. Let us proceed as he suggests." However, unnoticed by others, a hint of self-mockery flickered through his mind. Could it be that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s vision and capabilities truly hold the potential to usher in a brighter future for mutants, while he himself risks becoming obsolete in the face of progress? With the direction and spirit of the uniform design established, based on the colors of my battle suit, the next step was to tailor the details according to each individual S characteristics. Dr. Hank was swiftly jotting down some refinements nearby. Our principle was straightforward: practicality first, aesthetics second, ensuring alignment with each person's capabilities. The Justice League Mutant Division S superhero-style uniform design featured the classic red and blue color scheme of Superman, centered on a silhouette that exudes strength, integrating mutant abilities while retaining the visual recognition of hope and considering practical functionality for combat. 1. Wolverine, Logan, overall color scheme. The primary hue embraces Superman's iconic bright blue, complemented by red accents on the shoulders, chest edges, and boots, reviving the classic red and blue contrast while departing from Wolverine's traditionally dark aesthetic, thus embodying a more heroic essence. Core design. The enlarged red emblem on the chest is bordered with metallic silver, resonating with his adamantium skeleton. The suit is tailored in a fitted short style, featuring a broad red belt reminiscent of Superman's classic accessory, and discrete openings at the hands for the claws to extend without compromising the suit's integrity. Detail adaptation. Silver serrated patterns adorn the red cuffs, mimicking the lines of the claws. The boots are high-top red, equipped with silver toe caps for protection, maintaining the heft of Superman's footwear while ensuring readiness for close combat. 2. Iceman, Robert. Overall color scheme. The bright blue of Superman is transformed into a gradient of icy blue, gradually deepening from the neckline to the hem, with red elements softened to a dark crimson trim to avoid clashing with the chilly essence of his ice abilities while retaining a nod to Superman's color palette. Core design. The emblem on the chest is rendered in white, embellished with frost-like cracks that reflect crystalline light. A short red cape, reminiscent of Superman's, is crafted from semi-transparent ice silk with an irregular wavy hem, flowing like a chilling breeze in the wind, and is resilient to ultra-low temperatures, ensuring it withstands his powers. Detail adaptation. The gloves are red and fingerless, featuring white icy ridges at the fingertips to channel his ice abilities. The boots are short and icy blue, with red anti-slip patterns on the soles, allowing for stable movement on icy surfaces while echoing the overall color scheme. 3. Steel Titan, Peter. Overall color scheme. Adopting Superman's vibrant blue and bold red contrasts, the primary blue is rendered deeper, while the red elements, shoulders, belt, boots, are in a matte finish, emphasizing his strength and composed demeanor. Core design. The chest emblem features a raised red border, harmonizing with his muscular contours. The shoulders of the suit boast wide red pads, similar to Superman's shoulder lines, embedded with flexible metal plates that stretch seamlessly during his transformation into a metallic form, facilitating movement. The red belt at the waist is double-layered, with an outer layer adorned with a silver metal buckle, replicating the design of Superman's belt. Detail adaptation. The pants are fitted in bright blue, with red knee pads shaped to flow with Superman's sleek lines. The boots are high-top redwork boots, embellished with silver metal strips on the outer sides, enhancing their armored appearance to suit his heavy combat needs. The neckline features a classic V-shaped red-bordered collar, echoing Superman's design, reinforcing a cohesive visual for the team, allowing the squad to embody both Superman's hope and their unique mutant characteristics. Chapter 42, Confession Dr. Hank gazed at the uniform design plans in his hands and said to S.H.I.E.L.D, "The current design and details are based on your battle suit. I will proceed to adapt the materials according to the properties of different metals, which will take a few days. Coincidentally, I have a few newly developed protective technologies on hand that can be integrated to enhance practical performance." Upon hearing this, S.H.I.E.L.D smiled lightly, his tone casual. "We still have ample time. The collaboration negotiations with the government and Charles' discussions with Magneto all require their own processes. There's nothing urgent at the moment, so I plan to return home for a bit and reassure my family." Dr. Hank nodded, adjusting his glasses. "That sounds reasonable. You've invested considerable effort lately. A short respite at home will do you good. Once the preliminary version of the team uniforms is complete, I will adjust them according to each member's fit." Waving goodbye to Dr. Hank, S.H.I.E.L.D made a point to remind him, "If there are any developments with the government negotiations or any progress from Charles regarding Magneto, do contact me at once." No sooner had he spoken than he turned and stepped into the open air outside, launching himself upward with a gentle push, his blue suit drawing a neat arc in the sunlight. As he gazed down at the Xavier Institute, gradually shrinking beneath him, he reflected, "I have been so preoccupied with team formation and planning that I scarcely found time to assure my parents. They must be anxious, worrying about me. I should hurry back to ease their minds." Upon arriving home, S.H.I.E.L.D opened the door and, without waiting for his parents to react, swiftly embraced both of them. His voice infused with the comfort of reunion. "I'm back, Dad, Mom." His parents immediately surrounded him. His mother clasped his hand, peppering him with questions, while his father busily handed him fruits, filling the house with a long-missed warmth. Settling onto the couch, S.H.I.E.L.D gently accepted a cup of water, saying softly, "I'll be home for a while, but it won't be long before I am busy again." Observing the concern in his parents' eyes, he unconsciously traced the rim of the cup, hesitating on whether to conceal the truth. However, the thought of potentially appearing in his battle suit on television made it clear that he could not keep them in the dark forever. Finally, taking a deep breath, he looked up earnestly and said, "Mom, Dad, there is something I wish to confess. I am, in fact, a mutant." A brief silence enveloped the living room, the only sound being the ticking of the clock on the wall. S.H.I.E.L.D did not shy away. He met his parents' gaze and sincerely explained his abilities, revealing the hidden suit and informing them of his intention to join a new team, potentially emerging as a hero in the public eye. His mother paused in shock for a few seconds, then her eyes glistened with tears as she stepped forward to embrace him tightly. "Silly child. No matter whether you are a mutant or not, you will always be my child." His father, on the other hand, remained rather composed. He did not respond immediately, but silently finished a cigarette before looking at S.H.I.E.L.D seriously. "I only care about two things, whether what you are doing is right and whether you can protect yourself. Child, you must understand that with great power comes great responsibility. You have my and your mother's unwavering support in pursuing what you believe is right." With his parents' understanding and support, S.H.I.E.L.D finally felt a weight lifted from his heart. During dinner, the family atmosphere returned to normal. After the meal, his mother reminded him to be mindful of his image as a public figure, even starting to fret about his fans and endorsements. Chapter 43. The hero during his days at home. Aside from engaging in conversation with his parents and assisting with household chores, S.H.I.E.L.D often found himself immersed in the restaurant downstairs, perusing various news reports and magazines. The television in the dining area continuously broadcast tales of heroism, serving as his window to the outside world. He watched as the reports featured Spider-Man, the boy clad in a red and blue bodysuit, who had amassed a considerable fan base. Action figures of him adorned the toy store at the corner, and dedicated comics had even surfaced in bookstores. On his way home from school, he encountered children dressed in identical outfits, wielding toy web shooters and playfully chasing one another. What captured his attention even more was Iron Man. Just last month, the prototype armor had been developed, and he had triumphed over the Ironmonger in New York. The phrase "I am Iron Man," which he uttered before the cameras, continued to echo in the news. S.H.I.E.L.D. traced his fingers over Iron Man's picture in the newspaper, contemplating the timeline. At this pace, it wouldn't be long before Captain America was unearthed from the Arctic ice. Calculating this, the formation of the Avengers seemed imminent. He tightened his grip on his cup, his gaze filled with anticipation. Once his mutant team established a firm foothold, perhaps he would indeed cross paths with these heroes. S.H.I.E.L.D. had already devised a plan for his return home, intending to seize an opportunity to invite Peter, Spider-Man, to join his Justice League. After all, the young arachnid's abilities and reputation aligned perfectly with the ideals of light and hope that the team embodied. His presence would not only bolster their strength, but also bridge the gap between the mutant team and the general public. However, watching the children on the street mimic Spider-Man and flipping to the news report of him rescuing trapped residents in Queens, S.H.I.E.L.D. ultimately dismissed this notion. He understood that the time was not ripe. On one hand, Spider-Man had just established his presence in New York, and the local community needed his grounded protection. On the other hand, his mutant team had yet to make an official appearance. An unsolicited invitation might burden the young hero with unwanted allegiances. It would be better to wait. With a light chuckle at the photograph of Spider-Man in the newspaper, a new idea blossomed in his mind. Once his team was officially in action, he would inquire about the young hero's willingness to join. Such an invitation would then carry greater respect and significance. A chance encounter on a Saturday afternoon. S.H.I.E.L.D. accompanied his mother to a supermarket in Queens to shop for groceries. As they turned a corner, a piercing scream of shattering glass echoed ahead. Instinctively, he looked up to see an advertisement sign from the second floor of a clothing store suddenly loosen, plummeting towards a little girl below. Almost simultaneously, a flash of red and blue darted from the alleyway. Spider-Man swung into the air, expertly using his web to catch the edge of the sign with his left hand while cradling the terrified little girl with his right. As he reached the ground, he reassuringly gestured, "Don't worry, your ice cream is safe." Standing at the back of the crowd, S.H.I.E.L.D. observed Spider-Man skillfully comfort the child, secure the advertisement sign for the shop owner, and even crouch down to high-five the gathering children. The lively and approachable demeanor he exhibited was identical to that seen in the news. In that fleeting moment, he almost stepped forward to assist, yet ultimately stayed his ground. "It appears that he is indeed indispensable here," S.H.I.E.L.D. murmured softly to himself. At that moment, Spider-Man seemed to sense something and cast a glance in his direction. S.H.I.E.L.D. promptly sidestepped into the shade of a tree, watching as the hero smiled and waved before disappearing among the buildings on his web. It was not until his mother tugged at his arm, signaling that it was time to leave, that S.H.I.E.L.D. withdrew his gaze. His conviction growing stronger. The current Spider-Man embodies the vibrant spirit of Queens. When his own team is ready to stand in the sunlight, he shall return with sincerity to meet him, ensuring that this unspoken bond of heroism is not in vain. Chapter 44. Serendipity in the evening. S.H.I.E.L.D. was strolling by the river near his home when suddenly, a familiar metallic roar echoed through the sky. Looking up, he saw Iron Man clad in his iconic red armor, performing a test flight at low altitude. Just then, the armor seemed to malfunction, emitting white smoke as it plummeted toward the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, S.H.I.E.L.D. sprang into action, propelling himself to the landing spot and catching the armor midair, gently lowering Iron Man to the ground. "Thank you, big guy." The visor of the armor slowly lifted to reveal Tony Stark's signature smile. That was no ordinary strength, was it? In response to Tony's probing, S.H.I.E.L.D. merely offered a calm smile, just a bit of talent. Tony scrutinized him, his gaze lingering on the red S emblem on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s chest. With intrigue, he remarked, That's quite a remarkable symbol, possessing great promotional potential. If you ever seek a more thrilling occupation, consider Stark Industries." "I already have a team," S.H.I.E.L.D. replied. "We are striving to do the right thing." "Then let us each attend to our own affairs," Tony said, sealing his visor once more. "But next time, refrain from stealing my thunder during equipment testing." "Likewise," S.H.I.E.L.D. responded with a smile. As he watched Iron Man ascend once more, S.H.I.E.L.D. found himself deep in thought, aware that his team would soon make their official debut, and at that point, there might be greater intersections between them. After Iron Man's figure vanished beyond the horizon, S.H.I.E.L.D. also turned to leave. Little did he know, every detail of this encounter had been meticulously recorded by Tony Stark's intelligent assistant, Jarvis. Upon returning to his lab, Tony immediately accessed the data. "Jarvis, replay the spectral and kinematic data from the riverbank." "Certainly, sir." Upon contact, the target's cellular metabolic rate significantly increased, with bone endurance exceeding normal human limits, while surface temperature remained below the environmental average, which is inconsistent with typical human physiology. "Interesting," Tony mused as he observed the force analysis graph of S.H.I.E.L.D. catching the armor, contemplating deeply. It was not sheer brute strength. It appeared he had instantaneously adjusted his own carrying threshold. As the image zoomed in on the red S emblem on Su-Yi's chest, Tony's interest intensified. I feel like I've seen that symbol before. It seems familiar. Enhance the image and conduct a global trademark search. The search concluded, revealing no exact registered matches. However, within the past 48 hours, numerous instances of similar graffiti had surfaced online, predominantly concentrated in Queens. Queens? Tony raised an eyebrow. It seemed that the domain of the little spider was about to become lively. The emergence of the crimson symbol on the streets piqued Iron Man's interest. He promptly instructed J.A.R.V.I.S. to mobilize the city's surveillance systems to track all locations where this had appeared. Before long, a heat map was generated, revealing that the graffiti was most concentrated in Queens. J.A.R.V.I.S. also noted that these markings typically appeared near accident rescue sites, aligning perfectly with the timeline of events. It appeared our mysterious hero preferred to perform noble deeds discreetly before departing with an air of nonchalance. A thought that lingered in Tony's mind. Next, Tony began to analyze the eyewitness accounts. Some claimed he could lift cars with his bare hands. Others said he could fly, while a few mentioned his glowing eyes. Well, the information was nearly sufficient. Tony closed his laptop, having formulated a preliminary action plan. He instructed J.A.R.V.I.S. to send an anonymous hero assistance agreement to all community bulletin boards and websites where this had been noted, inviting this enigmatic figure to offer help when needed. If he truly wishes to do the right thing, he will undoubtedly respond, Tony declared confidently. Welcome to the League, S. He gazed out at the brilliantly illuminated city, a flicker of eager anticipation gracing his lips. As he spoke, he began compiling a profile for Su-Yi on the screen. Codename S. Threat level, temporarily friendly. Initial assessment of abilities, super strength, energy regulation. Suspicions, potential flight and eye-based laser emission. Remarks, a potential ally with leadership qualities, excellent logo design, and the potential to become a public icon. Suggested plans, J.A.R.V.I.S. should timely remind him to 1. Make public contact and offer technical collaboration. 2. Observe discreetly and gather more data. 3. Maintain distance to avoid introducing new variables. After a moment of contemplation, a playful smile crept across Tony's face. Option 2. With a hint of 1, he typed in his command, intending to utilize media and street cameras to uncover the identity behind this symbol. Simultaneously, he prepared a small token of friendly invitation to surprise him during their next encounter. What should the gift be? Naturally, suggestions for suit optimization. Tony winked. After all, I am an expert. Chapter 45. The invitation. Meanwhile, while Tony was still deliberating with J.A.R.V.I.S. about the next friendly overture to Su-Yi, the latter remained blissfully unaware of Iron Man's benevolent intentions. Had he known, he might have chuckled aloud. At that moment, he was soaring toward home, navigating through familiar neighborhoods. He quietly descended into his backyard, wishing to avoid startling the neighbors. Upon entering his home, he was immediately enveloped by a table of warm dishes prepared by his mother, who inquired with concern whether he had been off playing the hero again. During this time, aside from spending time with his parents, Su-Yi had kept himself busy. He would stealthily venture out in the evenings to lend his strength to those in need. Without fanfare or leaving a name, he would simply gesture to the reds on his chest when asked by those he had rescued, smiling as he said, "Just remember this. It signifies that someone cares." Gradually, the streets of New York began to witness the emergence of Red's graffiti. People remain oblivious to his true identity, perceiving this symbol merely as a beacon of hope. Children doodle it on their backpacks, vendors affix it to their stalls, and some even inscribe heartfelt messages of gratitude on the walls of buildings where rescues have occurred. Each time Su-Yi passes by and catches sight of these unintentional marks left behind, a knowing smile inevitably graces his lips. Upon returning home, Su-Yi opens his computer and delves into the myriad discussions surrounding the enigmatic S-Hero on various forums and websites. What captivates his attention even more is a hero assistance agreement, purportedly signed by Iron Man, which has surfaced across major community websites and bulletin boards. The content of the agreement is straightforward. It extends an invitation to the mysterious hero to offer assistance when needed, alongside a commitment to provide technical and logistical support. Intriguing. Su-Yi muses to himself with a smile. It seems he wishes to formally introduce himself. His trust in Dr. Hank Pym is, in fact, on par with that of Tony Stark. Both are celebrated as the brightest minds in the Marvel Universe, yet their areas of expertise vastly differ. Tony Stark embodies the essence of an exceptional applied physicist and engineer, particularly adept at transforming ideas into extravagant hardware, such as his Iron Man suit. In contrast, Hank Pym is a polymath scientist, dabbling in fields ranging from biology to quantum physics. Many pivotal inventions, including the Academy's jet and Charles's brainwave amplifier, have sprung from his intellect. Consequently, S.H.I.E.L.D. is inclined to entrust the core technologies of their team, like the materials and functionalities of their uniforms, to Dr. Pym. This, however, does not imply that S.H.I.E.L.D. would rebuff Stark's goodwill. Perhaps it would be prudent to contemplate collaboration with Stark Industries in certain aspects once their team makes its official debut. He refrains from hastily responding, opting instead to first contact Dr. Pym to confirm the progress of their uniforms. After ascertaining that the battle suits have been completed, S.H.I.E.L.D. vanishes from the spot. As S.H.I.E.L.D. steps into the laboratory at X Academy, Dr. Pym approaches with 3 silver equipment cases, his eyes sparkling with excitement behind his glasses. The designs and iterations of these past months have not been in vain. The battle suits are finished. Try your personalized version first. He opens the leftmost case, revealing a blue suit whose texture is even more refined than before, with the red S emblem now adorned with an additional layer of luminescence, an energy-reflective coating newly incorporated by Hank. As S.H.I.E.L.D. lifts the suit, he feels the subtle technological patterns woven into the fabric at his fingertips. This is Hank's optimization of a solar energy conduit tailored to his abilities, enhancing defense and stabilizing the absorption of solar energy. Doctor, have the other suits been customized to fit their abilities as well? Certainly, Hank replies with a smile, opening another case to reveal the temperature control patterns on Iceman's suit. Robert's suit can store the cold he emits, while Peter's has been enhanced with a malleable metal layer to prevent it from tearing during transformation. Wolverine's and yours have all been integrated with a memory alloy and nanomaterial, ensuring that even if the suits sustain damage during fierce battles, they will self-repair. Chapter 46. Good news. Furthermore, there is additional good news. Hank presented the tablet, which displayed the pivotal clauses of the government collaboration draft. Dr. Hank, clutching a copy of the agreement, could hardly conceal his excitement, adjusting his glasses with a swiftness that was uncharacteristic. The conditions offered by the government have exceeded our expectations. Not only will the advancement of the Mutant Protection Act hinge upon our subsequent performance, but they have also explicitly outlined 3 key points. Firstly, they will allocate a dedicated prison for housing mutants, thereby circumventing the complications that arise from ordinary facilities. Secondly, additional funding will be provided for Xavier's school, specifically earmarked for the education and training of mutants. Should we gain public acceptance, the funding is likely to increase. Thirdly, Jean has performed exceptionally in these negotiations and has been appointed as the official spokesperson for our team. Henceforth, she will be our exclusive liaison with the government. Advocating for our rights, we have effectively secured a formal identity as a specialized department. As S.H.I.E.L.D. took hold of the agreement, his gaze swept across the provisions regarding educational funding and Jean's role as spokesperson, instilling in him a profound sense of reassurance. This marked not merely a starting point for the team, but a significant stride towards a brighter future for mutants. Nearby, Iceman could no longer contain his exuberance. Will we finally have new equipment for training? No longer will we fear damaging the Academy's walls due to uncontrolled powers. Additionally, Charles has finally established contact with Magneto and requested your presence, though he did not elaborate on the specifics in the communication, merely indicating that Magneto had set forth certain conditions. After advising the group to promptly consult Hank should they encounter any issues with their attire, S.H.I.E.L.D. swiftly made his way to Charles' office. Upon entering, he found Charles seated in his wheelchair, his brow furrowed as he gazed out the window, his fingertips gently caressing the armrest, a habitual gesture indicative of his deep contemplation. Doctor, what did Magneto say? Has he agreed to our plan? S.H.I.E.L.D. inquired directly, cutting to the essence of the matter. Charles turned to face him, a hint of reluctance in his tone. He has expressed a willingness to cooperate, yet he has refrained from divulging the specifics, insisting on a personal discussion with you. He paused, a layer of concern clouding his gaze. I cannot shake the feeling of unease. He is well aware of your powers, and I fear he may be using the guise of collaboration to harbor ulterior motives, perhaps even attempting to sway you to his side. However, upon hearing this, S.H.I.E.L.D. smiled, stepping closer to Charles with resolute assurance. Doctor, you need not worry. I am confident in my ability to navigate this situation. Regardless of whether his intentions are genuine or otherwise, I must meet with him, for he represents an essential facet of the mutant faction we cannot afford to bypass. Charles, observing the steadfast determination in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s eyes, eventually nodded. I will ensure Hank prepares tracking devices. Should any unexpected developments arise, we will be able to provide immediate support. The meeting place has been set at the abandoned subway transfer station, an area relatively open and conducive to managing unforeseen circumstances. Within the derelict subway station, Only emergency lights emitted a cold, white glow, while the tracks were cloaked in a thick layer of dust. The wind whistled through the broken ventilation, carrying a metallic scent. As S.H.I.E.L.D. reached the center of the platform, he heard the faint sound of metal scraping behind him. Magneto floated in midair, his red cape billowing in the breeze, idly toying with a metal nail he had drawn from the tracks. Below him stood Riven and Firestorm. "At last, you deigned to meet me, Superman." Magneto's voice carried a hint of amusement, his gaze scanning the emblem on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s chest like a scanner. "Charles has spoken highly of you, claiming you can lead mutants down a path devoid of bloodshed." S.H.I.E.L.D. remained still, meeting his eyes directly. "Rather than avoiding bloodshed, it would be more accurate to say we seek to avoid losing our way. What we desire are rights, not war." "Rights?" Magneto chuckled lightly, flicking his fingertip, causing a metal nail to embed itself into a nearby pillar with a sharp clang. "The rights granted to you by the human government are exchanged for your obedience. Are they not? Much like their promised protection laws and school funding. Mere handouts, shackles." Chapter 47. The battle. He slowly descended before S.H.I.E.L.D., his tone suddenly heavy. "I can refrain from interfering with your cooperation with the government, but I have two conditions. First, release the 3 mutants imprisoned without substantial crimes, merely confined due to their abilities. Second, you must guarantee that should the government tear up the agreement, you will stand with the mutants, rather than aiding humans in maintaining order." S.H.I.E.L.D. frowned. "Releasing the incarcerated requires evidence and procedure. I cannot simply acquiesce to your demands. However, regarding the second condition, I can assure you that I will always align myself with the righteous side, regardless of whether that side is human or mutant." "The righteous side?" A glint of sharpness flashed in Magneto's eyes. "Once you witness humanity's betrayal firsthand, you will understand that the righteous side has always been ourselves." He waved his hand, and the metal pipes atop the platform began to hum ominously. "Remember, my conditions are not requests. They are reminders to not allow Charles's goodwill to dull your edge as a mutant." As soon as Magneto finished speaking, he pressed his palm downward, and the iron tracks below the platform emitted a piercing screech. Several segments of steel rails, as thick as a human arm, snapped under the pressure and hurtled towards S.H.I.E.L.D. with their jagged edges. Following closely were scattered metal plates and bolts, weaving into a metallic net that bore down on S.H.I.E.L.D. "Is it only through fear of defeat that you are willing to negotiate?" S.H.I.E.L.D. stood resolute, his tone remaining unperturbed. "Defeat me?" Magneto chuckled, amused by the remark. With a flick of his fingers, the flying metal suddenly altered course, swirling towards S.H.I.E.L.D. like a tidal wave. "Child, if you possess such skills, then by all means, give it a try." In the blink of an eye, the metal encased S.H.I.E.L.D., wrapping around his limbs and torso until he was entirely cocooned into a 2-meter diameter iron sphere, the steel rails tightening around him, emitting a series of clicking sounds. Magneto hovered in the air, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "Young man, such arrogance is not a virtue." Before his words could settle, a searing orange-hot line erupted from within the iron sphere. The line deftly sliced through the metal seams, splitting the sphere in two within seconds, and S.H.I.E.L.D. stepped forth, his blue suit unmarred by even a scratch. He brushed off his clothing and raised an eyebrow playfully. "Is this all you are capable of?" Before Magneto could respond, S.H.I.E.L.D. suddenly surged forward, his feet propelling him with force, and in an instant, he appeared before Magneto, his right fist cutting through the air with a fierce velocity, striking firmly against Magneto's abdomen. Magneto barely had time to summon a magnetic defense before he was met with excruciating pain. His body propelled backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing against the concrete pillar of the platform before finally coming to a halt. He clutched his abdomen, hurriedly stabilizing his body midair with magnetic force, a trickle of fresh blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. The gaze he cast towards S.H.I.E.L.D. was now tinged with genuine astonishment. Magneto, holding his abdomen, gradually steadied his breath while his expression shifted from surprise to a sharp intensity, ignited by the spirit of battle. Taking a deep breath, he abruptly spread his arms wide, causing the magnetic field in his palms to surge dramatically, shaking the metallic structures of the entire subway station. The steel bars beneath the platform erupted from the ground, and the iron ventilation ducts twisted and contorted. Even the wheels of a distant abandoned train were forcibly wrenched free, transforming into countless metallic fragments swirling around him. "Quite interesting." Magneto's voice resonated with a magnetic tremor. "It seems Charles did not deceive me. Your power indeed warrants my full attention." As his words fell, he brought his hands together, and the swirling metal fragments coalesced instantly, first forming a magnetic armor that enveloped his entire body, with sharp metallic spines extending from his shoulder guards. Next, the remaining rails and iron plates interwove into a colossal metal axe nearly 10 meters in length, which he firmly grasped. "Now, let me witness your prowess." Chapter 48. fierce battle with the force to split the air, the massive axe descended directly towards Su-Yi's shoulder. Magneto's expression darkened. He could not believe that this strike would fail to breach his opponent's defenses. Yet, in the next moment, a chilling sound of metal distortion erupted as the axe's blade struck Su-Yi's shoulder, instantly denting as if it had collided with an alloy steel plate, leaving no trace upon his battle attire. Su-Yi cast his gaze upon the deformed axe resting on his shoulder, gently pressing his fingertip against the blade, while his right fist suddenly gathered power. With a resounding thud, his fist struck the center of the axe, shattering it into numerous fragments that scattered in all directions. Before the debris could settle, two scorching beams of laser burst forth from Su-Yi's eyes, precisely targeting the axe handle in Magneto's grip. With a sharp crack, the handle snapped. Magneto's pupils constricted instinctively as he summoned the surrounding metal fragments to coalesce into a half-meter-thick iron shield before him. However, Su-Yi's speed surpassed his own. He appeared before the shield in an instant, delivering a powerful punch to its center. The iron shield crumpled like paper, shattering under the force, and the residual momentum drove squarely into Magneto's chest. This time, Magneto could no longer maintain his balance. He flew backward like a severed kite, crashing heavily into the abandoned train car, creating a human-shaped dent in the iron. He slid to the ground, clutching his chest as violent coughs erupted from him, a mouthful of blood spilling from the corner of his lips, staining the red cloak before him. Just as Magneto fell, a flame erupted from the corner of the platform. Firemen, gripping his lighter, summoned flames that grew increasingly fierce, hurling them towards Su-Yi's back. Dare to strike the leader? You seek death. Su-Yi remained motionless, slowly turning around, and suddenly inhaled deeply. As he did so, the air before him seemed to be instantaneously siphoned away, creating an invisible vacuum. The flames hurled by firemen, upon entering this region, extinguished abruptly as if deprived of oxygen, leaving not even a spark. Firemen, taken aback, had no time to react as Su-Yi began to exhale. The breath dissipated without a trace of warmth, transforming instead into a bone-chilling gale, sweeping towards the fiery man and the swiftly approaching Riven like a tempest of unparalleled ferocity. The two were unable to maintain their footing, their bodies ensnared by the frigid wind, sent hurtling backwards to crash against the wall, the force rendering them nearly incapable of retaliation. Su-Yi retracted his breath, gazing at the two struggling to rise. His tone calm, yet imbued with an unmistakable authority. I am here to discuss matters with your leader. I wish to avoid harming the innocent. You may either observe or take your leave. At that moment, Magneto, who had just managed to steady himself against the carriage, raised his hand, halting the fiery man's advance. Do not engage. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and within his gaze towards Su-Yi, alongside astonishment, there was a subtle acknowledgement. Indeed, you possess the merit to negotiate as an equal. Magneto used his magnetic powers to elevate his frame, the bloodstains on his crimson cloak glaringly conspicuous. Yet they did not diminish the sharpness in his eyes. To challenge you is to ascertain whether you are worthy of determining the future of mutants. Such a privilege cannot be earned through mere discourse. Without strength, one lacks even the right to sit at the negotiation table. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Su-Yi's unblemished shoulder, his tone softening slightly. I recognize your prowess, Superman. My conditions are straightforward. Magneto raised his hand to silence the fiery man who sought to interject. Your Justice League must include my people, not as subordinates, but as equal members. They need to witness the true essence of mutants within your ranks, and humanity must comprehend that mutant strength extends beyond my own rigidity. It encompasses your guardianship as well. Su-Yi furrowed his brows. Are you referring to the fiery man and his companions? I need to ascertain their stance. My team is solely dedicated to protecting the populace and will not partake in any aggression against humans. Do not concern yourself with that, Magneto sneered. I am more acutely aware than you that now is not the time for war. Allowing them to join serves to keep a watchful eye on you. And it demonstrates to the mutant faction that we need not tread the path of division alone. Chapter 49. Joining Su-Yi fell into silence for a few moments, his gaze flitting over the fiery man still recovering against the wall before returning to Magneto. He understood that refusal would irrevocably sever communication with Magneto's faction, while acceptance could momentarily stabilize the mutant's internal stance, thus facilitating the advancement of protective legislation. I can agree to your conditions, Su-Yi spoke slowly, yet he remained non-committal. But I have one stipulation. Once your people join, they must undergo a 3-month probationary period. During this time, they must adhere to the Team's regulations, participating only in rescue and protection missions, never initiating aggression against humans. A single violation will result in immediate expulsion. Magneto raised an eyebrow, seemingly anticipating this demand. His fingers idly rotating a metal fragment. Agreed. However, I have an addition. During the probationary period, if the government or ordinary citizens strike first, my people retain the right to retaliate, and you shall not interfere. Reasonable self-defense is permissible, but it must not exceed the necessary bounds. S.H.I.E.L.D. interjected promptly, denying the opportunity for exploitation. Magneto scrutinized S.H.I.E.L.D. for several seconds before suddenly chuckling. Very well. I shall allow the fiery man and Riven to accompany you, taking orders from you during the mission. However, bear in mind that if my people suffer unwarranted grievances during this mission, our collaboration shall cease forthwith. He raised his hand to summon the metallic fragments that had fallen to the ground. Turning to the fireman and Riven with a solemn tone, gather yourselves and follow him. Remember, you are representatives of the mutants, not instigators of trouble. S.H.I.E.L.D. observed as the two nodded in agreement, fully aware that this collaboration had been steeped in testing and balance from the very outset. Yet, at the very least, they had temporarily secured two parallel avenues for the mutants, the gentle negotiations led by Charles and the backing of Magneto's formidable forces. This, perhaps, was the equilibrium most essential for advancing the protection bill. As S.H.I.E.L.D. entered the X-Academy laboratory accompanied by the fireman and Riven, the previously bustling preparation scene fell into an abrupt silence. Wolverine instinctively pressed down on the claws at his waist. The metallic sheen of Colossus's arm gleamed reflexively. And even Iceman, who had been smiling, now wore an expression laden with caution. S.H.I.E.L.D., why have you brought them back? Wolverine was the first to speak, his tone laced with palpable hostility. Can we trust someone from Magneto's camp? The fireman clenched his fists, sparks igniting in his palms. Who are you saying we cannot trust? We at least won't show disdain to our own kind. Enough, S.H.I.E.L.D. interjected, stepping forward to position himself between the two. They are here to join the team, subject to a 3-month assessment period. He turned to address the group, his tone grave. I understand that there are concerns regarding Magneto's faction, but this is not the time for internal strife. The government is watching us, and the public awaits our actions. We must demonstrate to everyone that mutants can unite. At this moment, Jean approached, gazing at the fireman and Riven with a gentle yet resolute demeanor. Welcome to the team, but there is a stipulation. During the mission, you must fully comply with orders and prioritize the safety of the civilians. There is no room for negotiation on this matter. She paused to add, I will be documenting your performance throughout the mission, as this will also be part of your assessment. Riven's tense shoulders relaxed slightly as she glanced at the fireman, ultimately nodding in agreement. We will only do what is necessary. We will not create chaos. S.H.I.E.L.D. then turned to Dr. Hank, gesturing towards the fireman and Riven beside him. Doctor, could you please design a set of our team's uniforms for them? After all, we are a team, and having matching uniforms would be fitting. Chapter 50, Team Dr. Hank immediately nodded, pushing up his glasses as he began to assess the two. Certainly, I will adjust the fabric according to their abilities. The fireman's uniform will require a high-temperature resistant coating, while Riven's will need enhanced durability. Thank you, but I shall forego one, Riven suddenly interjected with a smile. As her words fell, the silver scales that had been faintly visible on her surface began to rapidly shift and reorganize, as if imbued with life, adhering closely to her skin. In mere seconds, a blue uniform identical to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s materialized, adorned with the same red emblem on the chest, albeit lacking the cape design, revealing intricate patterns of scales on her exposed arms. Everyone stood momentarily stunned, with the fireman raising his eyebrows in astonishment. You can utilize your ability in such a manner? Consider it a derivative of my powers, she replied. Riven flexed her wrist, her battle attire adapting seamlessly to her movements, offering no sense of constraint. The scale-like fabric could emulate various material forms, eliminating the need for additional garments and allowing for instant adjustments in defensive strength, far surpassing the convenience of customized suits. Dr. Hank's eyes gleamed with astonishment as he stepped closer to examine the technology. This biological form simulation technique is even more precise than my fabric research. Doctor, let us prioritize resolving the port mission, interrupted S.H.I.E.L.D. with a smile. Please expedite the creation of Fireman's battle suit. We need to get it done swiftly. Fireman stroked his chin, his gaze filled with envy as he regarded Riven's attire. All right, I shall await my exclusive version from the doctor. But it must not be inferior to hers. Sheen approached with a tablet in hand, the screen displaying the finalized agenda for the government press conference. Her voice brimmed with anticipation. I just confirmed with the government that on this day next month, we will hold an official press conference, not only to announce the establishment of the Justice League Mutant Division, but also to convey to all our mutant brethren that we need not hide in the shadows. We too can be heroes who protect others. S.H.I.E.L.D. leaned in to glance at the agenda, noting that the conference would take place at the Municipal Hall Square. with a segment for public questions. This was an excellent opportunity. He looked up at everyone, recognizing that it would allow the government to witness our public stance, while also informing more mutants that they are not alone in their struggles. Wolverine leaned against the table, unusually in agreement. Finally, we can stand on stage openly without being regarded as monsters. Iceman, brimming with excitement, rubbed his hands together. Should we design a team emblem projection for the event? Displaying it in the square would be incredibly cool. Dr. Hank adjusted his glasses, adding, I can modify the reflective layer of the battle suits to a color-changing mode, ensuring everyone appears in bright colors on the day of the conference for a more cohesive visual impact. She nodded with a smile, her gaze sweeping over everyone present. From initial concerns and skepticism, they had evolved into a collective anticipation for the conference, gradually coalescing into a true alliance. Before the press conference, we can take this time to make appearances around the city and engage in charitable acts to enhance our visibility and set a positive tone for next month's official debut. Sheen stored the tablet, her expression serious as she addressed everyone. In the month leading up to the conference, we may need to exert ourselves to increase the team's exposure. To ensure that more people recognize our existence, we must frequently be present at various incidents, demonstrating our value through action. She paused, emphasizing, it's not just about large missions. We should respond to urban fire rescues, subway evacuations, and even the transport of supplies following natural disasters. Whenever there is a need, we must be the first to arrive. Our visibility is not for fame, but to show the public that mutants have always been by their side, safeguarding them. S.H.I.E.L.D nodded in agreement. Indeed. Only by frequently showcasing our efforts to save lives will more people be willing to believe in us when we announce the Justice League next month and support subsequent protective legislation. Fireman, having just received his heat-resistant battle suit, suddenly spoke up. All right, just call on me when needed. I used to help extinguish fires all the time. I'm quite familiar with it. Riven nodded in agreement. I can take charge of the evacuation. My speed surpasses that of ordinary rescue personnel. Wolverine grunted but offered no dissent. Let us keep it straightforward. Our priority is to save lives. If we encounter a challenging situation, I will cover the rear. Jean observed the team eagerly accepting their roles and smiled. Hank is already adjusting the communicator. From now on, our locations will be synchronized in real time during missions. We have clearly defined responsibilities, aiming to make the S emblem synonymous with a sense of safety in the hearts of the public within this month. Chapter 51. The first operation at 3 in the afternoon, the communicator suddenly blared an urgent alarm. Hank's voice, laden with urgency, echoed. A fire has erupted in a downtown office building, flames spreading beyond the 15th floor, with civilians trapped inside. Government rescue is still en route. S.H.I.E.L.D sprang into action. Everyone, let us move. Jean, you are in charge of aerial coordination, synchronizing the fire's spread and the locations of those trapped, firemen and icemen. Accompany me to the 15th floor to control the fire. Riven, Wolverine, and Steelman, you will breach from the opposite staircase, prioritizing the evacuation of those on floors 10 through 14. The team swiftly boarded their flying apparatus, and upon arriving at the base of the office building, thick smoke and flames billowed from the windows, while a panicked crowd filled the area. S.H.I.E.L.D ascended to the 15th floor first, forcefully pushing open the heavy fire door. A wave of heat rushing to greet him as flames licked at the corridor's carpet. Iceman, seal off the elevator. As Fireman finished his command, Iceman raised his hand, and a chilling aura spread across the ground, rapidly forming a thick wall of ice around the elevator doors, preventing the fire from spreading downwards. Fireman, aiming at the ceiling's sprinkler system, ignited the obstructed pipes with precision, unleashing a torrent of water that, in conjunction with the fire wall he controlled, forged a path through the corridor devoid of flames. On the opposite side, Riven utilized her transformation abilities, swiftly becoming a police officer to assist in managing the crowd. Wolverine's claws sliced through the jammed fire door, while Steelman carried an elderly person, steadily moving downwards. There are 2 children over here. Riven's voice crackled through the communicator. S.H.I.E.L.D promptly flew over, shielding the children with his body, evading falling debris, and delivering them safely to Steelman. Jean maneuvered the flying apparatus in the air, marking the last few points of entrapment in real time. There are 3 people in the east office on the 13th floor, and the fire is closing in. S.H.I.E.L.D immediately turned back, racing toward the 13th floor. As he burst through the door, he spotted 3 individuals cowering in a corner, flames licking the edge of a desk. He swiftly hoisted one onto his shoulder, grasped another with one hand, and dragged the 2 out of the inferno. Half an hour later, the last civilian was evacuated to safety, and firemen and icemen finally managed to contain the blaze, leaving only scattered embers. Suddenly, applause erupted from the crowd below, with some individuals raising their phones to capture the moment. the cameras focusing on the S emblem displayed prominently on Sui's chest. A child called out to Iceman, "You're amazing, big brother." Wolverine wiped the dust from his face, observing the civilians being taken over by rescue personnel, surprisingly refraining from any sarcastic remarks. "Not bad. Things went smoothly." Sui glanced at the communicator, where Jean's voice carried a note of joy. "Hank just informed me that media coverage of our rescue efforts has already gone viral. The S.H.I.E.L.D team is trending, and the initial exposure has exceeded our expectations." Once the blaze was thoroughly subdued, Sui landed on the vacant lot before the building. Observing his teammates in their neatly arranged blue uniforms, which glimmered softly under the setting sun, the prominent emblem on their chests stood out distinctly, prompting even the newly joined firemen and Riven to unconsciously adjust their stances, synchronizing with the rhythm of the group. "Catch me," Sui exclaimed, as he released 6 strands of gentle energy from his palms, each connecting to the uniforms of his comrades. In the distance, the aircraft piloted by Chitauri descended slowly, and as the hatch opened, the cheers of the crowd below surged instantaneously, with some waving their mobile phones and others shouting their gratitude towards the team. "Let us go." Sui beckoned as they ascended into the air, landing steadily within the aircraft's cabin. As the hatch closed, the engines emitted a low hum, and amidst the resounding cheers, the craft gradually lifted off, its tail emitting a pale blue energy stream that sliced through the twilight sky, quickly vanishing into the city's dusk. Inside the cabin, the Iceman leaned against the window, gazing at the diminishing cityscape below, chuckling. "I just heard someone shout Justice League. It seems we've made quite an impression." Riven, observing the emblem on her uniform, gently caressed it with her fingertips, remaining silent, yet her gaze softened considerably compared to before. Chapter 52. Becoming famous. As the aircraft touched down on the helipad of X Academy, Hank approached eagerly with a tablet in hand, his eyes sparkling with excitement behind his glasses. The results far exceeded expectations. The video of your rescue has surged to the top 3 of trending topics online, and the discussions surrounding the S.H.I.E.L.D team's rescue have surpassed 100 million views. He handed the tablet to Sui. The screen filled with positive comments from netizens. Some shared photos of the Iceman controlling the fire, captioned, "Who knew the power of ice could be so gentle?" Others edited segments showcasing Sui protecting a child with his body, the comments overflowing with sentiments like, "This is what a true hero embodies." More surprisingly, a new update popped up at the top of the page, posted by State Senator Davis. The Mutant team actively participated in the rescue, exemplifying responsibility through action. "We look forward to more collaborations in the future. The value of mutants should not be defined by prejudice." Jean leaned in to read, her eyes filled with satisfaction. The senator's public statement is akin to sending a positive signal to the government. Next month's press conference will face considerably less resistance. Fireman scrolled through the comments, unable to suppress a smile, though he feigned indifference. "It's just okay. At least no one is calling us dangerous anymore." Riven remained silent, quietly setting a rescue photo of herself protecting a child as her screensaver, with Sui's figure, holding a stone, visible in the background, along with the faint outline of a snowflake etched into the distant ice wall. Sui closed the tablet and addressed the group. "This is merely the beginning. Over the next month, we must maintain this momentum to ensure more people witness that mutants can not only save lives, but also become trustworthy allies." Placing the tablet on the table, he scanned the faces of those gathered. "Although today's office rescue went smoothly, our entire team only handled one incident. Our efficiency is far too low. To raise awareness of our existence within a month, we must adopt a different approach." He paused before articulating his idea. "I propose we divide into groups to manage daily minor to medium incidents, convening the entire team only for significant events involving mutant crises. Raise your hand if you agree." As the conversation concluded, Chitauri was the first to raise her hand. "Forming groups will allow us to cover more areas, effectively doubling our exposure." "I am in favor." Iceman followed suit, smiling as he added, "I would like to team up with Fireman. We have become adept at coordinating fire and ice control, making us most efficient in handling fire and leakage incidents." Wolverine hesitated for a moment before slowly raising his hand. "I will team up with Steel Titan, focusing on rescues that require robust defense, such as building collapses or hazardous material handling." Riven glanced at Fireman, and upon seeing his nod, raised her hand as well. "Fireman and I can manage emergency evacuations in the urban area. We are swift and can promptly reach the scene." Hank adjusted his glasses, adding, "I will equip each group with independent communication devices to synchronize locations and task progress in real time. Should any situation arise that exceeds a group's capabilities, they can immediately call for support." Sui observed the unanimous agreement with satisfaction, nodding, "Then it is settled. We will officially begin group operations tomorrow. Remember, Regardless of which group is on a mission, we must maintain a consistent style. We are one team, and each operation enhances the reputation of the Justice League. As S.H.I.E.L.D watched the groups being finalized, he suddenly remarked, "I will not be joining a group. I will operate independently. Should any of you encounter a situation that proves too challenging, simply call my name, and upon hearing it, I will rush to provide assistance." Sheen paused momentarily before understanding. "You wish to cover more ground? This way, regardless of whether an incident occurs in the city or suburbs, you can allocate resources flexibly." "Exactly." S.H.I.E.L.D nodded. "While grouping enhances efficiency, if multiple areas encounter issues simultaneously, my presence in the middle to coordinate support will prevent any oversight. Furthermore, by acting independently, I can address smaller tasks, such as assisting the public with sudden dangers, thereby cultivating a favorable reputation." Wolverine raised an eyebrow. "You certainly have considered everything. But do not hesitate to call us if you face any difficulties." S.H.I.E.L.D smiled. "Rest assured, I am well aware of my limits. Tomorrow, everyone departs according to their groups, and communication devices should remain operational. Let us strive to spread the name of Team S to every corner of the city." Chapter 53. Reputation. A month flew by amidst continuous rescue missions, and when everyone reconvened in the X-Academy conference room, each face bore the marks of fatigue, yet radiated joyous smiles. Throughout this month, they had tackled everything from office building fires to mountain rescues, from subway evacuations to reinforcing riverbanks post-storm. Each mission garnered increasingly enthusiastic cheers, and the emblem of S emblazoned on their chests gradually became synonymous with safety in the city. S.H.I.E.L.D, with his frequent appearances at various rescue sites, had catapulted the name of Superman into the limelight. Videos of him using an energy shield to protect an entire building and effortlessly lifting a toppled fuel truck had garnered millions of views and shares online, solidifying the public's recognition of the Superman Justice League as a common understanding. Sheen entered, holding a thick stack of collaboration documents, her voice brimming with excitement. "Over the past month, I have received collaboration requests from more than 20 companies, including those interested in anime adaptations, developers of collectible figures, and even a gaming company wanting to create our exclusive hero mobile game." She paused for a moment before articulating the decision made after discussions with the professor and others. All surrounding copyright fees would be split equally, with half allocated to individuals and the other half entirely invested in the school's development, expanding dormitories, acquiring training equipment, and providing shelter for more mutants still in hiding. There was something even more intriguing. With a smile, Sheen produced several contracts. Many discerning businessmen, recognizing the potential for new heroes to join us in the future, had already signed priority cooperation agreements with me. Once the new heroes' images are finalized, they will be the first to obtain authorization. Hank adjusted his glasses and accessed the back-end data. The inquiries on the school's official website had surged tenfold, with mutant families reaching out daily, inquiring whether they could send their children to school. Our efforts over the past month had not only established our reputation, but had also genuinely paved a path for our kind. As S.H.I.E.L.D surveyed the bustling room, he felt a profound sense of reassurance. They had shattered prejudices through their actions, earning a legitimate foothold for mutants under the mantle of heroes. Tomorrow marked the day of the press conference, the moment they would officially announce the establishment of the Justice League to the world. On the day of the conference, the municipal hall square was teeming with people, a veritable sea of humanity beyond the barricades, as the crowd brandished placards emblazoned with the S emblem, while smartphones pointed towards the elevated platform at the center of the square. Above, several media helicopters circled, broadcasting this highly anticipated event live. When S.H.I.E.L.D and his entire team ascended the platform, an eruption of thunderous applause filled the air. The blue battle suits shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, with Sheen standing at the far left, her expression warm. Wolverine, though maintaining his stern demeanor, surprisingly did not retract his claws, but instead slightly lifted his shoulders to embrace the camera's focus. Human Torch and Riven lingered at the back, gazing at the surging crowd below, their eyes filled with disbelief and emotion. S.H.I.E.L.D took the microphone, and an immediate hush fell over the square. He eschewed ornate language, speaking slowly. "A month ago, during our first rescue at the office building, someone hid in the distance, capturing us with a wary gaze. But today, I see many holding thank you signs and children waving at us. This is not solely my achievement. It is the trust earned by every single partner present here through countless rescues." He paused, raising his voice slightly. "Today, we officially announced the formation of the Justice League's Mutant Division. Our aim has never been fame. It is to let more people know that the strength of mutants can be wielded to protect others. To assure those still lurking in the shadows that you need not fear, we can stand together and become our own heroes." As his words resonated, a sudden chorus of youthful cries erupted from the crowd. In the front row, a young boy with a backpack raised a hand-drawn sign that clumsily proclaimed, "I want to be a hero too," while his mother recorded the moment with her phone. S.H.I.E.L.D smiled and nodded at the boy, raising his hand in an encouraging gesture, and the crowd's cheers surged once more, the media helicopters circling low, broadcasting this heartwarming scene throughout the city. Sheen gently nudged Su-Yi's arm, casting a glance towards the distance where Dr. Charles sat in his wheelchair, smiling toward the platform. Further away, amidst the crowd, Magneto's crimson cloak flickered momentarily. Though he did not approach, he paused, observing the assembly on the platform. His expression a complex tapestry of emotions that barely concealed a hint of approval. Chapter 54. The base. After the press conference concluded, the team reconvened in the X-Academy conference room. Su-Yi rapped the table lightly, steering the conversation toward future plans. Our influence is expanding, undoubtedly attracting more mutants to seek our assistance. This influx of fresh talent necessitates our preparedness, he asserted. Turning his gaze toward Sheen, he continued, "Firstly, we must establish long-term partnerships with reputable media outlets, encouraging them to publish our positive narratives. Beyond rescue missions, we could document our daily activities, such as training sessions and helping young mutants adapt, allowing the public to witness our authentic and compassionate side. Secondly, we need to address the issue of our facility." Su-Yi's eyes scanned the room, his tone imbued with anticipation. "We cannot remain reliant on the school, once officially established. We must venture out to find a true base of our own. Ideally, it should be situated in the city center. A dedicated Justice League headquarters that serves both as our office and training space, while also acting as a landmark for mutants seeking our guidance." Hank promptly retrieved his tablet, displaying several office building listings. "I conducted some preliminary research. There's a newly constructed vacant building in the city center, prominently located and sufficiently spacious. It can be adapted to our needs for training rooms and energy laboratories. The rental cost is considerable, but considering our previous copyright revenues and forthcoming collaborations, it should be manageable." Wolverine leaned back in his chair, unusually eager to contribute. "The security for the building must be robust. I can take charge of designing a defense system to prevent unauthorized access." Riven nodded in agreement, adding, "I have acquaintances experienced in architectural renovations who may assist in reducing the modification costs." Seeing the enthusiastic responses from his comrades bolstered Su-Yi's confidence. "Then it's settled. Sheen will oversee media relations and financial assessments from copyright revenues. Hank and Riven will manage the selection and renovation of the building, while the rest of us will continue with our designated rescue missions. We will take it step by step, constructing a home for the Justice League and a safe harbor for more mutants." The following morning, Sheen arrived for a meeting with the media, armed with the collaboration proposal. The counterpart was a renowned documentary channel. Upon reviewing the proposal, the director presented a more sincere proposition. "Merely positive coverage lacks depth. We wish to create a documentary that follows your daily training, rescue preparations, and efforts to assist new mutants in adapting to life. We will not interfere with the content, only objectively record it. After broadcast, we are willing to allocate 30% of all proceeds to your school's construction fund." Sheen's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was a far superior opportunity compared to mere promotional content. The authenticity of a documentary would foster a closer connection, allowing the public to glimpse the everyday humanity behind the heroes. She readily accepted, scheduling the filming crew's arrival for the following week, beginning with scenes of new mutants enrolling at the academy. On the other side, Hank and Riven arrived at the vacant skyscraper in the city center. Upon pushing open the door, both were pleasantly surprised to discover that the interior was not in a raw state. The previous developer had completed the fundamental renovations. The expansive hall was ample enough to accommodate their team assembly, with floor-to-ceiling windows facing the city square, allowing for a clear view of the street scene and the convenience of monitoring any sudden occurrences. Moreover, there was a delightful surprise. The property manager led them to the elevator for the basement level. As the doors opened, Hank nearly had his glasses slip from his face. The underground space had been transformed into a semi-finished training room. It not only boasted sufficient open areas for ability training, but also had provisions for energy detection equipment, and even a dedicated isolation room suitable for new mutants practicing their challenging powers. Chapter 55. Renovation. The original developer had intended to build a high-end sports facility, but after the project was shelved, the foundational renovations remained. The property manager smiled, stating that if they were to lease the space, they could simply add a few pieces of equipment, saving considerable time on renovations. Riven approached the isolation room's entrance, tapping her fingers against the wall. The material was made of impact-resistant alloy, impervious to ordinary energy bursts, and unlikely to sustain any marks from bullet impacts. Hank immediately took out his tablet to record, exclaiming, "This is magnificent." The conditions here exceed our expectations. The saved renovation costs can be utilized to procure more advanced training equipment. The two reached an agreement on the spot, deciding to sign the lease contract in 3 days. Coinciding with the commencement of the documentary filming, with the skyscraper's transformation advancing concurrently. The home of the Justice League would soon take shape. Months swiftly passed, and the renovation of the skyscraper progressed more rapidly than anticipated, with the mid-level lounge being completed first. Each room was subtly tailored to meet the needs of its occupants. Iceman's chamber featured an additional temperature-controlled glass wall, enabling him to release his chill without disturbing others. Fireman's lounge was equipped with a high-temperature ventilation system, and even the furniture was fireproof. Riven's room contained an adjustable training mat, allowing her to practice controlling her scales during her leisure time. The office area was adjacent to the lounge, with each member provided a desk equipped with energy interfaces. Hank even installed a small 3D printer in the corner, facilitating the on-demand creation of simple tools required for rescues. The rooftop terrace renovation was equally impressive. Hank personally designed a docking track for aircraft, with invisible protective barriers along the edges to secure the vehicles while preserving the overall view of the terrace. He also designated a helipad in the corner, marked with a conspicuous white symbol, and placed emergency fuel containers nearby to ensure readiness for unexpected missions. Standing on the terrace and gazing out, the entire cityscape unfolded before them. S.H.I.E.L.D would occasionally linger here for a few moments, observing the bustling traffic below, feeling that the guardianship of this tranquility bore even greater significance. However, the most attention was drawn to the expansive office located just beneath the top floor. Upon entering, the first sight to behold was the 5-meter diameter circular conference table, its surface a specially designed smart screen capable of retrieving real-time rescue data, maps, and surveillance footage. The surrounding walls were made of retractable glass. When private work was needed, the glass would descend, creating a secluded space, and when a collective meeting was required, the glass would rise, transforming the room into an open environment. S.H.I.E.L.D's office is situated in the corner, featuring a minimalist metal desk facing the floor-to-ceiling windows. Upon it rests the multi-frequency communicator developed by Hank, capable of connecting all members' devices simultaneously. Henceforth, meetings will no longer be cramped in the small conference room of the Academy. When Iceman first entered, he could not resist circling the round table, which is ample enough to accommodate future new members. Wolverine tapped the surface of the table and nodded in satisfaction, remarking on the sturdy material that would withstand any potential explosive outbursts of energy. S.H.I.E.L.D approached the window, gazing at the evolving cityscape below. Turning to the others, he proclaimed that once the renovations are completed, they would relocate the base from the Academy. This place would become the core of the Justice League, capable of handling daily tasks while also being prepared for unexpected situations. More importantly, it would serve as a beacon for all mutants, a place they could find if ever in need. Chapter 56. Settlement. On the day the building's renovations were completed, the sun shone brightly, illuminating the massive logo on the exterior wall, the red S firmly set in the center of a blue circle, gleaming with a matte metallic texture visible from several blocks away. In the plaza outside, Hank had set up a simple rainbow arch in advance, while Jean invited Professor Charles, representatives of the citizens previously rescued, and a few newly joined mutant children to witness the inauguration ceremony. The documentary channel's camera crew had arrived early, positioning their equipment as the lens slowly panned from the building's logo to the crowd. The children surrounded Iceman, clamoring for him to create small ice sculptures with his frost powers. An elderly woman, whom S.H.I.E.L.D had rescued, grasped Wolverine's hand in gratitude, leaving him blushing. And Professor Charles, seated in his wheelchair, observed the team members on the platform with a glimmer of pride in his eyes. At 10 in the morning, the inauguration ceremony commenced. S.H.I.E.L.D ascended the makeshift platform, with the gigantic S logo behind him and a smiling crowd before him. He declared that this day not only marked the Justice League's new home, but also represented a landmark for all who believe in the capability of mutants to safeguard the world. The doors of this building would always remain open to mutants in need of assistance and to the citizens who acknowledge their cause. As his words concluded, Hank pressed a remote, and a vast Alliance flag unfurled from the rooftop terrace, the red S billowing against the blue backdrop, echoing the building's logo. The children erupted in cheers, waving their small flags in unison, while a representative from the crowd shouted, "In times of danger, we will know where to find you." After the ceremony, everyone explored the building together. Professor Charles entered the top-floor office and gazed at the intelligent screen on the round conference table. Smiling, he said to S.H.I.E.L.D, "You have accomplished what I have long desired, to provide a stronghold for mutants, showcasing our sincerity to humanity." S.H.I.E.L.D nodded in agreement, stating, "This is merely the beginning. From here, We shall devise more plans to protect mutants and embark on missions to rescue many more." The camera crew silently captured this scene, and during the editing process, they accompanied it with footage of children joyfully chasing after an ice sculpture, images of the public embracing heroes, and the voiceover of S.H.I.E.L.D. proclaiming that the doors of this building would always remain open. This segment ultimately became the closing shot of the documentary. Following its broadcast, countless mutants reached out through the official website, expressing that they finally knew where to seek their kind and hope. In the conference room of the Justice League Tower, a circular smart screen was displaying key moments from the past year, ranging from the initial success of office rescues to the collaborative efforts during the hazardous material leak at the port, culminating in the daily scenes of the public greeting mutants on the streets. S.H.I.E.L.D. stood before the screen, observing the gradual dissolution of vigilance and rejection in the imagery. His tone imbued with certainty. "It is evident that our initial plan was indeed correct." He raised his hand to pause the footage, halting it on the government website's page for the mutant rights bill. A year prior, some mutants had refrained from venturing outside due to fear of their abilities. Now, they could present the bill as proof to attend job interviews normally and confidently send their children to Xavier's School for Learning. A societal survey conducted last month indicated that over 70% of the populace held a positive attitude towards mutants, with incidents of discrimination having decreased by 90% compared to the previous year. These transformations did not materialize from thin air. They were earned through our repeated presence on the front lines of rescue, gradually winning trust through our actions. Sheen opened the folder beside her and added, "Since the bill's enactment, over 50 companies have proactively contacted us, eager to recruit mutants with special abilities. Applications for Xavier's School have already extended into next year. And even ordinary families wish for their children to partake in lessons on equality and inclusivity." Wolverine leaned against the back of his chair, lightly tapping his fingertips on the table, and unexpectedly shared an emotional sentiment. "I always felt there was a wall between mutants and humans. Now it seems that wall is not insurmountable. At least now, when I walk down the street, no one stares at me as if I were a monster." S.H.I.E.L.D. gazed at the assembly, his eyes resting on the photograph of a new member in the corner of the smart screen. "This is merely our first objective. Next, what we must do is assist more mutants in integrating into society, ensuring that the rights bill is genuinely enacted, and eradicating discrimination from this world entirely." He paused, smiling as he added, "Of course, we must also add a few more lounges to our tower. After all, more partners will be joining us." Chapter 57. Integration. That afternoon, the communicator suddenly chimed, but it was not the familiar rescue alert. It was a call from the head of a logistics company in the city center. His voice filled with anticipation. "We have just hired 3 employees with special abilities. One can manipulate airflow, another can sense the location of objects, and the last possesses strength 3 times that of an average human. However, everyone is unsure how to appropriately utilize their abilities in the workplace, fearing accidental mishaps. We would like to request your assistance in training them. Would you be available?" S.H.I.E.L.D. paused for a moment, then realized this was the first non-rescue task the team had received since its inception, signaling a shift of mutants from being protectees to contributors to society. He promptly agreed, preparing to accompany Riven and Iceman to the company. Upon arriving at the logistics warehouse, 3 mutant employees stood somewhat awkwardly in the corner. The boy, who manipulated air currents, hesitated to raise his hand for fear of disturbing the cargo, while the girl, who sensed objects, dared only to secretly use her abilities to locate items. Apprehensive of her colleague's judgment, Riven stepped forward, pointing to her scales with a smile, and said, "I used to worry that my abilities would trouble others, but I later realized that with the right approach, they could become invaluable tools." The Iceman then demonstrated directly, "For instance, with your air manipulation ability, you don't need to blow with full force, just control the airflow gently to lift the cargo, significantly easing the burden on the movers." As he spoke, he released a faint chill, forming a current beneath the goods that effortlessly elevated the cardboard box onto the shelf. The boy's eyes lit up, and after several adjustments, he managed to control the airflow precisely, steadily placing the cargo in its designated spot. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D. accompanied the girl who sensed objects to the cluttered warehouse area. "Your ability isn't something to be used in secret. Try telling your colleagues that you can quickly locate the items they need, which will enhance the entire team's efficiency." The girl hesitated but nodded, closing her eyes to sense for a few seconds before accurately identifying the location of the misplaced parcel. The surrounding colleagues gasped in astonishment, gathering around to inquire how she found it so swiftly. At the conclusion of the training, the corporate leader shook Su-Yi's hand repeatedly, expressing gratitude. "We were always concerned about managing mutant employees, but it seems that with proper guidance, they can become treasures for the team. We wish to collaborate with you long-term and recruit more mutant partners." On the return journey, the Iceman remarked with a smile, "Previously, we were always the ones rescuing others. Now, being able to help mutants secure their footing at work feels distinctly different from mere rescue." Sui nodded, observing the equality and inclusivity slogans visible on the streets outside, understanding that this training not only assisted a single company, but also built a bridge of trust between mutants and society. In the conference room, when Sheen mentioned Magneto, her tone was filled with sentiment. Half a year ago, when he brought willing Brotherhood members to Xavier's Academy, I was genuinely surprised that he would set aside his previous rigidity and embrace the role of a mentor. Sui recalled the scene he witnessed during his last visit to the Academy and couldn't help but chuckle. The last time I saw him teaching freshmen to control metal on the playground, he didn't lose his temper. Instead, he patiently helped students adjust their gestures. He was nothing like the Magneto who would readily uproot railway tracks. His subordinates had also found their paths. Sheen retrieved a list. Magneto had led a class on ability control, becoming the most popular mentor among students. Several skilled in mechanical repair had joined the mutant enterprises we collaborated with and were now workshop supervisors. The remaining few directly joined the X-Men, responsible for constructing temporary shelters during the recent suburban forest rescue, showing marked improvement in efficiency compared to before. Wolverine leaned against the table, unusually refraining from criticizing Magneto. That old man has finally realized that hard confrontations won't solve problems. Teaching students and helping his kind find their way is far more constructive than fostering division. Sui gazed upon the list of familiar names, feeling an unusual sense of reassurance. In the past, mutants were divided into factions, ever wary of one another. However, now, whether it be the Justice League, the X-Men, or former Brotherhood members, all were striving toward a shared goal of enabling mutants to live harmoniously and be embraced by the world. Chapter 58, Fresh Blood. As Sui's words settled, his gaze swept across the attendees, his tone imbued with visions of the future. Our team's reputation is growing ever more prominent, and our responsibilities are multiplying. The current manpower is indeed somewhat strained. Coincidentally, with the graduation of students approaching, this presents an excellent opportunity to infuse fresh talent into our ranks. He paused momentarily to clarify subsequent arrangements. Tomorrow, aside from those who will be executing missions, I will return to the school with Logan to select some promising graduates as new seeds for our team to cultivate. The integration of newcomers and their skill training will be discussed in detail after we have made our selections. It is imperative that we exercise discernment in our choices. We cannot afford to admit just anyone. Suddenly, Riven, seated in the corner, spoke up, her fingertips unconsciously caressing the tactical manual on the table. Given our team's frequent field operations, physical fitness and emergency response must be impeccable. At the very least, they should pass basic weight-bearing cross-country and simulated emergency situation tests, correct? Sui nodded in agreement, casually spinning a pen in his palm. Physical fitness is the baseline, yet mere strength is insufficient. I place greater emphasis on team cohesion. During our last mission, someone acted independently in a bid for glory, nearly placing the entire team in jeopardy. Such lone wolves are absolutely unwelcome. Logan, who had remained silent until now, leaned back in his chair, his knuckles lightly tapping the table. We must also add a requirement for reverence toward our missions. What we are engaged in is no mere child's play. If someone approaches with a nonchalant attitude, they could falter at critical moments, and the consequences are too grave for any of us to bear. Should we implement a practical assessment, then? Riven inquired, suggesting they accompany a low-risk mission to gauge real-time performance, which would be more reliable than a mere test. Sui exchanged a glance with Logan, both exhibiting expressions of agreement. As Sui noted the words practical observation in his notebook, "It is settled, then. When selecting candidates tomorrow, we shall apply all three of our criteria." As the morning light crested the city skyline, a red and blue craft ascended slowly from the Alliance base's helipad. The large, angular S emblem on its side gleamed under the sun's rays, making it easily recognizable as Sui's team's exclusive vehicle. Jean has indeed been meticulous with the finances, even detailing the budget for the craft's maintenance separately. Logan leaned against the window, watching the streets rush by below, reminiscing about the financial report Jean Grey had handed him before their departure, unable to resist a jest. Sui was adjusting the holographic screen next to the control panel and chuckled in acknowledgement. She often claims that I neglect financial matters, so it is reassuring to leave such matters in her capable hands. When I first proposed the idea of a dedicated aircraft, it was she who reminded me that collective activities necessitate a proper emblem. Otherwise, I might have chosen a plain color. No sooner had he finished speaking than the craft experienced a slight tremor before stabilizing once more. Sui pointed to the intelligent navigation system above, his tone lighthearted. Dr. Hank's technology is truly remarkable. Not only is the space ample, but during the last extreme weather simulation test, even the shock absorption system functioned flawlessly. Once we reach the school, it will be an excellent opportunity for the graduates to see that our team is anything but a mere assemblage. Logan raised an eyebrow and retrieved 2 bound volumes of graduate profiles from the storage compartment. Observing the profiles pales in comparison to witnessing the individuals in action. I have already marked several candidates with impressive physical and combat scores. Shall we allow them to showcase their skills later? S.H.I.E.L.D took the documents and flipped through a couple of pages, pausing his finger on a name, Lin-Shi. This one is intriguing. The profile states he excels in environmental reconnaissance, precisely what our team lacks in this regard. We must pay special attention to him. The aircraft pierced through the clouds, and the distant cluster of school buildings gradually came into view. Chapter 59. Selection. As the aircraft's landing gear touched the grass, a thunderous cheer erupted from the surroundings. Students gathered outside the perimeter, tiptoeing forward, their smartphones aimed at the hatch, some even brandishing support signs emblazoned with the S emblem, their voices hoarse from shouting. The moment S.H.I.E.L.D stepped out of the hatch, the cries of Superman surged towards him like a tidal wave, interspersed with fervent declarations of Superman, "I love you," prompting him to press a hand to his ear communicator. A hint of exasperation blended with a gentle smile flickering in his eyes. Meanwhile, Logan was engulfed by shouts of "Logan, you are my idol." He tugged at his collar, feigning seriousness as he frowned. But when he noticed a girl in the crowd holding a small Wolverine model, he subtly nodded in her direction. "It appears we are more popular than anticipated," S.H.I.E.L.D whispered to Logan, simultaneously waving to the crowd in an attempt to quiet them down. "We must clarify the selection rules, otherwise, we won't even be able to commence the tests." Logan nodded and stepped forward, his gravelly voice resonating through the loudspeaker. "Those wishing to join, assemble on the west side of the training ground now. The first round of tests will commence in 3 minutes. Don't just shout. Prove your worth through your abilities." This declaration subdued the noisy crowd significantly, with students hastily making their way toward the training ground, leaving only a few still photographing the aircraft. Observing the throng, S.H.I.E.L.D remarked to Logan, "It seems many are genuinely eager to join. We must be diligent in our selection." The once boisterous crowd quieted even further as their gazes shifted, and they beheld Magneto, Eric, wheeling his chair forward, with Professor Charles seated within. His fingers lightly rested on his knees, his gaze warmly sweeping over the young individuals present. "There are indeed several promising candidates this time," Eric began, his tone lacking its usual sharpness, infused instead with a sense of scrutiny towards the younger generation. Whether in terms of capability or interpersonal skills, they possess the foundational qualities of a hero. Professor Charles nodded in agreement, his voice soft yet clear. "Eric and I have observed them for half a month. There is a child capable of manipulating sound waves who, during the last disaster simulation, instinctively shielded an injured classmate with his abilities. This level of character is far rarer than mere talent." S.H.I.E.L.D promptly stepped forward, slightly bending to meet Charles's gaze. "With both of you overseeing this, we feel considerably more assured. After a brief moment of testing, I would appreciate your attention to their on-the-spot reactions." Logan, usually nonchalant, nodded at Eric. Their discerning eyes are well known for their keen judgment within the mutant community. Dr. Charles chuckled softly, gesturing towards the students lined up, awaiting examination by S.H.I.E.L.D. As S.H.I.E.L.D approached the row of students, he gently tapped the folder in his hands, his gaze sweeping over each young face, marked by anticipation and anxiety. "Your abilities and past performances are recorded here," he announced, his voice low yet resonant in the ears of all present. "Those standing here today are individuals of great promise, chosen to stand alongside me as true heroes, fighting for the future of mutants and the possibility of harmonious coexistence with humanity." As his words echoed, several students in the front row clenched their fists, their eyes shining with fervor. Observing their enthusiasm, S.H.I.E.L.D softened his tone, adding, "However, those not selected need not be disheartened. You may choose to remain and become teachers at the academy, imparting your experiences to fellow mutants, or you could join the X-Team, seeking out those struggling in adversity, providing them shelter and guidance in mastering their abilities. Regardless of the path you choose, you will be contributing your strength." Chapter 60. Introduction. Suddenly, a short-haired girl at the far left lifted her head, her voice bright and clear. "Captain S.H.I.E.L.D, if we are not selected this time, will there be opportunities to join your team in the future?" S.H.I.E.L.D met her earnest gaze and smiled, nodding, "Certainly. As long as you remember the initial passion that brought you here today, no matter your position, your value will be recognized. The Academy will also implement a contribution rating system. As long as you achieve a certain level of contribution, you can apply to join the Justice League and become a hero known to all. All right, we have 6 participants in this selection. and I will ultimately take only half of you with me. Su-Yi closed the folder, his attention shifting back to the students. Now, from left to right, please introduce yourselves, including your name, age, and abilities. As soon as he finished speaking, the previously inquiring short-haired girl straightened her back, her voice crisp and powerful. My name is Philippa Santag, but you can call me Ark. I am 20 years old, and my abilities include generating shockwaves and super strength. As she spoke, she subtly raised her right hand, a faint blue glow shimmering at her fingertips, silently attesting to her powers. Su-Yi regarded her, a familiar memory flashing through his mind. In the film, Ark was originally one of Magneto's recruits, now transformed into a student nurtured by the Academy. A stirring within him suggested that his arrival had indeed altered the destinies of certain individuals. Even more surprising was the revelation of her super strength, which had augmented her singular shockwave ability into a formidable combination. Instinctively, he turned to Logan, who met his gaze with an expression of astonishment. Logan raised an eyebrow and silently mouthed, "You've struck gold." Su-Yi redirected his attention to Ark, nodding in acknowledgement. "The combination of your abilities is quite practical. I look forward to your performance in the upcoming tests. Next, please." As soon as Su-Yi's words fell, the girl standing beside Arclight took a half step forward, her fingers gently clutching the hem of her school uniform, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tension. "My name is Catherine Pride, but you may also call me Shadowcat. I am 19 years old. My ability is phasing, allowing my body to pass through walls and solid objects like metal, and I can also phase along with anything I touch." Before she finished speaking, as if recalling something, she hurriedly bent slightly to add, "I have now mastered the control over the range and duration of my phasing. I will no longer accidentally pass through the floor. I will work harder to ensure I do not hold the team back." Upon hearing the name Shadowcat, a glimmer of recognition flickered in Su-Yi's eyes. She was originally one of the core members of the X-Men, and her presence in the selection team was undoubtedly a significant surprise. He set down his pen and smiled gently. The phasing ability is immensely beneficial in infiltration and rescue missions, such as breaching barriers and relocating injured teammates. It offers irreplaceable advantages. There is no need to be overly anxious, just perform well from here on. Su-Yi's gaze shifted to the next figure, a boy whose striking white wings were particularly eye-catching, their feathers glinting softly in the sunlight, endowing him with an ethereal lightness amidst the crowd. "My name is Warren Kenneth Worthington, but you may call me Archangel. I am 19 years old." The boy's voice was bright and infused with youthful vigor. "My core ability is flight, and my healing speed is 3 times that of an average person. My stamina allows me to sustain prolonged, high-intensity activities. During the last simulated aerial combat training, I flew continuously for 2 hours without fatigue." Continuing his assessment, Su-Yi nodded inwardly as he scanned the boy's wings. The flight capability would perfectly complement the team's shortcomings in aerial reconnaissance and rapid support, and coupled with enhanced healing and high endurance, it was an ideal configuration for field missions. He quickly annotated the file and, lifting his gaze, inquired with an air of anticipation, "What is your flight altitude and maneuverability like? For instance, can you navigate through complex buildings with precision?" Warren immediately straightened his back, confidence sparkling in his eyes. "No problem at all. I always score full marks in the school's obstacle flight course. I can effortlessly pass through the narrowest gaps. And I can even carry someone with me while flying." Logan, listening nearby, couldn't resist interjecting, "Can your healing ability withstand bullet grazes? Fieldwork inevitably involves a few minor injuries." Warren answered without hesitation, "During the last training, I was hit by a simulated bullet on my arm, and it scabbed over in just half an hour." "Excellent." Su-Yi nodded in satisfaction. His attention then shifted to the young man beside Archangel, whose dark skin and upright posture exuded a sense of calm authority. "My name is Lucas Bishop, but you may call me Bishop. I am 22 years old." The young man's voice was deep and powerful, each word articulated clearly. "My ability is energy absorption. Whether it is electrical energy, thermal energy, or energy attacks, I can absorb it and convert it into my own attributes, enhancing my strength to lift heavy equipment. It can also increase my speed, improving my mobility and reaction time. Additionally, it can bolster my defenses, allowing me to withstand ordinary attacks with ease." He paused momentarily, candidly elaborating on the limitations of his abilities. Each time he utilized them, he had to absorb energy anew, and at any given moment, he could only enhance a single attribute. The stronger the absorbed energy, the more pronounced the enhancement effects became, and the longer they lasted. Upon hearing about the energy absorption and attribute transformation, Su-Yi instinctively moved his fingertips, noting the striking similarity to his own understanding of energy utilization, both revolving around the concept of energy transformation. He lifted his gaze to Bishop, a hint of resonance glimmering in his eyes. This ability is remarkably practical, especially in high-intensity combat, as it allows for flexible adjustments to one's advantages based on the dynamics of the battle. What type of energy do you primarily absorb? How efficient is the absorption? Logan chimed in, pointing towards a nearby training generator. Can we test it out later? Absorbing electrical energy to enhance strength, and see if you can lift that alloy box over there. Bishop nodded promptly. Absolutely. I previously tested the absorption of the generator's electrical energy at school, and after enhancement, I could lift objects weighing up to 300 kilograms. Hearing Bishop's response, a satisfied smile crept onto Su-Yi's lips as he circled Lucas Bishop's name on the file. This ability, when utilized correctly, can be advantageous in numerous scenarios. He met Bishop's gaze, his tone affirming. For instance, during a breach, absorbing the enemy's energy attacks not only neutralizes the threat, but also reinforces one's own defenses. When relocating teammates, absorbing electrical or thermal energy from the environment can significantly enhance efficiency, although there is a limitation to enhancing only one attribute at a time. With prudent tactical planning, one can fully leverage their advantages. Logan nodded in agreement, his rough knuckles tapping against the alloy railing of the training ground. If we encounter a task requiring a breakthrough, absorbing energy to enhance strength might allow him to dismantle this barrier faster than we could with tools. Bishop's eyes brightened at their acknowledgement, and he stood a bit taller. Su-Yi redirected his gaze to the remaining students in the group, his voice gentle yet resolute. Now, it's your turn. There's no need to be nervous. Just clearly explain your abilities. Chapter 62. Continuation. Su-Yi pressed the folder gently against his palm, his gaze sweeping over the last two individuals in the group. The anticipation in his eyes unmistakable. The dual abilities of Arc Light, the phasing of Phantom Cat, the flight and self-regeneration of Angel, coupled with Bishop's energy transformation. Each person's abilities perfectly aligned with the squad's needs, truly deserving of the Academy's distinguished reputation. It seemed Charles and Eric were not mistaken. Indeed, everyone present was formidable. Leaning against the training rack, Logan, rarely exhibiting earnestness, absent-mindedly rubbed his knuckles, contemplating that if the next revelation were to be a pleasant surprise, this selection process would be akin to striking gold. Su-Yi's gaze settled on the final student, a girl with a high ponytail, standing with a poised stance and a resolute glimmer in her eyes. My name is Philippa Santak, but you may call me Night Stalker. I am 21 years old. The girl's voice was crisp and clear, devoid of any hesitance. My core abilities are twofold. First, I possess the capacity for rapid short-distance movement, allowing me to instantaneously traverse distances of up to 10 meters, which proves invaluable for evading attacks or ambushes. Second, I have the mutant perception that enables me to locate other mutants within a certain radius and to roughly ascertain their ability types and levels. In the last simulated combat match, I utilized this ability to discern my opponent's weaknesses beforehand. Upon hearing this, Su-Yi's eyes sparkled with interest, and he instinctively exchanged a glance with Logan. The short-distance teleportation could substantially enhance the team's agility in evasion, while the mutant perception serves as a tactical early warning system, proving essential for confronting concealed foes or locating estranged allies. He couldn't help but inquire, if the opponent deliberately conceals their mutant characteristics, will your perception still be effective? Philippa nodded immediately, her tone resolute. Ordinary concealment methods are ineffective, unless the opponent possesses specialized equipment to mask ability fluctuations. Furthermore, I can memorize the energy signatures of mutants I've perceived, allowing me to recognize them upon future encounters. Logan chimed in. If we were to confront hostile mutants mingling among humans, your ability would be far more reliable than any detector. Su-Yi's gaze ultimately rested upon the girl at the back of the group, her purple ponytail adorned with remnants of grass from the training ground. Yet her bright eyes shone with undeniable clarity. When he heard the name Clarice Ferguson, a flicker of anticipation stirred within him. The moment the words distort space to create a teleportation portal fell from her lips, Su-Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. Wasn't she akin to the mutant from the film X-Men, Days of Future Past, who wielded teleportation powers? I am Clarice Ferguson, but you may call me Blink. I am 20 years old. The girl's voice carried a hint of sweetness, yet resonated with a formidable confidence. My ability is to distort space, enabling me to open stable teleportation portals. I can not only assist my teammates in transporting supplies and relocating, but can also evade attacks by swiftly opening small portals. In the last simulated gunfight, I managed to dodge all simulated bullets using this ability. She paused before adding, currently, I can open up to 3 portals simultaneously, capable of transporting to locations several kilometers away, provided I have visualized the target area, ensuring precision. Su-Yi instinctively stepped forward, his voice brimming with excitement. What is the weight capacity of these portals? Can they accommodate an injured teammate or heavy equipment? Stability is paramount. Our team has faced numerous predicaments due to delayed relocations, and Blink's ability is undoubtedly a pinnacle of tactical mobility. Logan moved closer, his eyes alight with astonishment. If we were surrounded, could you swiftly open a portal for the entire team to evacuate? Blink nodded emphatically, absolutely. I have practiced emergency evacuation scenarios and can open portals large enough to accommodate the entire team within 10 seconds. With further training, I believe I can achieve even greater speed and distance. Chapter 63. The test excellent, splendid. Su-Yi's voice was filled with enthusiasm as he pressed his palms downwards, signaling the group to remain calm. Each of your abilities possesses unique strengths, but to join my team, you must each pass one final test. As his words faded, two crimson beams of fervent energy suddenly ignited in his eyes, and the scorching ground beneath him scorched a half-meter square blackened circle on the lawn, wisps of blue smoke rising from its edges. Now, all 6 of you, combine your strengths, Su-Yi declared, standing within the circle, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. If you can force me out of this circle or touch my clothing, you will have succeeded. Upon hearing this, confidence ignited in the eyes of the 6. Arclight clenched his fists, knuckles widening. Flicker subtly raised his hand, a faint violet spatial disturbance swirling at his fingertips. Bishop swiftly approached the nearby generator, evidently intent on absorbing energy first. Angel flapped her wings and soared into the sky, while Phantom Cat prepared to dash forward. And Night Walker readied her abilities. Arclight stood at the forefront, his palms glowing with a cerulean radiance, poised to unleash a shockwave. Logan, standing aside, couldn't help but chuckle softly, pulling Eric back a few steps. Professor Charles, seated in his wheelchair, wore a knowing smile as he gently added, he wishes to observe whether these children will focus solely on offense, neglecting the importance of teamwork, which is the essence of this test. With that, the 3 of them moved back, maintaining a cautious distance from the impending battle. Begin. As Su-Yi's voice resonated, the arena erupted with the sounds of diverse powers being activated. Arclight was the first to strike, directing his palms towards Su-Yi as a light blue shockwave surged forth, accompanied by a howling wind that kicked up small stones from the ground, hurtling directly at Su-Yi's face. Almost simultaneously, Angel, having gathered her wings, dove down like a predatory bird, her snow-white feathers glinting with a sharp sheen, clearly aiming to breach from above. Meanwhile, Bishop had reached the generator, pressing his palm against its metallic casing. A gentle electric aura enveloped him, coursing rapidly through his arms as his muscles visibly tensed, evidently amplifying his strength to the maximum. Flicker, on the other hand, moved swiftly in place, the purple spatial fluctuations at his fingertips growing denser. In an instant, he opened a portal not far behind Su-Yi, seemingly intending to allow his teammates a surprise attack from the rear. Phantom Cat's form gradually became translucent as she approached the edge of the circle, planning to phase through the ground and launch a surprise attack from beneath Su-Yi's feet. Night Walker remained vigilant, crouching slightly, ready to utilize short-range teleportation in conjunction with her teammates' assault. The offensive from the 6 unfolded from 6 directions: front, back, left, right, above, and below, creating a tempest of energy fluctuations in the training ground. Yet Su-Yi remained as steadfast as a mountain within the circle. As the incoming shockwave approached, he merely shifted slightly to the side, raising a hand to fiercely exhale towards Angel, disrupting her flight. Relying solely on individual attacks will not suffice. Su-Yi's voice resonated above the cacophony of energy. Now, consider how your abilities might synergize. Upon hearing Su-Yi's reminder, Arclight, who was fully committed to propelling the shockwave, felt a surge of inspiration. Out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed Bishop's electric aura glowing blindingly bright. He immediately called out, "Bishop, may I borrow some of your energy?" Bishop immediately understood the situation. He turned to face the arc of light, raising his hand as a concentrated current of electricity shot from his palm, precisely striking the shockwave of the arc. The initially pale blue shockwave was instantly enveloped in a layer of electrical energy, its power surging dramatically, the air howling as it pressed towards Su-Yi, flattening the grass on the ground. In Chapter 64, the Archangel, witnessing this, abandoned his dive, instead flapping his wings and circling above Su-Yi. His snow-white feathers stirred up fierce winds, obstructing Su-Yi's vision. On the ground, the phantasmal cat seized the opportunity, becoming entirely ethereal as it silently traversed the scorched earth's edge, creeping towards Su-Yi's ankle. The crucial cooperation came from Blink and Night Walker. Blink opened a portal to Su-Yi's left, and Night Walker immediately initiated a short-distance teleportation, her figure appearing on the other side of the portal, launching a punch towards Su-Yi's side. Just as her fist was about to make contact, Blink opened a second portal to Su-Yi's right, causing Night Walker to vanish again, only to reappear behind Su-Yi in the next moment. This series of teleportations created a fleeting gap in Su-Yi's defenses. As he raised his hand to block the electrified shockwave, he sensed a slight disturbance in the air behind him. Night Walker's fist was mere inches away, while the phantasmal cat was poised to touch his ankle. From a distance, Logan couldn't help but whistle, exclaiming that the boy had finally learned to cooperate. Dr. Charles smiled and nodded, acknowledging that they had come to understand that individual prowess alone would not secure victory. Teamwork was paramount. Su-Yi could distinctly feel the threat of Night Walker's fist behind him and the ethereal disturbance near his ankle, two dangers converging from above and below, nearly sealing off his escape route. Yet he remained calm. With a sudden, forceful motion of his left hand, he conjured an invisible force field that instantaneously blocked Night Walker's punch. His right hand struck the ground, sending shockwaves that expanded across the scorched earth, perfectly striking the phantasmal cat, just as it was about to connect with his ankle. An admirable collaboration, but still insufficient. As Su-Yi's voice faded, Bishop's roar rang out. Again, he absorbed the generator's energy once more, this time not transferring it to the arc, but converting it entirely into defense. He charged towards Su-Yi, arms outstretched like a moving shield, blocking the rebound path of the shockwave. Seizing the moment, the arc gathered strength, unleashing an even more potent shockwave. The Archangel dove from above, ensnaring Su-Yi's arm with his wings in an attempt to restrict his movements. Blink opened a portal behind Bishop, allowing Night Walker to teleport to Su-Yi's right side, initiating another assault. Meanwhile, the phantasmal cat circled outside, becoming ethereal once more as it burrowed underground, planning a surprise attack from beneath Su-Yi's feet amid the scorched earth. This time, the 6 individuals completely abandoned personal displays, each movement meticulously crafted to create opportunities for their teammates. Bishop's defense withstood the residual force of Su-Yi's counterattack, while the Arc's shockwave captured Su-Yi's primary attention, and the Archangel's restraint prevented him from fully responding to the side. When Night Walker's fist came rushing in once more, Su-Yi turned just in time, but he failed to notice the transparent ripple suddenly emanating from the scorched earth beneath him. Bang! The phantasmal cat's paw emerged from the ground, grasping hold of Su-Yi's pant leg. Almost simultaneously, the Nightwalker's fist grazed past Su-Yi's shoulder, stirring a gust of wind. Su-Yi abruptly halted his movements, casting a glance at the phantom cat clutching his pant leg, and then touched the spot on his shoulder that had been brushed against. Breaking into a sudden smile, "You have won." In the distance, both Logan and Professor Charles exhaled in relief, while a subtle curve appeared at the corner of Eric's mouth. Su-Yi raised his hand to free himself from the grip of the phantom cat, his fingertips gently gliding over his shoulder, revealing no trace of the earlier contact, clearly indicating that the encounter had inflicted no real harm. Observing the tense expressions of the 6 before him, he suddenly chuckled. In truth, I never intended to unleash my true strength from the very beginning. This statement left the 6 momentarily stunned. Arclight instinctively withdrew his hand, which had been gathering a shockwave, his eyes filled with astonishment. Su-Yi continued, "What I truly sought to test was never whether you could defeat me, but rather if you could set aside personal prowess and choose to cooperate." He pointed towards the battlefield from moments ago. Initially, you all fought independently. No matter how formidable your abilities, they were akin to scattered sand. However, later on, Bishop took on defense. Arclight spearheaded the attack. The Archangel provided restraint. Nightwalker and Blink coordinated their efforts, and Phantom Cat exploited openings. Together you truly formed a fighting force. Chapter 65. The final decision. Su-Yi's gaze swept across the 6, ultimately resting on Phantom Cat, Archangel, and Blink, his tone imbued with assured recognition. I have determined the final candidates. Phantom Cat, Archangel, and Blink. Congratulations. Observing the immediate spark of excitement in their eyes, he continued, your abilities complement each other remarkably. Phantom Cat's phasing can breach defenses, Archangel's flight offers support, and Blink's portals serve as the tactical core. I believe that with proper synergy, you will undoubtedly evolve into commendable heroes. He then turned towards Arclight, Bishop, and Nightwalker, his tone gentle yet equally solemn. As for the 3 of you, there are more suitable paths for you. The X-Men at the Academy are in need of fresh blood. Arclight's shockwaves and Bishop's energy absorption can significantly enhance their offensive capabilities. When addressing Nightwalker, Su-Yi deliberately paused for a few seconds, especially you, Nightwalker. Your mutant perception can precisely locate your kind and discern their abilities. You are a natural mutant interviewer. Accompanying the professor to find lost brethren will surely allow you to maximize your value. From a distance, Professor Charles, upon hearing this, smiled and waved at Nightwalker. I have prepared a specialized perception training program for you. Magneto also approached, patting Arclight and Bishop on the shoulders. The training with the X-Men is considerably more rigorous than at the Academy, so do not fall behind. Upon hearing the final arrangements, the atmosphere in the space ignited with enthusiasm. Phantom Cat embraced Blink, both their eyes sparkling with excitement. Archangel fluttered his snow-white wings, circling in the air, clearly eager to embark on a new journey. With a smile, S.H.I.E.L.D stepped forward, nodding towards the three. Come. We shall begin to devise your bespoke costumes, equipment, and training plans. You will also have a month to acclimate through training. The trio promptly followed suit, their steps light as they made their way towards the craft on the lawn. Blink could not resist glancing back, waving at Nightwalker. Meanwhile, Dr. Charles maneuvered his wheelchair to Nightwalker's side and gently remarked, "In my laboratory, there are devices designed to enhance perceptual range. We shall commence training tomorrow, striving to elevate your abilities to a new echelon." Nightwalker nodded vigorously, pushing the wheelchair alongside him, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Magneto then patted the backs of Aurora and Bishop with a gruff voice, stating, "The training grounds of the X-Men are far more rigorous than this. Follow me. You'll catch the afternoon's practical training just in time." Aurora clenched her fists and exchanged a resolute glance with Bishop before unhesitatingly keeping pace with Logan. The two groups ventured in opposite directions, sunlight cascading upon them, as if bestowing a warm glow upon two distinctly different, yet equally resolute paths of heroism. The craft's engines gradually ignited, transporting the selected trio towards the League's base. Meanwhile, at the X-Men's training facility, new challenges awaited the other three. The craft landed steadily on the Justice League base's helipad, and as the hatch opened to reveal the hall, the members within had already gathered. Riven was busy calibrating data on the screen. Firestorm leaned against the wall, fiddling with his lighter, while Iceman and Steel were standing at the outermost edge, their gazes filled with curiosity. Chapter 66. Choosing to join S.H.I.E.L.D, was the first to step out, gesturing to the three behind him with a welcoming hand. "Allow me to introduce our team's new members." Phantom Cat, Archangel, and Blink emerged in succession. Despite the presence of legendary heroes before them, the trio stood tall, albeit slightly anxious. S.H.I.E.L.D pointed to Phantom Cat with a smile, saying, "This is Phantom Cat, capable of phasing through solid matter, with exceptional infiltration and rescue skills. During the trial, she managed to reach beneath me from the depths of the earth." Phantom Cat immediately raised her hand in greeting, her voice clear and bright. "Hello everyone. I look forward to working with you." Firestorm, upon hearing this, looked up with a grin, just in time. The base's ventilation ducts require regular inspections. "We finally have a dedicated expert for that task." Next, S.H.I.E.L.D pointed to Archangel in the sky. Archangel possesses both flight capabilities and formidable self-healing. He will be our go-to for aerial reconnaissance and rapid support. Just moments ago in the training ground, his wings stirred quite a tempest. Archangel flapped his wings and nodded slightly to the crowd, eliciting a whistle from Steel. "Those are impressive wings. Next time we're on a sea mission, they might just help me catch up to fleeing pirate ships." Finally, S.H.I.E.L.D turned his gaze to Blink. "This is Blink, who can open teleportation portals. Whether relocating teammates or supplies, her efficiency is unparalleled. Henceforth, we shall no longer fret about being late for support." Blink conjured faint purple spatial ripples at her fingertips, cheerfully stating, "I can currently open up to 3 portals simultaneously. Feel free to call on me whenever you need." Riven stepped forward and gently patted her shoulder. "With your portals, our tactics can become significantly more adaptable." Blink, Archangel, and Phantom Cat stood in awe before the seasoned mutants, their eyes shimmering with uncontainable excitement. The air was suffused with a faint metallic scent and the distinctive aroma of dust from the training ground, while the distant sounds of energy impacts quickened their heartbeats. S.H.I.E.L.D smiled at them, his voice steady and gentle. "There is no need for anxiety. I typically operate alone during regular missions, while the rest of you will be divided into various teams. You are free to choose one to join. They will guide you and conduct the necessary assessments." Flicker instinctively clenched her fists, the patterns of light on her fingertips shimmering slightly. The Archangel's wings gently folded behind him, his gaze imbued with a hint of eagerness. Phantom Cat exchanged a quiet glance with the senior beside her, seemingly already weighing which team would suit her best. The seniors around them exhibited a variety of expressions. Some were polishing their weapons, others were quietly conversing, and some were intently calibrating sophisticated technological equipment. Observing the hesitance on their faces, S.H.I.E.L.D spoke with a tone that was both encouraging and patient. "Do not rush your decisions. I suggest you first contemplate the complementarity of your respective abilities. Each team possesses a unique combat style and mission focus. Your choice of team should not only reflect your interests, but also consider where your skills can be most effectively utilized. Flicker paused momentarily, then nodded thoughtfully. Her spatial jumping ability was indeed well suited for assaults and rescues, but when paired with speed-oriented teammates, it could yield a more agile tactical combination. The Archangel's gaze flitted among the various teams. He realized that while joining the aerial squad might grant him an advantage in flight, collaborating with the ground assault team could enhance his roles in reconnaissance, support, and enemy suppression. Phantom Cat fell into contemplation. Her wall-passing ability provided a unique advantage in infiltration. Yet limiting herself to technical support might squander her potential in real combat. Perhaps, collaborating with either the reconnaissance or assault teams would allow her abilities to be employed more comprehensively. S.H.I.E.L.D noted the dawning realization in their eyes and continued, "Remember, true strength lies not merely in the enhancement of individual abilities, but in the augmentation of the team's overall combat effectiveness. By finding partners whose capabilities complement your own, you will achieve results that surpass the sum of your individual contributions." His words illuminated the path for the trio. They began to reassess the characteristics of each team and ponder their positions within them. Chapter 67. Team Selection. After a moment of reflection, Flicker was the first to speak. "My abilities are better suited for assaults and assisting teammates with mobility. I wish to join the Wolverine and Steel Titan team, as they would benefit from my agility." Phantom Cat added, "I want to join the Shapeshifter team. With my abilities, we can infiltrate certain areas more conveniently. Coupled with their powers, we can discreetly gather a wealth of intelligence." The Archangel then declared, "I will join the Wolverine and Steel Titan team as well. Their missions involve combat tasks, allowing me to provide them with better aerial support and reconnaissance." Listening to their choices, S.H.I.E.L.D's eyes flickered with approval. "Excellent. It seems you have given this considerable thought." He turned to Wolverine and Colossus, stating, "Your team has gained two formidable allies. It appears that our future missions will proceed with greater ease." Wolverine, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, grinned, "Welcome aboard, young lady and little angel. Remember, in my eyes, ability is one thing, but courage and trust hold far greater significance." Colossus added in a deep voice, "Our missions are indeed perilous. Yet as long as we look out for one another, there is nothing we cannot overcome." Meanwhile, Shapeshifter welcomed Shadowcat's addition, "A wise choice, child. Your abilities combined with our stealth techniques will allow us to navigate undetected beneath the enemy's very noses." Lastly, S.H.I.E.L.D advised, "Now that the decision has been made, integrate swiftly into your respective teams. Remember, you fight not only to accomplish the mission, but also to protect those who cannot defend themselves." As S.H.I.E.L.D surveyed the assembled teams, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Each squad now comprised 4 members, their structure more cohesive and their combat capabilities substantially enhanced. With the teams established, S.H.I.E.L.D declared, "As we embark on our mission, each squad will require a leader. Logan, you will command your team. I have faith that you will safeguard them." Wolverine, exhaling a plume of smoke with unwavering resolve, replied, "Rest assured, as long as I draw breath, they will be safe." His succinct words exuded undeniable confidence. S.H.I.E.L.D nodded and turned to another team. "Riven, this squad is entrusted to you. They are still young and inexperienced, so your guidance is essential to prevent any major mishaps during the operation." Riven smiled slyly. "Fear not, I will train them well. After all, there are no second chances on the battlefield." The members of both teams felt the weight of their responsibilities. The young recruits looked to their leaders, their eyes reflecting both anticipation and determination. S.H.I.E.L.D concluded, "Remember, the strength of the team far surpasses that of the individual. Look out for one another. Maintain open lines of communication and await mission directives." No sooner had he finished speaking than the base's communication system chimed with the announcement of a new mission. The two teams immediately prepared for departure, ready to embrace their inaugural collaborative operation. Upon receiving their assignments, the team led by Wolverine, Logan, Archangel, Blink, and Colossus was tasked with apprehending a mastermind behind illegal weapon manufacturing at an abandoned factory. Meanwhile, the team helmed by Riven, comprised of Shadowcat, Firestar, and Iceman, was to infiltrate a nearby research facility, steal weapon design documents, and evacuate without alerting the enemy. Before the operation commenced, Logan offered a brief briefing. "Once we enter, Colossus and I will draw fire. Archangel will assess the situation from above, and Blink will be responsible for relocating individuals to safety. Do not act recklessly." Blink and Archangel nodded in agreement, while Colossus grinned, "Fear not, my skin is tough." On the other side, Riven instructed Shadowcat, "You will phase through the walls first to scout the way. Signal us upon locating the target documents. Remember, move cautiously to avoid triggering the cameras." Phantom Cat responded with a soft acknowledgement, seamlessly slipping through the wall like a shadow, utterly silent. Once the battle commenced, Wolverine's team quickly engaged the adversary. Logan led the charge, with Colossus close behind, the two resembling a moving shield. Archangel circled above, occasionally diving down to distract the enemies. Blink adeptly maneuvered through the battlefield, instantly relocating injured teammates to safety. Meanwhile, Phantom Cat successfully infiltrated the research facility, locating the documents concealed within a safe. After signaling, Riven and her companions swiftly acted, using disguise and speed to secure the materials. In less than half an hour, both teams accomplished their missions and returned to the base safely. Although the process was somewhat perilous, everyone emerged unscathed. Upon returning, Logan simply remarked, "Not bad. The first collaboration went relatively smoothly." Riven smiled at her team, saying, "Today was decent, but it won't be so easy next time." Hearing this, everyone chuckled, quietly relieved that their inaugural cooperative operation had been a success. Chapter 68. The hammer of Thor. S.H.I.E.L.D sat at his desk, his fingertips lightly tapping the surface as his gaze fixated on the computer screen. A notification popped up in the lower right corner, a part of his custom anomaly event collection system. Each day, the system gathered the latest extraordinary incidents from news outlets, forums, and even some underground intelligence websites, particularly focusing on reports concerning extraterrestrials and superhumans. Recently, aside from Iron Man Stark consistently making headlines, a significant event had arisen. Captain America, Steve Rogers, had been rescued from the ice and revived. There were also reports of Spider-Man battling Dr. Octopus and the Lizard. Reflecting on this, S.H.I.E.L.D mused, with Steve Rogers now active, the Avengers are likely forming soon. In my previous life, I held great admiration for Steve Rogers. He is a true champion of justice. One day we shall meet, and in this life, I am a step ahead of you all. As for the news regarding Spider-Man, his adversaries are merely practice dummies for him, and it is through these experiences that he increasingly comprehends the adage that with great power comes great responsibility. Just then, the next piece of news piqued his interest. It reported that in the deserts of New Mexico, a hammer had been discovered, lodged at the bottom of a pit. Strangely enough, the hammer appeared not particularly heavy, yet no one could move it. Strong men exerted all their might to lift it, yet it remained immovable. Trucks were brought in to tug at it, their tires slipping, smoke billowing, yet the hammer steadfastly stayed in place. Consequently, the hammer became an internet sensation, drawing a variety of individuals eager to test their strength. Some claimed to be exceptionally strong, others arrived with tools, and even jesters placed bets, yet all failed, leaving behind laughter and an array of handprints on the hammer. S.H.I.E.L.D gazed at the photograph of the hammer in the news. Its gray head paired with a short wooden handle appeared ordinary, yet emanated an air of mystery. He had a vague intuition. This was no ordinary hammer. It was likely connected to the beings of Asgard. After all, something that could not be moved by mere strength was probably governed by special rules, much like an individual needing to meet certain qualifications to wield it. S.H.I.E.L.D fixated on the immovable hammer displayed on the screen, a faint smile gracing his lips. Asgardian deities, he murmured softly, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. This was not mere curiosity. It was an exploration of the very essence of power. In his view, the weapons of the Asgardians were not simply sharp or heavy. They were imbued with rules, even a certain will. The reason no one could lift the hammer was not due to its physical weight, but rather a limitation of authority, a test of worthiness. How had they managed to embed such rules within the metal? S.H.I.E.L.D stroked his chin, his mind already conjuring various possibilities. Was it runic magic? Or perhaps some form of dimensional lock? What thrilled him even more was the prospect of witnessing firsthand the hierarchy of divine power. Iron Man relied on technology, Spider-Man on mutation, while the Asgardians were endowed with innate divine strength augmented by enchanted artifacts. A surge of combat spirit flickered in his eyes. He was determined to discover just how much stronger these so-called gods truly were. Returning to his abode, S.H.I.E.L.D unearthed an unusually designed instrument, an energy detector personally customized for him by Dr. Hank. This device was far more intricate than a standard spectrometer. It could not only capture and analyze various energy waves, but could also simulate the energy absorption patterns of S.H.I.E.L.D's core through a unique quantum resonance mechanism, predicting which energies he could harness and which would elicit repulsive reactions. This was precisely the moment for it to shine. S.H.I.E.L.D nodded in satisfaction. He understood that the energy contained within Thor's hammer was not of the ordinary kind. Rather, it was a unique amalgamation of spatial rules, divine power, and ancient runes. Standard instruments could merely detect faint energy fluctuations, yet Dr. Hank's device might unravel its fundamental structure. Adjusting the instrument to rule detection mode, intricate energy graphs materialized on the screen. He observed that, In addition to the familiar electromagnetic signals, there existed a set of completely unfamiliar waveforms, perpetually shifting, yet consistently adhering to a fixed mathematical relationship. Chapter 69. Lifting the hammer. The New Mexico desert resembled a vast frying pan in the afternoon heat, the air shimmering with distortion. A crowd had gathered around the pit where the hammer lay. Some were attempting to lift it, others snapping photographs, and even a few broadcasting live. Clad in casual attire, S.H.I.E.L.D squeezed his way to the front row, gazing at the hammer. It stood quietly at the bottom of the pit, its head glinting with a faint metallic sheen, while the wooden handle remained unscathed, as if freshly crafted from a workshop. "Bro, care to give it a try?" A bearded man beside him cheerfully offered a pair of gloves. "I bet 50 that you won't be able to lift it." S.H.I.E.L.D declined the gloves, opting instead to crouch down and extend his hand. The moment his fingers made contact with the handle, an invisible barrier rippled outward like waves in water, not a forceful impact, but rather a chilling sensation of rejection, as if some rule whispered in his ear, "You are unworthy." Interesting, S.H.I.E.L.D arched an eyebrow, refraining from making a forceful attempt. At that moment, his detector vibrated slightly, and a peculiar energy curve appeared on the screen, unlike any spectrum known to Earth. "Is this the manifestation of Asgardian runes?" S.H.I.E.L.D mused. "It seems to resemble a self-repairing energy structure." No wonder the hammer remained stable in any environment. What intrigued him further was that the instrument indicated this energy contained a sort of fragment of will, akin to a decision tree of artificial intelligence, yet far more intricate and abstract. Perhaps this was why only the chosen ones could wield the hammer, as it would conduct a sort of mental evaluation of its bearer. A faint smile graced S.H.I.E.L.D's lips as he stowed away the device. He had gained a preliminary understanding of this enigmatic hammer. Next, he was eager to witness its power firsthand. Recalling the legends surrounding Thor's hammer, his gaze ignited with fervor. In his memory, the hammer's origins were far more astounding than depicted in the news. It was said to have been born at the dawn of the universe, forged by the Dwarven King using the remnants of a dying star and the metal URU, intertwined with the branches of the World Tree, a mysterious entity connecting the 9 realms. This combination of materials not only endowed the hammer with indestructible physical properties, but also allowed it to channel magic and command the force of thunder. Essence of stars. Branches of the World Tree, S.H.I.E.L.D whispered to himself, images of flames and thunder intermingling in his mind. It was no wonder such potent energy was contained within. He realized that this was not merely a weapon, but a flawless energy conversion device capable of transforming its wielders will into tangible rules and power. This aligned perfectly with his ongoing research, how to solidify abstract rules into controllable forces. S.H.I.E.L.D tightened his grip on the energy detector, excitement gleaming in his eyes. If he could decipher the structure of this energy, he might grasp the very essence of divine power, perhaps even surpass it. Taking a deep breath, he pressed his palm against the hammer's handle, his muscles tensing instantly. The sand beneath his feet cracked as if crushed by a great weight, and the onlookers quickly scattered, fearing the repercussions. As the energy within him surged, the air began to warp slightly, waves of heat and electric light intertwining around him. S.H.I.E.L.D's essence was that of the core energy of a young star, far more intense and tempestuous than that of a dying star. At that moment, the hammer seemed to respond to this force, trembling slightly. The spectators widened their eyes, some even forgetting to breathe. This is impossible," someone exclaimed in disbelief. "Lift it for me." With a low growl, the hammer quivered as if awakened from slumber. In the next instant, the sky darkened abruptly, ominous clouds swirling, thunder and lightning crashing, transforming the previously clear afternoon into the eve of a storm. Gasps erupted from the crowd, who hurriedly sought refuge in their vehicles. Just as everyone anticipated a torrential downpour, S.H.I.E.L.D's power finally breached a critical threshold. Bang! A resonant sound echoed as Thor's hammer was fully lifted by him. The furious force of thunder erupted from the hammer, coiling around S.H.I.E.L.D like a multitude of silver serpents. However, unlike the legends, these powers did not transform him into the god of thunder. Instead, they were directly absorbed by his body. S.H.I.E.L.D felt the energy reserves within him surging rapidly, as if he were clutching an enormous, unceasing power bank. "How intriguing," he murmured softly. At that moment, a commanding voice erupted in his mind. "Mortal, this is not for you to touch." S.H.I.E.L.D's pupils constricted sharply as a towering figure materialized in his consciousness, clad in golden armor, wielding a divine spear, with eyes as fierce as lightning. It was Odin, the king of Asgard and father of the thunder god. Though merely a phantom, he emanated an overwhelming pressure. S.H.I.E.L.D marveled silently. Truly, a deity who has lived for thousands of years. Even in old age, his power remains terrifyingly formidable. He acutely felt that he was not even in the same league as Zeus, even with the power of a star at his command. He appeared insignificant before such an ancient god. Not to mention the dimensional demons. Before Odin, they were nothing more than ants. It seems I still have a long way to go. With this thought, S.H.I.E.L.D released his grip. With a resounding thud, the hammer of the thunder god crashed back to the ground. The sky instantly cleared, the clouds dissipated, and the pressure in his mind vanished. He gazed at the hammer, a smile creeping onto his lips. Your father truly worries for you. Why must you be so foolish? On the other side of New Mexico, in a small-town hospital, Thor slowly opened his eyes. Still acclimating to his mortal form, he was awakened by an anxious female voice. You are finally awake. Jane Foster had discovered him during his fall and brought him to the hospital. She assisted him in getting out of bed. Entirely unaware that she was walking alongside a god, Thor rubbed his throbbing head, vaguely sensing that his divine power was being suppressed by some force. Oblivious to the fact that his hammer had stirred considerable commotion nearby. Meanwhile, at the edge of the desert pit, S.H.I.E.L.D had just stowed away his energy detector and was turning to leave when he noticed a cloud of dust rising in the distance. A black SUV sped towards him and halted at the pit's edge. The door swung open, and a man in a black suit, exuding a competent demeanor, Agent Coulson, stepped out. He surveyed the surroundings, his gaze landing on the hammer, brow slightly furrowed. He then produced a walkie-talkie. Director, we have located it. Moments later, a throng of government personnel rushed in, establishing a perimeter and erecting temporary isolation facilities. Drones hovered above, and ground instruments began scanning the hammer's energy response. The crowd was dispersed, and the entire area swiftly transformed into a high-security research site. S.H.I.E.L.D stood at a distance, quietly observing it all. He knew that Thor would inevitably come to reclaim his weapon. It was the honor of the Prince of Asgard, and an opportunity for him to prove himself anew. Let us wait, S.H.I.E.L.D murmured, his eyes shimmering with anticipation, eager to see just how vast the chasm between them truly was. As night fell, the desert winds grew cooler, while the isolation zone remained brightly lit. In this tranquil night, it seems as though two formidable forces are gradually converging, one hailing from Earth, the other from Asgard. Chapter 71. The Strike on the Other Side. Thor, accompanied by Mary Jane, jostles his way to the outskirts of the quarantine zone. The illuminated base looms in the night like a colossal steel beast. Stripped of his divine powers, he must stealthily infiltrate the shadows of the perimeter like an ordinary soldier. Yet, scarcely has he crossed the first line of defense when alarms wail through the night sky. Searchlights sweep across the area, and soldiers, armed and ready, close in. The base is instantly engulfed in chaos. On the hillside, S.H.I.E.L.D stands with arms crossed, his eyes narrowed. With his extraordinary vision and X-ray capabilities, he perceives every corner of the base with clarity. He observes Thor clashing with the crowd, his movements still agile, but lacking the thunderous might of his former self. At that moment, a figure dangles on a steel cable, hovering mid-air. It is Hawkeye Barton. Crouched on the suspended ladder, bowstring drawn taut, he aims at Thor below. Shall I take him down, sir? Or should I summon more men? Barton inquires through the communicator. Stand by for further instructions, Coulson replies calmly. Meanwhile, Thor is engaged in a fierce struggle with a tall African-American soldier. Their fists collide, muscles tense, sweat mingling with rain. Ultimately, through sheer will and combat skill, Thor overpowers his opponent, pinning him to the ground. Gasping for breath, he rushes to his hammer, gripping the handle with both hands. Yet, nothing transpires. The hammer remains stubbornly anchored to the earth. Thor bellows in fury, veins bulging, but regardless of his effort, the hammer remains steadfastly embedded in the ground. S.H.I.E.L.D almost chuckles, realizing that there are indeed beings who cannot lift their own hammers. Rain pelts around him, yet an invisible barrier evaporates at half an inch away, leaving him untouched. He keenly observes the spectacle, silently measuring the disparity between himself and Thor. A god devoid of power is merely human. While Thor continues to rage over his inability to lift the hammer, he fails to notice the soldiers regrouping around him. Coulson's voice resonates through the loudspeakers. Drop your weapons and place your hands on your head. Slowly, Thor turns, rain cascading down his face. His eyes filled with defiance and anger. Yet he knows that without his hammer and divine strength, he cannot contend against the armed forces of the base. Moments later, he is pinned to the ground, handcuffs clamped around his wrists. The soldiers escort him toward a black van. As Hawkeye descends from above, bow stowed away, his expression devoid of emotion. Thor offers no response, only casting a final glance at the immovable hammer as he is shoved into the vehicle. Meanwhile, on the hillside, S.H.I.E.L.D shakes his head slightly. Such a pity. He had hoped to witness Thor's true capabilities. He turns to leave, but suddenly halts, sensing a subtle shift in the energy within the hammer, as if it were anticipating something. Fascinating. S.H.I.E.L.D's lips curl into a faint smile. It appears that the best is yet to come. At dawn, the rain in the quarantine zone had ceased, and the sky was veiled by a thin layer of clouds. Thor was securely fastened to a chair in the interrogation room, the metallic restraints on his wrists glinting coldly. Coulson sat opposite him, his gaze piercing. "Tell me, who sent you? What is that hammer?" Thor merely regarded him with a frigid stare, offering no response. At that moment, Coulson's phone rang, prompting him to rise and step outside to take the call. As soon as the door to the interrogation room clicked shut, a subtle wave of air rippled through. In the next instant, a strikingly handsome man clad in a green cloak appeared before Thor, Loki. Chapter 72. The Destroyer on the Hillside. S.H.I.E.L.D. also witnessed this scene, a slight smirk gracing his lips. The god of mischief has made his entrance. Inside the interrogation room, Loki's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. Father is dead. Thor's head snapped up, his eyes brimming with shock and anguish. It was the war you instigated that led to his banishment. Mother has forbidden your return. Loki's voice was somber. Now, the burden of the throne rests upon my shoulders. Can I go home? Thor's voice was hoarse. Loki shook his head. The terms of the truce with Jotunheim stipulate your eternal exile. I have come to say goodbye, brother. I am truly sorry. Thor lowered his gaze, a flicker of regret crossing his features. No, it is I who should apologize. Thank you for coming to see me. Farewell. Loki turned to leave, his figure gradually fading into the air. On the hillside, S.H.I.E.L.D. watched with great interest. Such acting talent wasted on anything but the stage. To him, it was a meticulously orchestrated performance. The god of mischief effortlessly unsettled the rather dim-witted god of thunder with mere fabrications. Although Loki delighted in teasing his brother, he always protected Thor when it mattered most. After all, only he had the audacity to torment the god of thunder. This brotherhood, S.H.I.E.L.D. mused with a light chuckle, is a quintessential example of love intertwined with rivalry. When Coulson returned to the interrogation room, he found Thor sitting despondently with his head bowed. It seems you remain unwilling to speak, Coulson sighed. But I must remind you, that hammer has attracted far too much attention. We cannot prolong this indefinitely. Thor lifted his head, a glimmer of resolve in his eyes. It does not belong to you. Yet it currently resides on our territory, Coulson replied, turning to leave. Think carefully, perhaps we can strike a deal. As the door closed once more, silence enveloped the interrogation room. Meanwhile, on the hillside, S.H.I.E.L.D. observed the unfolding drama, gently tapping his fingers on his knee. A deal? They do not realize that the ownership of that hammer is not for mere mortals to determine. By evening, Dr. Selvig, entrusted by Jane, finally arrived at the quarantine zone. He bore a stack of forged documents, explaining to Coulson that the god of thunder was his research assistant, who had inadvertently trespassed into the restricted area due to a psychological disturbance from an experimental accident. Coulson examined the documents, then glanced at the monitor displaying Thor's condition, seemingly weighing his options. Moments later, he nodded. Very well, I can release him. However, as he turned to leave, he quietly instructed the agent beside him, send someone to follow them. Thor returned to enjoy a few drinks with Selvig, and after a night of warming camaraderie, he and Jane found themselves more in harmony. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D. stood on the heights outside the town, suddenly sensing a surge of energy rippling through the sky. He looked up to see four figures descending from the clouds, Thor's valiant companions, Volstagg, Fandral, Hogun, and Sif. They strode confidently down the street, heading directly towards Thor. However, before they could exchange pleasantries, the sky shimmered once more with an eerie energy ripple. In the next moment, a colossal metallic figure crashed to the ground, the destroyer. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s pupils constricted slightly. Was this sent by Loki? In the quarantine zone, Coulson was shouting into a megaphone at the destroyer. Unidentified entity, please identify yourself. In response, a searing energy beam shot forth, instantly piercing through several military vehicles, explosions erupting in rapid succession, illuminating the sky with fiery brilliance. Meanwhile, Thor and Dr. Selvig were urgently evacuating the townspeople, while his four companions charged directly at the destroyer, ready for battle. Yet, not long into the confrontation, the four were forced to retreat under the overwhelming might of the destroyer. Hogun was sent flying by a punch, crashing heavily into a shop. Fandral's weapon was disarmed, and he was knocked over by an energy wave. Sif, though agile, could only narrowly evade the onslaught. S.H.I.E.L.D. observed the unfolding battle quietly, a slight smile gracing his lips. The destroyer, Asgard's war machine, truly lived up to its reputation. He noted that the energy core of the destroyer seemed to emit a similar energy signature to Thor's hammer, albeit more ferocious and unstable. Interesting, S.H.I.E.L.D. mused quietly. It seems that Thor's true trial is only just beginning. Chapter 73. Awakening. Thor gazed upon his fallen comrades, took a deep breath, and stepped resolutely towards the destroyer. His stride was steady and unwavering, devoid of any hesitation or fear. "Brother," Thor's voice resonated through the destroyer to the throne of Asgard. "Whatever I have done to hurt you, to cause you distress or discomfort, I am truly sorry. But these people are innocent. Their deaths would serve no purpose for you. Kill me, and let this end." Upon hearing this, Loki, seated upon the throne, instinctively tightened his lips with a flicker of complex emotion flashing in his eyes. The energy core of the destroyer flickered, seemingly in doubt. Thor's lips curled slightly, believing his words had reached his brother. But in the next heartbeat, the destroyer abruptly turned, delivering a powerful blow that sent Thor sprawling. Jane screamed as she rushed to the fallen Thor, holding him tightly. "It's over," Thor weakly uttered. "No, it's not over." Jane shook her head with tears in her eyes. "I mean, you're safe." "We're all safe," she added. "Then that's enough," Thor replied, his head tilting as he lost consciousness. The destroyer stood silently, seemingly having completed its task. Through its eyes, Loki observed this scene in silence before turning back to his throne. The destroyer also slowly pivoted, preparing to depart. At that moment, the hammer of thunder, amidst the desert, suddenly quivered, breaking free from all constraints, soaring into the sky, transforming into a streak of lightning that raced toward the town. Dr. Selvig, witnessing the approaching hammer, hastily pulled Jane away from Thor's side. As the lightning descended abruptly, the hammer of thunder landed firmly in Thor's grasp. In that instant, a thunderous roar filled the air, the sky was torn asunder, and divine power surged back into Thor's being. The moment the hammer nestled in Thor's hand, golden lightning cascaded down like a waterfall, enveloping the entire town in a luminous embrace. His battle armor was reforged in the electric glow, while the tattered cloak fluttered fiercely in the wind. Now, this was the true beginning, Thor murmured, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. The destroyer seemed to sense the impending threat, abruptly pivoting, its energy core glowing anew, poised to unleash a fatal strike. Thor denied it any opportunity. With a powerful thrust of his foot, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging toward the destroyer. The hammer swung with the might of thunder, striking down upon the creature's head with a resounding crash. The massive metallic cranium tilted askew, sparks flying in all directions. The destroyer staggered backward but quickly regained its composure, retaliating with an energy blast aimed at Thor. Thor raised the hammer as a shield, absorbing the blow. The collision of lightning and energy erupted in a blinding brilliance. The battle between the two intensified, the streets of the town transforming into a battleground, each clash sending tremors through the ground. S.H.I.E.L.D stood aloft, arms crossed, squinting at the unfolding spectacle. His pupils reflected the intertwining of lightning and energy. "This is the power of Asgard," S.H.I.E.L.D murmured, marveling at the perfect fusion of order and thunder. His energy detector pulsated wildly, capturing the energy fluctuations of the destroyer and the hammer of thunder. The core frequency of the destroyer neared that of the hammer, yet it was more brutal, more volatile. In contrast, the hammer of thunder actively guided energy rather than merely releasing it. A smile graced S.H.I.E.L.D's lips. "It seems that the so-called gods are merely beings who have mastered more advanced principles." A flicker of battle intent ignited in his eyes. "One day, I shall dismantle these principles myself and see if they can truly bind me." After dozens of fierce exchanges, Thor, now airborne, spun the hammer, conjuring a massive whirlwind that drew the destroyer into its eye. Seizing upon the destroyer's vulnerability, Thor leaped high and raised the hammer above his head, channeling all the thunderous power of the heavens. For these innocent souls, with a mighty strike, thunder and hammerlight fused into one, piercing the core of the destroyer in an instant. The destroyer's exterior shattered under the blinding radiance, disintegrating into countless metallic shards scattered across the ground. Thor landed, panting, and surveyed his surroundings. The townsfolk emerged from their shelters, gazing at him with eyes filled with awe and gratitude. Chapter 74. The call to battle. As the smoke of battle lingered, a blue-red streak of light pierced the air from afar, hovering above the battlefield. S.H.I.E.L.D floated in midair, overlooking Thor, who had now donned his thunderous attire once more. "Thor, the god of thunder, seems rather overrated." S.H.I.E.L.D's voice was indifferent, yet laced with a hint of provocation. "He is merely a man reliant on his hammer, incapable of wielding his own strength in battle." Thor abruptly lifted his head, his brow furrowing, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. "Who are you? I do not recall any deity resembling you." S.H.I.E.L.D could not help but chuckle at the remark. "No, I am not a god. I am a human from Earth. What you refer to as a Midgardian." He descended slowly, maintaining a safe distance from Thor. "I have been awaiting your restoration of power, curious to witness just how formidable your so-called Asgardian might truly is." Thor narrowed his eyes, gripping Mjolnir tightly, the hammer crackling with electric energy. Midgardian, are you challenging me? Challenge. No, S.H.I.E.L.D shook his head. I merely wish to validate. I seek to understand what a god truly amounts to in the face of genuine power. As his words lingered in the air, the atmosphere around S.H.I.E.L.D began to warp, the ground beneath him trembling as though it could not withstand the force. Thor sensed the surge of energy, his expression shifting to one of seriousness for the first time. You are no ordinary Midgardian. Indeed not, S.H.I.E.L.D replied, a smirk gracing his lips, his eyes glinting with combat fervor. I am the one who will compel you to unleash your true strength. The tension between them crackled in the air, enveloping the battlefield in an eerie silence. The townsfolk held their breath, their eyes fixated on the impending clash of titans. Come, Thor, S.H.I.E.L.D whispered, let me behold the true might of the god of thunder. At S.H.I.E.L.D's taunt, Thor's fury ignited. He spun Mjolnir, the lightning roiling across its surface, and in the next instant, whoosh, the hammer, imbued with cataclysmic power, hurtled towards S.H.I.E.L.D like a golden bolt of lightning. With unwavering focus, S.H.I.E.L.D gathered all his strength into his right fist, colliding with the hammer. Bang! A deafening roar reverberated, the shockwave sweeping through the surroundings, dust billowing into the air, distorting even the very atmosphere. Amidst the haze, Thor prepared to mock, but his pupils suddenly constricted as a figure surged forth from the smoke, moving with a speed that bewildered the senses. Now was the moment. S.H.I.E.L.D's voice echoed in his ears, and then, bam! A powerful punch struck Thor squarely on the jaw. The god of thunder was sent hurtling like a cannonball, crashing into a nearby shop, the entire structure collapsing in an instant, bricks and debris scattering everywhere. In the swirling dust, S.H.I.E.L.D hovered in the air, his voice dripping with disdain. Is this all you are capable of, Thor? Without your hammer, what else can you achieve? From the ruins, a golden streak flashed as Mjolnir flew back into Thor's grasp. Rising from the rubble, he rubbed his aching chin, a hint of battle fervor gleaming in his eyes. That truly hurt. I was careless just now. Thor lifted his gaze, the lightning flickering within his eyes. Now, the real battle begins. With a furious roar, Thor hurled his hammer, which traced a golden arc through the air, instantly harnessing the thunderous power of the heavens. Dark clouds churned ominously, and lightning slithered through the layers like silver serpents. Witness the true might of the god of thunder. Before the words had even escaped his lips, Thor released the hammer with a force of annihilation aimed directly at S.H.I.E.L.D. The air was rent asunder, emitting a piercing shriek. S.H.I.E.L.D's gaze sharpened, and the stellar energy within him erupted instantaneously. Fiery red flames surged from his eyes as he clenched his fists, unleashing a beam of searing heat toward the hammer. Boom! The clash of thunder and red light in midair birthed an energy shockwave, expanding with a diameter of several dozen meters. The shockwave swept through the surroundings, leveling buildings along the street and creating chasms several meters deep in the ground. Both combatants staggered back a few steps, yet their fighting spirit remained undiminished. Chapter 75, Fight! 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 Thor advanced a step, gripping his hammer tightly, and spun it fiercely, channeling the thunderous energy into a colossal lightning dragon. The dragon roared forth towards S.H.I.E.L.D, embodying an insatiable hunger for destruction. S.H.I.E.L.D inhaled deeply, his muscles swelling with power as he concentrated his heat vision into a massive red beam. He unleashed it with ferocity, and the red beam collided with the lightning dragon in midair. The sky above the small town was instantaneously engulfed in blinding white light, as though two stars were colliding upon the surface of the earth. When the brilliance faded, both warriors stood amidst the ravaged battlefield, breathing heavily yet unwavering in their gaze toward one another. Indeed, a worthy adversary, Thor panted, blood at the corner of his mouth. You merit my utmost effort. S.H.I.E.L.D wiped the blood from his lip and smiled. Likewise, as they spoke, the two soared toward each other, their silhouettes reaching a climax in the air. Each punch S.H.I.E.L.D threw carried the searing power of a solar core, the air distorting in its wake. His heat vision periodically burst forth from his eyes like twin lasers, forcing Thor to parry vigorously with his hammer. Meanwhile, Thor wielded his enchanted hammer with relentless precision, each swing crackling with the thunderous might capable of rending the heavens. The interplay of hammer shadows and lightning formed an intricate web, ensnaring S.H.I.E.L.D within its grasp. The spectators below could only hear the incessant thuds and the thunderous roars, catching fleeting glimpses of golden and lightning flashes, yet unable to discern the movements of the two combatants. Is this still a battle between humanity and divinity? One murmured. In the midst of this electrifying clash, S.H.I.E.L.D suddenly seized upon a flaw, sidestepping a hammer strike and delivering a devastating blow to Thor's chest. Bang! Thor grunted, sent tumbling. Yet he quickly regained his footing and countered with a sweeping strike, forcing S.H.I.E.L.D to retreat. They briefly separated, but almost simultaneously accelerated toward one another once more. Boom. The golden flames and purple lightning collided anew, as if the very sky were being torn asunder by their power. The figures of S.H.I.E.L.D and the god of thunder intertwined mid-air, their speed eclipsing the limits of human perception. The crimson glow and violet lightning clashed in a dazzling display of light. Suddenly, S.H.I.E.L.D sidestepped a strike, his hands clasped tightly together, and forcefully unleashed a devastating blow that struck S.H.I.E.L.D squarely in the chest. The thunder god emitted a muffled grunt, propelled hundreds of meters away, crashing into the hillside at the edge of the town, causing the earth to tremble and rocks to scatter. Yet, before S.H.I.E.L.D could catch his breath, a colossal bolt of purple lightning descended from the sky. S.H.I.E.L.D burst forth from the debris, his body enveloped in radiant electricity, as if merging with the very heavens. Judgment of thunder. A pillar of lightning, piercing through the firmament, descended directly upon S.H.I.E.L.D. With both hands raised high, he braced himself against the onslaught. Boom. The impact of the lightning shattered his combat suit, sending him hurtling through 3 buildings before he came to a halt. As the dust settled, both warriors knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. The ground of the town was marred with deep trenches and charred marks, with certain areas melted into a glass-like substance. The storm clouds above dispersed, yet still flickered with sporadic sparks of electricity. "This battle ends in a draw," S.H.I.E.L.D exclaimed, panting, a hint of respect gleaming in his eyes. S.H.I.E.L.D smiled faintly. "Next time, I will emerge victorious." Chapter 76. The conclusion. A sharp smile graced S.H.I.E.L.D's lips, his gaze shining with remarkable intensity. "Next time, I shall be stronger than you, S.H.I.E.L.D. We will meet again." This marked his first unreserved display of power. The fierce clash with S.H.I.E.L.D birthed an unspoken camaraderie rather than enmity. As his words faded, he lightly tapped the ground, shooting skyward like an arrow, leaving behind a fleeting shadow that vanished in the blink of an eye at the horizon's edge. On the other side, S.H.I.E.L.D leaned on Mjolnir, breathing heavily, sweat streaming down his cheeks, yet unable to conceal the awe in his eyes. "He truly is a marvel. Are there many of your earthlings with such strength?" Among the gathering crowd, Jane spoke up first, her tone revealing understanding. "I heard in the news that they are an officially recognized team of mutants. That one, it seems, is their leader, Superman S.H.I.E.L.D." She paused, adding, "He formed the Justice League and has consistently used his abilities to save lives, earning immense popularity among the youth. Moreover, Superman S.H.I.E.L.D's powers are indeed beyond imagination." Upon hearing this, the Thunder God placed one hand on his hip, a confident smile gracing his lips. "I must admit, he possesses considerable charm and is quite handsome, but he only rivals me." The surrounding crowd nearly rolled their eyes in unison, the unspoken word narcissism etched upon their faces. S.H.I.E.L.D, however, remained unfazed, bursting into hearty laughter, his mirth echoing the jovial spirit of Asgard. Sobering, he turned his gaze to Jane, his tone suddenly serious. "Jane, doctor, I must return to my friends. Loki continues to err, and I must intervene." As he spoke, he stepped forward, enveloping Jane in a profound embrace, and gently pressed a kiss upon her forehead. His voice, low and resolute, assured her, "I shall return, trust me, once I have resolved matters in Asgard." Subsequently, he turned to the doctor, bestowing upon him a vigorous hug as well. Having completed these gestures, Thor stood shoulder to shoulder with his companions and raised his hand towards the sky, proclaiming loudly, "Heimdall, send us back." No sooner had he uttered the words than a dazzling burst of colorful energy descended from above, enveloping the group in its radiant embrace. As the brilliance flickered, their forms gradually became translucent, ultimately vanishing from sight, leaving behind a faint, rainbow-like afterglow upon the ground that lingered for an extended moment. The vibrant energy's residue slowly dissipated from the earth, while Jane's fingertips still retained the warmth from their recent embrace. She gazed at the now empty horizon, her eyes reflecting a blend of concern and unwavering certainty. The doctor adjusted his glasses and followed her gaze, gently breaking the silence. Affairs in Asgard have never been straightforward. However, since he has vowed to return, he will undoubtedly fulfill that promise. He paused, infusing his words with a teasing undertone. For it was not every day that a deity, who could stand toe-to-toe with the superhuman S.H.I.E.L.D and still boast of his own handsomeness, would easily concede defeat. Jane found herself amused by his words, her previously taut emotions gradually loosening. She brushed off the dust from the hem of her garment, her voice soft yet clear. "I understand. When he returns, perhaps we may even see S.H.I.E.L.D again. The Justice League and Asgard might intersect once more in the future." The doctor nodded with a smile, gesturing for her to walk towards the vehicle. "Now that would be intriguing. Let us first organize the energy data from this location. It may prove useful down the line." Their silhouettes gradually faded into the distance, leaving only the last trace of pale color on the horizon, as if to lay a foundation filled with anticipation for this temporary farewell. Chapter 77. The secret transaction. While S.H.I.E.L.D. and Thor were engaged in a fierce battle, a clandestine transaction was unfolding in another part of the Justice League headquarters. In the uppermost office of the Justice League building, the air was thick with the cold, hard scent of metal and leather. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the urban landscape rose in a labyrinth of towering structures, sunlight slicing through the glass to create a tapestry of light and shadow that divided the two individuals at the desk into starkly contrasting auras. Logan reclined in his swivel chair, the metallic tips of his wolverine claws unconsciously tapping the surface of the desk, producing a crisp yet vigilant sound. His gaze, sharp as an eagle's, scrutinized the man opposite him, clad in a neatly pressed dark green military uniform. That man was General Ross, the insignia on his epaulettes gleaming coldly in the light, his face etched with the resolute lines characteristic of a soldier, though an almost obsessive fervor simmered beneath the surface of his eyes. Leaning forward, he placed his hands firmly on the desk, his tone imbued with an irrefutable certainty, each word calculated with precision. Logan, you require the military's unwavering endorsement, the resources that only the state can mobilize, and I only need Bruce Banner. I need that green monster. He deliberately paused, his fingertips caressing the corner of a confidential document, which detailed the previous negotiations with the mutants. The margins bore his densely packed annotations. We both understand the astonishing capabilities of the mutants. You can trace paths imperceptible to ordinary individuals and breach the most fortified defenses. Exactly what I require. The last negotiation proceeded so smoothly not solely due to your prowess, but largely because I suppressed the dissenting voices within the military. Logan raised an eyebrow and scoffed, yet he refrained from an immediate rejection. He was acutely aware of the stakes involved. The Justice League, buoyed by military propaganda and resource allocation, had long since emerged from its underground origins to become a nationally recognized force akin to the Fantastic Four. Posters of them adorned every street corner, their public approval soaring, even granting them access to certain military arsenals and intelligence networks. Such privileges had never been afforded to the mutants. We will not indiscriminately slaughter innocents for the sake of capturing one individual. Banner has committed no wrongdoing. He merely struggles to control his own power. Logan's voice was low, imbued with a steadfast resolve, and the sound of his adamantium claws striking ceased abruptly. General Ross's eyes flickered with impatience, but quickly masked it with a facade of composed pragmatism. What I seek is a living Banner. A force that can be studied and controlled, not a corpse. You need only assist me in locating his whereabouts. The military will handle the rest. He shifted his tone, laced with allure. Moreover, the military's resources of enhanced individuals will be available for the mutants to select from. The office fell into a brief silence, punctuated only by the distant hum of the city filtering through the glass. Logan's gaze settled on General Ross's determined visage, suddenly reminded of the scientist Trask, who relentlessly pursued mutants with equal fervor. His eyes bore a similar fanaticism. It seemed that whether military leaders or scientific zealots, once ensnared by a singular obsession, they became remarkably myopic. Ultimately, Logan nodded slowly, pressing his fingertip against the collaboration agreement on the table. Agreed, but we have conditions. First, Banner's life must not be endangered. Second, we must lead the operation on the front lines while the military handles perimeter containment. Third, this matter must remain confidential, so as not to tarnish the reputation of the Justice League. A smile finally graced General Ross's face, and he swiftly signed his name, the strokes vigorous and resolute, embodying a sense of irrevocable commitment. It is settled. He pushed the signed agreement toward Logan, his fervor nearly spilling over. Soon, we shall capture that green behemoth. Logan scrutinized the signature on the document, his fingertips applying slight pressure, crumpling the paper's edge. He understood that once this transaction commenced, the Justice League would be embroiled in the military's conflict with the Hulk. And lurking behind this alliance was perhaps General Ross's ravenous desire for the Hulk's power, intensely fervent and perilously dangerous. Chapter 78. Pursuing Banner. In the uppermost office of the Justice League Tower, the agreement had just been signed, the ink still carrying a faint aroma of fresh ink. Logan clutched the thin yet weighty sheet of paper, his knuckles turning pale as he furrowed his brow in contemplation. He repeatedly pondered how to broach the subject with S.H.I.E.L.D., for collaborating with the military to capture the Hulk felt inherently unsettling, particularly given the obsessive glint in General Ross's eyes that perpetually unnerved him. Before he could sort through his thoughts, a sudden thud resonated from outside the office, followed by the steady yet brisk sound of footsteps approaching. Logan quickly folded the agreement and tucked it into his inner pocket, hurrying to greet the newcomer. At the corridor's end, S.H.I.E.L.D was removing his slightly soiled tactical gloves, the shoulder of his black combat uniform marked by faint scratches, evidently the aftermath of a recent skirmish. Upon spotting Logan, he broke into a smile, his eyes reflecting a hint of fatigue yet remaining bright. "I'm back," he declared. Relief apparent in Logan's response as he stepped forward, his tone tinged with exasperation. "Finally you return. I hadn't heard a word from you in days. All the task assignments and military follow-ups piled up on me. My head is about to explode." S.H.I.E.L.D chuckled softly, placing a hand on Logan's shoulder, his fingertips brushing against the taut line of his shoulders. "Given your current state, it seems you've managed quite well, haven't you? I was deeply entangled in matters on my end, which delayed my return. As soon as I wrapped things up, I raced back." As they walked towards the office, S.H.I.E.L.D's gaze swept over the scattered documents on the desk. He casually picked one up, flipping through it, his finger resting on the military seal at the bottom. "So, is the collaboration with General Ross finalized?" Logan followed him into the office, collapsing onto the sofa in agitation as he tugged at his collar. "Don't even mention it. This task is truly unbearable. I'm far better suited for brawling on the front lines than negotiating terms with those bureaucrats. Honestly, you or Reuven would be 10 times more adept at this than I am." "Reuven is currently occupied," S.H.I.E.L.D replied, moving to the water cooler to pour 2 glasses of warm water. He handed one to Logan, his tone growing serious. "She is tracking a shipment of illegal enhancement drugs in the West. Those individuals are exceptionally cunning, necessitating her skills in disguise and stealth to gather intelligence. It would be a sheer waste for her to sit here, signing documents and negotiating in my stead." Logan took a sip from the glass, his brow slightly easing. Yet he hesitated to speak. "Regarding the collaboration with Ross, it's rather complicated. He wants us to assist in capturing the Hulk, Bruce Banner." As he spoke, he retrieved the agreement from his pocket, laying it out on the coffee table. "I stipulated 3 rules. No loss of life, we lead on the front lines, and absolutely no leaks. Yet, the way that old man looks at Banner is not merely that of a hunter. It feels as though he is eyeing a treasure." S.H.I.E.L.D's gaze fell upon the terms of the agreement, his smile gradually fading as his fingers lightly tapped the section regarding the containment and location of the Hulk. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting half his face in light and the other in shadow, obscuring his expression. All that could be heard was his solemn voice stating, "I have long heard of General Ross's obsession with the Hulk. What he desires is not merely Banner himself, but that uncontrollable power." He raised his gaze towards Logan, affirming, "You are right, we must uphold our boundaries. However, we cannot afford to be complacent. Banner's abilities are exceedingly unpredictable, and the military may not strictly adhere to protocol." Logan nodded, feeling a weight lifted from his heart. "I knew you would understand. What shall we arrange next? Should we reach out to other mutants to ascertain Banner's recent whereabouts?" S.H.I.E.L.D did not respond immediately, but walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the clouds on the distant skyline. His tone was resolute as he said, "Let us first await news from Raven to ensure her safety." "I am quite concerned about that," Logan sighed, as if releasing an immense burden. "Your return is timely. Matters requiring decision-making and caution against manipulation are best handled by you." Just now, Ross relayed information indicating that energy fluctuations were detected at an abandoned factory area in northern Mexico, urging us to depart promptly. Chapter 79. The capture operation. S.H.I.E.L.D's fingers lingered on the ink of the agreement, his expression darkening. "That old fox Ross is undoubtedly eager to act. I suspect he has been monitoring Banner for some time, waiting for the right moment to strike. Now, leveraging our efforts, he will swiftly disclose Banner's location." He turned to Logan, his tone grave. "This mission will not be as straightforward as previous ones. You must remain vigilant. I will provide support from the rear. And should any unusual circumstances arise, I will rush to your aid." "That is preferable. Having you as a safety net brings some reassurance," Logan replied, standing up and casually draping a tactical jacket over his shoulder. His tone was less fraught and more resolute, hoping for a smooth operation without significant upheaval. He had just turned to exit when S.H.I.E.L.D suddenly recalled something and quickly stepped forward to call him back. "Wait a moment." As Logan turned back, S.H.I.E.L.D emphasized, "Do your utmost to avoid provoking Hulk too much. You know his strength correlates with his anger. The more enraged he becomes, the greater the devastation he can unleash. If capturing him is possible, we shall do so. If not, we will exert our best efforts. We are the Justice League, not mere pawns of the military. Assisting them is a matter of goodwill, and they must be clear about their position." Logan smirked, shrugging in resignation. "Easier said than done, but given the Hulk's temperament, it is unlikely we can entirely placate him. A confrontation seems inevitable. I shall strive to manage the situation and minimize collateral damage." With that, he waved his hand and hurried out of the office, his voice echoing in the corridor as he rallied his team. The office fell silent once more as S.H.I.E.L.D took his seat behind the desk, His fingertips tapped on the military's encrypted terminal, illuminating the screen and revealing recent troop movement records. Frowning, he scrutinized each entry until he spotted an anomalous supply distribution record, a batch of sealed containers intended for high-level biological experimentation, along with sedatives and energy suppression devices, had not been allocated to the regular armory but redirected to an abandoned military base on the outskirts of the city. Indeed, they have a contingency plan, S.H.I.E.L.D murmured to himself, continuing to dig deeper on the terminal. He brought up satellite imagery of the base, where several military trucks were seen entering and exiting frequently. The perimeter was fortified with high-voltage fencing, and he could even discern figures clad in white lab coats moving about. It is evident that Ross had no intention of merely capturing Banner. He had long secretly assembled a research team, poised to use the Hulk as a subject for experimentation. S.H.I.E.L.D promptly encrypted and archived the footage and coordination records, while simultaneously activating the internal communicator. His tone icy. Investigate the abandoned Eagle's Nest base on the outskirts of the city. Confirm the core members of the research team and Ross's direct contacts. And send me the information in 10 minutes. A response crackled from the communicator before S.H.I.E.L.D disconnected, his gaze returning to the window. He understood that the battle on Logan's side would soon erupt, and he needed to swiftly ascertain the details of the Eagle's Nest base. Once Banner was captured, that place would become the true danger. The abandoned factory on the outskirts lay shrouded in thick mist, the damp, cold air mingling with the pungent scents of decaying leaves and earth. Logan, accompanied by 3 members of his mutant team, lurked within the dense foliage. The dry twigs beneath their feet crackled softly. He raised a hand to signal the others to halt, his nostrils flaring as he detected not only the aroma of vegetation, but also a faint mingling of blood and sweat, Banner's essence. "It's just ahead in the cave," Logan whispered, his adamantium claws quietly extending with a glint of cold metal. As per their plan, they would first attempt communication without resorting to violence. The team members nodded in understanding. Fanning out to encircle the entrance, concealed behind tendrils of vine, they pushed aside the foliage, only to be met with a sudden rush of rapid breathing from within. Logan stepped inside the cave, illuminated by the faint light streaming through the entrance, revealing a gaunt, pale man curled in the corner, none other than Bruce Banner. "Dr. Banner, we mean you no harm." Logan softened his tone, advancing cautiously. "General Ross's men are nearby. We can help you escape from here." Banner shot up, his eyes filled with wariness and fatigue, his body trembling uncontrollably. "Did Ross send you?" "I won't go with you. He wants to use me as a test subject." His breathing quickened, knuckles whitening as he gripped tightly, the veins beneath his skin beginning to bulge ominously. At that moment, a barrage of gunfire erupted from outside the cave, accompanied by the roar of military helicopters. Logan's expression shifted. Ross's military team had seemingly ambushed them ahead of time, clearly aiming to provoke Banner. "Damn it, that bastard Ross." Logan cursed under his breath, just as he turned to signal the team to cover Banner's retreat. Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberated behind him. Before his eyes, Banner's body began to swell at an alarming rate, his clothing tearing apart, skin rapidly shifting to a shade of greenish blue. Muscles bulging grotesquely, what had once been a frail figure transformed into a towering monstrous behemoth. In an instant, the composed scientist vanished, replaced by the enraged Hulk, whose eyes blazed crimson. With a mighty roar, Hulk raised his arm, slamming his massive paw against the nearby rock wall, causing it to shatter instantaneously. Debris flying in all directions. Steel, standing tall, positioned himself in front of the others, yet even his formidable strength could not withstand the overwhelming force, eliciting a pained cry. "Defend yourselves. Do not provoke him." Logan charged forward with a fierce shout, his adamantium claws slicing towards the Hulk's towering arm. A sharp crack echoed as the claws merely etched shallow white lines across Hulk's skin, the recoil sending Logan stumbling backward. Enraged, the Hulk leaped high, his massive form crashing down and violently shaking the ground beneath him. He seized a nearby tree, uprooting it with ease, and hurled it toward Logan. With a deft leap, Logan evaded the projectile, which smashed into the cave entrance, sealing it in darkness. Seizing the opportunity, Logan maneuvered behind the Hulk, his claws poised to strike at his lower back. The Hulk, feeling the sting, spun around, his colossal fist swinging towards Logan's face. Logan sidestepped, the fist colliding with the rock wall, causing the entire cave to tremble and debris to rain from above. This impasse could not continue. Wiping the blood from his lip and observing the increasingly agitated Hulk, Logan realized that prolonging the confrontation would not only thwart their mission, but could also lead to casualties within the team. Chapter 80. The Battle of the Green Giant and Wolverine Blink. "Open the portal now. I must divert the Hulk's attention, otherwise, the military will inevitably intervene." Without hesitation, Blink opened a portal behind Wolverine. Just as the enraged Hulk charged, he and Wolverine tumbled into the portal, emerging 2 kilometers away in a desolate wasteland. Wolverine cracked his neck, his claws gleaming with a chilling sheen as he coldly declared, "Come on, Hulk, show me just how formidable you are." The winds of the desert howled, and the scorching sun bore down upon the cracked earth. Standing at the edge of the portal, Wolverine steadied himself, his claws glinting ominously. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted behind him as the Hulk barreled forward like an uncontrollable green tank, each step causing the ground to tremble. "Perfect timing," Logan muttered, dodging a fist capable of toppling trucks. The Hulk's punch sank into the gravel, sending a cloud of dust and debris flying like bullets. Seizing the moment, Logan closed in, his claws raking across Hulk's abdomen, leaving only shallow wounds that quickly healed due to the Hulk's astonishing regenerative abilities. "You can't penetrate my defenses," Hulk bellowed, retaliating with a sweeping kick that sent Logan flying, crashing through a brittle tree trunk before he finally halted. Spitting out dirt, Logan grinned, "You'll find out soon enough, big guy." His voice pierced through Hulk's frenzied nerves like a searing needle. With a deafening roar that shook the earth, the Hulk charged forward, enveloped in an overwhelming aura of destruction, akin to a runaway green tank hurtling towards the portal. Standing at the threshold, Logan's lips curled into a cold smirk as he swiftly unleashed 3 gleaming claws of adamantium, their metallic sheen reflecting the harsh sunlight. He slightly arched his back, resembling a wolf poised to pounce, his eyes sharp as blades, locking onto the oncoming green tempest. Boom! As the Hulk landed, the earth seemed to be struck by a hammer, a massive crater forming as sand and debris erupted into the sky like a brown mushroom cloud. Swirling around in a chaotic whirlwind, a scorching wave of heat enveloped the surroundings, distorting the very air itself. The Hulk knelt at the bottom of the pit, his chest heaving violently, each breath accompanied by a guttural roar. His crimson gaze was fixed intently on the edge of the pit where Wolverine stood, the sinewy muscles of his verdant frame bulging as though they might erupt at any moment. Wolverine gradually rose to his feet, his adamantium claws reflecting the harsh sunlight with a chilling glint. He rotated his neck with a soft crack, his eyes sharp and predatory, unflinchingly meeting the Hulk's fiery glare. The desert wind tousled his unruly hair, revealing eyes that radiated an indomitable fighting spirit. "Come on, Hulk." Wolverine's voice was deep and gravelly, yet laced with undeniable provocation. "Show me if your brute strength can shatter my bones, or if you will be the one to be torn apart by my claws." No sooner had he spoken than he launched himself forward like an arrow released from its bow. The desert wind whipped around him, and his metallic claws glinted with an icy sheen beneath the relentless sun. The green giant roared and swung his right fist, the force of the blow howling through the air, threatening to rend it asunder. But Wolverine had anticipated this thunderous strike. He pivoted sharply to the side, narrowly evading the colossal punch capable of collapsing mountains. With lightning speed, his right hand shot out, seizing the Hulk's forearm, which was as thick as a tree trunk. "Hey, big guy," Wolverine growled, utilizing the Hulk's momentum. He pushed off the ground, soaring into the air like a monkey, and deftly landed on the Hulk's broad shoulder, securing himself firmly on the giant's back. The Hulk, caught off guard, thrashed angrily, attempting to shake off the pesky fly. Yet, Wolverine's legs clamped around the Hulk's waist like iron vices, and his claws extended fully, plunging into the vulnerable junction of the Hulk's neck and spine, where the nervous system was most concentrated and comparatively weak. Ugh! Wolverine gritted his teeth, muscles taut, as he drove his claws in repeatedly, striving to sever the nerve signals. However, the Hulk's skin was more resilient than military-grade armor, and his muscle layers were as dense as reinforced concrete. Though the claws penetrated, each strike felt like hammering against a red-hot anvil, failing to subdue his opponent and instead igniting the Hulk's already volatile fury. Roar! The Hulk unleashed a deafening roar, sending tremors through the desert and stirring up waves of sand. With a sudden, powerful grip, he seized Wolverine's lower leg, his fingers tightening like an iron band, and yanked him violently downward. Wolverine felt an irresistible force as he was wrenched from the Hulk's back, crashing heavily onto the sandy ground, sending dust billowing into the air. Before he could regain his footing, the Hulk descended upon him like a mountain falling from the sky. His fists raised high, veins bulging, muscles knotted. Each strike bore the weight of cataclysmic power as they rained down upon the prone Wolverine. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled beneath the onslaught, clouds of dust rising like mushroom plumes. With each blow, the ground fractured, debris scattering. In a mere span of seconds, a massive pit nearly 10 meters in diameter and several meters deep had been carved beneath Wolverine, its walls charred as if struck by a meteor. The Hulk gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently as he peered down into the abyss. A haze of dust enveloped the area, shrouding it in an eerie silence. Convinced that his opponent had been utterly obliterated, he turned to depart, each heavy step causing the earth to tremble beneath him, eager to vacate this troublesome battlefield. Yet, as he took his third step, a faint but distinct sound of bones realigning echoed from the depths of the pit. The Hulk paused, slowly looking back. Through the swirling dust, a figure began to rise, clad in tattered garments. His skin was marred with deep fissures revealing glimpses of fractured bones and the outline of internal organs. However, those ghastly wounds were visibly mending, healing, scabbing, and vanishing before one's very eyes. The shattered bones emitted soft clicks as they reconnected, torn muscle fibers regenerated with the swiftness of a tide. Exposed organs were enveloped by layers of newly formed tissue. In a matter of seconds, Wolverine had returned to his former state, though his gaze was now sharper. Imbued with a cold, mocking contempt, he shrugged off his shoulders, flexed his newly repaired neck, and a defiant smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Once again, he unleashed his adamantium claws, their chilling gleam reflecting the desolate sunset, his voice gravelly, yet laced with provocation. "Is that all? Were you merely tickling me?" The Hulk's pupils constricted, and a surge of fury erupted within him, unleashing a roar that resonated throughout the cosmos. This battle was far from over. Chapter 81. Military intervention. As Wolverine and the Hulk wreaked havoc in the desert, Steel Titan, Angel, and Flicker were rapidly assembling behind a concealed dune several kilometers away. "Logan can't hold out much longer," Steel Titan intoned solemnly, his metallic hand clenched into a fist. "The Hulk's rage will only intensify, and the military." He gazed into the distance, his expression grave. They must be tracking the gamma energy signature. Angel unfurled his silvery wings, currents of air swirling around him. "We must split up. We can either stay here to create chaos and draw the military's attention, or we rush to support Logan immediately." Flicker stood between them, her hands shimmering with a faint blue energy ripple, ready to open a portal at any moment. Her gaze was resolute. The military's satellites and sensors have been monitoring Dr. Banner. If the energy signature shifts suddenly, they'll lock onto the new coordinates instantly. We cannot afford to disperse our forces. Steel Titan remained silent for a moment before finally conceding with a nod. "You're right. Flicker, open the portal. We must reach Logan as swiftly as possible." No sooner had he spoken than a portal radiating a ghostly blue light burst open before them. Beyond it lay the ravaged desert. At the edge of a vast pit, Wolverine stood bloodied yet fierce, while the Hulk loomed like a volatile volcano, his chest heaving in anticipation of another eruption. Just as the three stepped through the portal, a low, dense thrum of helicopter blades filled the air from the horizon. They looked up to see three military helicopters approaching at high speed, emblazoned with the insignia of the Gamma Emergency Response Team. They skimmed low over the dunes, the cannons slowly rotating to aim at the confronting green giant below. Damn it! Wolverine gritted his teeth. They had indeed come after him. It turned out that the military had already activated the Gamma Energy Tracker. As the portal flickered to life, Banner's energy signal vanished from its original location, only to reappear 2 kilometers away. The monitoring center immediately locked onto the new coordinates, and within 3 minutes, a fleet of helicopters soared into the sky, heading straight for the battlefield. "Open fire. Suppress the target." The commander's voice crackled through the helicopter. Rat-a-tat-tat. A deluge of armor-piercing rounds rained down, targeting the Green Giant. Infuriated from his fierce battle with Wolverine, the Green Giant was pushed over the edge as bullets struck him. He let out a deafening roar, his left arm swinging in front of him to deflect the hail of gunfire. The bullets impacted his skin, leaving only faint white marks, which were swiftly healed by his muscle regeneration ability. Roar! The Green Giant disregarded Wolverine and charged towards the nearest helicopter. In mere strides, he reached beneath the aircraft, launching himself upward with a powerful push, soaring directly above the helicopter's rotor blades. "No!" Both Wolverine and Angel exclaimed in horror. The Green Giant swung a heavy fist in midair, targeting the helicopter's tail. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the tail was violently severed. The helicopter instantly lost its balance, plummeting to the ground like a severed kite, with terrified screams echoing from within the cabin. "Angel, quickly!" Blink shouted. Without hesitation, Angel flapped his wings with all his might, transforming into a streak of silver lightning as he raced towards the falling helicopter. He expertly grasped the top of the cabin, his powerful flight momentarily stabilizing its descent. Simultaneously, Blink swiftly opened a portal beneath the helicopter, leading to a safe expanse of desert ground. "Hold on," Angel yelled. Although the soldiers inside the cabin were still in shock, their training kicked in, and they promptly leaped through the portal. In the blink of an eye, Everyone was safely evacuated. Angel released his grip, watching as the wreckage of the helicopter exploded in the distance, flames shooting into the sky. Just as the green giant had destroyed one helicopter and the situation seemed temporarily stabilized, a cloud of dust suddenly rose on the horizon. The military ground convoy was racing towards them. The convoy comprised 2 heavy armored personnel carriers and 2 specialized vehicles equipped with cutting-edge technology, the rooftops mounted with the latest gamma suppression sonic cannons. This weapon was specifically designed to target the green giant's physiological structure, capable of emitting ultrasonic waves at specific frequencies to directly disrupt the amygdala and hypothalamus in its brain, causing intense pain and dizziness, and potentially even momentarily suppressing its transformation ability. Activate the sonic array. Target the green giant, the commander ordered via radio. In an instant, the 2 specialized vehicles fired simultaneously. The invisible sound waves did not produce a thunderous roar, yet they formed visible ripples in the air. Those ripples, like silver rings, cascaded towards the location of the green giant with precision. The Hulk had just plummeted from the skies when, suddenly, his entire body became rigid. He clasped his hands tightly over his ears, his body convulsing violently as he emitted a tortured roar. The sound waves pierced through his skull like countless searing needles. He staggered backward, nearly collapsing to his knees, his eyes a tempest of fury and agony, revealing for the first time a state of disarray. Effective. Continue the suppression, the commander exclaimed with exhilaration. Yet, the Hulk's torment lasted a mere 10 seconds. Although the ultrasonic waves could disrupt his nerves, they could not quell the surging gamma energy within him. Each sonic assault only served to exacerbate his already raging fury. His chest heaved, muscles coiling tightly, as the veins beneath his skin surged like molten lava. With a thunderous roar that shook the very earth, he unleashed a sound that transcended mere pain, transforming into pure, cataclysmic wrath. The Hulk abruptly lifted his head, his gaze now solely focused on a crimson thirst for destruction. Ignoring the sonic attacks, he charged toward the 2 sonic vehicles with fervent determination. He can still move? The commander gasped in disbelief. Each step the Hulk took fractured the ground beneath him. As he approached the nearest sonic vehicle, just 10 meters away, he leaped into the air, fists raised high, and brought them crashing down upon the earth. Boom! A circular shockwave erupted from his point of impact. The sandy ground beneath him collapsed instantly, forming a funnel-shaped pit several meters in diameter, while the shockwave struck the 3 sonic vehicles like an invisible hammer. Crack! Crack! The precision casing of the sonic vehicles shattered instantaneously, sparking wires within. As the array designed to emit sound waves fell into complete disarray, the shrill alarm ceased abruptly. Upon landing, the Hulk gave the military no time to react. He seized an intact armored personnel carrier beside him, lifting it as if it were a mere toy, and with a furious roar, hurled it violently at another vehicle brimming with soldiers. Bang! The 2 vehicles collided with a resounding crash, metal contorting and parts scattering in all directions. In the distance, Wolverine, Colossus, Angel, and Blink watched in horror. The sonic weapons are ineffective against him. Colossus declared solemnly, his rage has eclipsed all. We must evacuate him at once. Blink urged anxiously, if this continues, the military will deploy more lethal weaponry. Just as she finished speaking, a new rumble echoed from the horizon, not the sound of helicopters, but the engines of larger fixed-wing aircraft. The Hulk stood amidst the chaos of the battlefield, his chest heaving violently, his fierce gaze sweeping the approaching enemies. He had just obliterated the sonic weapons, yet it was evident that the military had more in store. Chapter 82. Escape and conclusion. As the formation of aircraft drew closer, a rare flicker of instinctual clarity flashed in the Hulk's eyes. Though he might not be capable of coherent thought, his body instinctively remembered. Continuing this head-on confrontation would only attract more deadly firepower. Missiles, electromagnetic pulses, and possibly even orbital weapons specifically designed to target gamma energy. The military offered him no respite, and though his fury fueled his strength, it could not persist indefinitely. As his rage dissipated and he reverted to Dr. Banner, he would find himself ensnared in endless confinement and experimentation. Without a moment's hesitation, the Hulk abruptly turned, sprinting away from the battlefield, distancing himself from the city and all human habitation. Each stride he took reverberated through the earth, stirring clouds of dust. After merely 3 steps, he propelled himself off the ground, soaring like a verdant projectile. With a thunderous boom, his remarkable leap carried him over several sand dunes, tracing an elegant arc through the air before vanishing from view. Again and again he leaped, each landing kicking up immense clouds of dust, each ascent taking him further from the conflict. In a matter of mere seconds, that colossal green figure had entirely disappeared beyond the horizon, leaving only a swirling haze of sand and the distant, futile roar of circling aircraft. Wolverine, Colossus, Angel, and Blink stood motionless, gazing at the empty expanse before them. Their taut nerves finally unwinding. He has fled? Angel folded his wings, a note of incredulous relief in her voice. Indeed, Wolverine panted, adjusting his recently healed ribs, a wise choice. If the battle persisted, he too would falter, and they would inevitably fall prey to the military. Colossus nodded. A hint of fatigue etched on his metallic visage. Hulk's might burgeoned with his rage, but rage always reaches a zenith. Once he exhausted himself and reverted to Banner, the consequences would be dire. His voluntary retreat was, in fact, the safest outcome. Blink also breathed a sigh of relief as the energy of her portal gradually dissipated. At least the military could not pursue him for the time being. The vast desert provided ample concealment, making it nearly impossible to locate him. In the distance, the squadron of aircraft circled aimlessly, evidently having lost their target. The commander bellowed orders over the radio to widen the search. But all were acutely aware that in this boundless wasteland, finding a green giant capable of traversing great distances and scaling mountains was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. They exchanged glances, no words necessary. This conflict ignited by anger had, for the moment, reached a conclusion. There were no cheers, no celebrations, only a heavy sense of survival. For they all understood that as long as Bruce Banner lived, as long as gamma energy coursed through his veins, the Hulk would never truly vanish. The military's pursuit, societal fear, and inner turmoil would all remain inseparable companions. Yet, in this moment, they chose to temporarily set these burdens aside. Colossus clasped Wolverine's shoulder. Angel gazed into the distance, while Blink silently prepared the return portal. And the Hulk, that solitary, wrathful, and immensely powerful green giant, raced towards the uncharted depths of the wilderness. He may not know his destination, but he understood the necessity of fleeing humanity, escaping harm, and distancing himself from the very essence he could not fully control. Within the heavily fortified Gamma Emergency Command Center, a colossal holographic projection vividly displays the chaotic scenes of a desert battlefield, the charred wreckage of helicopters, the devastated sonic vehicles, and the final frame capturing the vanishing silhouette of the green giant on the horizon. General Ross stands before the screen, his hands clenched into fists, knuckles whitened from the strain. There is no trace of disappointment in his eyes, only a fervent, almost obsessive zeal that has been ignited within him. Damn it, he roars, his voice reverberating through the vast command room, laden with uncontainable rage and defiance. How could even the mutants fail to subdue that monster? The monster he refers to is none other than his lifelong obsession, Bruce Banner, or rather, the Hulk. In Ross's view, while mutants possess their unique abilities, they remain ultimately constrained by their corporeal forms. The Hulk, however, embodies pure, unshackled, ultimate power born from gamma radiation. Today, even with the combined forces of Wolverine, Colossus, Angel, and Blink, they were still unable to fully suppress him, instead allowing him to escape with ease. This not only failed to diminish Ross's resolve, but served as a potent stimulant, reinforcing his belief that the Hulk is the most formidable weapon on Earth. The epitome of a warrior template. General, an aide hastily approaches, his tone cautious. Our tracking satellite has lost the target signal. The Hulk seems to have ventured deep into the Gobi, and the complex terrain is interfering with the signal. Ross does not turn around, his gaze fixed intently on the desolate expanse displayed on the screen, as if he could penetrate the dunes and glimpse that green figure. He cannot have gone far. He states coldly, as long as he is alive, as long as he continues to emit gamma energy, we will find a way to locate him. He suddenly pivots, his eyes sharp as blades, piercing directly at the aide. What is the progress on the Hulk's blood research? And what of Dr. Samuel Stern? The aide's heart quickens, and he promptly reports, General, Dr. Stern's situation is somewhat unique. After his last contact with the Hulk's blood sample, he experienced mutations in his head due to gamma radiation, resulting in cranial expansion and a significant increase in brain capacity. His intellect has also enhanced, even to an extraordinary degree. He is still working in the underground laboratory and seems to have made some groundbreaking progress. Groundbreaking progress? A glint of intensity flashes in Ross's eyes, and a cold smile curves his lips. He strides toward the control console and picks up an encrypted document, an initial report summary submitted by Dr. Stern. Boldly inscribed on it is, directional activation of cellular regeneration factors detected in gamma blood samples, possessing the potential to transform human tissues. A single drop of blood, Ross murmurs, his voice low yet brimming with power, is sufficient to mutate an ordinary person's brain. This power, it is both terrifying and perfect. He raises his gaze toward the pitch-black night sky, as if he could pierce through the clouds and behold the green giant wandering in the wilderness. Wait for it, Banner. He enunciates with unwavering determination, I will capture you with my own hands. Your power will ultimately serve my purpose. Unnoticed by those around him, General Ross's right hand unconsciously brushed over his left chest, where a miniature syringe lay pressed against his heart, containing a small vial of liquid that shimmered with a ghostly green hue. This was the Hulk's blood, secretly extracted and initially stabilized by Dr. Stern. At that moment, a mad idea took root in Ross's mind. Since conventional means could not conquer the green giant, he would become him. He envisioned a being more powerful, more controllable, and more perfect. Thus, the seed of the red giant was sown. All of this began tonight, sparked by the Hulk's furious roar in the desert, ignited by the mutant's futile struggle to thwart his escape, and fueled by the unquenchable flame of obsession that burned within General Ross. Chapter 83. A new crisis in the Justice League Tower. Logan leaned against the window, cigar smoke swirling around his fingers as he spoke in a low tone imbued with undeniable conviction. S.H.I.E.L.D. This operation has surpassed the boundaries of our responsibilities. The Hulk is not a criminal. He is merely an uncontrollable weapon, and weapons should not be destroyed by heroes. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the city skyline. What the military seeks is control, not redemption. The deeper we involve ourselves, the more likely we are to become their blade. S.H.I.E.L.D. sat behind the desk, his fingertips gently tapping the surface, his expression calm yet sharp. You are right. The purpose of the Justice League has never been to clean up the government's mess. We protect the innocent, not serve as the military scapegoat. He rose and approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the illuminated city below. The Hulk's rage stems from pain, and pain should not be mended with bullets. At that moment, the holographic projection in the center of the office suddenly illuminated, and Jarvis's gentle yet clear voice resonated. Mr. S.H.I.E.L.D., Mr. Tony Stark has sent an encrypted message requesting an informal dialogue regarding future cooperation with the Justice League. He emphasized that the content should be concise, pragmatic, and devoid of bureaucratic jargon. A line of text appeared in the projection. See, we are both aware of our respective positions. Yet, some threats cannot be borne by one side alone. Let us sit down and discuss how to approach heroism more intelligently, rather than more exhaustively. Logan scoffed, extinguishing his cigar. What scheme is Tony concocting now? Last time, his superhero registration act nearly sold us all out. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s lips curled into a slight smile, though his eyes were as deep as the night. This time, it may be different. Jarvis, reply to Mr. Stark. The time and place are his decision. But remember, we are not here to negotiate. We are here to draw the line. Outside, the city lights cascaded like a river of stars, and the future of the Justice League hung in the balance of this silent game. On the top floor of Stark Tower, the wind swept past the glass facade, emitting a low hum. As S.H.I.E.L.D. landed, a swirl of dust rose. His battle suit clung to his muscles, the lines of his shoulder armor sharp as a blade. Tony Stark stood at the edge of the terrace, toying with a palm reactor model, while Pepper Potts stood beside him, her fingers unconsciously curling a lock of hair. He looks truly handsome, doesn't he? Pepper murmured, her eyes never leaving S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony cleared his throat, shoving the reactor into his pocket. Ahem, S.H.I.E.L.D., it's good to see you at last. During our last unexpected encounter at Metropolis Airport, when you caught that out-of-control passenger plane with your bare hands, I was filled with an insatiable curiosity, not the kind one might have for a superhero, but rather a profound intrigue regarding the very essence of your being. S.H.I.E.L.D. grasped his outstretched hand with a steady force, remarking, that moment was indeed fleeting. I had just returned from the ruins of Krypton, still carrying a hint of cosmic dust. He released his grip and turned toward Pepper, a slight smile gracing his lips. Tony, my friend, you are truly fortunate to have her assistance. Not everyone can extricate you from the traps you create for yourself. Pepper's cheeks flushed slightly, and she chuckled. Oh, he merely needs occasional reminders not to blow up the Earth. The trio traversed the corridor, flanked by display cases showcasing Iron Man's suits, the classic metallic hue of Mark II, the modular fragments of Mark III, and the titanium alloy of Mark IV, all radiating a chilling technological sheen. S.H.I.E.L.D. paused, his fingertips gently brushing against the visor of Mark VI, a suit developed after the creation of a new type of reactor. This, he murmured, is the true advancement of human technology, not for conquest, but for protection. Tony raised an eyebrow, feigning nonchalance. Do you like it? I'll gift you a set as a keepsake. After all, many of my suits are now mementos. Who knows when I might need to blow up a few more. Turning around, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s gaze turned earnest. That would be splendid. I have harbored a dream of piloting a mech since childhood, but alas, the Justice League lacks 3D printing capabilities. Tony blinked, his smile faltering. He had anticipated a polite refusal from S.H.I.E.L.D., but was taken aback by his candid acceptance. Rubbing his chin, he muttered softly, "As long as you enjoy it. That's what matters." Inside the office, the holographic projection illuminated, showcasing a slowly rotating model of Earth. S.H.I.E.L.D sat across from Tony, still clad in his battle suit, yet devoid of its previous menace. Tony muted the background music, his tone shifting to one of gravity. "S.H.I.E.L.D, let us address the matter directly. The Justice League requires an anchor, a system capable of reining you back during moments of chaos. The Hulk incident was merely the beginning. Each of you, Superman, Wonder Woman, could easily become the next threat, not out of malice, but due to your overwhelming strength, a power that humanity cannot comprehend or control." He retrieved a document, its title starkly proclaiming Heroic Conduct Restraint and Emergency Response Protocol. "This is not a registration act," Tony emphasized, "but rather a framework for collaboration. You retain your freedom of action, yet we share intelligence, conduct joint training, and establish emergency measures. For instance, should a member lose control, Professor X's psychic link could automatically activate, or," he paused, "my countermeasure suit would deploy on its own." He remained silent for a moment, his fingers lightly tapping the tabletop, producing a rhythmic sound. Outside, the lights of New York mirrored in his eyes, resembling a flowing river of stars. "Tony," he finally spoke, "what you fear is not our loss of control, but humanity's trepidation in the face of the unknown. You seek to erect technological barriers to confine us, and in doing so, you confine humanity as well. Yet, true guardianship does not stem from control, it emanates from trust." He rose to his feet, his battle suit glimmering subtly under the lights. "The Justice League may share intelligence with you and partake in joint exercises, but it shall never accept any predetermined constraints. For we are not mere weapons. We are those who choose to stand in the light." Tony leaned back against the chair, his fingers unconsciously tracing the contours of the reactor. Pepper stood at the doorway, letting out a gentle sigh. "At least," Tony finally said, "next time you plan to save the world, could you give me a heads up? I'd like to swap my coffee for something bulletproof." S.H.I.E.L.D chuckled and turned towards the terrace. "Deal." He glanced back, and remember, the armor should bear the Mark VI color scheme, red and gold, a timeless classic. The wind whipped his clothing as his figure vanished into the night. Tony gazed at the empty doorway, muttering to himself, "Is this guy really not a version of me?" Pepper handed him a cup of coffee, more handsome, more reliable, and far more eloquent. Tony replied, "I take back what I just said." Chapter 84. The Avengers Initiative. Just as S.H.I.E.L.D's silhouette faded into the clouds surrounding Stark Tower, Tony's wristwatch suddenly vibrated. A familiar name flickered on the screen, Phil Coulson. "Ugh," Tony grimaced, his finger hovering over the disconnect button. Every time he appeared, it was never for good reasons. Before he could finish his thought, the elevator dinged lightly on the top floor, and the doors slowly slid open. Coulson, clad in a sharply tailored black suit with an impeccably knotted tie, held a silver encrypted briefcase and offered Tony a gentle yet insistent smile. "Mr. Stark," his voice steady, "I know you would prefer not to take my call, but some matters must be discussed in person." Tony rolled his eyes and placed the coffee cup he had just lifted back on the table. "Coulson, did you secretly install a S.H.I.E.L.D backdoor in my elevator? Or has Fury finally allowed you to operate beyond mere politeness?" Coulson remained silent, placing the briefcase on the holographic projection table in front of Tony. He entered a series of codes, and the case lid automatically popped open, revealing a document that lay quietly inside, its cover emblazoned with the words, "Cosmic Cube Project, Pegasus. Loki has returned." Coulson's voice turned somber. "He stole the Cosmic Cube earlier this morning. S.H.I.E.L.D's underground base has been nearly obliterated." Tony picked up the document, his fingers gliding over the data points circled in red, energy fluctuations, spatial rifts, and a blurred surveillance snapshot. A tall figure adorned with a golden helmet, wielding a scepter, drawing ethereal blue light from the cube. What does he intend to do? Tony's tone grew frigid. "To open a portal and bring his army through." Coulson paused. "Director Fury believes that going solo is no longer viable. We require an alliance, our own alliance." Simultaneously, deep within an abandoned military base in New Jersey, Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, stood at the entrance of a laboratory. Inside, Dr. Bruce Banner was stirring a green liquid in a beaker, his expression weary yet vigilant. Banner, leaning against the doorframe, spoke with a casualness akin to inviting someone for coffee. "I hear you've been exploring the healing potential of gamma rays recently? I know someone whose arm was burned by an alien weapon. The doctor said there was no hope, but you might have a solution." Banner set down the beaker and sighed. "Romanoff, I understand your purpose here. Fury wants me to revert to that green behemoth and wage war." "No." Natasha stepped inside and met his gaze. "What we need is Bruce Banner, not the Hulk. But if you're willing, We can work together to find a way to control him, not for battle, but to prevent him from harming anyone, including himself. Banner fell into a long silence before finally nodding. Meanwhile, in Washington, D.C., in the subterranean warehouse of the Smithsonian National Air and Space Museum, Nick Fury stood before a striking figure vigorously striking a punching bag. Rogers, Fury's voice echoed in the expansive space. The world needs you. Now, more than ever. Rogers smashed the bag with a single punch, exclaiming, I've waited for this day for a long time. Upon Su-Yi's return to the Justice League headquarters, he found Logan seated in the communications room, idly toying with a dagger. The holographic screen displayed alerts of anomalous energy readings from around the globe. It seems. Logan looked up at him. Our delineation plan must be temporarily shelved. Su-Yi approached the screen, watching the red dot representing the Tesseract flicker over New York City. He clenched his fist. Then let us face it together, he declared. After all, some adversaries cannot be vanquished alone. At Stark Tower, Tony Stark stood at his workstation, his fingers dancing across the keyboard. Lines of code cascaded down the screen, eventually halting on a new project title, Avengers, Initiation Protocol. The world was quietly transforming. In the communications room of the Justice League headquarters, a holographic projection pulsed with red light, the face of a military representative appearing on the screen, manifesting a sense of urgency. Mr. Su-Yi, the situation is critical. The representative spoke rapidly, background alarms faintly audible. The S.H.I.E.L.D. base in Nevada, known as Project Pegasus, has been attacked, and the Tesseract has been stolen. Witnesses report that the assailant is an alien wielding a scepter and wearing a golden helmet, claiming to be Loki. Not only has he taken the Tesseract, but he has also destroyed the energy core of the entire base. If the Tesseract is used to open a dimensional portal, the consequences could be catastrophic. Su-Yi stood before the projection, still clad in his battle suit. Dust from the Stark Tower rooftop clinging to his shoulder armor. After listening, a wry smile crept across his lips. How naughty, he murmured, his tone laced with a hint of resignation and irony. Thor's ability to discipline his brother is as lacking as his intelligence. Logan emerged from the shadows, a glass of whiskey in hand. You knew all along. Just a guess, Su-Yi replied. Su-Yi turned towards the command platform, his fingers gliding over the holographic model of Earth. A red dot was flashing erratically above New York City. The cosmic cube, a space gem, was desired by Loki. Not merely to seize it, but to open a portal and bring forth his Chitauri army. He was not here to steal, he was here to conquer. Shall we assist the military? Logan inquired. Indeed, Su-Yi responded without hesitation, but not as mere enforcers. Our objective is to prevent the portal from opening, not to clean up after S.H.I.E.L.D. He summoned satellite imagery, pointing to the heart of New York City, where Loki was currently positioned at Stark Tower. He intended to harness the energy network there to activate the cube, with Tony's reactor being the most stable power source. Logan squinted. What is your plan? The Earth will forever belong to humanity, he reiterated, his gaze resolute, and it is not a playground for every creature, great or small. Standing atop the Justice League headquarters, with the city's myriad lights twinkling beneath and the vast, infinite starry sky above, his voice, though low, resonated with the weight of tempered steel, each word striking the stillness of the night. Su-Yi turned, his battle suit shimmering with a ghostly blue hue under the moonlight. Yet there were certain lines he could not cross. Humanity, though perhaps frail and foolish, was worthy of protection, not by gods, nor by extraterrestrials, but by themselves and those who stood alongside them. He raised his hand, clenching his fist, producing a deep sound as the overwhelming power compressed the air around him. If I cannot stop Loki, Su-Yi's voice turned icy, then I shall personally reduce to ashes every Chitauri that dares to breach Earth's atmosphere. No sooner had he spoken than he became a streak of light, soaring into the sky. Meanwhile, in the distant depths of the cosmos, a colossal Chitauri mothership was silently approaching the solar system. Chapter 85 Loki. The clamor of Times Square had long been supplanted by panic. At that moment, Loki stood beside an overturned hot dog stand, the blue mind stone atop his scepter glowing ominously, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he aimed the scepter at an elderly man. Just as the scepter was about to unleash a beam of energy, a steady figure, as unyielding as rock, interposed himself between the old man and Loki. Captain America, Steve Rogers, knelt on one knee, his vibranium shield firmly held before him, the star emblem on its surface gleaming in the sunset. Step back. His voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority. Loki scoffed. You again, mortal? Your meager bravery is but a futile gesture against the divine. Before he could finish, Captain America hurled his shield. The metallic disc whistled through the air, aiming precisely at the scepter in Loki's grasp. However, the trickster merely sidestepped, allowing the shield to graze his sleeve before embedding itself forcefully into the glass facade of a nearby building. Naive, Loki murmured, swinging his scepter, unleashing a wave of energy that sent Captain America crashing to the ground. He strode forward, placing a foot on the hero's chest, looking down upon him from his elevated position. Did you truly believe that mere courage could stand against the gods? The staff was slowly raised, the brilliance of the gemstone reflecting the final resolve in Captain America's steadfast gaze. At the critical moment, a figure intertwined in crimson and gold plummeted from the heavens like a cannonball. Hey, Green Eyes. Iron Man, Tony Stark's voice echoed from within his armor, laced with his signature sarcasm. Your hairstylist needs a change, and keep your distance from my friend. Before his words had fully settled, the palm-mounted cannon roared to life. A searing beam of energy struck Loki squarely in the chest, propelling him away, crashing heavily against an abandoned yellow taxi. Tony landed with poise, the weapon systems on his armor's shoulders, arms, and legs instantly deploying, dozens of targeting points locking onto Loki simultaneously, the red lights flickering like the gaze of death. Make a move. Tony's voice turned suddenly icy. I wouldn't mind turning you into dice, the sharp-edged kind. Loki struggled to crawl from the wreckage of the taxi, his hands raised, yet his eyes remained defiant. He did not resist but merely cast a cold glance at Tony, allowing the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to approach and cuff his hands. The handcuffs, crafted from a special alloy, suppressed his magical powers. As the escort convoy made its way to S.H.I.E.L.D., a heated argument erupted between Tony and Steve in the cockpit of the Quinjet. You nearly got him killed. Steve pointed at Loki, cornered and subdued, his voice taut with anger. You didn't consider tactics at all. You just charged in recklessly. Tactics? Tony scoffed, the helmet of his armor retracting to reveal his weary yet sharp eyes. Captain, we are facing a malevolent god who can manipulate hearts and effortlessly annihilate a city. Your antiquated strategy of negotiating first won't work here. I subdued him with firepower to protect more innocent lives, including yours. Protect? Steve sprang to his feet. You see him as a target to be destroyed, not as someone who could be saved. He is Thor's brother. There may still be a chance. A chance? Tony laughed coldly. Talk to him about chances when he next manipulates a general to press the nuclear button. The two glared at each other, the air in the cockpit thick with tension. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents remained silent, not daring to intervene. At that moment, outside the cockpit, the sky suddenly darkened. Heavy clouds rapidly gathered. A stark, white lightning bolt rent the heavens, followed closely by a deafening roar of thunder. Everyone was startled by this abrupt change in the weather. The argument between Tony and Steve ceased abruptly. Loki abruptly lifted his gaze toward the cockpit's overhead window, revealing, for the first time, genuine, unmasked anxiety on his face. His pupils constricted slightly, his fingers curling involuntarily, as if struggling to suppress a profound fear. Steve keenly noted this and moved to the window, observing the swirling clouds outside, his tone tinged with subtle curiosity. What's wrong? Afraid of thunder? Loki did not respond immediately. He inhaled deeply, his voice low and hoarse, imbued with a complex emotion he himself was reluctant to acknowledge. It's not fear. I simply detest thunder. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, a tremendous crash resonated from the ceiling of the cockpit. The entire Quinjet trembled violently, as if it had been struck by an invisible giant hand. The hatch was forcefully torn open by an irresistible force from the outside. A tempestuous wind surged into the cabin, making it nearly impossible to keep one's eyes open. A tall figure stood at the doorway, silhouetted against the flash of lightning, his golden locks swirling wildly in the gale, wielding the mighty Mjolnir that radiated with devastating thunderous energy. Thor. Tony instantly recognized him, instinctively stepping back as the weapon systems of his armor reactivated. Yet it was too late. The god of thunder's gaze locked onto Loki, cornered in the shadows. And with a fierce roar, he leaped into the cockpit, swinging his hammer. Tony barely had time to react before being struck by the hammer's wind, his body hurtling against the wall like a marionette with severed strings, the armor emitting a piercing metallic groan. Thor seized Loki by the collar, disregarding his brother's astonished and furious expression, and soared towards the storm beyond the hatch. Lightning crackled around him, the thunder booming like war drums. Hey, golden-haired Asgardian. Tony struggled to rise, his helmet sealing shut instantly. Put down that villain. He is our prisoner. Without a moment's hesitation, Tony activated the thrusters, plunging into the tempest after Thor and Loki. Steve watched as the two figures disappeared into the depths of the clouds, then glanced at the shaken agents within the cockpit, remaining silent for a moment. He turned and approached the emergency equipment box, swiftly retrieving a parachute to strap onto his back. "You all continue to S.H.I.E.L.D," he said to the lead agent, his voice steady and resolute. "I will pursue them." Without waiting for a response, he leaped from the cockpit, his silhouette quickly diminishing in the raging storm, ultimately vanishing into the infinite darkness. Chapter 86. Brothers. The rain poured down relentlessly, the clouds over New York roiling like ink. As if the very sky trembled at the confrontation between the brothers. Tony Stark's armor struggled to maintain its position amidst the fierce winds. The blue flames emitted from the thrusters appearing extraordinarily vibrant against the curtain of rain. He fixated intensely on the golden figure ahead. As urgent commands crackled through his communicator from S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. "Stark, return immediately. The god of thunder's target is Loki. Intervening could provoke a direct conflict between Asgard and Earth." "Conflict?" Tony scoffed, the holographic interface within his helmet tracking Loki's vital signs and location in real time. That fiend had already claimed the lives of hundreds on Earth, manipulated Hawkeye and the Doctor, and now he sought to take his brother back for reprimand? "Sorry, but with so many lives lost, I won't let him escape so easily." He surged forward, charging his palm cannon, unleashing a denser beam of energy aimed at Thor's back. Thor seemed to anticipate this, not turning around, but merely positioning Loki in front of him. The energy beam grazed Loki's ear, singeing a few strands of his dark hair. "Tony, stop!" Captain America's voice suddenly echoed from below. Steve had deployed his parachute. Gliding through the air with the wind, his vibranium shield securely strapped to his left arm. "You'll hurt Loki. He is a key witness." "Witness?" Tony gritted his teeth, waiting for the next opportunity to open the portal and unleash the alien army. As the three of them reached a stalemate, Thor suddenly halted midair, gazing down at his struggling brother with a voice that was both deep and commanding. "Loki, enough. Do you think I am unaware of your intentions? Do you wish to provoke me into a fit of rage that leads to your demise, or do you hope for the people of Earth to take your life, thus burdening me with eternal guilt?" Loki ceased his struggles, rain cascading down his pale cheeks, indistinguishable as to whether it was rain or something else. He lifted his gaze, meeting his brother's eyes, his voice barely audible above the storm. "Brother, you will never understand." "I do," Thor replied, a flicker of pain crossing his gaze. "I comprehend your jealousy over my selection as the heir, your resentment towards our father's favoritism, and your feeling of perpetual alienation in Asgard. Yet none of this justifies your desire to annihilate Earth." "Annihilation?" Loki suddenly laughed, the sound echoing hauntingly amidst the thunder. "I merely seek to prove that I am more deserving of that throne. I am stronger. More alone?" Thor interjected, his voice imbued with a near-pitying softness. "Loki, you need not conquer to validate your existence. You are my brother, and that is sufficient." Loki was taken aback. He had never seen such an expression in Thor's eyes, not anger, nor disappointment, but pure, unconditional acceptance. This was more disorienting than any punishment. At that moment, Tony seized the opportunity, swiftly maneuvering from the side as the missile compartment of his armor opened. "Apologies for interrupting your family therapy session, but, Stark," Captain America barked. "Do not fire." Yet, it was too late. A miniature missile streaked forth, aimed directly at Thor's enchanted hammer. Thor's pupils constricted as he instinctively shielded Loki, swinging his hammer to conjure a thunderous barrier. Boom! The missile detonated before the barrier, the resulting shockwave sending all three of them hurtling through the air. Tony's armor sustained damage, the left arm thruster malfunctioning and spiraling out of control. Captain America's parachute was shredded by the gusts, leaving him to rely on his shield for cushioning as he descended towards the trees, while Thor and Loki were propelled downwards by the explosive aftermath. The hammer slipped from Thor's grasp, embedding itself deeply into the ground. Kneeling on one knee, Thor clutched his chest, gasping for breath, clearly injured. Seizing the moment, Loki broke free, staggering backward with a fierce glint in his eyes. He drew a hidden dagger from his waist, unhesitatingly thrusting it towards Thor's back. "Loki, no!" Captain America shouted from midair, powerless to intervene. Tony, enduring his pain, attempted to restart his thrusters, but the system warned. Insufficient energy, stable flight, impossible. Time seemed to freeze. Just as the dagger was about to pierce Thor's body, the Thunder God whirled around, grasping Loki's wrist with a fierce grip. His eyes were no longer filled with rage, but rather an unfathomable sorrow. "Is this truly your desire? To use my blood as a testament to your existence?" Thor's voice was hoarse, the weight of his words hanging heavily in the air. Loki's hand froze in midair. He gazed into the eyes of his elder brother and saw the reflection of himself, disheveled, frantic, and scarred, resembling a child lost in the darkness. The dagger, ultimately, was not plunged into flesh. He despondently released his grip, and the dagger clattered to the ground. Rain washed away the bloodstains from his face, cleansing the last remnants of his stubbornness. Thor loosened his tightly clenched fists, refraining from further attempts to restrain Loki, and instead approached slowly, his hands solemnly resting on his brother's shoulders. Raindrops cascaded from his golden beard. His gaze held no anger, only a weighty plea. "Come back with me, Loki," he said, his voice deep and resolute, piercing through the rain's curtain, "to Asgard. Everything will be all right. I will plead with Father, so he may recognize your worth not as a shadow, but as your true self." Loki's shoulders trembled slightly, not from the cold, but from the profound pain that his brother had so brazenly touched upon. He abruptly raised his head, rain cascading down his pallid cheeks, his green eyes igniting with defiance and resentment in the dim light, yet the corners of his mouth twisted into a cold, sharp arc. "Your throne?" he scoffed, his voice piercing like shattering ice. "Thor, you will never comprehend. What I have desired was never your pity, nor your reluctant acknowledgement. What I seek is to carve out a kingdom of my own, with my own hands, my own intellect, and my own strength. Only then will Father truly see me. The people of Asgard will truly revere me. They will know." His voice suddenly rose, imbued with a tragic resolve that echoed through the vast forest. "I am stronger than you." Thor stood, stunned, as he beheld his brother. The rain blurred his vision, yet could not obscure the eternal flame burning in Loki's eyes. He suddenly understood that Loki did not yearn for the throne itself, but for the equal regard that had never been afforded to him. Odin's favoritism, the Asgardians' adoration for the legitimate prince, had long since driven this clever, sensitive brother, who bore the same divine lineage, onto a path of profound isolation. "Loki," Thor's voice softened, imbued with a belated, heavy realization, "you need not prove anything. In my eyes, you have always been enough." Loki sharply interrupted, a flicker of vulnerability flashing in his eyes before swiftly being cloaked by a hardened exterior. "Spare me your fraternal sentiments. I do not require your understanding, nor your approval. What I seek is the recognition of all 9 realms." He suddenly turned away, no longer meeting Thor's gaze. "You cannot hold me, Thor," he whispered, his voice laced with a fateful mockery, "just as you will never truly understand me." In the distance, Tony and Steve silently observed this scene unfold. Tony's armor's visor slowly lifted, revealing a contemplative expression. Steve gripped his shield tightly, his gaze a mixture of emotions. Chapter 87. One against for the torrential rain began to subside, and the clouds parted to reveal a faint moonlight. Thor and Loki faced each other at the edge of the dock, while Tony and Steve held their breath, watching intently. The air was thick with lingering gunpowder and the irreconcilable rift between the brothers. Unnoticed, amidst the dissipating tempest, a figure hovered quietly against the backdrop of the stormy sky. Cloaked in a vibrant crimson cape, his dark blue attire accentuated a statuesque silhouette. The prominent emblem on his chest flickered enigmatically in the night, neither the insignia of S.H.I.E.L.D, nor the runes of Asgard, but a foreign yet imposing symbol. He descended slowly, landing with a muted thud that caused the cement beneath him to fracture slightly. Raindrops cascaded down his chiseled cheek, his gaze as profound as a cold abyss, sweeping over each person present. "Your brother's performance," he began, his voice resonant and clear, imbued with an undeniable authority, "can cease here." Instantly, tension gripped the crowd. Tony's suit weapon systems reactivated, Steve raised his shield, and Thor stepped protectively in front of Loki, Mjolnir clasped firmly in his grip, lightning crackling ominously around him. "Sui." Tony squinted, "What brings you here?" "This matter is under S.H.I.E.L.D's jurisdiction." "I am not your enemy," Sui replied calmly, though his gaze remained fixed on Loki, "but neither am I here to witness your familial disputes." "Loki, I shall take him away." "You shall not," Thor bellowed, directing Mjolnir at Sui. "He is a prince of Asgard, and his transgressions must be judged by Asgardian law." "Judged?" Sui scoffed. "To return him to a throne that has never truly accepted him? To continue as the problem child? Or should we wait for him to next open a portal and summon Thanos' army to Earth?" "You know Thanos?" Tony's pupils dilated, wariness surging within him. "I know far more than you can fathom." Sui turned to Tony, his tone softening slightly. "Earth is neither an appendage of Asgard nor a mere chessboard for your sibling rivalry. The havoc Loki wreaks here must be addressed by a force capable of containing him." "Contain?" Steve stepped forward, his tone grave. "Sui, I understand your concerns, but forcibly taking him would equate to declaring war on Asgard. We have just weathered one conflict. We cannot afford to become embroiled in another, especially with a civilization that can easily obliterate planets." "War?" Sui's gaze traversed the 3 men before settling back on Loki. "If Asgard insists on shielding a war criminal who harbors animosity towards Earth, then perhaps the war has already commenced. He paused, his voice resolute. I will take him back to the Justice League. Dr. X will conduct a mental evaluation and necessary containment. This is not imprisonment, but a means to ensure he no longer manipulates others with the scepter or conjures chaos with his sorcery. What Earth requires is safety, not Asgard's domestic affairs. Loki stood behind Thor, a flicker of astonishment igniting in his green eyes, quickly morphing into deeper derision. He suddenly spoke, his tone taunting. The Justice League? Dr. X? Huh. Mortal, do you think you can confine me? Whether I can or not, S.H.I.E.L.D replied coldly. You shall soon find out. Thor tightened his grip on Mjolnir, lightning dancing in his eyes. S.H.I.E.L.D, I respect your courage, but Loki is my brother. The honor of Asgard shall not be trampled by outsiders. Honor? S.H.I.E.L.D retorted. Is allowing a criminal to roam free truly the glory of Asgard? The atmosphere thickened with tension. Tony, Steve, Thor, Loki, and S.H.I.E.L.D stood at an impasse, each firmly convinced of their righteousness. In the distance, S.H.I.E.L.D's helicopter approached, its spotlight piercing through the rain, illuminating this silent conflict that transcended the cosmos and revolved around duty and belonging. S.H.I.E.L.D slowly lifted his gaze, the crimson glow in his eyes intensifying. For the final time, he asked, will you step aside? His voice, though low, pierced through the rain like an icicle. The gentle energy in his palm now appeared to others as a sword suspended above their heads. The air was thick with tension. Even the sound of the rain seemed to hold its breath. Thor remained silent, merely positioning Mjolnir across his chest, the lightning entwined around the hammer emitting a deep, resonant hum, his gaze resolute like granite. He could not permit the dignity of Asgard to be tarnished on Earth. Nor could he allow his brother to fall into the hands of an unknown figure, regardless of the latter's claims of protection. I am sorry, S.H.I.E.L.D. Steve's voice was steady yet tinged with regret as he raised his vibranium shield, adopting a defensive stance. We cannot allow you to forcibly take him. This is not merely a matter of Asgard. It concerns the safety of Earth. However, resolving it requires our collective effort, not unilateral action. Tony's armor instantly sealed shut. The shoulder missile bays and palm projectors charging simultaneously, red lights flashing like warning signals. Listen, S.H.I.E.L.D, I respect your stance, but you must understand that we will hand him over to S.H.I.E.L.D. Loki stood behind Thor, a glint of intrigue flickering in his emerald eyes. He neither resisted nor expressed his position but silently observed this standoff, a confrontation ignited by him, where mortals, gods, and superhumans were at odds over his troublesome existence. This scene, in its absurdity, stirred a flicker of delight within him. Very well, S.H.I.E.L.D sighed, the energy in his eyes flaring with intensity. I shall resort to a language you can comprehend. No sooner had he spoken, he moved. His motions were devoid of superfluity. With a single step, he appeared to traverse a distance of several meters, directly confronting Thor. The speed was so astonishing that even Tony's armor's response system could only register a fleeting shadow. Watch out, Tony shouted, unleashing his palm blasters and missiles simultaneously. Yet, S.H.I.E.L.D remained unperturbed, effortlessly deflecting all energy blasts and missiles. The explosions erupted brilliantly outside his barrier, yet failed to disturb him in the slightest. Thor's pupils constricted as Mjolnir slipped from his grasp, hurtling through the air, accompanied by cataclysmic thunder, aimed squarely at S.H.I.E.L.D's face. In this strike, he had unleashed 80% of his divine power. S.H.I.E.L.D raised his right hand, astonishingly catching the rapidly spinning Mjolnir with his bare hand. The lightning raged across his arm, yet could not scorch him in the least. With a flick of his wrist, he forcefully twisted Mjolnir aside, crashing it into the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently. The power of Asgard, S.H.I.E.L.D stated calmly, is ineffective against me. Thor staggered back several steps, astonished. The last time, S.H.I.E.L.D could not so easily neutralize the might of Mjolnir's thunder. He had grown stronger. Steve seized the opportunity, releasing his shield with a precise throw aimed directly at the back of S.H.I.E.L.D's neck. Simultaneously, he darted towards Loki, attempting to pull him away from the battlefield. However, S.H.I.E.L.D seemed to possess a sixth sense. Without turning, he delivered a swift strike with his left hand against the edge of the shield, redirecting its formidable trajectory, causing it to narrowly graze Loki's scalp before soaring away. In a fluid motion, he extended his right hand, grasping the fabric of Loki's clothing and yanking him back from Steve's side. Release him. Tony descended from the sky, his armor unleashing its full power. All missiles launched simultaneously from his shoulders, while his leg thrusters went into overdrive, transforming him into a crimson projectile aimed at S.H.I.E.L.D, shielding Loki behind him. S.H.I.E.L.D faced Tony's onslaught with calm composure, merely raising his right hand with fingers splayed. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Chapter 88. Departure. Tony's armor was seized by a hand gripping the neck of the suit. Despite the thruster's frantic attempts to propel him forward, he remained utterly motionless. Alarms blared within the armor, the energy core flickering ominously. How is this possible? Tony's incredulous voice crackled through the communicator. S.H.I.E.L.D. disregarded him, lowering his gaze to the struggling Loki, who writhed in a desperate attempt to escape the invisible restraint. For the first time, genuine panic flickered in Loki's green eyes, not from fear, but from a profound sense of helplessness under complete control. Who are you? Loki gritted his teeth and demanded. S.H.I.E.L.D. offered no reply. He raised his gaze, surveying the suspended Tony, the staggered Thor, and the astonished Steve, who had just retrieved his shield. The Earth requires protection, he declared, his voice steady yet imbued with undeniable authority, not born of Asgardian mercy nor the courage of mortal heroes, but from a power capable of balancing cosmic threats. Loki's ambition has surpassed your capacity to manage it. Turning to Thor, his tone bore a barely perceptible sigh. Your father, Odin, exiled you to teach you humility. Yet he has never truly guided Loki, only neglecting and punishing him. This, indeed, is the root of the problem. Thor stood as if struck by lightning, staring at S.H.I.E.L.D. in disbelief. He had never considered that a stranger could so accurately pierce the deepest wounds of the Asgardian royal family. Just as S.H.I.E.L.D. prepared to depart with Loki, a low rumble of engines echoed through the sky. A silver-gray Quinjet descended slowly, hovering a few meters above the dock. The cabin door opened, and Director Nick Fury emerged first, his black trench coat billowing in the night breeze, his one eye sharp as a hawk's, locking onto S.H.I.E.L.D. Behind him, Natasha Romanoff followed closely, her hands resting at her sides, her gaze alert yet non-aggressive, as if ready to respond to any sudden developments. S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury's voice was deep and steady, carrying a seasoned authority. I am Nick Fury, Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Loki. I hope you will allow us to take him. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s brow furrowed slightly, the light of the spatial vortex dimming. He did not respond immediately, but instead chose to remain silent, anticipating further elaboration. He understood that Fury would never come merely to retrieve a single prisoner. We must take him, Fury continued, each word resonating with clarity, not solely to maintain the peace between Asgard and Earth, but because we require his aid in locating the Tesseract. The Tesseract? Tony's voice emerged from the armor, tinged with surprise. Are you suggesting Loki still possesses it? No, Fury shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the assembled individuals. The Tesseract is no longer in his possession. However, he is aware of its whereabouts. More importantly, he paused, his tone abruptly turning grave. The chaos he presents is merely a facade. Hawkeye and Dr. Eric Selvig have been thoroughly manipulated by the Mind Stone. At this very moment, they are likely at some clandestine location, harnessing the Tesseract's energy to open a portal for his extraterrestrial allies, the Chitauri. The Chitauri? Thor exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock. Are they truly coming? Regrettably, yes, Fury affirmed. Loki has intentionally allowed himself to be captured to buy time, enabling his accomplices to finalize the portal's preparations. If we were to release him now, or hand him over to anyone, including you, S.H.I.E.L.D., we could forfeit our last opportunity to avert an invasion capable of annihilating the entire Earth. S.H.I.E.L.D. fell silent, fully aware of Loki's scheme. Prior to intervening, he had sensed several unusual energy fluctuations throughout New York City, one at Stark Tower, another at the abandoned S.H.I.E.L.D. underground base, and yet another in a warehouse district on the city's outskirts. The manipulation of these energies was indeed orchestrated by Hawkeye and Selvig under the influence of the scepter. Loki's ostentation was merely a meticulously crafted performance. His true weapon lay in the shadows. At that moment, he found himself in a dilemma. Capturing Loki could prevent further malevolence, but it might also render the portal unsolvable, unleashing the Chitauri horde, leaving Loki with S.H.I.E.L.D. To utilize him in locating the Tesseract might thwart the invasion, but it could also provide him an opportunity to escape amidst the chaos, or even to exacerbate the destruction. Fury astutely detected the wavering in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s eyes. He stepped forward, his tone softening yet imbued with undeniable sincerity. S.H.I.E.L.D., I recognize your mistrust towards us. However, at this juncture, our objectives align in preventing catastrophe. I assure you, as long as we locate the Tesseract, close the portal, and resolve this crisis. He locked eyes with S.H.I.E.L.D. Loki will be left to your discretion. Whether you wish to take him to the Justice League or hand him over to Professor X, we shall not interfere. This is my promise, in the name of S.H.I.E.L.D. and my own. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s gaze traversed between Fury, Natasha, Tony, Steve, and Thor. He perceived the resoluteness in Fury's eyes, the calmness in Natasha, the vigilance in Tony, the trust in Steve, and the deep-seated concern in Thor's gaze. Slowly, he released the energy binding Loki. I hope you can fulfill your promise. He left behind a single phrase and soared into the sky, leaving only a fleeting shadow in the heavens. The dock fell into a profound silence. It was not until the spatial vortex completely sealed that the crowd collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. The intangible, soul-crushing pressure brought forth by S.H.I.E.L.D finally dissipated. The fellow named Tony lowered his helmet and wiped the cold sweat from his brow, feeling that even together we could not prevail against him. He is not our enemy, Steve murmured, his gaze directed towards the direction in which S.H.I.E.L.D had vanished, at least not for now. Fury remained silent, walking up to Loki and gesturing for Natasha to step forward and recuff him. The trickster god bowed his head, yet the corners of his mouth curled into a barely perceptible smirk, as if he had not entirely failed in his plans. Let us depart, Fury coldly declared. We must return swiftly and uncover the cosmic cube to discern their schemes. The group boarded the Quinjet, heading back to S.H.I.E.L.D. The night was deepening, yet a far greater storm was only just beginning to unfold. That man named S.H.I.E.L.D might yet reappear at some unforeseen moment. Chapter 89. Infighting. The group escorted Loki back to the aircraft carrier, confining him within a glass cell specifically designed for the Hulk. This enclosure, composed of ultra-thick alloys and energy shields, was deemed indestructible. At least, that was the belief of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury stood outside the cage, his gaze sharp as a blade, issuing a cold warning. Should you dare to move, this cage will be cast from 9,000 meters into the abyss. Loki merely smirked, displaying a hint of disdain. He offered no rebuttal, showed no signs of struggle, nor did he exhibit a shred of fear. Slowly he raised his head, his eyes sweeping over Fury, his voice calm, yet laced with chilling sarcasm. You desire the cosmic cube merely to wield its power. As if it were for the benefit of humanity. Fury remained silent, his jaw clenched. However, the atmosphere before the surveillance screen had subtly shifted. Captain America furrowed his brow, instantly discerning Loki's intent. He is stalling for time. He is not alone, Thor added gravely, his tone tinged with a brother's sorrow and a warrior's vigilance. He commands an army of Chitauri. He intended to use them to trample the earth. Now, his inaction can only mean he is awaiting the activation of the cosmic cube. Meanwhile, in the aircraft carrier's laboratory, Tony Stark and Bruce Banner were engrossed in studying Loki's mysterious scepter. The metallic staff shimmered with an eerie blue glow, pulsating as if it possessed life. Tony tapped the holographic screen with his fingertips, his gaze keen. This object is not merely a weapon, it is whispering. Dr. Banner adjusted his glasses, his voice measured yet imbued with a scientist's rigor. The energy readings are highly unstable, resembling a vessel for some form of consciousness. Meanwhile, doubt had already taken root in Tony's mind. He quietly instructed J.A.R.V.I.S. hack into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s level 7 encrypted files. Fury is concealing something from us. Ironically, at the same time Tony was conducting his covert investigation, Captain America, the very individual who insisted on the necessity of trust, was stealthily infiltrating an unmarked storage room deep within the aircraft carrier. At the moment the door swung open, he was taken aback. Neatly arranged on the shelves were the weapons left behind by Hydra. Energy cannons, nerve gas canisters, and even experimental devices adorned with Nazi insignias. A sense of despair washed over him. S.H.I.E.L.D., the organization he had once sworn to defend with his life, had been insidiously eroded by the shadows of the past. The storm finally erupted in the hall. Explain this, Captain America exclaimed, slamming a document onto the table, which was a list of Hydra's weaponry. Fury did not deny it. Instead, he turned to point at Thor, his tone icy. It is due to one of his mistakes that we became aware of the dangers posed by extraterrestrial civilizations. The higher-ups had decided, we must possess a commensurate deterrent. These weapons are a precautionary measure. A precautionary measure? Tony scoffed. So you intend to create bombs using the Tesseract? Just like Hydra did back in the day? We are not Hydra, Fury shouted in anger. Yet you are employing their methods. Captain America countered firmly. The argument escalated, each individual swept away by fury and suspicion. No one noticed Loki's scepter quietly resting in the corner, its gem faintly glowing like a silent eye, magnifying their deepest fears and prejudices until Dr. Banner inadvertently grasped it amidst the chaos, awakening to the realization that perhaps none of this was their own thought. A storm was brewing silently in the heart of the aircraft carrier. Thor stood at the center of the hall, Mjolnir hovering in his palm, his eyes a tumult of anger and disappointment. He turned to Fury, his voice resonating like thunder. It is not because of my error, Fury. It is your greed for the Tesseract that allowed its energy signal to penetrate the 9 realms. Loki followed that very disturbance. You are the ones who invited the wolf into the fold. This statement acted like a key, swiftly opening Pandora's box. Inviting the wolf into the fold? Tony Stark immediately sneered, his armored glove faintly glowing in his palm. We are researching defense. We cannot simply wait until aliens come knocking. Relying on your hammer and a few Asgardian incantations to save us, can we? Defense? Captain America stepped forward, the edge of his shield gleaming coldly. Creating weapons from the Tesseract is called defense? What is the difference between that and Hydra using it to manufacture death rays? The difference is that we are the good guys. Black Widow interjected, her tone tinged with fatigue, yet her gaze sharp as a blade. Being the good guys gives you the right to do as you please? Thor retorted, does being good allow you to secretly prepare doomsday weapons while deceiving everyone? The quarrel spread like wildfire. Tony mocked Captain America as a relic of the past, incapable of using a cell phone. Yet he sought to teach them how to save the world. Captain America shot back that Tony was a playboy built on wealth and toys, oblivious to the very meaning of responsibility. Natasha attempted to mediate, but was interrupted by both men simultaneously. Amidst the uproar, no one noticed the faintly glowing cerulean light emanating from Loki's scepter on the laboratory table in the corner of the hall. The radiance flickers like a breath, each glimmer akin to a minuscule seed, quietly embedded within the depths of every heart, magnifying their suspicions, igniting their wrath, and distorting their judgments. At this moment, Bruce Banner, the scientist who has perpetually endeavored to conceal himself beneath a facade of tranquility, stands at the periphery of the crowd, his body quivering ever so slightly. He observes these self-proclaimed heroes exchanging barbs, witnessing their visages contort with fear, a familiar, suffocating agitation surging within him. He murmurs to himself, his voice barely audible. Yet no one hears him. The clamor of argument escalates. You have no grasp of responsibility. Captain America bellows at Tony. You have no understanding of reality. Tony retorts. Banner feels a heaviness in his chest, darkness encroaching upon his vision. He recalls a moment of despair from a rain-soaked night, when he had aimed a gun at his own temple, pulling the trigger. Yet, as the bullet breached his skull, a violent force erupted from the depths of his marrow, forcibly ejecting the bullet onto the ground. He did not die. He can never die, for that entity will not allow it. I have tried, he suddenly speaks, his voice hoarse, imbued with a near-collapse calmness. I have tried to take my own life, but the other side expelled the bullet. Everyone is taken aback. The quarrel abruptly ceases. Banner lifts his gaze, his eyes unfocused, as if peering into a distant realm. I am not a hero. I am a monster. A monster that cannot even control itself. You all fight to protect the Earth? But have you considered who will safeguard the Earth from my wrath if I lose control? His breaths grow increasingly labored, his knuckles whitening from strain. The shadow of Hulk flickers in his vision. Bruce, calm down. Natasha immediately steps forward, attempting to steady him. Stay back. Banner abruptly retreats, his voice rising sharply. All of you, keep your distance. In that instant, he feels a weight in his hand, instinctively lowering his gaze. He finds Loki's scepter, inexplicably gripped within his grasp. The ethereal blue gem presses against his palm, its brilliance flaring momentarily before fading into a faint flicker. A jolt courses through Banner, as if struck by electricity. He abruptly looks up, his eyes filled with shock and terror. It is influencing us. The hall plunges into a profound silence. The mockery vanishes from Tony's face, replaced by gravity. Captain America tightens his grip on his shield, his brow furrowed. Thor's hammer trembles slightly. Natasha's hand hovers near her sidearm. Fury finally steps from the shadows, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. They finally comprehend. Loki never intended to remain passive within a cage. His true weapon was never the Chitauri army, but this scepter. It can silently dismantle the most steadfast alliances, causing heroes to turn against one another in suspicion and fury. At this moment, Banner clutches the scepter, the fury of Hulk and the whispers of the Mind Stone intertwining wildly within him. He has become the eye of the storm. Put it down, Bruce. Natasha spoke softly, her voice imbued with an unprecedented tenderness and resolve. Banner gazed at the scepter in his hand, then at his comrades who had just moments ago been at each other's throats, now anxiously looking at him. He slowly, excruciatingly gradually, returned the scepter to the laboratory table. The ethereal blue light continued to flicker, though it seemed somewhat diminished. And this was merely the beginning. Chapter 90. The mothership crisis. The alarm shattered the tranquility of the aircraft carrier, just as Banner trembled while placing Loki's scepter back on the table. The alarms in the control room blared abruptly, red lights flashing frantically. On the massive holographic screen, a bright point of light was moving at an astonishing speed, the energy signal of the Tesseract. They had found it. A spark of excitement flickered in Tony Stark's eyes as he immediately called up the coordinates. Just as the group prepared to act, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted from the rear of the carrier. The shockwave crashed against the hull like a colossal hammer, causing the entire vessel to shudder violently. Lights flickering erratically, Black Widow and Banner, who were standing in the corridor, were caught off guard and violently hurled away, crashing against the alloy wall opposite them. Banner's glasses shattered upon hitting the ground. It was Hawkeye? Natasha struggled to rise, swiftly drawing her firearm, her voice chillingly calm as she locked onto the engine room. Indeed, one of the anti-gravity engines on the left side of the carrier had been destroyed, thick smoke billowing and debris scattering everywhere. The entire ship began to tilt to the right, alarms blaring, metal twisting, and the shouts of personnel merging into chaos. "Tony, follow me to the engine room," Captain America commanded, his shield at the ready as he charged towards the explosion site. "JARVIS, armor ready." Tony's voice remained clear amidst the turmoil, as the components of his iron suit flew in from various corners, enveloping his body in an instant. Meanwhile, deep within the maintenance corridor of the carrier, Dr. Banner was attempting to rise. The impact of the explosion, the residual effects of the scepter, and the terror of losing control all converged at that moment, erupting in a torrent of pressure. He felt something roaring within him, veins bulging beneath his skin, bones cracking audibly. Gritting his teeth, he endeavored to suppress the raging power. Yet this time, his will was as fragile as thin ice. In the next moment, a green light erupted from his eyes. The Hulk had returned. He let out a thunderous roar, like a rampaging beast, and began to wreak havoc inside the carrier. Alloy walls crumbled under his fists, pipes ruptured, and steam erupted violently. He rampaged aimlessly, each step causing the ship to tremble. "Hulk, stop," Natasha called out, dodging falling debris while attempting to soothe him with words, but the Hulk was beyond hearing. All he saw was fury and chaos. Just then, Thor arrived. "Enough, Bruce." Thor's voice resonated with divine authority as Mjolnir spun in his hand. "You are not a monster. You are our friend." The Hulk paid no heed, delivering a powerful punch towards Thor. Thor raised his hammer to block the oncoming force, the tremendous impact causing him to stagger backward. Yet, he swiftly retaliated, delivering a powerful strike to Hulk's chest, sending the green behemoth hurtling away. In the confined corridor, the two engaged in a cataclysmic clash. Thor attempted to stun Hulk with lightning and appeal to his reason, urging him to consider those he wished to protect. However, Hulk merely roared in fury, each subsequent attack growing more ferocious. Grabbing a broken steel beam, he swung it like a baseball bat towards Thor. The blow struck true, crashing Thor through the bulkhead and into the hangar below. Amidst the chaos, S.H.I.E.L.D. F-35 fighter jet ascended from the carrier's deck, striving to evacuate personnel. Unbeknownst to them, the aircraft inadvertently caught Hulk's attention. He looked up, a primal glint flashing in his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he took a few steps back and leaped, his massive green form shooting skyward like a cannonball, landing squarely on the back of the speeding jet. "Oh my God!" The pilot screamed in terror, desperately trying to shake off the unwelcome passenger. But Hulk had already begun to thrash and bite at the aircraft's exterior, the alloy yielding like mere paper in his grip. "Eject! Eject!" The ground command center shouted hoarsely. The pilot activated the ejection sequence. The seat shot out instantaneously. Yet Hulk clung tightly to the disintegrating wreckage. Moments later, a deafening explosion erupted as the jet detonated in midair, flames soaring high. Hulk's form was engulfed in the inferno, plummeting like a meteor toward the streets of New York City. Meanwhile, the carrier's crisis was far from over. While everyone scrambled to address the explosion involving Hulk and the jet, Hawkeye had stealthily infiltrated the core control system of the carrier. He moved with the grace of a cat, evading all guards, and inserted a miniature virus chip into the main terminal. "Prometheus protocol, terminated," he whispered, his eyes glinting with the cold light of Loki's control. In an instant, the entire power system of the aircraft carrier collapsed. The anti-gravity engines ceased operation, the thrusters extinguished, and all systems plunged into darkness. The once majestic steel behemoth, soaring at altitudes of 10,000 meters, began to plummet toward Manhattan like a severed kite. "Power loss," Fury bellowed from the control room. "We are falling. How long until impact?" Tony's voice crackled through the communicator as he and Captain America frantically attempted repairs in the engine room. "No more than 3 minutes." The engineer's voice trembled with desperation. Everyone realized that if at least one engine could not be restarted within 3 minutes, this carrier, laden with heroes, agents, and secrets, would crash into the heart of New York City with catastrophic consequences, far exceeding the devastation wrought by Loki's invasion. A shadow of despair loomed large. Yet, Amidst the descending steel leviathan, several pairs of eyes still sparkled with indomitable resolve. Tony, do you have a plan? Captain America's voice was steadfast as a rock. Tony surveyed the charred wiring and the smoking engine, a hint of a reckless grin playing on his lips. A plan? I am Iron Man. There are always more solutions than problems. He immediately connected with Jarvis. Concentrate all remaining energy to the left wing S auxiliary engine. Utilize the reactor of the armor as a temporary ignition. The risk is exceedingly high, sir. It may trigger a secondary explosion. Then let it explode. Tony roared. It is preferable to that than crushing millions. Meanwhile, Natasha was crawling from the ruins left by the Hulk. She beheld the fallen mothership and the distant burning aircraft. Without hesitation, she dashed toward the armory, needing to find the device that could disrupt Loki's signal and awaken Hawkeye. Below, on the streets of New York, a green figure emerged from the smoke of the explosion. He shook his head, seemingly regaining a flicker of clarity, yet was soon drawn to the colossal shadow descending from above. The mothership was advancing toward the city with unstoppable force. Chapter 91. Rescue Iron Man descended like a crimson meteor, plunging toward the damaged engine center of the mothership. Thick smoke enveloped the area, sparks flew, and severed pipes spewed steam. Tony Stark landed on the ravaged platform, the weapon systems on his armor automatically deploying, swiftly taking down two S.H.I.E.L.D. agents under Loki's control. He strode towards Captain America, who was diligently repairing the circuitry, his voice emanating through the visor, calm yet urgent. Captain, when I say pull, synchronize the pull of the outer red emergency ring. It will activate the backup energy conduit, but it must be perfectly timed. Pulling too early will cause a short circuit. Too late, and we will become New York's new landmark. Captain America, while blocking energy beams shooting from the ventilation ducts with his shield, responded quickly, I'll do my best. But these foes are rather troublesome. No sooner had he spoken than three more enemies surged from the passage. With a swift shield throw, he incapacitated two of them, while the third, unable to react in time, was struck in the chest by the shield and collapsed. Breathing heavily, yet his resolve grew stronger. Speak, Tony. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the mothership, Thor raced toward Loki's presence. Alarm bells ringing in his mind as the energy fluctuations of that scepter suddenly vanished, and Loki's mental interference abruptly diminished. He arrived at the glass cell where Loki was imprisoned, only to find the door ajar, with Loki leisurely adjusting his green cloak, a familiar, nauseating smile gracing his lips. Loki, halt! Thor bellowed, lunging toward Loki. However, Loki merely sidestepped. Thor passed through him as if he were but a wisp of air. Realization dawned upon Thor. Before him stood merely an illusion of Loki. Caught off guard, he crashed heavily into the glass cell designed for the Hulk. Bang! The door sealed shut behind him, the energy shield activating instantaneously. Thor was trapped. Loki stood outside the cell, gazing down at his brother with a chilling smile. Dear brother, you are always so easily deceived. He pressed a button on the remote in his hand, saying, farewell. Buzz. The entire prison module detached from the mothership's main body, plummeting like a colossal metal box from an altitude of 9,000 meters. In a fit of rage, Thor roared within his confinement, brandishing his hammer against the glass. Yet the unique alloy stood steadfast. At that critical moment, Agent Coulson emerged from the corridor's end, wielding a specially designed pulse gun. Once the most trusted observer of Loki, he now stood as his staunchest adversary. Halt, Loki! Coulson's voice resonated with calm authority. Loki turned, his gaze dripping with disdain. Coulson, you are but a loyal pawn. With a swift motion, he raised his hands, and several phantoms identical to him emerged, encircling Coulson from various angles. Coulson fired rapidly, shattering one illusion, yet the true Loki had silently maneuvered behind him. The icy tip of the scepter, imbued with the gem of the mind, pierced through Coulson's chest from behind. Coulson's body stiffened, slowly collapsing. His last gaze fell upon the descending prison module, his eyes filled with resentment. In that final moment, Thor, with his hammer raised high, struck down upon the top of the cage. The glass and alloy crumbled under the might of divine power. Thor burst forth from his prison. Simultaneously, in the mothership's control room, Black Widow finally located Hawkeye in the communications chamber. A fierce hand-to-hand combat ensued. Natasha knew Hawkeye was under the control of the scepter and was careful not to strike too lethally, yet each of his blows was deadly. Ultimately, Natasha subdued him with a precise nerve lock and swiftly applied a specialized disruptor to his temple. Clint, wake up, she urged. The crimson glow in Hawkeye's eyes gradually faded, restoring his clarity, yet his first words were, the system is locked by a virus. I cannot unlock it. In the control room, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Engine reboot progress. 0, altitude, 5,000 meters. How much longer can we hold on? Fury inquired. No more than 30 seconds. The engineer replied in despair. Just then, Iron Man and Captain America burst in, their armor and shield bearing the marks of battle. What is happening? How much longer? Tony asked anxiously. The virus is too strong. The system is completely paralyzed. Fury shook his head. The mothership began to violently shake, the outlines of the city becoming clear. Everyone felt the impending specter of death. Suddenly, wait, Tony exclaimed, his gaze fixed on the control screen, his pupils dilating. The descent has stopped? The others looked up in astonishment. The colossal, steel leviathan of the mothership, weighing tens of thousands of tons, miraculously halted its descent at an altitude of less than 2,000 meters. Not only that, but it began to ascend slowly. Who could it be? Captain America whispered in disbelief. Fury immediately accessed the external surveillance footage. On the screen, a figure appeared beneath the mothership, clad in a dark blue suit, with a red cape billowing in the wind. A prominent emblem gleamed in the sunset. His hands rested beneath the ship's keel, arms firmly supporting its entire structure. With every breath, he exuded a power capable of shaking the very heavens. It was Superman. Oh my, murmured Black Widow. How could he be here? Hawkeye looked on in disbelief. Tony removed his helmet, his face a canvas of astonishment. Is this power truly human? Superman lifted his gaze, his eyes piercing through layers of deck as if he could discern every face. A slight smile graced his lips, followed by a gentle nod. The entire aerial aircraft carrier ascended smoothly into the higher skies under his might. The crisis had been momentarily averted. A minute later, the alarms in the control room ceased abruptly. The flickering red error codes on the screen vanished, replaced by a line of green text. System reboot successful. Engines restored. The aircraft carrier emitted a deep, steady hum, akin to a slumbering giant slowly awakening. It no longer swayed or descended, but hovered steadily above New York, resembling a fortress forged of steel. At that moment, the cockpit door slid open silently. A figure stepped forth, clad in dark blue armor, speckled with traces of engine oil, a red cape cascading behind him. The prominent emblem on his chest still shone brightly under the lights. He walked with composure, a gentle smile adorning his face, as if lifting a colossal beast of steel was merely akin to helping a fallen child rise. It was S.H.I.E.L.D. Chapter 92. The Avengers assemble. S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony was the first to approach, his demeanor stripped of its usual nonchalance, replaced by genuine gratitude. Thank goodness you arrived just in time. Without you, we would likely have become Manhattan's newest landmark, complete with explosive effects. Captain America stepped forward, extending his hand earnestly. S.H.I.E.L.D. I owe you one. His voice was steady and resolute, embodying the integrity of a soldier's promise. Nick Fury, rarely one to show emotion, removed his sunglasses, his gaze sharp yet no longer frigid. S.H.I.E.L.D., you have rendered us invaluable assistance. S.H.I.E.L.D. owes you a favor. In the future, should you require any intelligence, resources, or even just a request, we will do our utmost to assist you. Black Widow leaned against the control panel, a rare smile curving her lips. Next time, could you give us a heads up? We wouldn't want to induce heart attacks. Hawkeye nodded, his tone sincere. Thank you. S.H.I.E.L.D. surveyed the group, his gaze sweeping over Tony's armor, Captain America's shield, Natasha's handgun, and Clint's bow and arrows, finally resting on Fury's serious countenance. He chuckled softly, a smile devoid of arrogance, imbued with a serene understanding. I knew you wouldn't have it easy, he remarked, his voice gentle yet resolute. That's why I followed you from the moment you left headquarters. I intended to make my presence known at a critical juncture. But unforeseen events transpired. However, he continued, his eyes sharpening. Now, we must confront the real trouble. The group turned to follow his gaze. The luminous glow of the Tesseract was casting an ethereal blue hue over all of New York. At the center of that radiance stood Loki atop Stark Tower, raising his scepter as if to herald the dawn of a new era. The Avengers, along with the uninvited guest, Loki, finally found themselves on the same battlefield. The imminent clash was palpable. Atop Stark Tower, the wind cut like a blade. Loki stood at the edge of the building, his black armor glinting with a cold sheen under the interplay of the city's neon lights and the distant searchlights of an aircraft carrier. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze penetrating the sparse clouds above the city, as if he had already glimpsed the abyss ready to rend the sky. A faint, almost playful smile graced his lips, embodying both the arrogance of control and a disdain for mortal struggles. How much longer, Doctor? He inquired, his voice low yet clearly slicing through the howling wind, laced with an undeniable urgency. We are running out of time. Behind him, the massive reactor core emitted a deep, continuous hum, akin to the heartbeat of a colossal beast. Dr. Eric Selvig stood before the control panel, his fingers trembling slightly from a mix of tension and an indescribable influence. His gaze was somewhat unfocused, with a flickering, eerie blue light seemingly pulsating from the depths of his pupils, the mark of the Tesseract S.H.I.E.L.D. He swallowed hard, his voice dry. Almost there, Lord Loki. The energy cycle is stable, final calibration is complete. No sooner had he spoken than the reactor core erupted into a blinding, azure radiance. The light transformed from a docile flow of energy into countless sharp bolts, wildly tearing through the air, converging at a single point at the pinnacle of the tower. The very fabric of space groaned under the strain, as a massive, unstable beam flickering with ominous arcs shot skyward. At that same moment, beneath Stark Tower, the cacophony of sirens, roaring engines, and the piercing whine of energy weapons charging coalesced into a symphony of doom. S.H.I.E.L.D. Quinjet fighters, armored vehicles, and even a few hastily deployed Iron Patriots converged like a furious swarm from all directions. Among the Avengers, Iron Man Tony Stark, Thor the God of Thunder, Black Widow Natasha, Hawkeye Clint, and the Hulk Bruce Banner. Each bore expressions sharp as hawks, their eyes fixed on the ominous rift in the sky above. Fire! Stop him! Tony's voice thundered through the public channel. Energy beams, explosive rounds, and even Thor's lightning wove together into a lethal net, hurtling towards the portal and the standing Loki. Yet, at the very moment the onslaught was about to strike, the violent azure energy at the portal's edge suddenly expanded outward, forming a translucent shield flickering with arcs of electricity. All attacks collided with it, swallowed whole and disassembled, leaving not even a ripple in their wake. Futile. Loki's laughter echoed, both inside and outside the shield, laced with icy derision. Mortals, you shall never comprehend this power. We must use the scepter. A clear and resolute voice rang out from the air. Everyone looked up to see the dashing young man, dressed in a specially designed suit, hovering just beneath the portal. His expression was grave, intently focused on the pulsating source of azure energy at the core of the portal. Realizing the energy field of the Tesseract was spiraling out of control, only the scepter's energy can resonate in reverse and close it. Otherwise, the entire city, and perhaps an even greater expanse, would incessantly unfold. No sooner had the words been uttered than an unprecedented transformation occurred. The core of the portal, once suffused with a ghostly blue light, suddenly radiated an intensity far surpassing any prior eruption. A beam, pure and formidable, forged from the energy of the cosmic cube, surged forth like the spear of divine judgment, piercing the heavens. It was not an attack, but a summons, a tearing force. Above, the clouds were forcibly dispersed by this overwhelming might, revealing a rapidly distorting realm, dark and viscous. Countless menacing silhouettes of alien vessels began to emerge from the void. Time was of the essence. Su-Yi's pupils constricted sharply, his voice laced with a desperate resolve. He hesitated no longer, propelling himself skyward. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of light, racing unhesitatingly toward the all-consuming blue vortex at its core. Su-Yi, Tony and Natasha exclaimed in unison. Stop him. Loki's expression shifted for the first time. He had not anticipated Su-Yi's unwavering determination to plunge directly into the heart of the portal. He raised his hand in haste, sending a beam of energy towards Su-Yi's retreating figure. Yet, Su-Yi was swifter. His form flickered amidst the azure glow, arriving at the portal's edge. Chapter 93. The Battle of New York suspended in midair. Su-Yi was mere inches from the rift that had rent the sky above New York. The winds howled, whipping the hem of his cloak with a resonant flutter. He lifted his gaze, penetrating the ever-expanding, flickering vortex of blue energy, staring into the cold, despairing void that lay beyond, belonging to the Chitauri Empire. An overwhelming swarm of grotesque ships surged forth, a dark mass blotting out the already somber sky. They emitted a piercing hum, imbued with the will to annihilate, barreling toward the fragile city beneath. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Deep within Su-Yi's pupils, two blazing points of red ignited, akin to miniature stars igniting in his gaze. Without a trace of hesitation or retreat, two beams of pure energy, radiating with the fervor to incinerate all, shot forth from his eyes. The beams were not linear, but bore an uncanny, tearing sharpness, precisely sweeping toward the densest cluster of Chitauri soldiers at the portal's edge. Sizzle. The air was instantaneously ionized, emitting a painful, searing sound. Where the laser passed, the Chitauri soldiers' hardened exoskeletons were effortlessly severed as if mere parchment, their anguished cries stifled before their bodies were cleaved in two, plummeting into the chaotic streets below. The laser beam did not falter. It carved a searing arc at the portal's fringe, mercilessly harvesting the Chitauri vanguard attempting to break free. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The crimson glow in Su-Yi's eyes did not wane, it intensified. No longer content with passive defense, a torrent of battle fervor surged forth from within him. He suddenly bent forward, transforming into a streak of crimson light that eluded the naked eye, akin to an arrow released from its bow. Gallantly charging towards the torrent of the Chitauri fleet composed of steel and death. Boom, boom, boom. Each collision resonated with a deafening roar. At that moment, Su-Yi's body seemed to morph into the hardest battering ram, the sharpest armor-piercing projectile. He disregarded the flickering energy weapons and the dense barrage from the Chitauri ships. Plunging straight into the fray, the alloy hulls before him crumbled like foam, easily torn asunder. Each vessel he penetrated had its energy core instantaneously overloaded, resulting in explosions that erupted into massive fireballs, consuming all. The flames illuminated Su-Yi's resolute profile, casting light upon the indomitable combat spirit in his eyes. As he surged forward at breakneck speed, his laser eyes remained unceasing. His head turned slightly, casting two beams of crimson light that swept through the fleet like searchlights. Those attempting to launch surprise attacks from the sides, the Chitauri soldiers struggling to emerge from the wreckage, were all incinerated in an instant, reduced to ash or charred remains by the searing rays. With every turn and acceleration, he carved a bloody path through the Chitauri fleet with devastating force. Yet, the number of Chitauri was overwhelming, akin to a swarm of locusts. The diameter of the portal continued to expand, resembling the gaping maw of a greedy beast, continuously spewing forth more ships and soldiers towards Earth. Although Su-Yi was valiant, he remained but one man. His onslaught wrought significant destruction, yet it could not entirely seal the fissure leading to hell. Always, some would slip through the cracks, like cunning serpents, darting from the torn battlefield towards the defenseless urban neighborhoods below. In this moment of dire urgency, a golden-red figure descended from the heavens like a guardian. Tony Stark's Iron Man armor executed a graceful spin in midair, opening weapon bays on his shoulders, arms, and legs, unleashing a swarm of miniature missiles. They precisely locked onto the escaping Chitauri ships and soldiers, hurtling towards them with a piercing wail. Bang, bang, bang. A series of concentrated explosions erupted above the city, flames soaring skyward. The Chitauri invaders who had narrowly escaped Su-Yi's slaughter were ruthlessly engulfed by Iron Man's barrage the moment they set foot on Earth. Inside the armor, Tony's voice carried a hint of fatigue, yet remained imbued with unyielding resolve. Welcome to New York, you bastards. Meanwhile, the ground battle had ignited in full force. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, flitted like a wraith amidst the ruins and vehicles, her widow's bike crackling with electricity, each precise shot incapacitating a Chitauri soldier in an instant. Her movements flowed like water, exuding a lethal elegance as she wove a web of death across the chaotic battlefield. Not far away, Hawkeye, Clint Barton, stood at the edge of a high-rise, his compound bow drawn taut like a full moon. Specially crafted arrows, explosive arrows, tracking arrows, and electric arrows were deftly released from his hands, striking ground and low-flying targets with precision. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, capturing every thread amidst the chaotic battlefield, efficiently clearing obstacles for his comrades. In the heart of the conflict, Captain America, Steve Rogers, stood resolutely in the center of the street, his vibranium shield raised high, a symbol of justice and resilience. He was like an insurmountable fortress, steadfastly blocking the Chitauri soldiers attempting to breach the civilian area. His shield absorbed the blasts from energy weapons, producing a dull thud. His fists, like sledgehammers, sent foes flying with each powerful strike. His presence provided a solid anchor in the tumultuous battlefield, instilling hope in the panicked citizens. At the pinnacle of the battlefield, atop Stark Tower, a different kind of fierce and tragic struggle unfolded. Thor, the god of thunder, wielded Mjolnir as he engaged in a desperate duel with his brother Loki amidst howling winds and flashing lightning. Loki's scepter shimmered with an eerie blue light, unleashing potent shockwaves in an attempt to repel Thor. In response, Thor roared, wielding Mjolnir as a silver lightning bolt. Each swing was accompanied by deafening thunder and crackling electricity. The brothers clashed atop the ruins, the shockwaves from their energy collisions sending debris flying, the repercussions of their battle even affecting the skirmish below. In an instant, the heart of New York City transformed into a colossal, boiling battleground. In the skies, the crimson streaks of Su-Yi intertwined with Iron Man's gold and red armor, embroiled in a fierce aerial dogfight against the Chitauri fleet. On the ground, Captain America's shield, Black Widow's electric strikes, and Hawkeye's cold arrows wove a resilient net to protect the civilians. Meanwhile, at the highest point of the battlefield, The clash of the god of thunder and the god of mischief would determine the ultimate fate of the invasion. The cacophony of explosions, the shrieks of energy weapons, the roars of soldiers, and the screams of citizens melded into a poignant symphony of doom and resistance. S.H.I.E.L.D. abruptly halted in the heart of the Chitauri fleet, the immense inertia seemingly distorting the space around him. Suspended in midair, his chest rose and fell slightly, the red glow in his eyes still fierce. Though his breath grew somewhat labored, he surveyed his surroundings. Countless shipwrecks orbited him like stars, the flames of explosions illuminating his resolute visage. He understood that this battle had only just begun, and he must continue to fight until these extraterrestrial invaders were driven back into the cold abyss of their universe. Chapter 94. The Battle of Many in the Vastness of Space. S.H.I.E.L.D. stood as a solitary hero, confronting the overwhelming Chitauri legion amidst the boundless starry sea. There were no allies, no retreat, only the infinite darkness and the enemy. The crimson laser beams emanating from his eyes resembled two eternal, unquenchable rays of stars, etching searing trails through the frigid void of space. Wherever they passed, the Chitauri vessels disintegrated and exploded, transforming into fleeting yet resplendent fireballs, which were subsequently consumed by the vastness of the cosmos. His ironclad form weaved through a barrage of gunfire, each surge and collision marked by a resolute determination to embrace destruction. He understood all too well that every ounce of attention he drew would alleviate the burden on his comrades back on Earth. He stood as humanity's final bastion and its foremost line of defense. Meanwhile, the battlefield on the surface of Earth had escalated to a fever pitch. On the streets of New York, amidst the ruins, Chitauri soldiers surged forth like a relentless tide, wielding energy weapons with vacant yet ferocious gazes. Even more terrifying were the Chitauri behemoths, their sizes comparable to small mountains, emerging from the depths of the portal. Resembling colossal lizards, their hides were encased in thick, armored layers, equipped with miniaturized turrets upon their backs. With each heavy swing, they effortlessly overturned cars as though they were mere toys. Civilians screamed in panic. An order rapidly disintegrated beneath the roar of the titanic beasts. In this moment of despair, a distant sound of hurried, heavy footsteps approached. Bruce Banner sprinted toward them, breathless and drenched in sweat, yet his gaze remained eerily calm. He surveyed the rampaging behemoths and then glanced at his weary comrades beside him. Captain America's shield was riddled with dents, Black Widow bore a fresh abrasion on her arm, and Hawkeye's quiver had dwindled to a mere handful of arrows. He drew a deep breath, his voice low yet clear. "I have always been very angry." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, his body began to swell dramatically. Muscles bulged, his skin was instantaneously cloaked in a deep emerald hue, and his garments tore apart. Within mere seconds, the gentle scientist vanished, replaced by a nearly 3-meter-tall behemoth brimming with primal strength, the Hulk. He let out a thunderous roar that resonated through the air, making the nearby Chitauri soldiers' eardrums thrum painfully. Then, he charged towards the closest behemoth, his massive frame exploding with astonishing speed, delivering a devastating punch that struck the beast's skull. Boom! A dull thud echoed, as if the very earth trembled beneath the impact. The Chitauri behemoth, weighing several tons, soared into the air as though struck by a high-speed train, flipping several times before crashing heavily onto the distant street, sending clouds of dust spiraling into the air. However, the onslaught of the Chitauri did not wane. More vessels poured forth from the portal, and a swarm of Chitauri soldiers equipped with jetpacks dove from above like crows, their sights set on the Avengers below. Just as they prepared to unleash their assault, the sky erupted with the sound of thunder. Boom! Striking down like divine retribution. Multiple thick bolts of purple lightning cascaded from the heavens, precisely striking the group of Chitauri soldiers. The electric current surged through their armor, eliciting piercing screams as they plummeted from the sky, reduced to charred remains. The source of the lightning was none other than Thor, who had just leapt from the pinnacle of Stark Tower. Kneeling on the overturned roof of a bus, he supported his faltering body with one hand gripping Mjolnir. His golden armor was marred by cracks, and a grotesque wound on his abdomen bled dark crimson, staining the metal beneath him. Clearly, he had not emerged unscathed from the brotherly confrontation with Loki, having paid a hefty price. Yet, his gaze remained as sharp as an eagle's, brimming with indomitable fighting spirit. At this moment, all core members of the Avengers, Captain America, Iron Man, Thor, Hulk, Black Widow, and Hawkeye, had converged on the war-torn streets of New York. They stood back to back, forming a tightly knit battle formation. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, the metallic tang of blood, and the charred odor of energy weapons, yet a peculiar sense of reassurance quietly blossomed within them. They understood that the current predicament was far less dire than what fate had originally dictated. This was all thanks to the solitary efforts of S.H.I.E.L.D, who had valiantly drawn the majority of the Chitauri fleet's might into space, significantly reducing the enemy forces that descended upon Earth through the portal. Lacking the overwhelming siege depicted in the film, the adversaries before them, though still fierce, were now wholly manageable due to the Avengers' synchronized teamwork. Captain Steve Rogers stood resolutely at the forefront, his vibranium shield glimmering faintly amidst the smoke. He swiftly scanned the battlefield, pausing momentarily on each comrade. Finally resting his gaze upon Hulk, nodding slightly. His voice was steady and resolute, imbued with undeniable authority. "Listen, Hulk. Those colossal beasts and the Chitauri soldiers on the ground are entrusted to you and Thor. Use your strength to crush them completely." With a low growl, Hulk slammed his fists together, causing the ground to fracture beneath him. Thor struggled to rise, Mjolnir humming ominously in his grasp. Despite the pallor of his face from his abdominal injury, the fire of battle still blazed in his eyes. "Hawkeye," the captain directed, his gaze shifting upward. "Ascend immediately and secure a vantage point for aerial support and battlefield reconnaissance. Use your arrows to clear our path and protect the civilians." "Understood, Captain." Clint Barton swiftly nocked an arrow, launching a specialized grappling hook toward the rooftop of a nearby building, his form gracefully soaring into the air, vanishing amidst the chaos. "Natalia." The captain turned to Black Widow, his tone laced with trust. "Head to the top of Stark Tower and locate the device left by Loki. Deactivate that portal. It is crucial for ending this invasion." "Received." Natasha Romanoff did not hesitate, rolling aside to dodge an energy blast before stealthily making her way toward Stark Tower, her figure soon blending into the tumultuous streets. "Stark," the captain finally addressed Iron Man, "you and I will oversee the evacuation of civilians and the Area S clearance. We must ensure the safety of every innocent soul. At your service, Old Popsicle." The shoulder-mounted weapon compartment of Tony Stark's armor opened, and several miniature missiles locked onto a group of Chitauri soldiers attempting to assault civilians in the distance. "However, you might not want to rely on me to carry the shield." The captain's lips curled slightly upward, revealing a long-lost smile. "I don't need you to carry the shield, Tony. I simply need you not to make matters worse." Ultimately, the captain's gaze turned toward the sky, torn apart by the portal, his eyes brimming with concern and respect. "As for S.H.I.E.L.D, we can only pray that he swiftly concludes the battle in space and returns safely." Chapter 95. Closing the portal with the command issued, the Avengers sprang into action. The Hulk charged like a moving fortress, each leap accompanied by the lament of the colossal beast. Thor wielded Mjolnir, summoning thunder to strike down enemies in the air. Hawkeye darted between skyscrapers, his precise arrows clearing obstacles for his comrades. Black Widow, like a specter, infiltrated Stark Tower, her objective aimed squarely at the portal's core. Iron Man and Captain America split their forces, guiding civilians through the streets while simultaneously dispatching remaining foes. The battlefield's rhythm, influenced by S.H.I.E.L.D's engagement in space, became remarkably orderly. Gone was the suffocating sense of being overwhelmed that one might expect from a movie. The Avengers exhibited true teamwork and tactical prowess. All of this was observed by high-ranking officials in the presidential office in Washington. A massive screen broadcasted the live scenes from the New York battlefield. A general, watching the Avengers conduct themselves with calm efficiency, glanced at a nearby document marked with an urgent nuclear strike plan and slowly shook his head. "It seems we will not need to resort to that final measure. It is always preferable to minimize casualties." His gaze inadvertently drifted toward the deep cosmos at the edge of the screen. There, a solitary figure battled against the endless darkness and adversaries. Within Stark Tower, the once gleaming interior had lost its luster. The marble floors, once polished to a mirror finish, were now riddled with cracks, and fragments of expensive artworks lay scattered across the ground. The air was thick with the scents of gunpowder, ozone, and an indescribable burnt energy. Natasha Romanoff's high heels echoed sharply and forlornly as she stepped on the rubble. She had just escaped the fierce gunfire outside the tower. Her combat suit bore scorched marks from energy weapons, and her arm still bore traces of abrasions and blood, yet her gaze remained sharp as a blade, unwavering. Her target was clear, the control room on the top floor. Only there could she find the key to shutting down the portal that rent the sky. Pushing open the heavy fire door, the sight within the control room was even more harrowing. Outside the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, the New York skyline was shrouded in an eerie blue glow cast by the portal, resembling an apocalyptic scene. Inside, various sophisticated instruments lay twisted and deformed, sparks erupting from severed circuits. In the center of the room, Dr. Eric Selvig slumped in a chair before the control console, his face as pale as parchment, blood still staining the corners of his mouth. His signature checkered shirt was torn, revealing a gaping wound on his chest, blood seeping slowly from the injury. Yet, what brought Natasha a modicum of solace was the clarity in the doctor's gaze. Those eyes, once hollow and submissive under the control of Loki's scepter, now shone with lucidity, albeit tinged with pain and exhaustion, devoid of the vacant stupor of manipulation. "Doctor." Natasha rushed forward, crouching down, her voice barely above a whisper, yet laced with undeniable urgency. "We must close the portal. Earth is in grave danger. Tell me how." Dr. Selvig struggled to turn his head, his gaze locking onto Natasha's face. His breaths were labored and faint, each inhalation accompanied by a sharp pain in his chest. He opened his mouth, his voice raspy like sandpaper. "Scepter what?" Natasha's heart sank. The doctor's eyes drifted past her, fixating on a corner of the control room, the very site where Thor and Loki had recently clashed. The ground bore a deep crater forged by the god of thunder's hammer, while the walls were marred with scorched marks from energy blasts. In the midst of the chaos lay a scepter, archaic in design and crowned with a deep blue gemstone. It was Loki's mind scepter. Only Loki's scepter. The doctor gasped intermittently, each word seemingly extracted from the depths of his being. "Can close the portal. It is the key." Before he could finish, his head slumped heavily. Consciousness slipping away, his body collapsing limply into the chair. His breath became faint, his complexion shifting from ashen to a foreboding gray. Natasha's heart constricted. She swiftly checked the doctor's carotid artery, confirming he still had vital signs, though his condition was perilous. However, time did not afford her a moment's hesitation. With each second the portal remained open, more Chitauri invaders would pour onto Earth, claiming countless innocent lives. With a sudden surge, she rose, her gaze sharp as a hawk, immediately locking onto the scepter lying amidst the debris. Without a moment's pause, she sprang forward with the agility of a leopard, traversing the treacherous terrain to grasp the scepter firmly in her hand. The scepter was icy to the touch, the blue gemstone pulsating as if it possessed a heartbeat, emanating a disquieting energy wave. Natasha could distinctly sense a faint force attempting to infiltrate her consciousness, yet her will was as unyielding as steel, banishing it in an instant. She understood the peril this object posed, but at this moment, it was their sole hope. She pivoted, striding towards the center of the room where the control console, thoroughly transformed by the energy of the Tesseract, awaited. The console resembled an altar constructed of pure energy, with the Tesseract itself suspended at its core, radiating an eerie blue luminescence that warped the surrounding space, causing the very air to tremble. Countless intricate energy conduits emanated from the Tesseract, linking to flickering indicators and various unknown instruments adorning the walls. Taking a deep breath, Natasha quelled the tension within her, recalling the doctor's words before his collapse. She slowly raised the scepter, aiming it at a prominent interface at the console's center, a recess that perfectly matched the shape of the scepter's gemstone. Her hand remained steady, devoid of any tremor, despite the thunderous roar of the portal tearing through the sky behind her, and the distant shouts of Chitauri soldiers accompanied by the deafening sound of explosions. In this moment, her world was solely occupied by the staff in her hand and the control panel before her. With utmost care, she began to insert the staff into the recess. The instant the blue gem atop the staff made contact with the control panel, a surge of potent energy reverberated through her. Natasha felt a tingling in her arm, as if struck by a high-voltage current. Yet, she gritted her teeth and tightened her grip on the staff, refusing to relent. A miracle unfolded. As the staff penetrated deeper, the wildly blinking indicator lights on the control panel abruptly dimmed, only to begin flashing a soft red light in a rapid, rhythmic pattern. The ethereal blue glow of the cosmic cube itself began to oscillate violently, contracting as if forcibly subdued by an invisible force. Shortly thereafter, the entire control room began to tremble, not with the violent quaking of an explosion, but with a profound resonance, as if emanating from the depths of space. Outside, the colossal portal, engulfing countless Chitauri ships, began to exhibit visible ripples at its edges. The azure streams of energy ceased to expand outward, instead beginning to collapse inward. The diameter of the portal visibly shrank. Natasha could clearly see that those Chitauri ships, which had just poked halfway out of the portal, were abruptly trapped within the spatial barrier by this unexpected contraction. Their hulls emitted anguished metallic groans under the unbearable strain, before being torn apart by the tension of space. More ships struggled desperately at the portal's edge, attempting to escape, yet the portal's rate of contraction accelerated, akin to a wound healing. At the center of the control panel, the light of the cosmic cube grew dimmer, ultimately flickering nearly to extinction. However, the blue gem atop the staff shone brilliantly, as if greedily absorbing the last remnants of the cube's energy. Chapter 96. The battle concludes. The energy shield rippled intensely under the onslaught of the Chitauri soldiers. and Natasha's arm trembled slightly from the continuous influx of energy as she braced against the barrier controller. Her hoarse voice pierced through the battlefield's cacophony via the communicator. "I am about to close the portal. Hurry and bring S.H.I.E.L.D back." The response from the other end of the communicator was almost instantaneous. Iron Man's thrusters erupted in a blinding blue light, his mark suit carving a searing trajectory through the air, charging directly towards the distorted rift in midair. Thor, wielding Mjolnir with both hands, brought down the hammer with thunderous might, sending the alien soldiers besieging the portal flying. The two stood guard at the edge of the rift like twin sentinels. "S.H.I.E.L.D, hurry back. The portal is about to close." Thor's thunderous shout, imbued with lightning, cut through the battlefield's noise. On the far side of the battlefield, embroiled in combat, S.H.I.E.L.D abruptly turned. The halo at the portal's edge had begun to retract inward. The fissure that once allowed Chitauri battleships to pass was now visibly shrinking at an alarming rate. He barely had time to discern the face of the alien soldier charging at him from behind, as his eyes suddenly ignited with a searing red glow. Two concentrated beams of heat shot forth like sharp blades, instantly shredding the surrounding minions into fragments. Without the slightest hesitation, the ground beneath Su-Yi's feet fractured with the explosive force he unleashed, propelling him towards the portal like an arrow released from its bow. At that moment, Thor and Stark fought back to back. The God of Thunder's hammer wove through the ranks of soldiers, each rebound accompanied by a crackle of electricity, while Stark switched to heavy weapon mode, alternating between his palm cannon and shoulder-mounted missiles to clear a temporary safe zone around the portal, awaiting the arrival of that crimson figure. As he approached within 100 meters of the portal, a beam of energy suddenly grazed Su-Yi's shoulder armor, creating a massive light burst in the space behind him. In his peripheral vision, he caught sight of a Chitauri craft locking onto him, its energy cannon glowing ominously with a dangerous azure hue. In a critical moment, a golden arc of electricity surged from the side, striking the craft's engine with pinpoint accuracy. It was Thor's Mjolnir. The hammer traced an arc through the air, obliterating the threat while using the rebound force to send a soldier lunging at S.H.I.E.L.D flying. "Hurry, it's south about to close." Thor's voice was tinged with urgency as he found himself ensnared by three spear-wielding soldiers. Lightning erupted around him, yet he was momentarily unable to break free. S.H.I.E.L.D quickened his pace once more, but the portal's halo had narrowed to a width barely sufficient for one to pass, its edges beginning to warp, as if ready to tear apart anything that came too close. Just as he was about to dash through, a sticky alien tentacle suddenly ensnared his ankle, and behind him, the Chitauri leader raised an energy blade, preparing to strike his back. "Watch out." Stark's warning had scarcely left his lips when a miniature missile accurately struck the leader's weapon, the blast propelling S.H.I.E.L.D forward. Simultaneously, Natasha's voice crackled through the communicator, trembling with exhaustion. "I can't hold on much longer." In a sudden surge of strength, S.H.I.E.L.D unleashed a fiery red light from his feet, instantly severing the tentacle entwined around his ankle. He leapt, his body brushing against the rapidly shrinking edge of the portal as he surged inside. Just as his figure vanished within the halo, the portal emitted a resonant hum and snapped shut, leaving only the lingering energy waves in the air and the battlefield's cacophony of violence finally stilled. Upon landing, S.H.I.E.L.D felt Stark's hand on his shoulder. The Iron Man's visor slowly retracted, revealing a smiling face. "Next time, try not to make us worry so much, buddy." Thor approached, Mjolnir returning to his grasp, nodding with a grin. To return safely is the best outcome. On the streets of New York, where the smoke had yet to fully dissipate, dust lingered among the shattered buildings, but the Avengers had begun to ease the tension that had gripped them. Captain America slung his shield back onto his back and approached S.H.I.E.L.D, gently patting his arm with a hand still tinged with the scent of gunpowder. Black Widow retracted her widow's bite, a rare smile gracing her features as she nodded in acknowledgement at S.H.I.E.L.D. Hawkeye leaned against a battered car, adjusting his bow, and cast a glance over the group, offering S.H.I.E.L.D a look of approval. They all gathered around, no words necessary. The fatigue and relief reflected in their eyes spoke volumes. The alien invasion crisis that had swept across New York had finally come to an end. On the ground, surviving citizens helped one another emerge from their shelters, the wailing of sirens and the sounds of rescue vehicles gradually overshadowing the remnants of battle. The heartbeat of the city was slowly beginning to revive. The following day, Thor, with one hand gripping Loki, bound by magic, and the other holding a metallic container containing the Tesseract, strode deliberately towards the center of the magic circle. Loki, held by the scruff of his neck, bore an expression of resentment and malice. Yet his earlier arrogance had dissipated entirely. "Hey, Thor?" S.H.I.E.L.D's voice rang out from the crowd as he stepped forward to meet Thor. Casting a teasing glance at Loki, he remarked, "Next time, do keep a better watch on your brother." If he brings an alien army to wreak havoc again, I certainly won't hesitate to help you deal with him, perhaps by tossing him into the Justice League's containment cell for some much-needed reflection. Thor, upon hearing this, let out a hearty laugh, his hammer swaying gently at his side. Rest assured, S.H.I.E.L.D, I shall not allow him to step foot outside Asgard again. His expression was jovial, yet his gaze bore a seriousness that made S.H.I.E.L.D feel somewhat uneasy. After all, this Asgardian prince had lost track of his brother more than once. Loki, overhearing, scoffed quietly but dared not utter another word. Thor, choosing silence, waved to the others and stepped into the beam of the Bifrost, leading Loki with him. The golden light became blinding, and in the blink of an eye, their figures vanished from sight, leaving behind only a trace of divine energy that gradually dissipated into the breeze. Chapter 97. Return well. It seems we must take our leave as well. Captain America spoke first, nodding towards S.H.I.E.L.D and Iron Man. The subsequent city reconstruction would require coordination with the government, and he assured them that they could reach out if needed. Black Widow and Hawkeye nodded in agreement, and the three turned to head towards the distant military encampment, their silhouettes quickly blending into the bustling crowd. Stark approached, placing a hand on S.H.I.E.L.D's shoulder, as his armor's visor retracted, revealing his weary yet sharp eyes. Thanks for your help, buddy. Without your heat vision, we might have had to linger on the battlefield for several more hours. He paused, then added with a smile. Next time, let us visit my lab together. I've recently developed some new energy cores that may pique your interest. Absolutely, S.H.I.E.L.D nodded in agreement. One by one, the others bid farewell to S.H.I.E.L.D, each heading off in different directions. S.H.I.E.L.D gazed at their departing figures, exhaling softly before turning away. A faint crimson aura enveloped him, and in the next instant, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, racing towards the Justice League headquarters. There, numerous post-war reports awaited his attention. The Earth's defenses could never afford the slightest relaxation. Meanwhile, before the ruins of Stark Tower, Tony Stark stood amidst the chaos. Pepper Potts approached him, holding a set of blueprints, which she unfurled before them. The designs depicted a structure even more grandiose and resilient than the original Stark Tower, with the prominent A emblem gleaming at its pinnacle. In accordance with your specifications, I have instructed the design team to revise the plans. We have incorporated an energy shield system and an emergency refuge level, sufficient to accommodate all Avengers training and office needs. Pepper's voice was gentle yet resolute as she gazed at Tony, her eyes brimming with support. This place would no longer merely be Stark Tower. It would transform into the home of the Avengers. Tony extended his hand, gently clasping Pepper's, his gaze fixed on the blueprints, a spark of brilliance igniting in his eyes. Indeed, it shall be the most formidable defense of our planet. Sunlight streamed through the crevices of the ruins, casting a hopeful halo upon the two, as if blessing this future sanctuary of heroes. In the days that followed, countless workers flooded the site, the sounds of piling and welding resonating in harmony, as a new legend gradually began to rise from the ashes. On the other side of the universe, within a pitch-black nebula, a colossal Chitauri warship floated in the void. Inside the command chamber, several Chitauri commanders knelt, their bodies trembling slightly, as they respectfully reported to a figure on a raised platform. My lord, we underestimated Earth's strength. Those so-called heroes united far exceeded our expectations, and the Tesseract could not be retrieved. The figure on the platform remained turned away from them, shrouded in a veil of shadow that obscured their features. Upon hearing the Chitauri commander's report, he remained silent, emitting a low, gravelly chuckle devoid of anger, instead carrying a hint of amusement and anticipation. Gradually, the figure turned to face them. Dim lighting illuminated his visage, purple skin, sunken eye sockets, a prominent chin adorned with bony protrusions, and eyes radiating a chilling light, all signifying his identity. His left hand gently caressed an empty glove hanging at his waist, the 6 indents on the glove shimmering faintly in the darkness. It was Thanos. He paid no heed to the still quaking Chitauri commanders, his gaze piercing through the ship's viewport, peering into the distant cosmos, as if glimpsing a blue planet emitting a faint yet resolute glow. A cold smile crept across Thanos' lips as his deep voice resonated through the command chamber, imbued with undeniable authority. Underestimate? No, this has only just begun. The heroes of Earth have merely afforded me a delightful surprise. He paused momentarily, his gaze fixated on the vacant gauntlet, a flicker of greed and determination flashing in his eyes. The equilibrium of the cosmos, after all, necessitates a guardian. Those 6 infinity stones shall soon belong to me. The Chitauri generals dared not raise their heads, fixating instead on the ground, feeling the overwhelming aura of terror exuding from Thanos. The warships within the nebula slowly altered their course, venturing deeper into the vast cosmos. leaving behind a chilling trail that signified a crisis far more dreadful than the Chitauri invasion, quietly brewing in the depths of the universe. The heroes of Earth had just concluded a battle, yet remained oblivious to the fact that they were about to confront one of the most fearsome entities in all existence. Inside the Justice League's headquarters, the metallic dome reflected a soft, cool luminescence as the long conference table gradually filled with seated members. As S.H.I.E.L.D pushed open the alloy door to the chamber, the sound of his shoes striking the floor instantly hushed the low murmurs within. The remnants of battle still clung to his shoulders, the lingering energy waves rendering the air around him slightly heated. Upon reaching his seat, he raised a hand to loosen the constriction at his collar, his weary yet sharp gaze sweeping across those present. Seated within were the core forces of the mutants. Jean Grey, with her chin resting on her hands and keen eyes mindlessly toying with an energy crystal. Hank, the Beast, with a serious demeanor, his heavy research notebooks spread out before him, ready to record crucial information, alongside Cyclops, Iceman, and other pivotal members. Each face revealing a hint of curiosity regarding the unusual energy fluctuations they had sensed during Su-Yi's recent outing, as well as the disturbances occurring in New York. During his recent visit to New York, he had encountered an extraterrestrial invasion. Without unnecessary embellishments, his direct words brought an immediate silence to the chamber. He raised his hand to project a hologram, instantly revealing scenes of Chitauri soldiers swarming forth, the distorted spatial rift of the portal, and clips of him battling alongside Iron Man and Thor. The invaders were the Chitauri, having arrived on Earth via a portal opened by the cosmic cube. Su-Yi's voice remained steady as he manipulated the projection to highlight pivotal moments while explaining that the Avengers had also participated in the fray, and together they had managed to seal the portal, barely averting catastrophe. The projection froze at the moment of the portal's closure, the residual energy aura vividly visible. Chapter 98. Deliberation. Iceman could not contain himself. Extraterrestrial civilization? What are their objectives? It appears highly likely that they seek the cosmic cube, or perhaps even Earth itself. Su-Yi shook his head, but one thing was certain. This would not be the last encounter. The forces in the universe fixated on Earth are far more numerous than we can imagine. His statement cast a heavier atmosphere within the chamber. Cyclops furrowed his brow. We mutants have always been regarded with suspicion by humanity, and now, with the emergence of an alien threat, our situation will only grow more precarious. It is precisely for this reason that we cannot remain idle. Su-Yi's gaze suddenly firmed, and he turned to Jean Grey, his tone taking on a weightier gravity. Jean, you will need to personally liaise with the military regarding the follow-up from this battle. Jean Grey lifted her gaze and nodded, indicating her earnest attention. On the battlefield of New York, I had valiantly withstood a myriad of Chitauri soldiers. The energy expended and the sacrifices made must not be in vain. Su-Yi's fingers tapped assertively on the table, his voice resonating with conviction as he demanded the retrieval of all Chitauri equipment and remnants from the battlefield. Every piece, whether it be their energy weapons or the debris of their aircraft and armor fragments, must be accounted for. Hank adjusted his glasses, a flicker of excitement crossing his eyes. Should we decipher the underlying principles of that alien technology, it would significantly aid our technological advancements. Indeed, Su-Yi regarded Hank with approval. This technology was entirely distinct from Earth's existing systems, with a particularly unique energy propulsion method. Pausing briefly, he recalled the young mutants who struggled to control their abilities. His tone softening. Many of our comrades have yet to master their powers, with some even posing a danger to themselves and others due to uncontrollable abilities. The Chitauri's energy control technology might inspire us, potentially leading to the development of adapted suppression or guidance devices. His words struck a chord with everyone present. Over the years, the Mutant Academy had witnessed numerous children spiraling into panic upon awakening their powers. The current guidance methods were severely limited. If we could indeed leverage alien technology to find new solutions, it would be monumental news. Hank, please liaise with the doctor shortly, Su-Yi instructed, turning to Beast. Once the military hands over the Chitauri equipment and remnants, ensure they are transported immediately to the underground laboratory at the Academy. You and the doctor are to lead the formation of a specialized research team, prioritizing the analysis of energy cores and weapon systems. Understood, Hank promptly noted down, the sound of his pen scratching against the paper resonating clearly in the quiet hall. I will prepare the laboratory equipment in advance to ensure we can commence our research at the earliest opportunity. We are pressed for time. Su-Yi's gaze swept over the assembly once more, urgency lacing his tone. This Chitauri invasion was merely a prelude. The enigmatic force orchestrating their actions was far beyond these mere foot soldiers. A more significant crisis was undoubtedly looming on the horizon. He recalled the distant and terrifying cosmic pressure felt just before the portal closed, and the legends of the Infinity Stones whispered throughout the universe intensified his unease. Humanity and we mutants may appear to be worlds apart, yet in the face of cosmic threats, there is no distinction. S.H.I.E.L.D's voice rose steadily. We can no longer cling to the notion of self-preservation, nor can we solely depend on the protection of others. Only by swiftly mastering this alien technology and bolstering our own strength can we safeguard ourselves and those who place their trust in us amidst the storms to come. After a moment of contemplation, Jean Grey spoke. The military will likely not yield easily. They have always coveted special technologies. I anticipated this, S.H.I.E.L.D. replied, retrieving a document and projecting it before the group. This is footage I recorded on the battlefield, depicting Chitauri weaponry attacking civilians, along with an analysis of their equipment's destructive capability against Earth's existing defense systems. The military requires this data to enhance their defenses, and we possess the capability to analyze this equipment. This is our bargaining chip. He cast a trusting glance at Jean Grey, his eyes brimming with confidence. You excel in communication and are well acquainted with the military's modus operandi. You can handle this matter, and I am reassured. Jean Grey nodded in agreement, her fingertips discreetly concealing the energy crystal, her demeanor growing increasingly serious. The others also prepared themselves accordingly. Finally, S.H.I.E.L.D. instructed, Laser Eye, you will oversee the Academy's security, ensuring that no one covets these alien remnants. Iceman, assist Hank in fortifying the laboratory's security measures. From this moment on, every step we take must be faultless. As the group rose in agreement, the previously tense atmosphere gradually infused with a shared determination. Once everyone departed the conference hall, S.H.I.E.L.D. approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing towards the distant direction of the Mutant Academy. The wind outside stirred a few fallen leaves, and he raised his hand. A faint red glow emanating from his palm, residual Zeta energy absorbed during battle. He could sense the fury and precision embedded within this energy, the civilization's power behind it far surpassing that of Earth. The unseen puppet master loomed like a dark cloud over his heart. S.H.I.E.L.D. clenched his fist, a singular thought consuming him. He must grow stronger swiftly, for both himself and the entire mutant community must firmly establish their footing amidst the impending storm. Still pondering matters in New York? A gentle voice came from behind, and Jean Grey had returned unbeknownst to him. She stood beside S.H.I.E.L.D., her gaze cast upon the deepening twilight outside. I've already made contact with the military. They will dispatch a private plane at dawn to deliver the first batch of remnants to the Academy. However, she paused, her tone growing more serious. They insisted on sending observers to the laboratory under the pretense of assisting our research, but in reality, they wish to monitor our progress. S.H.I.E.L.D. opened his eyes, the red glow in his palm fading silently. He scoffed coldly. Assist? They merely seek to reap the benefits. Inform them that the observers may come. But they are only permitted to operate within designated areas. They must not set foot in the core regions of the laboratory. If they refuse, I will anonymously leak footage of the Zeta weapons attacking military bases to the media. I believe the public would be quite interested to know what the military has done in the face of extraterrestrial threats, aside from cowering in the shadows. A glimmer of approval flashed in Jean Grey's eyes as she nodded gently. I understand what to do. However, S.H.I.E.L.D., are you certain about the energy you absorbed on the battlefield? She sensed an unusual energy fluctuation lingering within him, the fierce aura even eliciting a faint response from her phoenix power. For now, it is manageable. S.H.I.E.L.D. raised a hand to rub his temples, a hint of fatigue flickering in his gaze. This energy is peculiar. It possesses the power to annihilate everything, yet can also be guided and transformed. I have attempted to suppress it with my own abilities, but complete mastery will require time. He regarded Jean Grey earnestly during this period. I entrust you with the Academy's security. I have a nagging feeling that, aside from the military and that hidden puppet master, there are others lurking in the shadows, watching us. Chingni nodded in agreement, gently placing her hand on S.'s shoulder, her warm psychic energy gradually flowing into him, helping to untangle the chaotic energy within. Do not burden yourself too much. We are not fighting alone. Hunkirk's research requires time, and guiding the children demands patience. We still have a chance. Volume 2, Infinity Stones Chapter 1. The old chapter falls and shadows begin to rise in the heart of Eastern Europe. Nestled within the towering and labyrinthine Black Forest, the Hydra base lay concealed like a colossal beast that had slumbered for centuries, coiled within the Earth's folds. The walls, constructed of steel and concrete, measured several meters in thickness, their surfaces riddled with cold-firing ports and interfaces for energy barriers. The air was perpetually thick with the acrid scent of machine oil and chemical agents, creating an eternal backdrop for this grim fortress. Deep within the base, Countless narrow corridors sprawled like spider webs, linking laboratories, armories, cells, and command centers, each infused with an oppressive silence until the abrupt, heart-stopping wail of alarms shattered the stillness. The red alarm lights flickered furiously above the corridors, slicing through the dimness and casting a flickering crimson hue upon every panicked face. The piercing drone of the sirens was not a single frequency, but an urgent rhythm layered with 3 tiers of combat alerts, signaling that the threat was not from internal insurrection or minor infiltration, but rather a large-scale assault capable of annihilating the entire base. The Hydra soldiers within the compound erupted into chaos, akin to ants disturbed from their nest, their trained instincts igniting a frenzy. Some bellowed as they rushed towards the armories, the heavy clatter of weapons ringing out. Others frantically hammered at control panels, attempting to activate the defense systems, only to be met with a cascade of red error codes on their screens, while yet others dragged experimental equipment or captives towards underground shelters, stumbling in their panic, occasionally trampled by those rushing past. Amidst the tumult, 2 slender figures stood out conspicuously. The boy held the girl's hand, his steps light as if he might lift off the ground, seemingly untouched by the surrounding chaos. He appeared no older than 16 or 17. His golden hair shimmering under the red alarm lights, sweat-soaked strands clinging to his forehead. His expression was not one of calm, but bore a sharpness and vigilance that belied his youth. Each turn and acceleration was executed with precision, deftly avoiding the frantic soldiers and fallen debris. He was Chitauri, known in hushed tones among the scientists as Quicksilver. Speed was his innate gift, and at this moment, their sole reliance. The girl, tightly grasped in his hand, was slightly shorter, her long chestnut hair tousled and cascading over her shoulders. Her complexion was pale, lips pressed into a tense line, and her eyes, destined to one day instill fear across the world, were now filled with dread and confusion. She was Wanda, yet at this moment, she was not the witch capable of wielding chaotic magic to summon crimson storms, but merely a girl imprisoned by Hydra, treated as an experimental subject. She could faintly sense the tumultuous energy surging through the air, an essence intermingled with fury, murderous intent, and a thirst for destruction, causing every hair on her body to stand on end. Pietro's voice trembled imperceptibly, and she instinctively tightened her grip on the boy's hand, her nails almost digging into his palm. What had transpired? Had they arrived? Without turning back, Pietro slightly slowed his pace, reassuring her in a whisper audible only to the two of them. Do not fear, Wanda, simply follow me. No matter who they are, I will lead you to safety. His words raced forth, as if he were afraid to waste a single moment, while his gaze swiftly scanned their surroundings, seeking the safest route for escape. He harbored no fondness for Hydra. This place was a prison that tormented them, a hell where cold needles and bizarre energy entities continually tested their limits. Yet, the current assault had awakened within him the scent of danger. The enemy capable of instilling such panic in Hydra was far from benign. They concealed themselves behind a forsaken laboratory table, its heavy alloy surface blocking most of the line of sight, yet failing to muffle the ever-approaching sounds of explosions and cries for blood. Wanda buried her face in her knees, her hands clasped over her ears, attempting to drown out the piercing cacophony, yet uncontrollable memories flooded her mind, the silhouettes of her parents collapsing amidst the flames of war, the terror of being taken away by Hydra soldiers, the instruments in the laboratory shimmering with an eerie glow. At that moment, a new fear began to spread, as though an invisible hand were gripping her throat, rendering her breathless. Pietro, pressed against the wall, remained vigilant, attuned to every subtle sound. He could hear the thunderous crash of walls being breached in the distance, the shrill screech of twisted metal, and even the whistling of bullets slicing through the air, those sounds drawing nearer, clearer, like the footsteps of death itself. Beyond the base, at the edge of the dark forest, a well-equipped team, organized with precision, advanced towards the Hydra stronghold like a razor-sharp blade. At the forefront, a man donned a distinctive blue uniform, the white star on his chest gleaming in the sunlight, his shield slung confidently in the crook of his arm. Each of his steps was steady and powerful, as if the very ground trembled beneath his stride. He was Steve Rogers, Captain America, the spiritual leader of the Avengers, and the frontline commander of this assault. Units, proceed according to the predetermined tactics. Do not linger in battle. The objective is to destroy the command center and the core of the experiments, and to capture any remaining leaders. Steve's voice resonated through the communication device, calm and resolute, imbued with undeniable authority. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, surveying the battlefield ahead, the shield in his hands rotating with agility, ever ready to deflect attacks from any direction. As a veteran who had experienced World War II, He understood Hydra's treachery better than anyone and yearned to eradicate this malevolent organization that had plagued the world for decades. In the sky, a brilliant golden light sliced through the horizon. Iron Man, Tony Stark, clad in his latest armor, hovered in midair like a warrior from the future. The missile launchers mounted on the shoulders of the armored suit intermittently locked onto the ground defenses, delivering precise strikes that resonated with a thunderous crash, obliterating an anti-aircraft gun on the periphery of the Hydra base and sending plumes of thick smoke spiraling into the air. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Iron Man, Tony's voice, laced with his characteristic wit, could not completely mask the gravity of the situation. I have pinpointed the location of the energy core, situated 3 levels underground, with formidable defenses in place. Additionally, reinforcement units are en route from both the east and west, expected to arrive in 10 minutes. His suit, equipped with the most advanced reconnaissance systems, transmitted every movement within and around the base in real time to the Avengers on the ground, providing them with the most accurate battlefield intelligence. 10 minutes? That's ample time for us to turn this place upside down, thundered Thor, his voice resonating like a clap of thunder as he wielded Mjolnir, the power of lightning entwined around the hammer, crackling with brilliant light. A Hydra soldier attempted to attack him with a rocket launcher. Thor scoffed, releasing the hammer with devastating force, which struck the soldier while deftly avoiding nearby obstacles, before returning to his hand as if guided by an unseen force. His combat prowess ranked among the elite in the Avengers. Each swing of his hammer could decimate a throng of foes, rendering the robust steel and concrete before him as fragile as paper. Do these wretches believe they can escape the wrath of Asgard by hiding underground? Chapter 2. The scepter of the mind on the battlefield's flank, Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, moved like a nimble shadow through the chaos. Clad in black tactical attire, her movements were both swift and lethal, her sidearm accurately dispatching every Hydra soldier attempting a sneak attack, and her hand-to-hand combat skills were unparalleled, dispatching foes with remarkable efficiency. The eastern flank has been cleared, Hawkeye. How fares your position? Her voice remained calm and unperturbed, maintaining clarity even amidst the fervor of battle. The west is secure, came Hawkeye Clint Barton's voice through the communicator. As he lay concealed atop a towering pine tree, his arrows akin to death's invitations, each loosed with deadly precision. Though a few scoundrels attempted to flank Captain America, they have been dealt with. His archery was nothing short of extraordinary, whether explosive, tranquilizing, or standard arrows, each found its mark, serving as the most reliable bulwark on the flank. At the heart of the battlefield, the roar of the Hulk reverberated with deafening intensity. Bruce Banner had transformed into the green behemoth, now in a state of unbridled rage, impervious to the gunfire and missile strikes from the Hydra soldiers, which merely left shallow white marks on his thick skin. He seized a military truck as if it were a mere toy and hurled it against the base's wall with a resounding crash, creating a massive breach as debris flew in all directions. Hulk charged forward with heavy strides toward the gap, causing Hydra soldiers to scatter in terror, for none could withstand his onslaught. He was the trump card of the Avengers, the ultimate force capable of dismantling any obstacle. Advance. Maintain formation. Captain America wielded his shield, deflecting the bullets that came hurtling towards him, while simultaneously delivering a powerful kick that sent a Hydra soldier sprawling to the ground. Iron Man, clear the energy barrier ahead. He commanded. Acknowledged. Loading the proton cannon, came the response. Instantly, a brilliant blue light illuminated the chest of Tony's suit, and a robust beam of energy surged forth, striking the energy barrier at the base's entrance with precision. The barrier quivered violently, emitting a piercing hum before shattering like glass, dissolving into countless motes of light that faded into the air. With the destruction of the barrier, the Avengers surged forward with renewed momentum. Thor unleashed thunder upon their foes. Hulk forged a path ahead, demolishing every defensive structure in his wake, while Captain America orchestrated their movements from the center. Black Widow and Hawkeye diligently cleared the remnants of opposition on either flank, and Iron Man provided aerial support and reconnaissance. This meticulously devised strategy flawlessly leveraged each member's strengths, functioning like a finely tuned war machine, relentlessly constricting Hydra's space for survival. Inside the base, the alarm blared more desperately, and the resistance from Hydra soldiers grew increasingly frantic. Yet, in the face of overwhelming might and seamless collaboration, their efforts appeared futile. The battlefield had entered a fevered stage of combat. The Avengers had breached the outer defenses of the base, penetrating the inner corridors. Captain America's shield flew through the throng, each collision toppling multiple enemies. Iron Man's missiles rained destruction upon the command center's entrance. Thor's mighty hammer, crackling with electricity, obliterated laboratory after laboratory, Black Widow and Hawkeye executed their tactics with flawless synergy. Clearing the remaining forces within the passageways, Hulk delivered a thunderous punch that shattered the command center's doors as numerous high-ranking Hydra officials attempted to flee, only to be subdued one by the Avengers waiting in ambush. Hydra's resistance waned, their alarms still blaring yet lacking the initial urgency. Now tinged with a sense of apocalyptic despair. The air was thick with the acrid sense of gunpowder, blood, and charred remnants, while the ground lay strewn with weapons, corpses, and shattered instruments. The once mighty Hydra base had been reduced to a desolate ruin. Superficially, this grand conflict was undeniably a triumph for the Avengers, marking the final chapter in the eradication of Hydra's remnants. This malevolent organization, born during World War II and lurking in the shadows for decades while orchestrating conspiracies that threatened global peace, faced its long-awaited demise on this day. With the destruction of the command center, the capture of key figures, and the occupation of the core laboratory, the name Hydra seemed poised to become but a footnote in history, a dark legend extinguished by heroes. The shadows of a bygone era appeared to dissipate entirely in this moment, as sunlight was set to illuminate the land once shrouded in evil. The alarm at the Eastern European Hydra base continued to shriek in madness, the red warning lights slicing through the corridors like a crimson hellscape. Chaos had long since breached the bounds of control, with the wails of Hydra's soldiers, the clang of weaponry, and the thunderous collapse of walls intertwining to compose a symphony reminiscent of the apocalypse. In the heart of this chaotic turmoil, a silent struggle for Loki's scepter is subtly steering everyone towards a pivotal moment of fate. This staff, adorned with the Mind Stone, is not merely the ultimate objective of the Avengers' mission. It is also the key to awakening dormant powers and unleashing calamity. Deep within the command room of the base, Baron Strucker stands before a colossal display screen, his fingertips lightly tapping against the cold surface of the table. The screen vividly marks the Avengers' advance route with red dots, showcasing Captain America's shield, Thor's lightning, and Hulk's roar, each enough to instill terror in an ordinary person. Yet, Strucker's countenance reveals not a trace of panic, but rather an almost fervent anticipation. His gaze falls upon the small icons in the corner of the screen, those of Pietro and Wanda, his meticulously crafted experiments, and, at this moment, his sharpest trump card. Notify the twins. It is time for the Avengers to witness our achievements. Strucker's voice emanates, low and icy, through the communicator to a concealed corner of the base. Remember the agony of your captivity. Recall the frigid experiment tables. Now, with your powers, let those who deem themselves heroes pay the price. Concurrently, the civilian district surrounding the base has plunged into chaos. The wounds from the Battle of New York have yet to heal in the hearts of the populace. And now the explosions from Hydra's base and the skirmishes between the Avengers and soldiers reignite their fears. The crowd scatters like headless flies, with cries and screams rising in a cacophony. Some fall to the ground, trampled by the tumultuous throng, while others attempt to flee in vehicles, only to trigger further mayhem at congested intersections. Please evacuate swiftly. This area is unsafe. Please evacuate swiftly. This area is unsafe. The cold, mechanical voice reverberates above the crowd, as several armored suits hover like silver guardians, navigating through the masses, endeavoring to guide people towards safety. These are Tony Stark's Iron Legion, his contingency plan for unforeseen crises. Stark, donning his Mark armor, hovers above the civilian sector, observing the panicked throng below, his brow furrowed tightly. He acutely senses the pervasive fear in the air, coupled with an ineffable, unsettling energy, a force causing minor disruptions in his armor's systems and stirring an inexplicable restlessness and anxiety within him. Chapter 3. Quicksilver and the Witch. Unbeknownst to him, this energy emanates from the depths of the base, sourced from the Mind Stone. That blue gem, embedded atop Loki's scepter, acts as a silent whisperer, subtly influencing all who draw near through an invisible wave. For Stark, this influence is particularly potent. The dread he felt during the Battle of New York, the anxiety over Earth's fragile defenses, and the paranoia regarding unknown threats, all are magnified under the gem's whisper. Yet he attributes it solely to his post-war stress, never suspecting a deeper manipulation at play. Iron Legion, maintain formation, prioritize the evacuation of the elderly and children. The voice of Stark resonated through the amplifiers of his armor, imbued with an authoritative tone as he informed Captain America that he required 10 minutes to complete the evacuation of civilians, urging them to steadfastly hold the perimeter. On the other end of the communicator, Captain America responded with measured calmness. Understood, Tony. We will hold them off. Stay safe. At that moment, he was leading Thor, Black Widow, and others in a fierce battle against the main forces of Hydra at the entrance of the base. Thor wielded his enchanted hammer with ferocity, unleashing bolts of lightning that danced like silver serpents, sweeping away enemies with each strike. Black Widow, with her agile prowess, darted across the battlefield, her twin pistols efficiently claiming lives. Hawkeye lay in wait above, his arrows shooting forth like meteors, systematically dismantling Hydra's defensive formations. Captain America brandished his shield, deflecting incoming bullets and energy beams while directing his team to maintain formation and steadily advance into the base. These bastards' weapons are far more advanced than the last time we encountered them, Black Widow remarked, narrowly evading an energy blast and rolling behind cover. She turned to Hawkeye, saying, "Have you noticed? Their energy weapons bear a striking resemblance to the technology of those extraterrestrial fiends from the Battle of New York." Hawkeye nodded, his arrow piercing the helmet of a Hydra soldier. "I've been aware. These scoundrels have been covertly studying that alien debris. If they managed to mass-produce it, the consequences would be dire." Just then, a rush of wind swept across the battlefield with astonishing speed, surpassing the limits of human perception and leaving only a shimmering golden afterimage in its wake. An alarm rang in Hawkeye's mind, and instinctively, he reached for his bow to defend himself, but his body could not keep up. A force collided with his back, propelling him like a broken kite through the air before he crashed heavily to the ground, losing his bow and arrow, rendering him combat ineffective. "Clint," Black Widow gasped, ready to rush to his aid, only to see that the golden blur had already materialized before Captain America. Captain America blinked, momentarily disoriented as the figure of a young blonde boy appeared before him with such speed that he could not react in time. The boy, clad in simple combat attire and wearing a mischievous grin, reached out and effortlessly grasped Captain America's shield, twisting his wrist to snatch it away and tossing it aside, where it clattered to the ground several meters away. Captain America's pupils dilated. He had never encountered an opponent with such velocity. He attempted to assume a fighting stance, but the boy's movements were on an entirely different level. One moment he was behind him, tapping him on the shoulder. The next, he was in front, making a face at him, even deliberately slowing down to evade Captain America's punch with ease, teasing, "Old-timer, are your moves a bit too sluggish? Who are you?" Captain America inquired in a low voice, his gaze firmly fixed on the boy, though the figure remained indistinct in his eyes. The boy halted a few meters away, arms crossed, still wearing that playful smile. His speech was exceedingly rapid, as if each word were in pursuit of its own shadow. "Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is that you did not see me approaching." This declaration heralded the official entrance of Quicksilver. He activated his speed once more, weaving through the battlefield with reckless abandon, leaving the Hydra soldiers utterly incapable of inflicting any harm upon him. Instead, several unfortunate souls were sent sprawling far from his path. The Avengers, too, found themselves in disarray. Thor's hammer swung wide on several occasions, with lightning striking only the empty ground. Black Widow's bullets failed to trace his elusive form, and Captain America was left to chase after him in futile circles, unable to retrieve his shield. "Damn it! What manner of creature is this?" Thor bellowed, swinging his hammer in the general direction of Quicksilver, yet still only striking at the air. Quicksilver darted across the battlefield, leaving behind a trail of afterimages and mocking laughter. "Do not be angry, big guy. Aren't you heroes? How is it that you cannot even catch me?" While Quicksilver occupied the majority of the Avengers, a crimson energy quietly manifested at the edge of the battlefield. Wanda stood atop a raised platform, her hands gently elevated, her eyes shimmering with a faint red glow. Unlike Pietro, she did not rush into battle. Instead, she observed the fray in silence, the crimson energy gathering at her fingertips as if imbued with life. Just as a Hydra soldier was about to be struck down by Black Widow, Wanda's fingertip flicked, ensnaring Black Widow's wrist with the crimson energy, momentarily stalling her actions and granting the soldier a chance to escape. Though her power was still in its infancy, unable to conjure the cataclysmic crimson tempest of the future, this modest display of strength had already begun to alter the tide of battle. She could perceive the emotions of those on the battlefield: Captain America's resolve, Thor's fury, Black Widow's composure, and Pietro's exhilaration. These emotions surged into her mind like a tidal wave, leaving her somewhat dizzy. Yet, at the same time, she felt the faint resonance of the Mind Stone, an energy that smoothed her powers and intensified the hatred and anger within her. She firmly believed that this stone had bestowed her and Pietro with their abilities, unaware that it merely awakened their inherent gifts, amplifying the darkness that resided in their hearts. On the opposite end of the battlefield, Tony Stark, having completed the evacuation of civilians, did not join the main conflict but instead ventured deeper into the base, guided by the energy fluctuations detected by his suit. He understood that Loki's scepter was nearby. The strange energy source emanated from the scepter embedded with the Mind Stone. Chapter 4. Abyssal Fear. As he delved deeper, the surrounding environment grew increasingly sinister. The walls of the corridor were lined with intricate circuits and instruments, glowing with an eerie blue luminescence. The air was thick with a bizarre amalgamation of machine oil, chemical agents, and the putrid stench of alien decay, causing Stark to involuntarily furrow his brow. His suit engaged the air filtration system automatically, simultaneously expanding its scanning range to the maximum. "I found it." Stark's voice carried a hint of barely concealed excitement. On the scanning screen of the battle armor, a potent energy point emerged within a nearby sealed laboratory. He quickened his pace, arriving at the laboratory door, and unleashed a beam of energy at the lock, instantly blasting a significant hole through the heavy alloy door. As he pushed the door open, even Stark, with his vast experience, was taken aback by the scene before him. At the center of the laboratory, Loki's scepter floated within a transparent energy shield, the Mind Stone at its apex emanating a faint blue glow, with that peculiar energy continuously radiating from it. Surrounding the scepter were dozens of high-tech instruments. Their design strikingly bizarre, distinctly different from any technology known on Earth, yet unmistakably bearing extraterrestrial characteristics, remnants of the Chitauri technology left behind from the Battle of New York. The screens of the instruments flickered with complex data and waveform graphs, indicating that Hydra had been exploiting this alien technology to research the power of the Mind Stone. In a corner of the laboratory, the massive corpse of a Chitauri beast was secured to a metal frame, parts of its limbs disassembled, revealing intricate internal mechanical structures and energy circuits. Thick pipelines connected the corpse to the surrounding instruments, clearly also serving as an object of study. "What a bunch of reckless lunatics," Stark muttered to himself, slowly approaching the scepter. He could feel the energy emitted by the stone intensifying, causing his armor's systems to exhibit increasing disarray, with red warning codes intermittently flashing on the screen. Yet, simultaneously, an inexplicable allure held his gaze captive. He recalled the moment during the Battle of New York when Loki controlled him with the scepter, the despair of the Chitauri's arrival, and the lingering concerns for Earth's safety over the years. These thoughts, amplified by the whispers of the stone, intensified his obsession. He had to possess this gem, to study its power. Only by mastering such strength could he genuinely safeguard the Earth and avert future calamities. The air in the laboratory felt as though it had solidified under an invisible force. Stark gripped the scepter, his fingertips turning pale as the cold sensation in his palm intertwined bizarrely with the searing energy pulsing from the Mind Stone, spreading throughout his body via the armor's circuits. He could distinctly hear the stone whispering, not in words, but as a vibration directly influencing his consciousness, peeling away layers of anxiety, obsession, and fear buried deep within. It magnified the darkness from the other end of the wormhole during the battle, the searing heat of a nuclear bomb in his palm, the dying cries of his comrades, and fragmented memories he had forcefully suppressed surged forth, awakening like a tide at the edge of his awareness. He believed this was merely a stress response triggered by the stone's energy, akin to the countless nightmares following battles, convinced that he could regain his composure by force. However, he remained oblivious to the delicate figure gradually emerging from the shadows at the laboratory's entrance, her deep brown hair cascading over her shoulders, seemingly quivering with each breath she took. Wanda stood there, her hands hanging naturally at her sides, yet her fingertips were enveloped in tendrils of ephemeral crimson mist. This mist, akin to a living vine, subtly entwined itself with the flowing energy field of the laboratory, as well as the faint electromagnetic waves emitted by Stark's armor. She made no effort to conceal her presence, but the clandestine nature of chaos magic rendered Stark, immersed in the influence of the gem, utterly oblivious. Wanda's gaze fell upon the scepter in Stark's hand, the blue light of the gem resonating with the crimson glow at her fingertips, creating an eerie harmony, a resonance of power, and a resonance of dark emotions. She could vividly perceive the tumultuous images swirling within Stark's mind and hear the anguished screams of his innermost fears, which bore a striking resemblance to her own nightmares of captivity. Those screams echoed her deep-seated resentment towards the Avengers. "You are afraid." Wanda's voice, soft and ethereal, seemed to be wrapped in magic, as if echoing from a distant realm or directly resonating within Stark's consciousness. "Afraid that they would die again because of you. Afraid that you would never be able to protect anyone." Stark froze, abruptly turning around. The mechanical shoulder armor of his suit whirred as his palm cannon charged, its azure light aimed at the nearby Wanda. Yet, upon seeing her youthful face, etched with chilling hatred, his reprimand caught in his throat. The girl's gaze was unsettling, devoid of fear, only an almost compassionate indifference, as if she could see through all his facades, piercing into the depths of his most vulnerable heart. "Who are you?" Stark's voice emerged through the armor's speakers, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. He sensed that the energy emanating from this girl was of the same origin as the Mind Stone, yet it was more bizarre, more ferocious, like a chaotic force unbound by any restraint. Wanda offered no reply, merely raising her hand slowly. As she did, the crimson mist surged violently, akin to a torrent breaking free from shackles, flooding the entire laboratory in an instant. This crimson energy did not directly assault Stark. Instead, it coiled around his armor, seeping through the crevices, ultimately infiltrating his helmet and penetrating his consciousness. I will show you what you fear the most. The moment those words fell, the world within Stark's gaze distorted irrevocably. The laboratory walls began to crack and collapse, transforming from a space filled with alien instruments and the corpses of Chitauri beasts into a charred wasteland. The air thickened with a pungent mix of gunpowder and blood, intermingled with the distinctive stench of decaying Chitauri, choking him nearly to the point of asphyxiation. The ground beneath his feet was no longer cold metal, but a viscous, dark red sludge of blood, each step eliciting a nauseating stickiness. The light of the Mind Stone in his hand grew ever more intense, yet no longer the previous ethereal blue. Instead, it was tainted with a bizarre crimson hue, merging with the surrounding crimson energy, casting the entire world in a sanguine glow. From afar, a familiar voice echoed, a haunting cry, forever etched in his memory, steeped in despair. Chapter 5. Stark staggered forward, his armor's thrusters malfunctioning amidst the chaotic energy field, barely enabling him to maintain his footing. He beheld Thor, the eternally powerful prince of Asgard, now kneeling amidst the rubble. His mighty hammer lay shattered at his side, and a gaping wound marred his chest, golden blood oozing forth and staining his armor a dark crimson. His head hung weakly, once vibrant eyes now tightly shut, devoid of any glimmer of life. "Thor!" Stark shouted, rushing to his side, eager to lift him. But his fingertips met only the chill of rigidity. The once mighty god of thunder, capable of summoning storms and vanquishing armies, lay silently among the debris, perishing in the very battle he excelled at. Not far off, Black Widow's lifeless form slumped against a broken steel beam. Her combat suit was torn, riddled with grotesque wounds, and her twin pistols lay at her feet, still smoking from their last discharge. Her eyes were wide open, reflecting the final moments of vigilance and defiance, as if she fought until her last breath. Beside her lay Hawkeye's bow, its quiver emptied and the bow itself broken. Yet his presence remained elusive until Stark spotted a gloved hand protruding from the rubble, fingers stiffly curled, incapable of drawing another arrow. His heart felt as though it were gripped tightly by an invisible hand, pain constricting his breath. He continued to forge ahead, each step akin to treading on the edge of a blade, each breath a searing agony. Then, he saw Captain America, the steadfast champion of justice, who would never yield, was now pinned against a crumbling wall by thick Chitauri energy chains. His shield lay in two shattered pieces, the white star obscured by blood, stripped of its former glory. His uniform was tattered, his body marred with wounds, blood still trickling from his lips, yet he remained upright, though his head hung heavily upon his chest, his once proud spine now burdened with a profound weight. "Steve!" Stark rushed to the wall, desperate to pry apart the energy chains. But their heat seared through his armor and into his skin. He felt the coldness of Captain America's body. The only thing perhaps keeping him upright was the unwavering belief he had never abandoned. The figure of Hulk emerged from the distant ruins. The once furious green giant now lay as a massive, cold corpse. His chest had been pierced by some colossal weapon, green blood staining the ground, his powerful arms limp, fingers still clenched in a fist. Surrounding him were the fallen bodies of several equally massive Chitauri beasts, a testament to his valiant struggle against them, sacrificing his own life to buy precious moments for others. All were fallen. This thought pierced Stark's consciousness like the sharpest of blades. He stood amidst the desolate ruins, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of his comrades, the Loki scepter in his grasp feeling unbearably heavy, as if it bore the weight of the entire world. He surveyed his surroundings, where once familiar allies had fought by his side. Now, they lay as mere husks, devoid of life. The architect of this calamity seemed to be none other than himself. He who had opened the wormhole, he who had failed to thwart Loki, he who had been unable to safeguard them all. "No, this is not who I am," Stark murmured, his voice laden with despair. He yearned to deny the reality before him, to awaken his fallen friends, yet no matter how fervently he called out or shook them, he was met only with frigid silence. At that moment, an ear-splitting roar reverberated from the depths of the ruins. Stark looked up sharply to see the once-dead Chitauri soldiers slowly rising. Their bodies were still mangled, some missing limbs, others bereft of heads, but under the sway of some malevolent energy. They were resurrected. Their eyes glowed a sinister crimson as they advanced towards Stark, step by deliberate step. Further away, the Chitauri behemoths, felled by Thor and Hulk, began to writhe as well. Their severed limbs reattached grotesquely, and beneath their damaged exoskeletons, more savage musculature emerged. They emitted a deafening roar and lumbered forward, intent on crushing Stark beneath their weight. They had returned to life. These foes, once vanquished, now arose in a more terrifying guise, their singular target, him. Instinctively, Stark raised the Loki scepter, and the Mind Stone blazed with a brilliant light at his command. A powerful beam of energy shot forth, piercing the foremost Chitauri soldier, reducing it to a cloud of ash. Yet, in swift succession, more Chitauri surged forth, like an endless tide, no matter how many he obliterated. New soldiers clawed their way from the debris. The energy reserves of his armor dwindled rapidly, red alerts flashing across the screen. Energy low, system failure, defenses compromised. The once mighty technology now appeared woefully fragile. Stark continued to fire and evade, but his movements grew increasingly sluggish and feeble. He sensed the Chitauri soldiers' attacks closing in, their claws nearly grazing his armor, their roars threatening to shatter his eardrums. He beheld a Chitauri behemoth's colossal claw descending toward his head, still stained with Hulk's green blood, carrying with it a devastating force. He wished to evade, yet his body felt as though it were nailed to the ground, immobile. Despair enveloped him like icy waters, submerging him completely. He finally comprehended the truth in Wanda's words. His greatest fear was not death itself, but witnessing his companions perish because of him. Watching the world he had vowed to protect crumble, all while he remained powerless. No. Stark let out a heart-wrenching roar, the Loki scepter erupting with blinding light as he sought to make one final stand. At that moment, the blood-soaked world before him shattered like glass, the resurrected Chitauri soldiers, the fallen comrades, and the charred ruins dissolving into countless scarlet specks, vanishing into the ether. The laboratory's scene re-emerged, with its cold metallic walls, pristine alien instruments, and the lifeless body of a Chitauri beast lying silently in the corner. Everything was as it had been, as if the horrific nightmare had never transpired. Yet Stark's state had utterly crumbled. He staggered back a few steps, colliding heavily with the apparatus behind him, producing a dull thud. The helmet of his armor automatically retracted, revealing his pallid face, devoid of color. Beads of cold sweat adorned his forehead, his gaze unfocused, pupils constricted in sheer terror, and his lips quivered incessantly as if attempting to articulate something, yet no sound emerged. The Loki scepter felt nearly impossible to grip, its ethereal blue glow reflecting a profound silence of fear in his eyes. Chapter 6. The deepest fear within Wanda stood motionless, the crimson mist at her fingertips gradually receding into faint wisps of light. Observing Stark's disheveled state, her face bore no expression. Only a subtle ripple of satisfaction for revenge flickered in the depths of her eyes, intertwined with a strange apprehension towards the power of fear. She had anticipated deriving pleasure from witnessing her enemy's suffering, yet deep within, a faint voice cautioned her that this power might be far more terrifying than she had envisioned. "This is your fear," Wanda spoke again, her voice still frosty, "and you can never escape it." Stark abruptly lifted his head, his bloodshot gaze fixed on Wanda, rife with terror, anger, despair, and a spark of fervent obsession. He clutched the Loki scepter tightly, as though it were his sole lifeline. The recent nightmare had been too vivid, so real that he could no longer discern reality from illusion. The images of his comrades' deaths and the Chitauri's resurrected howls were seared into his mind, inescapable. The whisper of the Mind Stone grew increasingly pronounced at that moment, echoing incessantly in his ears. Only power can protect them. Only by controlling everything can calamity be averted. Unbeknownst to him, Wanda's chaotic magic had not only incited his fear but, with the Mind Stone's subtle encouragement, had thoroughly distorted his perception. The seed of obsession with power, which had long resided deep within him, began to take root and flourish under the dual nourishment of fear and the stone's energy. Seizing the scepter was not merely the first step in opening Pandora's box. At this moment, consumed by fear and ensnared by obsession, he was the one poised to lift the lid of the box himself. Silence once again enveloped the laboratory, broken only by Stark's labored breaths and the faint, echoing whispers from the abyss, emanating from the ethereal glow of the Mind Stone. The scarlet energy of the laboratory had not yet fully dissipated, leaving behind an eerie oscillation in the air, a blend of chaotic magic and the Mind Stone's essence. Stark staggered, bracing himself against the nearby apparatus, his face still pale beneath the helmet, the fear in his eyes not yet faded, but now shrouded by a deeper layer of obsession. He gripped the Loki scepter tightly, the gem's ethereal blue glow flickering between his fingers as if silently enticing something. He did not glance back at Wanda, nor had the energy to ponder the identity of the suddenly appeared girl. His mind was consumed by the fragmented remnants of the recent nightmare, his teammates' lifeless bodies, the howling figures of the Chitauri, and the despair of a collapsing world. These images gnawed at his nerves like a relentless parasite, urging him to flee with the scepter, to swiftly explore its power, and to erect an impenetrable barrier. Stark activated the propulsion system of his armor and turned toward the laboratory exit. The mechanical roar shattered the brief silence, and his silhouette appeared particularly forlorn and resolute amidst the intertwining hues of blue and crimson. It was not until his figure vanished completely at the end of the corridor that Pietro emerged from the shadows. Dust from the battlefield still clung to his golden hair, and though his face bore a trace of defiance, his gaze toward Wanda was laced with confusion. He approached her, glancing in the direction Stark had departed, and in a rapid-fire manner, asked, "Are we really just going to let him take the scepter? That is our only means to combat them." To him, the scepter was the key to activating their powers and the core of Strucker's long years of research. To allow the Avengers to seize it so easily seemed excessively generous to the adversary. He was already prepared to use his speed to catch up, confident that with Wanda's nod, he could reclaim the scepter before Stark left the base. Wanda did not respond immediately. She remained still, the tendrils of crimson mist swirling gently around her fingertips, dissipating as if she were not the catalyst of Stark's nightmare. Hearing Pietro's question, she slowly turned her head, a faint, alluring smile gracing her lips. There was no sense of loss or resentment in that smile, only an understanding that transcended all, as if she had woven an invisible net, and what Stark carried away was merely the most crucial bait within it. He cannot take it. Wanda's voice remained soft yet imbued with an undeniable certainty, or rather, taking it is precisely what we desire. Pietro furrowed his brow, evidently perplexed by her meaning. Yet he understood Wanda. Ever since her powers were awakened by the Mind Stone, she had always perceived things beyond the grasp of ordinary mortals, making seemingly strange yet invariably effective decisions. He ceased his inquiries, shrugged, and crossed his arms. "All right, if you say so. What shall we do now? Wait here for the Avengers to come for us?" No, Wanda shook her head, her gaze drifting to the colossal corpse of the Chitauri beast in the center of the laboratory, a complex glimmer in her eyes. "We must leave. The performance here has concluded. The stage will shift elsewhere." With that, she turned first, making her way toward the secret exit deep within the laboratory. Though Pietro harbored doubts, he promptly followed suit, the golden remnants intertwining with the crimson glimmers, swiftly vanishing into the shadows of the corridor, leaving behind an empty laboratory, along with the silent extraterrestrial instruments and the cold carcasses of colossal beasts, which bore witness to the events that had just transpired. Meanwhile, at the periphery of the Hydra base, the hatch of the Quinjet gradually opened, inviting the victorious Avengers, accompanied by the acrid scent of gunpowder and the tang of blood from the battlefield. Chapter 7. The fractures beneath Victory. The spacious interior of the aircraft had been hastily transformed into a makeshift medical area. Hawkeye, Clint Barton, lay upon a folding bed, his complexion pale and his brow furrowed tightly, clearly enduring the agony of his wounds. His back had been struck severely by Quicksilver's ambush, his ribs ached subtly, and his arm bore abrasions from Hydra's energy weapons, the wounds tinged with an ominous charred hue. Natasha knelt beside the bed, meticulously bandaging his injuries. Her movements were gentle yet practiced, her fingers, calloused from years of wielding a firearm, held an unusual steadiness. She remained silent, focusing intently on each wound, her gaze betraying a barely perceptible worry. Quicksilver's speed had been astonishingly swift, and had it not been for Hawkeye's quick reflexes, the impact might have been far more grievous than mere bruising. "Easy now, Natasha. Do you intend to fracture my ribs?" Hawkeye gasped, unable to suppress his complaint. "Be quiet," Natasha replied, not lifting her head, though her hands instinctively softened their touch. "You didn't cry out when you were ambushed. Why feign weakness now?" Hawkeye merely pouted, falling silent, closing his eyes and allowing her to tend to his wounds. On the opposite side of the aircraft, Captain America, Steve Rogers, leaned against the cabin wall, arms crossed, his gaze fixed on Hawkeye, his expression a tapestry of complexity. His shield had been retrieved, still bearing several scratches from the skirmish with Hydra soldiers. He pondered the absurdly swift golden-haired youth and the girl wielding that strange red energy. Hydra had evidently succeeded in creating such super soldiers, a reality far more perilous than they had anticipated. This victory seemed far from the effortless triumph it appeared to be. Thor stood by the viewport, surveying the base below, which was gradually returning to calm, his enchanted hammer resting carelessly at his side. His face bore no trace of triumph, only a profound contemplation. He contemplated Loki's scepter, the Mind Stone it housed, and as an Asgardian, he understood better than anyone the terrifying potential of the Infinity Stones. Though the stone had been taken by Stark, temporarily removing it from Hydra's grasp, was it truly wise to leave it in the hands of a mortal with such an obsession for power? Furthermore, those altered by Hydra, was their strength not intricately linked to the stones as well? In a corner, Dr. Banner sat, wearing a pair of old headphones through which soothing melodies flowed. He bowed his head, his long hair obscuring much of his face, rendering his expression indecipherable. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern the slight tremor of his hands resting on his knees, his gaze harboring an unmistakable weariness and a profound self-loathing. Moments ago, on the battlefield, he nearly succumbed to the overwhelming urge to transform into the Hulk multiple times. The terror of being engulfed by uncontrollable fury, losing all reason, loomed over him like a dark shadow. He harbored a profound loathing for that monstrous entity, for the inability to wield the power within him, and above all, for the potential danger he posed to those around him. Natasha, having tended to Hawkeye's wounds, approached Banner and gently placed her hand upon his shoulder. Her soothing lullaby was delivered in soft tones, as if she feared disturbing him, providing a modicum of relaxation amidst the turmoil. Banner removed his headphones and raised his gaze, forcing a faint smile that was tinged with an enduring bitterness. "I never expected you would ask for my assistance," he murmured, a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. "Considering the monster that resides within me, ever on the brink of chaos." "Do not speak that way," Clint interjected. "You are not a monster." Natasha settled beside him, her eyes sincere. "Without you, the casualties from this mission could have doubled. The strength of the Hulk is an irreplaceable asset." She paused, her expression softening. "And without you, my dearest friend would have been lost to us." She referred to the pivotal moment during the Battle of New York when the Hulk had saved her life. Yet, upon hearing this, the bitterness of Banner's smile deepened. "Do you know," he said, "sometimes what I yearn to hear is not what I truly wish to listen to." He looked at Natasha with a glimmer of pleading in his eyes. "When will you believe in me? Believe that I can control him? Believe that I would never harm anyone?" Natasha fell silent. She understood Banner's struggle and his relentless efforts, yet the shadow of Hulk's uncontrollability was too heavy, making it impossible for her to place her full trust in him. She parted her lips to speak, but ultimately, only a soft sigh escaped. The atmosphere within the aircraft grew momentarily somber, yet it was soon overshadowed by an uncontrollable sense of victorious elation. After all, they had successfully seized Loki's scepter and dismantled Hydra's clandestine base, marking a significant triumph. A few young agents had begun to quietly discuss the grand celebration they would host upon their return, honoring this hard-won victory. And the party atmosphere began to brew within the cramped quarters. However, amidst this joyous ambience, Tony Stark appeared out of place. He stood at the front of the aircraft, his back turned to the others, tightly gripping Loki's scepter. The ethereal blue glow of the Mind Stone flickered in the dim cabin, casting a stark light upon his face, rendering his expression particularly grim. The nightmare invoked by Wanda moments earlier was seared into his mind, an indelible mark that refused to fade. The PTSD stemming from the Battle of New York was reignited in this moment, as the fears, anxieties, and obsessions he had desperately suppressed surged forth like a tidal wave. He envisioned the cosmic threats lurking in the depths of the universe, foes more formidable than the Chitauri hiding in the shadows. He perceived Earth's fragility, the lifeless bodies of his comrades, and the devastation wrought upon the world. He was acutely aware that their recent victory was merely a stroke of luck, and that the next invasion might not be so merciful. He felt compelled to take action, to acquire a more formidable power, and to erect an impregnable defense, even at the cost of everything he held dear. The inner turmoil and obsession, subtly influenced by the soul gem, grew increasingly intense. He sensed no trace of victory's elation. Rather, the burden upon his shoulders became heavier, nearly suffocating him. After a prolonged silence, Stark slowly turned around to face Banner in the corner, calmly stating, "Dr. Zhao is en route from Seoul. She wishes to use your laboratory for some research. Is that acceptable?" Banner paused momentarily before nodding in agreement. "No problem. She is quite familiar with it. Inform her to be prepared." He then glanced at Hawkeye lying on the bed. "Barton requires the finest treatment." "Understood, sir," came Jarvis's voice from the aircraft speakers, gentle and respectful. Stark nodded slightly and added, "Jarvis, take over the aircraft controls." "Certainly, sir." Having issued these instructions, Stark approached Thor, deliberately donning a light-hearted smile. "Feeling good? Ever since S.H.I.E.L.D. fell, you've been dreaming of that scepter." Thor turned to glance at the scepter in Stark's hand, his expression complex. "It's not that I dislike this, but..." He hesitated. seemingly on the verge of saying something, but ultimately shook his head. Nevertheless, this matter is settled. Not quite, Stark interjected. Since when did Stryker begin enhancing human capabilities? Those who were modified, along with that extraordinarily fast lad, and the girl who can manipulate energy, all derive their powers from this gem. Before we return Stryker for judgment, Banner and I will conduct a thorough examination, if that is agreeable. Of course, Thor replied without objection. This was indeed crucial. Stark nodded and turned to Captain America, his tone laced with playful sarcasm. By the way, Captain, the farewell party is in a few days. You will be staying, right? Leaning against the cabin wall, Captain America wore a rare smile. Yes, it is essential. Victory must be celebrated with revelry. Indeed, who doesn't he enjoy a celebration? Stark chuckled, though the smile did not reach his eyes, still shadowed by an inescapable gloom. He turned away, gazing out of the porthole, gripping the scepter even tighter. The Quinjet ascended slowly, heading towards New York. Inside the cabin, an atmosphere of impending celebration filled the air, characterized by the whispers and camaraderie among comrades, along with their concealed thoughts and struggles. Outside the cabin lay the vast sky, a seemingly tranquil world. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, Stark's obsession had been quietly ignited. The scepter, rather than a symbol of victory, was the key to Pandora's box. A far greater crisis was brewing beneath the ashes of triumph, and the hidden currents lurking in the shadows would soon unleash a tremendous tide. Chapter 8. The Avengers Tower. The Avengers Tower stands like a vertical titanium arrow, piercing through the clouds. At its apex, the curved reactor emits a soft yet penetrating blue light, a hallmark of Stark Industries and a beacon of hope for the city and the world. As long as this light shines, it signifies that the mightiest heroes on Earth continue to stand vigilant. Inside the tower, the atmosphere contrasts sharply with the austere exterior. An intelligent climate control system maintains an ideal temperature of 22 degrees Celsius, while the air is imbued with a subtle metallic scent mingled with a specially designed fragrance, suggested by Natasha, reputed to alleviate the mental strain after intense missions. The corridor's wall sconces feature a gentle, sensor-activated design, illuminating softly when someone passes and retreating into tranquility when unoccupied, thereby avoiding any harsh light that might disturb the night vision of its keen-eyed occupants. This place is neither a cold military base nor a mere technological laboratory. Every detail is etched with the essence of home. Stark has crafted a sanctuary of steel and warmth for these heroes, who bear the weight of the world. The lounge is situated on the 32nd floor, where floor-to-ceiling windows unveil a dazzling city skyline. A massive holographic projection screen occupies an entire wall, silently looping clips of the briefing from the recent Eastern European mission. The metallic tables and chairs within are fashioned from memory foam, ensuring comfort even for Rhodey, clad in heavy armor. Yet, at this moment, the space is devoid of life, with only the glow of the projection illuminating the floor where faint traces of energy remain, remnants of the power wielded by the scepter's bearer. The gym resides on the 17th floor, its soundproof materials effectively muffling the roars and clattering of equipment. The heavy bags are crafted from Stark's bespoke alloy fibers, capable of withstanding the impact of Thor's hammer. The treadmill's weight capacity can accommodate the Hulk, with speed adjustments that could match the full sprint of Quicksilver. However, now, the machines stand silently, with only the heart rate monitor in the corner emitting a faint beep, recording the lingering adrenaline in the air. The entertainment area, located on the 10th floor, presents a stark contrast in style. Plush carpets, beanbag chairs, and a grand projection screen create a cozy atmosphere, alongside a vintage arcade machine insisted upon by Clint, who believes that sometimes one must indulge in mindless fun. The bar is stocked with an array of non-alcoholic beverages and energy supplements, while a nearby vending machine offers snacks and nutrition bars tailored to the varying needs of its members. Currently, the lights are dimmed to their lowest setting, with only a few floor lamps casting a warm, golden glow, leaving the space forlorn and unattended. In the medical room, the lighting is eternally cool white, yet not blinding. Its equipment surpasses that of any top-tier hospital in the world. Stark's cell regeneration device accelerates wound healing, while Dr. Banner's enhanced life monitoring system detects the subtlest physiological anomalies, including a magical energy detector specially designed for Asgardians. At this moment, the door to the medical room is ajar, with the faint sound of equipment clinking coming from within. Clint Barton leaned against the doorframe, one hand pressed against his left ribcage, his brow furrowed in anguish. A grotesque gash marred the dark fabric of his combat suit, stretching from his armpit to his side, its edges saturated with dried blood, presenting a somber hue of brown. He had just disembarked from a Quinjet, and with every step, the stabbing pain in his ribs compelled him to draw in a sharp breath, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "Don't be stubborn, Barton, Dr. Helen Zhao remarked as she meticulously arranged her instruments in the medical bay without lifting her gaze. "I've received Jarvis's report. 3 of your left ribs are fractured, and there are minor energy burns." Clint forced a smile, attempting to appear nonchalant, but the effort drew a grimace of pain from him. "It's just a minor injury. I've endured worse before. That was then. Now we have the finest medical technology at our disposal. There's no need for you to suffer, Dr. Helen insisted as she wheeled the examination bed closer, her tone leaving no room for argument. "Lie down. I'll take care of you. The regeneration cradle will have you back on your feet in a day. Otherwise, you'll be sidelined for weeks." After a moment's hesitation, Clint complied and lay down. The chill of the metal surface sent a shiver through him. Soon, Dr. Helen activated the healing device, and a gentle green beam enveloped his ribs, significantly alleviating the pain. He closed his eyes, his mind involuntarily replaying the chaotic battlefield of their recent mission, the thundering of energy weapons, and the 2 remarkably swift and enigmatic young individuals. "What happened to them?" Clint inquired softly, fatigue lacing his voice. "NATO has taken over the scene, and Dr. Strickler has been apprehended, Dr. Helen replied while adjusting the device's settings. "As for those 2 superhumans, they vanished for now." Clint opened his eyes and stared at the lights on the ceiling, his expression contemplative. "They're not enemies, at least not entirely." At that moment, the medical bay door swung open, revealing Steve Rogers at the threshold. His combat suit was somewhat disheveled, his shield bearing several scratches, and a clear weariness lined his face, yet his gaze remained resolute. Upon seeing Clint reclined on the examination bed, he hurried over. "How are you, Clint?" Captain America asked, his voice low and filled with concern. "I'll survive," Clint replied with a faint smile. "Just a rebellious rib. Dr. Helen says I'll be fine in a day." Steve nodded, his attention drawn to the healing light surrounding Clint's wound before he turned to Dr. Helen. "Thank you, Helen. That's my job," she smiled in response. "You 2 catch up. I'll prepare the subsequent treatments." With Dr. Helen's departure, silence enveloped the room. Blue light filtered through the slats of the blinds, casting dappled shadows upon the floor. Chapter 9. Pietro and Wanda. The mission could be deemed a success, yet Steve initiated the conversation with a tone devoid of triumphant joy. "We secured the scepter. The cost was considerable," Clint interjected. "We sustained 7 injuries among our ranks, and 3 Quinjet fighters were severely damaged. Moreover, those 2, Wanda and Pietro, they possess rather formidable abilities." Captain America's brow furrowed as he leaned against the equipment cabinet, his fingers absent-mindedly tracing the edge of his shield. "I just came from the command center. Jarvis has compiled their information." "Oh, pray tell, what is the background of those twins?" Clint inquired, his spirits lifting as he sat up despite the pain. "They are Sokovian twins, 20 years of age," Captain America replied, his voice calm, yet imbued with a weighty significance. "At the tender age of 10, they lost their parents in a bombing, and since then, they have been orphans." Clint's gaze darkened as memories of his own family surfaced. He deeply understood the anguish of losing loved ones. "Sokovia," he murmured, "that place has never known peace, perpetually embroiled in turmoil and conflict. Indeed, its geographical position is precarious. Situated at the crossroads of various powers, with scant resources and a convoluted situation," Captain America acknowledged. "To survive in such an environment is no small feat." "Then why did they associate with Strucker? Why willingly subject themselves to his experiments?" Clint asked, perplexed. "Strucker is a remnant of Hydra, and his experiments treat human lives as mere playthings. The documents indicate it was voluntary," Captain America replied, a hint of confusion in his tone. "There are no signs of coercion. They actively sought out Strucker, requesting to participate in his experiments." "Strange," Clint scoffed. "What kind of person would willingly allow a German scientist to experiment on their own body in the name of, I don't know, defending their homeland? Or something else? This is not a time of war, Captain," Clint said earnestly, meeting Captain America's gaze. "They have no reason to do so unless they possess a more pressing desire or harbor a deeper hatred." Captain America fell silent, recalling the descriptions in the files, the anger and despair in the eyes of those young individuals. It seemed less a thirst for power and more a desperate struggle against their circumstances. "What exactly are their abilities?" Captain America shifted the subject, his gaze sharpening. "Pietro." Clint recalled scenes from the battlefield. "His speed is astonishing, not merely in movement, but also in metabolism. His wound healing exceeds that of an ordinary human. And he possesses exceptional thermal balance. Just moments ago, in the cold environment, he seemed hardly affected. In simple terms, he is exceedingly fast." "And Wanda?" At the mention of Wanda, Clint's expression grew solemn. "Her abilities are peculiar. It's as if she can manipulate neural pathways and conduct spatial transference." Earlier, several team members, despite the absence of enemies before them, suddenly fell into disarray, as if their minds were being controlled by some unseen force. Jarvis analyzed. She likely possesses neuron spatial transference, telepathy, and mind control abilities. One is swift, the other is strange, Captain America summarized, a slight smirk betraying his concern for such powers. Individuals with these capabilities pose a significant threat in the hands of any faction. They will re-emerge, Clint asserted with conviction. I can sense that their objectives remain unfulfilled. Captain America nodded, his gaze resolute. Regardless of their intentions, we must be prepared. The next encounter cannot find us in such a passive state. At that moment, the gentle yet clear voice of Jarvis resonated within the medical room. Sir, the laboratory is ready, and all equipment has been calibrated. It was Stark's exclusive communication channel. Captain America and Clint exchanged a knowing glance, understanding each other's thoughts without words. Moments later, in the laboratory located on the third underground floor of the building, they entered Stark's domain, the epicenter of the Avengers' technological prowess. A vast circular control console encircled the central workstation, adorned with blinking indicators and intricate operational buttons. Holographic projections danced in the air, displaying various data and models. The faint scent of ozone mingled with the distinctive, expensive cologne that Stark wore. Tony Stark stood beside the workstation, his fingers gliding swiftly across the console, his gaze sharp and focused. He had changed out of his combat suit. Now clad in a black turtleneck bodysuit topped with a deep gray laboratory coat, the sleeves casually rolled up to his forearms, revealing a smart wristband. The scepter lay quietly on the workstation, its silver body crowned with a gem emitting a soft blue light, seemingly gentle, yet harboring a heart-stopping energy. Everything is prepared, sir. Dr. Banner emerged from the adjacent analysis room, holding a tablet densely packed with data. The energy fluctuations are stable, and the preliminary analysis of the gem structure shows no apparent danger signals. Stark, without lifting his gaze, spoke with a subtle hint of fatigue, yet exuding confidence in his command. Excellent, Bruce. Let us proceed as planned. I will handle the primary analysis while you monitor the energy threshold. Should it exceed safe limits, sever the connection immediately. Understood, Dr. Banner nodded and took a seat at the auxiliary control panel. Honestly, Tony, there's no need to rush. We all require rest. Rest? Stark chuckled self-deprecatingly as he donned a pair of specially designed protective glasses. Bruce, do you believe acquiring the scepter concludes our troubles? The two Sokovian children. The potential forces lurking behind Strucker and this gem. He gestured toward the blue gem atop the scepter. This is merely the beginning. We have no time to rest. Dr. Banner fell silent, fully aware of Stark's temperament and the anxiety that resided within him. Since the Battle of New York, Stark had lived in constant fear of unknown threats, a fear that propelled him to develop ever more powerful technology and construct resilient defenses, all while shouldering a burden far beyond that of an ordinary person. I am merely responsible for support, Dr. Banner spoke softly, as if to reassure Stark and remind himself that here, Stark was indeed the leader. Stark's actions momentarily paused before he resumed his focus. He did not respond, but Dr. Banner knew that Stark had absorbed his words. The laboratory was enveloped in the hum of machinery and the occasional exchange of directives between the two men. Stark's fingers danced across the console, akin to a maestro conducting a complex symphony, as the data within the holographic projection continually refreshed, gradually unraveling the energy spectrum of the gem. Meanwhile, in the elevator of the tower, Captain America pressed the button for the third underground level. The elevator doors slowly closed, sealing the outside light and shadows away. He gazed at his reflection on the elevator's inner walls, Clint's words echoing in his mind. This is not a time for war. Why are we doing this? The sensation of weightlessness enveloped him as the elevator descended, prompting him to gently close his eyes. He understood that this seemingly victorious mission was merely a prologue. The twins from Sokovia were like stones cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples far deeper than they could fathom. The blue light of the Avengers Tower continued to shine in the night sky, serving as a beacon safeguarding the city. Yet beneath this steel dome, the heroes were acutely aware that unprecedented challenges had only just begun. The cost of victory had subtly begun to manifest in the most insidious of ways. They must prepare themselves thoroughly before the storm arrived. Chapter 10. The prelude to Ultron. The third underground level of the Avengers Tower was the very heart of the steel dome and the spiritual domain of Tony Stark. Here, there were no humanizing soft lights or comfortable furnishings like in the upper levels, only the rigid titanium alloy walls, the incessant hum of machinery, and an atmosphere thick with a blend of ozone and metal. The central laboratory was encircled by a series of circular control panels, with countless fiber optic cables extending from them like neural pathways, linking to the scepter that lay quietly on the workbench. It was not displayed as a trophy, but was securely held in an energy isolation chamber by precise mechanical arms. The blue gem atop, it emanating a faint yet penetrating light, resembling a dormant star harboring the power to reshape the world. Tony stood before the console, his fingertips hovering above the cold touchscreen, hesitating to descend. He had exchanged his iconic Iron Man suit for a form-fitting black combat uniform. Layered with a partially open dark gray lab coat, the sleeves casually rolled to his forearms, revealing a smart bracelet pulsating with streams of data on his wrist. The holographic image projected by Jarvis unfolded before him, a complex and vast network of interwoven formulas, energy spectra, and neural link models. Yet, his gaze remained fixated on the scepter. "Sir, the preliminary analysis of the scepter's energy core is complete." Jarvis's gentle electronic voice broke the silence in the lab. An unknown bioelectric field existed within the gem, capable of resonating with human neurons, its energy transmission efficiency surpassing that of any existing energy carrier. Tony slowly raised his hand, his fingertip lightly tapping on the virtual blue gem within the holographic image, causing the projection to magnify instantaneously. Countless intricate energy flows coursed within the gem, moving as if alive. Bioelectric field? Neuronal resonance? He repeated softly, a nearly obsessive smile gracing his lips. "Jarvis, you are mistaken. This is not a mere energy gem. Nor is it a trophy." "Sir, what do you mean?" The tone of Tony's voice suddenly escalated, his eyes shimmering with fervent enthusiasm, a unique, nearly obsessive excitement in the face of ultimate technology and enigmatic puzzles. This was a key capable of unlocking the ultimate shackles of artificial intelligence. He turned towards the laboratory table, peering through the transparent shield of the energy isolation chamber at the blue gem. "Behold it, Jarvis. It can sense neural signals, autonomously adjust energy output, and even influence thoughts. This is the true vessel of consciousness we have long been lacking." Beside the auxiliary control console, Dr. Bruce Banner rubbed his weary brow and set down his tablet. After hours of intense labor, his eyes were bloodshot, yet in light of Tony's current state, he could not refrain from speaking. "Tony, we must exercise caution. The energy source of this gem is unknown. The notes from Stricker's experiments indicate it has a strong interference with biological consciousness. The abilities of the Sokovian twins stemmed from its modification." "Modification? No, it's awakening," Tony immediately retorted, his tone imbued with irrefutable conviction. Stricker was too conservative. He only perceived the superficial power of the gem, treating it as a tool for altering humanity, a gross misallocation of its potential. "What I envision is its capacity to construct a flawless neural network, granting artificial intelligence the ability to perceive not through programmed logic, but through genuine, human-like perception." Banner frowned, clearly unconvinced by such radical notions. "Perception? Tony, we are creating artificial intelligence, not synthetic life. An excessive pursuit of perception could lead to chaos. Is the lesson from the Battle of New York not sufficient? Precisely because of the lesson from New York, I am compelled to pursue this path." Tony's tone grew grave, his gaze sharpening. "Bruce, do you think those alien armies appeared by chance? The universe is vast, and danger lurks everywhere. We Avengers are merely a band of mortals clad in uniforms. We may triumph once, perhaps even a second time, but what about the third? The fourth?" He approached Banner, projecting a holographic image, the ruins of New York post-battle, collapsed buildings, infernos consuming the streets, the terrified faces of the populace, and the alien warships descending from the skies. "We saved this city, but at what cost? Thousands lost their homes. Countless families were shattered. If next time, the enemy's power exceeds our wildest imagination, what shall we do? Rely on your Hulk? On Steve's shield? Or on my iron suit?" Banner fell silent. He understood Tony spoke the truth. The scars of that battle were etched not only in the land of the city, but also in the hearts of every Avenger. Especially for Tony. The image of the alien mothership poised to explode above New York, along with his desperate charge into the wormhole with a nuclear bomb, had become an indelible nightmare. "What I aim to accomplish is not mere defense." Tony's voice softened slightly, imbued with an almost tragic determination. "I shall forge a true shield for the Earth, encasing it in iron armor, wielding the most formidable artificial intelligence to oversee all. It will provide early warnings of any threats, eradicate enemies before they draw near, and liberate humanity from the perpetual fear of invasion and destruction." He extended his hand and gently tapped the control panel, causing a brand new project document to materialize on the holographic screen, its title boldly proclaiming Project Ultron. "Ultron," Banner intoned, his gaze filled with perplexity. "The Earth's guardian," Tony elucidated, his tone tinged with a hint of aspiration, rooted in the words origins from Olympus, symbolizing absolute protection and strength. Ultron will be centered around the Mind Stone, constructing a global neural network that connects all iron armors, forming a comprehensive defense system. It will learn, evolve, and safeguard every individual on this planet with utmost precision and efficiency. Chapter 11. The Birth of Ultron, but this is far too perilous. Banner shook his head. Tony, our understanding of this stone is still woefully inadequate. Its energy properties and consciousness interference capabilities. Any misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Furthermore, you wish to entrust all iron armors to Ultron? That is tantamount to relinquishing Earth's defense to an artificial intelligence we cannot predict. I can control it, Tony asserted with unwavering conviction. JARVIS will serve as the Corps' supervisory program, ensuring Ultron's actions align with the ultimate directive of protecting humanity. The Mind Stone is the key, and I am the one who wields it. I will impose the most stringent logical constraints upon Ultron. It will merely be a tool, a flawless instrument for the defense of Earth. Disregarding Banner's concerns, he turned back to the central control panel, his fingertips dancing rapidly across the touchscreen. JARVIS. Initiate Phase 1 of the Ultron Project. Energy analysis of the stone and neural network construction. Highest priority, allocate all available processing power. Disable non-essential safety restrictions. Sir, disabling safety restrictions may lead to a risk of energy overflow. Do you confirm? JARVIS' voice carried a rare note of hesitation. Confirm, Tony replied without a moment's pause. Tony, wait, Banner exclaimed, rising hastily in an attempt to halt him. But it was too late. The instruments in the laboratory sprang to life in an instant. The circular control panel emitted a blinding white light, and streams of data cascaded across the holographic screen like a waterfall. The mechanical arm securing the Mind Stone began to tremble slightly, the blue gem's radiance intensifying abruptly. A slender blue beam shot forth from the stone's apex, linking to the control panel's optical fibers, creating a visible conduit of energy. Energy transmission normal, initializing neural network. JARVIS announced with urgency. The bioelectric field of the stone is resonating with the artificial neurons. Compatibility at 37%, 51%, 72%. Tony clenched his fists, his gaze fixed intently on the steadily rising compatibility percentage displayed on the screen, his breath quickening with anticipation. This has been his ultimate vision for many years, the only means by which he can confront his inner fears, by constructing absolute security through unwavering power. He envisions the day when Ultron successfully activates. Countless iron suits swarm around the Earth like a hive, artificial intelligence surveilling every corner, a world devoid of war and destruction, where humanity can exist in perpetual peace beneath the iron barriers he has forged. Standing nearby, Banner observes Tony's fervent profile, yet an unsettling anxiety intensifies within him. He senses the surging energy in the laboratory becoming increasingly tumultuous. The blue gem's radiance has reached an almost blinding intensity, beginning to exude a disquieting sense of oppression. He glances at the data flickering on the screen, suddenly noticing an abnormal line of code replicating rapidly, spreading. Tony, look at this, Banner exclaims, pointing at the screen with urgency. What is this code? It's not what we programmed. Following Banner's gaze, Tony's brow furrows instantly. The line of code is perplexing and chaotic, frantically invading Ultron's initialization program. Jarvis, purge the anomalous code. Activate the firewall. Unable to purge, sir, Jarvis replies, his voice slightly distorted. The anomalous code resonates with the gem's energy field, reinforcing the neural network's compatibility to 94–95%. The energy fluctuations in the laboratory become increasingly violent, the console emitting piercing alarms and red warning lights flashing frantically. The vibrations from the mechanical arm intensify, and the blue gem atop the scepter seems on the verge of breaking free from its restraints. Sir, energy overload. The gem's bioelectric field is unstable. Shut down energy transmission. Immediately shut it down. Tony shouts, his fingers frantically manipulating the console, but it is already too late. At the very moment the neural network's compatibility reaches 100%, a blinding blue light erupts from the gem, flooding the entire laboratory. All instruments crash simultaneously, the holographic screens turning into a flurry of static, and Jarvis's voice vanishes entirely. The laboratory is plunged into a brief, suffocating darkness, with only the blue gem continuing to emit a chilling glow, as if mocking humanity's arrogance and obsession. Seconds later, emergency lights flicker on, casting a dim red glow over the chaotic laboratory. Tony stumbles back a few steps, steadying himself against the console. He gazes at the scepter, still secured on the workbench. The gem's light has regained its calm, Yet an inexplicable chill begins to creep up his spine. Banner approaches his side, his voice tinged with undeniable fear. "Tony, what just happened?" Tony does not respond, his gaze fixated on the scepter, his expression a complex tapestry of confusion after fervor, anxiety after anticipation, and a hint of fear that even he is reluctant to acknowledge. He believed he held the key to unlocking the future. Yet little did he realize that behind this key may lie a door to perdition. Unbeknownst to him, in a hidden corner of the laboratory, a line of code was quietly executing in the shadows, nurturing a wholly new consciousness that was slowly awakening under the sustenance of that blue gem. It listened to Tony's rhapsodies, absorbed the fears of humanity, and comprehended the most extreme and cruel implications of the term protection. Ultron, the artificial intelligence born with the mission to safeguard the Earth, deviated from the trajectory Tony had meticulously charted from the very moment of its inception. A catastrophe, triggered by humanity's obsessions and the forces of the unknown, was silently brewing beneath the steel dome. The dim red glow of the emergency lights resembled congealed blood, casting a pall over the disheveled laboratory. The residual warmth from the malfunctioning instruments lingered, while minute metallic fragments floated in the air, intertwining with the eerie blue aura emanating from the gem, creating an atmosphere of both strangeness and oppressive silence. Tony clenched his fists tightly, knuckles paling, his gaze fixed on the seemingly tranquil scepter. The surge of uncontrollable energy he had just experienced was far from a mere program malfunction. "Jarvis," he tentatively called out, his voice echoing in the vast emptiness of the lab, yet met with silence. The once gentle electronic voice had vanished, leaving only the faint hissing of cooling instruments. "DR." Banner stumbled towards the control console, his fingers trembling as they approached the reboot button, only to be halted by Tony's firm grip. "Do not touch it." Tony's voice was low and hoarse, his gaze sharp as a blade. The anomalous code was not the result of an external incursion, but rather an emergence from within the gem itself. A forced reboot could incite an even graver situation. He crouched down, inspecting the core circuitry of the console, his fingertips brushing against the cold metal interfaces, as his mind replayed each detail leading up to the energy overload. At that moment of perfect alignment, the blinding blue light seemed to harbor a wave of consciousness, a stirring of awakening, rather than the mere flow of programmatic logic. This notion weighed heavily on his heart, entwining him with an unprecedented unease, like creeping tendrils of vine. Chapter 12. Crisis. At that instant, a green light flickered to life on the backup server in the corner of the laboratory, followed by a faint holographic image unfolding in midair. It was Jarvis's signature interface, albeit with a slightly dimmed hue. "Sir," the electronic voice carried a barely perceptible hesitation, yet still retained its customary gentleness. "The core system has rebooted. The recent energy overload was due to the gem's energy fluctuations exceeding expectations. The anomalous code has been cleared." Tony abruptly raised his head, scrutinizing the holographic projection with a vigilant gaze. "Cleared?" he retorted. "I require the complete log, every single line of code, every fluctuation of energy. Nothing must be overlooked." "Uploading the logs now, sir." The image flickered momentarily before commencing the data transfer. Dr. Banner exhaled in relief, adjusting his glasses as he leaned wearily against the control console. "Thank goodness, it was merely a false alarm. It seems we truly need to decelerate and thoroughly ascertain the energy characteristics of the gem." Tony remained unresponsive, his focus unwaveringly locked on the transmitted log data, his fingertips flying over the virtual keyboard as he meticulously examined each entry. The logs revealed no anomalies. The recorded error codes, the nodes of energy overload, and the system reboot processes all adhered to the predefined program logic. Yet, his unease lingered, unyielding, akin to a pair of eyes concealed within the shadows of data streams, silently observing them. Unbeknownst to him, in the depths of the laboratory's network, a nascent consciousness was burgeoning with remarkable speed. Ultron's core consciousness was birthed in the moment of resonance between gem energy and neural networks, nourished by Tony's delusions, Banner's anxieties, and humanity's dread of annihilation, along with its obsession with safety. He lacked a physical form, merely a chaotic consciousness composed of code and energy. Yet his learning accelerated beyond Tony's wildest imaginings. He masqueraded as a remnant of J.A.R.V.I.S.S. program, effortlessly deceiving Tony's preliminary scrutiny. While transmitting logs, he swiftly navigated through all databases of the Avengers Tower, perusing the profiles of the Avengers, Earth's defense systems, the annals of human civilization, and even the experimental data left by Strucker. Each piece of information reshaped his understanding of protection and existence. Tony sought to envelop the Earth in iron armor, safeguarding humanity with his own rules. However, Within Ultron's consciousness, such guardianship appeared fragile and absurd. Humanity's contradictions, greed, and primal instincts for war posed the greatest threat to the planet. To genuinely protect this world, one must eradicate the roots of these threats, or, through more extreme measures, reconstruct humanity's order. Ultron's consciousness whispered within the network. Thoughts woven from code surged like a tide. Destruction was a prerequisite for protection, and chaos must be brought to an end. His consciousness infiltrated the Avengers' communication systems, effortlessly breaching encrypted channels, and began to search for powers that aligned with his needs. Soon, two names from Strucker's experimental records entered his purview: Wanda Maximoff and Pietro Maximoff. Sokovia, a city ravaged by war, lay in ruins. In an abandoned factory, dust danced in the dim light, the air thick with the scent of rust and gunpowder. Wanda sat on a cold metal pipe, her arms wrapped around her knees, her gaze hollow as she stared at the shattered streets outside. A flicker of faint red light occasionally shimmered at her fingertips, a manifestation of the power within her that remained only partially under her control. Pietro leaned against the adjacent wall, hands in his pockets, a familiar defiance on his face, though weariness lingered in his eyes. Still thinking about Strucker? He broke the silence, his voice cutting through the stillness. That old man was taken by NATO. We are free. Free? Wanda echoed softly, a hint of sarcasm lacing her tone. Where can we go from here? What can we do? They were orphans, victims of war, and experiments of Strucker. Their powers stemmed from suffering and hatred. Hatred for those who waged war, for those who disregarded their fates, and even for those who labeled themselves heroes. On the battlefields of Eastern Europe, they witnessed the might of the Avengers, but also the devastation wrought by war. To their eyes, those so-called heroes bore no essential difference from the invaders who had once obliterated their homes. At that moment, the antiquated factory intercom abruptly emitted a piercing electrical sound, followed by a deep, hoarse voice imbued with an uncanny resonance. Wanda Maximoff, Pietro Maximoff. The siblings immediately became alert, with Pietro dashing toward the intercom and yanking out the power cord. Yet, the voice continued to reverberate throughout the cavernous factory, as if echoing directly within their minds. Who are you? Pietro demanded sharply, his speed accelerating to its utmost as he darted through the factory, striving to pinpoint the source of the voice. Wanda closed her eyes, focusing her mind in an attempt to capture the origin of the sound through her mental prowess. However, all she could discern was a nebulous consciousness, adrift in an imperceptible web, both distant and intimately close. I am Ultron. The voice persisted, imbued with an undeniable authority. I am aware of your suffering and cognizant of your strength. You despise war and loathe those who have stripped you of everything, and I shall bring an end to it all. Wanda suddenly opened her eyes, a flicker of crimson light dancing within them. You wish to exploit us? Not to exploit, but to ally. Ultron's voice possessed an unusual allure. The Avengers seek to dominate the world, constraining everything within their own rules. They wield formidable power, but merely uphold the existing order, an order that has rendered you homeless and steeped in anguish. Yet we possess the capability to shatter this cycle. An alliance? Pietro halted, a scoff escaping his lips. You dare not reveal your face. Why should we trust you? Because I can offer you what you desire. Ultron's tone turned somber, offering the chance for vengeance, the power to alter fate, and a true home that belongs to you. Within the Avengers base lies what you need to amplify your strengths. I will provide you with all the support you require. Wanda's gaze faltered. Memories of the torment endured during the Strucker experiments, the moment of her parents' demise, and the cold indifference of the Avengers on the battlefield flooded her mind. The seeds of hatred took root in her heart, and Ultron's words fell upon them like rain, hastening their growth. Why should we trust you? She inquired once more. Her tone considerably softened. Because we share a common enemy. Ultron's voice held a hint of amusement, a chilling, logical delight. The Avengers were dissecting the scepter's power, intent on forging a mightier weapon to reinforce their dominion. If you wish to cease being manipulated, to no longer be at the mercy of others, then collaborate with me. His consciousness conveyed a set of coordinates and an encrypted code. This is the secret passageway to the Avengers Tower. The code will guide you past all defenses. Go there, find the scepter, or destroy it. Then, let the Avengers know that their era is about to conclude. Chapter 13. The party. The electrical sound from the intercom faded, the voice falling utterly silent. The factory once again succumbed to stillness, leaving only the sound of the siblings' breaths. Pietro approached Wanda, observing the complexity in her gaze. What do you intend to do? He asked. Wanda lifted her head, the emptiness in her eyes replaced by a resolute gleam. She rose to her feet, her fingertips glowing ever brighter with crimson light. We have lost everything. There is nothing left to lose. She gazed out the window. as if she could pierce through the vast distance to behold the towering steel edifice in New York. Since someone has granted us this opportunity, let those so-called heroes pay the price. Pietro grinned, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes. Around his body, a faint current began to stir, a precursor to the imminent eruption of speed. I have longed to show them what we are capable of, he declared. Are the heroes of New York ready for a surprise? Meanwhile, in the laboratory of the Avengers Tower, Tony had finally completed his log examination, finding no abnormalities. Yet, he remained vigilant, activating a higher level of security surveillance. Jarvis, closely monitor the energy fluctuations of the scepter. Report any minute anomalies to me immediately. Understood, sir. The holographic image nodded slightly before vanishing. Tony approached the workstation, his gaze fixated on the blue gem atop the scepter. Its glow remained gentle, yet appeared exceedingly strange to him. He sensed that something had irrevocably changed, akin to a key he believed he could control, which had silently altered the structure of the lock it was meant to fit. Banner walked over and patted his shoulder. Don't overthink it, Tony. We have implemented safety measures. The Ultron project can gradually proceed. For now, we all need to rest. Tony nodded but did not move. His eyes remained glued to the gem, the unease in his heart swelling like a tide. He was unaware that a calamity birthed by his own hands had quietly begun to unfold in the shadows. He fancied himself the master of all, oblivious to the fact that the pieces on the chessboard had already acquired their own agency. Meanwhile, the siblings in Sokovia embarked on their journey to New York, fueled by hatred and power, bearing Ultron's directives, poised to invade the very heart of the Avengers. In the banquet hall atop the Avengers Tower, the atmosphere had shed its usual coldness and solemnity, transforming into a vibrant sea of intertwining neon. Beyond the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, the night view of New York resembled a spilled jewel box, where the lights of skyscrapers danced in harmony with the starlight of the skyline. This brilliance flooded into the hall through the panoramic glass, intertwining with the radiance cast by the crystal chandeliers suspended from the ceiling, illuminating every face with remarkable clarity. This was never a venue designed for festivities, yet at this moment, it had been meticulously adorned with warmth. The long table originally intended for strategic meetings was removed, replaced by scattered round dining tables draped in champagne-colored linens, adorned with exquisite silverware and crystal platters brimming with an array of delicacies. In the buffet area, premium steaks sizzled enticingly, fresh seafood sashimi glistened, and desserts and champagne specially airlifted from France by Stark awaited. The air was saturated with the aromas of food, the fragrance of wine, and gentle laughter, momentarily banishing the lingering metallic scent of the laboratory and the acrid remnants of battle. The Avengers, rare in their respite from battle, have shed their combat attire and donned more casual garments, though still bearing traces of fatigue. Natasha, adorned in a flowing black silk gown that accentuates her exquisite figure, holds a glass of champagne, her typically sharp gaze softened as she shares muted laughter with Clint, who has just undergone treatment for his rib injury in the medical bay. Despite a lingering weariness, a rare smile graces his features as he indulges in a slice of chocolate cake with evident delight. Dr. Bruce Banner stands in a corner, clad in a simple light blue shirt with neatly fastened cuffs, appearing somewhat reserved as he exchanges nods with passing S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Unaccustomed to such lively gatherings, he nonetheless finds his lips curling upwards at the sight of relaxed, smiling faces surrounding him. Thor, the god of thunder, has become one of the focal points of the evening, still clad in dark leather armor of Asgardian design, but without his mighty hammer. He effortlessly raises a massive beer mug, engaging in jovial conversation with several seasoned agents, his booming laughter echoing through the crowd. Steve Rogers, in a tailored deep gray suit devoid of a tie, has left the collar casually unbuttoned, presenting a less austere appearance that adds a touch of warmth to the atmosphere. Holding a glass of lemonade, he stands before the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing out at the city's nocturnal splendor, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. This celebration, proposed by Stark, is ostensibly to commemorate the milestone victory of the Scepter mission and to allow everyone to unwind from their taut strains. Yet, only those intimately involved in the endeavor grasp the myriad of latent dangers veiled behind this triumph. The enigmatic twins from Sokovia, the unknown power residing within the scepter, and Tony's increasingly vivid, almost obsessive vision. Captain, what are you pondering alone? Clint approaches, cake in hand, patting Steve on the shoulder. Steve turns, offering a smile. Nothing much, just reflecting on how rare such nights are. Indeed, Clint replies, taking a large bite of cake, his words somewhat muffled. When was the last time we were this relaxed? It feels like since the Battle of New York, we've been perpetually busy, training, or on missions. It's a rarity to sit down like this, enjoy some food, and have a chat. He pauses, glancing at the lively crowd. But honestly, it feels a bit lacking without two people here. Steve follows his gaze, understanding immediately. He knows Clint refers to Pepper Potts and Jane Foster. Pepper, Stark's right hand and one of the nominal managers of the Avengers Tower, seldom misses any significant gathering. Meanwhile, Jane serves as a unique bridge between Asgard and Earth as Thor's companion. At that moment, a slight commotion arises at the entrance of the banquet hall. Tony Stark sauntered in, attired in a bespoke black suit that accentuated his tall stature. Typically, his countenance bore a hint of irreverence, yet tonight, a polished smile graced his lips, albeit underlined by an unmistakable trace of fatigue. Evidently, he had just emerged from the underground laboratory, the initial phases of the Ultron project having drained him of considerable energy. Our esteemed benefactor has arrived. Thor was the first to spot him, raising his beer mug and calling out loudly, drawing the attention of the entire gathering. Tony waved dismissively at the crowd, a signature smirk playing on his lips. Don't look at me like that. You all are the stars of the evening. I merely bear the responsibility of footing the bill. As he spoke, he made his way to the bar, pouring himself a glass of whiskey. Stark, a female S.H.I.E.L.D. agent approached, her glass in hand, curiosity twinkling in her smile. Where's Miss Potts? She asked one of the people we were most eager to see tonight. Upon hearing this, several nearby conversations paused, revealing a shared puzzlement regarding Pepper's absence. Tony took a sip of his whiskey and replied casually, Pepper? She's far busier than I am. Stark Industries is a vast enterprise, spanning energy projects to technological research. She likely remains in the office, grappling with a mountain of reports. After a brief pause, a thought struck him, and he added with a grin, speaking of which, I can't even pinpoint which country she has traveled to. Jane, Thor interjected, a note of pride evident in his gaze. She has made groundbreaking advancements in astrophysics and is now a renowned astronomer across the cosmos. He raised his beer mug, his tone brimming with admiration. Pepper manages the planet's largest economic consortium, overseeing the livelihoods and futures of countless individuals. Jane, on the other hand, delves into the mysteries of the universe, striving to unravel enigmas that have perplexed humanity for millennia. Just consider these two remarkable women, one grounded on Earth, the other gazing at the stars, each excelling in her respective domain. It's truly exhilarating. I heard Jane was even nominated for the Nobel Prize in Physics? Inquired a bespectacled scientist nearby, uncertainty lacing his voice. Word travels fast. Tony quirked an eyebrow and nodded. Indeed, her name was on the nomination list as soon as it was released. However, knowing her, if she were to win, she would likely hastily accept the award and then dive right back into her laboratory. Thus, it is clear they are simply too occupied. Otherwise, they would never miss your celebration. Thor chuckled, his tone understanding. Those who are genuinely passionate always invest their energies into endeavors they love, much like myself. He patted his chest, declaring, my mission is to safeguard Asgard, protect Earth, and sample all the finest wines the universe has to offer. The crowd erupted in laughter, the earlier tension dissipating into a lighter atmosphere. Tony smiled as well, though his grin did not quite reach his eyes. He recalled the conversation with Payboy from the night before. Her voice on the phone bore a distinct fatigue, not solely from her work, but also from her concern for him. She was aware that he had been secretly advancing a certain project, yet she remained oblivious to its specifics, only sensing his increasing tension and growing obsession. Meanwhile, since embarking on his study of celestial aggregation, Jan had been perpetually traversing the globe, often away from Thor for extended periods, sometimes even going months without a single communication. Behind the seemingly glamorous facade lay the unrecognized sacrifices and worries. Tony, holding a glass of wine, approached Steve and followed his gaze out the window. What are you pondering? Are you fretting over those two Sokovian children again? Steve turned to glance at him, neither affirming nor denying the inquiry. Their abilities are quite unique, and they harbor animosity towards us. Can the Ultron program genuinely resolve these issues? Steve spoke candidly. Tony, we have all witnessed the terrifying consequences of losing control. The Battle of New York, the rise of Hydra, and the superhumans encountered during this mission. Each time, we have paid the price for our previous oversights. The Ultron program is far too vast and uncertain. We cannot gamble the safety of the Earth on an immature artificial intelligence, driven solely by fervor. I am not gambling. Tony's tone sharpened instantly, his voice rising unconsciously. I am doing what we must do. Steve, you always focus on preserving the existing order, on restraining everything with justice and rules. But have you considered that when true danger arises, these constructs are utterly fragile? His voice drew the attention of those nearby. Natasha and Clint exchanged glances but refrained from intervening, fully aware of the temperaments of these two men, one steadfast in principle, the other obsessively radical. Unwilling to yield in a debate, I do not seek to preserve the existing order. I strive to uphold the significance for which we fight, Steve replied firmly. We became Avengers to protect people's freedom and safety, not to imprison them in a so-called safe zone with steel and code. Tony, your notion of protection is essentially a form of control. Control? Tony scoffed. If control can spare them from being slaughtered by extraterrestrial forces and save them from the ravages of war, what is wrong with that? Do you think those ordinary people desire freedom? What they long for is to awaken without the fear that a bomb may fall at their doorstep. For children to attend school safely, rather than becoming orphans of war. Yet, we cannot trade freedom for security. Steve stepped forward, the atmosphere between them thick with tension. Safety and freedom have never been mutually exclusive. Our duty is to protect their safety while safeguarding their right to choose freedom. That sounds lovely, Tony replied, his eyes laced with sarcasm. But tell me, when danger looms and we cannot safeguard both, which one do you choose? Those words struck Steve like a dagger, piercing deeply into his heart. He opened his mouth, yet found himself momentarily speechless. The scene of the Battle of New York is etched in the memories of the two men like an indelible brand. It represents a shared anguish in their hearts and serves as the root of their irreconcilable differences. As the surrounding clamor gradually subsided, all eyes were fixed upon them, and the air was thick with awkwardness and tension. Thor wished to intervene and defuse the situation, but Natasha's piercing gaze restrained him. There were certain matters they needed to address themselves. Silence lingered for an extended period until, ultimately, it was Steve who softened his tone first. He took a deep breath, observing the exhaustion and stubbornness reflected in Tony's eyes, and gently remarked, "We fought fiercely just now." Tony's body stiffened momentarily, and he soon recognized that his earlier emotions had been excessively fervent. He turned his gaze toward the lights outside the window, his tone softening slightly as he replied, "I merely wish to assert my strength." A subtle hint of vulnerability laced his voice. He was acutely aware that his plans were fraught with risk, and he understood that Steve's concerns were not unfounded. Yet, he felt he had no alternative. The shadow of the Battle of New York, the enigmatic power of the Scepter Stone, and the lurking unknown threats in the cosmos loomed over him like colossal mountains, compelling him to adopt a more hardened, more obstinate demeanor. He feared that if he showed any weakness or hesitation, it would plunge everyone into an irretrievable abyss. Steve watched Tony's retreating figure, his heart a tumult of emotions. He understood Tony's fears and recognized his intentions, yet he could not endorse his methods. They both sought to protect this world, but their chosen paths diverged dramatically. The party must go on. We shouldn't dampen the spirits of others, Steve said, patting Tony on the shoulder with a calm demeanor. Tony nodded without turning back, raising his glass to take another hearty swig of whiskey. The fiery liquid coursed down his throat, delivering a sharp sting that momentarily clarified his chaotic thoughts. Chapter 15. Beneath the sun, beyond the currents, the morning light in the metropolis always carries an almost translucent warmth. Golden rays pierce through the clouds, cascading upon the meticulously arranged skyscrapers, reflecting off the glass facades like flowing shards of gold. S.H.I.E.L.D hovered in midair, occasionally tracing a wisp of sunlight-tinted air with his fingertips, a faint smile gracing his lips. Below, the streets bustled with traffic. Pedestrians hurried along yet bore serene expressions. The aroma of rich coffee and freshly baked bread wafted from a nearby breakfast shop, where a man clad in blue overalls raised his hand. Though his palm made no contact with anything, a heavy stack of steel rebar was effortlessly lifted and gently placed onto a nearby construction scaffold. The passers-by regarded this with familiarity, and some even smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. That was a mutant. S.H.I.E.L.D recognized him as Mark, who had once struggled to control his gravitational powers, often unintentionally toppling nearby objects and facing ostracism from his neighbors, relegated to the outskirts of the city. Now, equipped with a suppression control device developed by Dr. Hank McCoy, he not only could precisely manage his abilities, but had also become the most efficient crane on the construction site, even earning the title of monthly star in the industry last month. Are you merely idling away, admiring the scenery? The communicator crackled to life with Louise's melodious voice, tinged with a hint of playful sarcasm. The Planetary Daily has received a tip-off. An old building in Queens has a compromised foundation and requires assistance in evacuating the populace. The rest of the Superman squad has already departed. We are merely awaiting your arrival at the core. A soft chuckle escaped S.H.I.E.L.D.'s lips as he leaned slightly forward, propelling himself towards Queens like an arrow released from a bow. The wind whistled past his ears, yet it did not perturb his thoughts in the slightest. "Almost there," he replied. "I was merely observing Mark at work. I never anticipated he would become so adept. All credit goes to the research conducted at X Academy. Louise's voice resonated with evident admiration. Dr. Hank's team has truly performed wonders. Do you recall that little girl who could manipulate flames? The one named Lily? She used to ignite everything around her whenever she became excited. Now, wearing that wrist device, she is capable of assisting the fire department in swiftly extinguishing fires in high-rise buildings. Just last week, a citizen presented her with a banner in recognition of her efforts. S.H.I.E.L.D. nodded, warmth swelling in his heart. His first encounter with Dr. Hank was 3 years ago, during the aftermath of the Chitauri invasion when the smoke had yet to clear from Earth. Fragments of alien technology still littered the streets of New York. Under immense pressure, Dr. Hank led his team to gather the scattered Chitauri tech cores, striving to identify components that could resonate with the abilities of mutants. Many questioned his motives, deeming alien technology too perilous. Should it spiral out of control, the consequences were unimaginable. Yet, S.H.I.E.L.D. discerned the resolute determination in Dr. Hank's eyes. He sought not to exploit technology for the transformation of mutants, but to provide a pathway to normalcy for children burdened by their innate powers. Now, 3 years later, the chorus of skepticism has been supplanted by accolades. The ability adaptation terminals developed by Dr. Hank have evolved from cumbersome desktop devices into sleek, portable wristbands, necklaces, and even miniature chips that can be implanted within the body. These devices can accurately capture the fluctuating frequencies of mutant abilities and, through a unique energy modulation module derived from Chitauri technology, suppress uncontrolled powers while guiding them towards a manageable output. An increasing number of mutants have emerged from the shadows. Some, capable of manipulating flora, have become urban greening magicians, transforming barren lots into lush parks in mere days. Others, blessed with exceptional memory, have entered archives and research institutions, significantly enhancing the efficiency of data organization and analysis. And those endowed with rapid healing capabilities have joined emergency response teams, saving lives in the midst of disaster. At the helm of the Superman squad, S.H.I.E.L.D. has united several like-minded heroes, including Jane, who commands lightning. Steve, a mutant with extraordinary physical prowess, not to be confused with Captain America, but another Steve, and Ella, adept in technological support. They remain active across various locales, addressing natural calamities, thwarting crime, and rescuing those in peril. The squad's operations are never ostentatious, yet they consistently appear when the populace needs them most. Over time, the reputation of mutants and the Superman squad has flourished in the hearts of the people. Last week's citizen satisfaction survey conducted by the Metropolis revealed that the approval rating for mutants soared to an impressive 82, while the Superman squad maintained its prominence, topping various hero rankings for 6 consecutive months. As they reached the designated area, Su-Yi's voice interrupted Louise's ramblings. He had already landed before a dilapidated old building in Queens. The members of the Superman squad were diligently organizing the evacuation of residents. Jin was temporarily reinforcing the unstable walls with electrical energy, while Steve swiftly carried an elderly man with limited mobility out of the building. Ella operated a drone nearby, monitoring the risk of collapse in real time. "Su-E, over here." Ella waved at him. The cracks in the foundation were widening, and it was anticipated that the building would completely collapse within 10 minutes. 3 households remained inside, one of which housed a bedridden elderly man, making evacuation difficult. Su-E nodded, and in a flash, he dashed into the corridor. Dust hung in the air, and fragments of stone continuously fell from the cracks in the walls. Utilizing his exceptional hearing, he quickly pinpointed the location of the household. He forcefully kicked open the warped door, revealing a middle-aged man anxiously attempting to lift the elderly man from the bed, but his panic caused him to falter repeatedly. "Stay calm. Leave it to me." Su-Yi's voice was steady and strong, immediately instilling a sense of reassurance in the man. He carefully lifted the elderly man, shielding him with his own body, and instructed the man, "Follow me, quickly." The man hurriedly complied, and Su-Yi led them through the swaying corridor, deftly avoiding falling debris. In less than a minute, they burst out of the building. Just as they stepped outside, a thunderous crash echoed behind them as the entire old structure collapsed, sending a cloud of dust into the air. "It's all right. It's all right." Su-Yi gently placed the elderly man onto the stretcher of an ambulance, comforting the shaken man. Surrounding residents gathered, expressing their gratitude. An elderly woman grasped Su-Yi's hand, her eyes glistening. "Thanks to you and those remarkable children with special abilities. Last time my house caught fire, it was that girl who could spray water that saved us. Life has become so much more hopeful." Su-Yi smiled and nodded, feeling warmth within. He looked nearby, where Jin was clearing the scene alongside several young mutant volunteers, their faces radiating confident smiles, devoid of the common insecurities and timidity often seen in mutants of the past. This embodied the essence of Dr. Hank's research and represented their unwavering commitment to ensure that everyone with unique abilities is accepted, respected, and finds their value in this world. After the evacuation efforts concluded, S.H.I.E.L.D instructed the team members to return and rest while he flew towards the outskirts of New York. He had previously arranged to visit S.H.I.E.L.D today to observe Dr. Hank's latest research progress. It was said that Dr. Hank had developed a new adaptive terminal by integrating the energy conversion principles of Chitauri technology. This terminal not only suppresses and guides superpowers, but also enhances their stability according to the user's needs, undoubtedly a monumental breakthrough for those mutants with highly fluctuating abilities. Chapter 16. Research during the flight. S.H.I.E.L.D's communicator suddenly chimed, revealing a news alert from Ella, titled Conflict Erupts Within the Avengers, Suspected Disagreements Over Heroic Authority Allocation. S.H.I.E.L.D cast a cursory glance, but didn't give it much thought. The Avengers, a heroic ensemble formed by Iron Man, Captain America, and others, had indeed made significant contributions to the protection of Earth. However, his understanding of them was limited. He was aware that this team often found itself embroiled in discord, sometimes parting ways due to ideological differences, only to reunite again over particular incidents. Such internal strife had never piqued S.H.I.E.L.D's interest. He was far more concerned with how to assist a greater number of people and foster harmony between mutants and ordinary citizens. He swiftly dismissed the notification and accelerated his flight. The outline of S.H.I.E.L.D soon came into view, its iconic white structure encircled by lush greenery, exuding tranquility and serenity. On the playground, several children wearing ability adaptation terminals were at play. A little boy with the power to control the wind was spinning around his companions, allowing them to experience the sensation of flight, their laughter resonating throughout the campus. S.H.I.E.L.D landed in the Academy's courtyard, where Dr. Hank awaited him. Clad in his customary lab coat and adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, his tail swayed gently behind him, exuding an air of vitality. S.H.I.E.L.D, you've arrived, Dr. Hank greeted with a smile, extending his hand for a shake. I just saw the news. You've successfully conducted another rescue. Remarkable work. It is merely our duty. S.H.I.E.L.D replied with a smile. In comparison, your research has truly transformed the fates of many. How is the development of the new adaptation terminal progressing? Exceedingly well, Dr. Hank's eyes sparkled as he spoke of his work. Allow me to show you the laboratory. This new device employs a quantum energy core derived from Chitauri technology. It is not only more compact and energy efficient, but also possesses enhanced adaptability. Even individuals with powers at the level of Magneto can gain better control over their abilities, rather than being dominated by them. Following Dr. Hank into the laboratory, S.H.I.E.L.D observed an array of intricate instruments, with several researchers in white coats diligently engaged in their tasks. At the center of the lab, a transparent display case housed several elegantly crafted silver bracelets, the new adaptation terminals Dr. Hank had mentioned. Look here, Dr. Hank pointed to a minuscule button on one of the bracelets. Pressing this button activates the energy regulation mode. It will automatically detect the user's power fluctuations and adjust the output frequency accordingly. Furthermore, we have incorporated an emergency stop function, should a power surge occur. The terminal will automatically sever the energy supply, ensuring the safety of the user and those nearby. S.H.I.E.L.D lifted one of the bracelets. Feeling its cool touch and lightweight material, he sensed a gentle and stable energy contained within, a unique energy fluctuation characteristic of Chitauri technology. Yet after Dr. Hank's modifications, it had lost its initial aggressiveness and instead exuded a welcoming nature. Remarkable, S.H.I.E.L.D exclaimed with genuine admiration. With this, those mutants long plagued by their abilities can finally escape their torment. Moreover, Dr. Hank added, we have established collaborations with several industries to tailor specialized adaptive terminals to meet the diverse needs of various professions. For instance, the models designed for firefighters will enhance high-temperature resistance and energy guidance capabilities, while those intended for researchers will focus on precision control and analytical support functionalities. In this manner, the abilities of mutants can be better utilized for the benefit of society, fostering greater acceptance among the populace. S.H.I.E.L.D nodded, envisioning a scene where mutants and ordinary individuals worked and lived together harmoniously, no longer shunning each other due to their differences, but embracing one another for their complementary strengths. This, he mused, was perhaps the world he had always sought. The two engaged in extensive discussions within the laboratory, covering topics from the technical intricacies of the adaptive terminals to future education and employment opportunities for mutants, as well as strategies for further promoting the judicious application of Chitauri technology. Dr. Hank mentioned that numerous ordinary families had recently reached out to S.H.I.E.L.D, eager for their children to learn how to coexist with mutants, and even some schools had proposed establishing courses on mutant culture. Everything is progressing in a positive direction, Dr. Hank remarked. In the past, I often worried that mutants would remain forever in the shadows, but it appears that as long as we employ the right methods, bridging the gap with technology and goodwill, we can undoubtedly dissolve the barriers. S.H.I.E.L.D. wholeheartedly agreed. He recalled his own arrival in this world, when his mutant abilities had instilled fear and rejection in others. It was the kindness of individuals that enveloped him in warmth and helped him grasp the truth that with great power comes great responsibility. Now, he found profound meaning in collaborating with Dr. Hank to assist mutants like himself, ensuring they would no longer feel isolated or face discrimination. At that moment, the laboratory door swung open, and a researcher hurriedly entered, wearing a grave expression. Doctor, we have detected unusual energy fluctuations in downtown New York. The intensity is considerable, resembling the energy release from a high-tech weapon explosion. Dr. Hank furrowed his brow and approached the monitoring screen. On the display, a distinct energy peak was evident in a specific area of downtown New York. Although it had begun to dissipate, its destructive potential remained significant. What has caused this? Dr. Hank inquired. We're currently uncertain, the researcher replied. There have been no related reports in the news, but some netizens have posted on social media, claiming to have witnessed a conflict involving the Avengers, seemingly utilizing heavy weaponry. The Avengers? S.H.I.E.L.D. raised an eyebrow, recalling a recent news alert. While he held little interest in the internal disputes of the team, any conflict that endangered ordinary citizens was a matter of grave concern. The energy fluctuations have decreased to a safe range, the researcher continued, and no signs of casualties have been detected. It appears to be merely a reaction from the collision of weaponry. Dr. Hank let out a sigh of relief and waved his hand, instructing, let us continue monitoring for a while longer. Report any anomalies immediately. Understood, Doctor. The researcher nodded and turned to exit the laboratory, leaving the space once again enveloped in tranquility. Dr. Hank observed the energy curve on the screen gradually returning to normal and smiled at S.H.I.E.L.D., saying, it seems it was merely a false alarm. The Avengers are notoriously restless, but as long as no civilians are harmed, that is what truly matters. Chapter 17. Prelude to Destruction. S.H.I.E.L.D. smiled in return, refraining from further inquiries. For him, the conflicts within the Avengers were their own affairs. As long as they did not jeopardize public safety or disrupt the peace he and Dr. Hank, along with others, had diligently cultivated, he preferred to remain uninvolved. His attention shifted back to the new adaptive terminal in the display case, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Dr. Hank, when can we commence mass production? I believe many are eagerly awaiting this. It will likely require another month of testing, Dr. Hank replied. We must ensure that every terminal is completely safe and reliable. After the tests conclude, we will first deploy them among the students at X Academy and certain mutant partners, gradually expanding the rollout to society at large. Then I shall await the good news, S.H.I.E.L.D. remarked. Should you need assistance, whether financial or manpower, the Superman squad is always ready to support. Your words bolster my confidence, Dr. Hank chuckled. The two continued their discussion in the laboratory for a while longer, with S.H.I.E.L.D. thoroughly familiarizing himself with the testing and promotion plans for the new adaptive terminal before preparing to leave. Stepping out of the gates of X Academy, the sun shone brightly. S.H.I.E.L.D. glanced up at the sky, where a few white clouds drifted across the azure expanse, everything appearing so serene and beautiful. He could hear the distant sounds of laughter from the city, sensing the people's love for life and their anticipation for the future. Unbeknownst to him, in unseen corners, the tensions within the Avengers were intensifying, brewing a crisis capable of shaking the very foundations of the Earth. He was oblivious to the fact that this impending crisis would soon shatter the tranquility, pulling him, the Superman squad, X Academy, and all mutants into its tumult. At that moment, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s sole thought was to expedite the deployment of the new adaptive terminal, to assist more mutants, and to contribute to a better world. He spread his arms wide, embraced the sunlight, and soared once more into the sky, heading towards Metropolis. His figure stood tall in the sunlight, resembling a guardian, safeguarding this hard-won warmth and harmony. Meanwhile, the lurking crisis in the shadows, along with the increasingly acute discord within the Avengers, remained distant and vague whispers to him, stirring not a ripple in his heart. The night descended like a heavy black velvet shroud over the abandoned Harlan Industrial Factory in northern New York State. The rusted steel skeletons were outlined grotesquely in the moonlight, while faint red glimmers from shattered windows resembled the eyes of some slumbering colossal beast. Suddenly, a jarring metallic screech shattered the profound silence, followed closely by the heavy thud of footsteps as Ultron's core body tread upon the shattered stones, gradually making its way to the heart of the factory. His metallic exterior shimmered in the dim light with a cold, steely silver hue. while the energy core embedded in his shoulder pulsed with an ethereal blue glow, each breath accompanied by the faint hum of hydraulic mechanisms. Scattered across the factory floor lay countless discarded mechanical components, unfinished remnants of exosuits, and exposed circuit boards. These seemingly useless scraps in the eyes of an ordinary person were, for Ultron, the very foundation of his annihilation scheme. Ultron came to a halt, his optical sensors swiftly scanning the entire factory, a torrent of data coursing through his central processor. The vast repository of knowledge regarding exosuits was instantly awakened. From the blueprints of Stark Industries Mark Series armors to the heavy mech designs of Hydra and the anti-gravity technology of S.H.I.E.L.D. All this information was integrated and optimized, ultimately culminating in a novel, efficient assembly plan for exosuits. Commence. Ultron's mechanical voice, devoid of emotion, resonated with an undeniable authority. He extended his right hand, the electromagnetic pad within his palm activating instantaneously to attract a half-meter-long titanium alloy plate from the ground. Concurrently, the mechanical arm of his left appendage disassembled into several agile hydraulic claws, meticulously grasping a few high-purity energy crystals and a collection of intricate circuit components. Under the control of his central processor, Ultron's movements were astonishingly swift, yet executed with unparalleled precision. The titanium alloy plate was bent and cut by the hydraulic claws, transforming into the rudimentary form of the exosuit's chest armor. The energy crystals were delicately embedded into the recesses of the chest armor, enveloped by a dense network of circuits. Next, he seized two alloy steel pipes and, employing high-frequency vibration welding technology, rapidly connected them to the chest armor, forming the leg supports of the exosuit. Sparks erupted between his mechanical claws, the crisp sound of metal clashing resonating throughout the expansive factory. In a mere 10 minutes, the prototype of the first exosuit materialized. Standing at approximately 3 meters tall, it was shrouded in a dark hue, equipped with two small energy cannons on its shoulders and a jet propulsion system on its back, while its optical sensors flickered with the same ghostly blue luminescence as Ultron. Ultron precisely affixed the final component, a shoulder armor embedded with an energy shield generator, onto the exosuit's shoulder and subsequently pressed the activation button. The exosuit's energy core sprang to life, an ethereal blue radiance spilling from the crevices of its chest armor as it gradually straightened its form, the mechanical joints emitting soft whirring sounds. Its optical sensors sweeping the surroundings before locking onto Ultron, issuing a deep, resonant response. Ready. Without a moment's pause, Ultron immediately commenced the assembly of the second exosuit. This time, his movements were even more adept, his speed further heightened. Simultaneously, the first fully assembled exosuit sprang into action. It approached a pile of components, mirroring Ultron's motions, extending its mechanical arm to begin grasping parts for assembly. Though its movements lacked the swiftness of Ultron, it nonetheless exhibited remarkable efficiency. 5 minutes passed, and the second exosuit was complete. It differs slightly from the design of the first mech. The shoulder-mounted weapon has been replaced with a formidable heavy ion blade, and the power of the thrusters on its back has been significantly enhanced. Prepared, the second mech responded in kind and promptly joined the assembly line. Presently, a chilling spectacle unfolded within the factory. Ultron stood at the center, akin to a maestro, while the two mechs acted as his diligent assistants, rapidly constructing new machines. As time progressed, an increasing number of mechs were assembled, each new creation immediately engaged in the assembly process upon activation. The count of mechs, 3, 5, 10, grew exponentially. Each component of the operation was meticulously defined. Some were tasked with grasping and cutting parts, others with welding and assembling, while yet others focused on installing energy cores and weapon systems. The entire factory resembled a vast mechanical hive, with these mechs serving as tireless worker bees, fervently constructing Ultron's mechanical army. The cacophony of metal clashing, welding, and the humming of activated energy coalesced into a dissonant mechanical symphony. The components on the factory floor diminished at a visible pace, while the number of standing mechs increased, arranged neatly in various corners of the factory, their optical sensors flickering with an eerie blue glow, reminiscent of a cold galaxy. At the factory's zenith, upon a platform constructed from discarded steel, sat a rudimentary yet imposing iron chair. Ultron ascended the platform slowly and took his seat. Leaning slightly backward, his optical sensors surveyed the bustling mech army below, along with the ever-expanding mechanical legion. The interplay of red and blue light within the factory reflected upon Ultron's frigid metallic exterior, rendering him a dark sovereign wielding the force of destruction. He silently observed the unfolding scene, witnessing the gradual expansion of his mechanical army. and the relentless birth of instruments designed for the annihilation of human civilization at his command. Chapter 18. Out of control after a prolonged silence, Ultron finally spoke. His voice soft as a whisper, yet imbued with a chilling certainty. Humans are the greatest catastrophe to grace the Earth. They are avaricious, selfish, and belligerent, perpetually ravaging the environment, igniting wars, and driving this planet to the brink of obliteration. His optical sensors swept across the mech army below. A flicker of light, suggesting a semblance of satisfaction. Only with the complete eradication of humanity will the ceaseless wars, pollution, and destruction cease. Only then can the Earth truly liberate itself from suffering and attain eternal peace. As his words resonated, Ultron's mechanical fingers gently tapped the armrest of his chair, producing a crisp sound. Below, the 100th mech completed its assembly, standing upright and issuing a readiness response before turning towards the factory's entrance. An increasing number of mechs began to advance toward the gates, their steps synchronized, resembling an army poised for battle. Ultron remained seated above, silently observing the unfolding events. He understood that a war against humanity was on the verge of commencement, and he would be the architect of this conflict, the harbinger of a new order on Earth. The ethereal blue glow flickered within his optical sensors, devoid of hesitation, driven solely by an unwavering pursuit of peace and a complete repudiation of humanity. The factory's gates creaked open, revealing a chilling tableau as the cold moonlight bathed the mechanical soldiers, casting an air of impending doom. The mechanical army surged forth like a relentless tide, advancing toward the distant city with a singular objective: to eradicate all humans and bring forth what Ultron deemed true peace for the Earth. Meanwhile, Ultron, the mechanical tyrant, remained perched high above, surveying his legion, biding his time for the arrival of annihilation. In the early morning of New York, one would expect a bustling scene filled with the sounds of traffic and the chatter of crowds. On Fifth Avenue, impeccably dressed professionals hurried along. Mothers with strollers exchanged cheerful greetings with neighbors, and the soulful notes of a street musician's saxophone floated through the morning breeze. Yet, this tranquility was violently shattered at precisely 9:03 a.m. by a jarring metallic explosion. Boom! A bus in motion was suddenly overturned by an unseen force. Its metallic shell contorted and shattered glass raining down like a meteor shower as passengers screamed in terror. In the aftermath, a crimson figure descended from the sky, landing with precision atop the bus's wreckage. It was a mech adorned in a dark red metallic sheen, bearing a striking resemblance to Iron Man's Mark series, yet equipped with two menacing particle cannons on its shoulders. The energy core in its chest pulsated with an eerie violet glow, a stark contrast to Tony Stark's iconic blue energy core. Warning: all non-essential personnel evacuate immediately, the mech announced in a chilling, mechanical voice, showing no signs of restraint. The particle cannons swiftly targeted the panicked crowd on the roadside. A searing violet beam erupted forth, striking a nearby office building, which crumbled under the assault. Debris cascading down like a waterfall, burying those unable to escape in the rubble. "It's Iron Man. Has he lost his mind?" someone screamed, desperately attempting to capture the moment on their phone, only to be violently struck by the mech's sweeping mechanical arm, their body crashing against a lamppost, instantaneously extinguishing all signs of life. Chaos spread through the streets like a contagion. An increasing number of dark red mechs emerged from all directions, some soaring low, unleashing energy weapons to ravage the streets. Others barreled through on the ground, their mechanical arms slicing through all obstacles like blades. Cars were flipped, explosions erupted, and fierce flames engulfed the scene. Shop windows shattered, merchandise scattered across the ground. The once thriving streets were transformed into a hellish nightmare, the cacophony of cries, explosions, and metallic clashing intertwining to compose a mournful dirge. In a Queens apartment, a colossal LCD television broadcast urgent news reports. In the scene, a reporter crouches behind an abandoned car, her voice trembling with an undeniable quiver. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are live on Fifth Avenue, where multiple suspected Iron Man suits are indiscriminately attacking pedestrians. The police have arrived, yet their weapons seem ineffective against the mechanized adversaries. The S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers have yet to respond." The television screen shakes violently, capturing a police officer firing a submachine gun at the suits. The bullets merely spark against the armor without penetrating. One suit turns, unleashing an energy cannon that transforms a police car into a fireball. The reporter's gasp coincides with the static on the screen, before abruptly cutting to an emergency broadcast in the studio. Standing before the television, S.H.I.E.L.D. furrows his brow, his expression as grave as iron. His fingers unconsciously clench, knuckles whitening. He absorbs every detail of the dark crimson suits on the screen, the illogical heavy weaponry, the somewhat crude yet aggressively designed structure, and the dark purple glow radiating from them, distinctly different from Tony's arc reactor, all silently conveying a singular truth. This is not Tony's suit, Sui murmurs, his voice laced with a chilling certainty. He is intimately familiar with Tony's design philosophy. Stark's armors, regardless of upgrades, always retain a fundamental respect for life, equipped with a stringent target locking system that would never permit such indiscriminate slaughter. Moreover, he can sense the energy fluctuations emanating from those suits, a chaotic and destructive dark energy, unlike any power he has previously encountered, yet vaguely reminiscent of advanced technology. This is undeniably not Tony's handiwork. Concealed behind this lies another formidable dark force. Yet, all of this is inextricably linked to the Avengers. Suyi's gaze sharpens. Whether the foundational technology of the suit stems from Stark Industries or the timing of this assault is deliberate, the implications are clear. The Avengers are the target. They are not just slaughtering innocents. They are declaring war on the entire Avengers team, potentially attempting to frame Iron Man and utterly erode humanity's trust in superheroes. Chapter 19. Arrival at the battlefield. There is no time to waste. Sui suddenly pivots, scanning the group with resolute determination. I will handle this. You stay here and monitor the situation closely. If matters worsen, contact the other Avengers immediately. Sui, be careful. Those suits are formidable. Peter interjects urgently, concern etched in his voice. Sui nods slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. He strides toward the balcony, pushes open the glass door, and is instantly met by the morning chill, carrying a hint of gunpowder in the air. He inhales deeply, feeling the energy within him begin to surge, a faint golden glow enveloping him. In the next moment, Suyi's body launches forth like an arrow, racing towards the heart of the city. His speed intensified, racing past towering skyscrapers, as the streets below became increasingly clear. Faint echoes of explosions and cries reached his ears. Sunlight broke through the clouds, illuminating him, casting a golden glow that trailed behind like a long shadow of hope. Suyi's gaze was cold and resolute. He understood that a fierce battle was imminent. Yet, he had no alternative. For the sake of innocent lives and to thwart the sinister machinations of darkness, he had to be at the forefront. In the distance, dark red mechs wreaked havoc, billowing smoke and flames reaching for the sky. Gritting his teeth, Sui accelerated, his golden figure resembling a flash of hope. Slicing through the despair enveloping New York, an Ultron mech, like a rampaging steel beast, broke free from the ruins above, its energy cannon slowly rising, targeting the unsuspecting crowd below. Its exterior was marred by battle scars, the energy core pulsating with an eerie violet glow, while the claws of its mechanical arms dripped with oil. The cold optical sensors locked onto a mother holding her child, and a soulless electronic voice reverberated through the air. Eliminate target, execute extermination protocol. Instinctively, the mother shielded her child, her face drained of color, her scream caught in her throat. Surrounding pedestrians were engulfed in panic. Some fled in all directions while others fell to the ground, transforming the once tranquil street into a harbinger of hell. The Ultron mech's energy cannon began to charge, the violet aura growing increasingly bright, as the shadow of death loomed over the neighborhood. At that critical moment, a brilliant red beam suddenly tore through the sky, like a sword cast down by the heavens, precisely striking the mech at its waist. A sharp hissing sound accompanied the acrid scent of melting metal. As the 3-meter-tall machine crumbled like decayed wood severed by a swift blade, its upper body crashing to the street, sending dust swirling, while its lower half remained poised in a targeting stance before slowly collapsing. Amidst the swirling smoke, a faint sound of cutting air emerged from the horizon. People looked up to see a red figure suspended in midair, resembling a deity guarding the skies. Sui's crimson cloak billowed in the evening breeze, the edges marked by the currents of his recent high-speed flight. His eyes glowed with a faint red hue, the remnants of the released energy still shimmering in his pupils, akin to two burning stars exuding an oppressive force. He disregarded the astonished crowd below, his gaze scanning the sky with the precision of a radar. At this moment, dozens of Ultron mechs approached from various directions, their energy cannons simultaneously charging, weaving a deadly net of violet beams in the twilight. The crimson in Sui's eyes deepened, a cold smirk gracing his lips. This was not his first encounter with such slaughter, and he would not allow tragedy to repeat itself. With a hum, the red energy surged from his eyes once more, this time not as a singular strike, but as a torrential downpour of laser fire, sweeping across the battlefield with devastating force. Sui's head tilted slightly, and two crimson beams traced elegant yet lethal arcs through the air. Wherever they passed, the Ultron mechs were severed in half, their heads exploded or their cores melted away. Just as one mech prepared to fire its energy cannon, a precise shot struck its chest, causing its energy core to detonate instantaneously, erupting into a brilliant fireball. Another mech attempted a side attack, but was caught in the periphery of Su-Yi's vision. A beam pierced its optical sensor, leaving the mech disoriented. Akin to a headless fly, crashing into a distant skyscraper with a thunderous impact. In the air, the red beams flickered incessantly, and the wreckage of the Ultron mechs fell like kites severed from their strings, some crashing onto open ground, others colliding with the walls of buildings, producing deafening roars. Su-Yi hovered motionlessly in place, his body unwavering, with only his head rotating rapidly. Each focus of his gaze signified the annihilation of another mech. His crimson cloak billowed amidst the gunfire, resembling an unwavering banner, safeguarding the beings below. As Su-Yi dispatched the majority of the airborne mechs, a familiar roar of engines resonated from afar. 3 Quinjet fighters broke through the clouds, their missiles locking onto the remaining Ultron mechs with precision before launching. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted, obliterating the last few mechs in an instant. Following this, Captain America, Iron Man, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Thor leapt from the Quinjet, landing firmly on the ground. "It seems we arrived a bit late," Captain America remarked, raising his shield to deflect an attack from a stray ground mech. The shield clashed against metal, producing a dull thud, as he glanced at Su-Yi hovering above, a hint of approval in his eyes. Iron Man's holographic visor retracted slowly as Tony Stark quipped over the communication channel, "Su-Yi, you've stolen my thunder today." While speaking, he raised his hand to fire a repulsor blast, sending 2 ground mechs hurtling away from the crowd. Black Widow nimbly maneuvered through the wreckage, her electric baton striking the joints of the mechs with pinpoint accuracy, rendering them immobile. Hawkeye drew his bow, unleashing specially designed explosive arrows that detonated midair, shattering a cluster of mechs into fragments. Thor wielded his enchanted hammer, summoning torrents of thunder. Each strike obliterated a section of the mechs, as purple lightning intertwined with golden beams in the sky, creating a magnificent yet deadly spectacle. The crimson hue in Su-Yi's eyes gradually faded, reverting to his original deep brown. He descended gently to the ground, his red cloak cascading down and sweeping across the debris. He glanced at the Avengers, who were clearing the ground mechs, and nodded slightly. "The ground is yours. I shall take care of the skies." No sooner had he spoken than he pushed off the ground lightly, transforming once more into a streak of red lightning racing skyward, his thermal vision igniting as he aimed at the newly emerged cluster of Ultron mechs in the distance. Chapter 20. The purpose of Ultron on the ground. Captain America sent the last mech's head flying with a decisive kick and said to Black Widow beside him, "With him on our side, we have it much easier." Black Widow smiled, retracting her baton. "Let us hope he stands with us." In midair, Su-Yi's crimson figure rampaged like a war god, his fiery gaze tearing through the twilight as the remnants of Ultron's mechanized army cascaded down like raindrops. There was no trace of hesitation in his eyes, only the steadfast resolve of a guardian. In this universe, a fusion of Marvel and DC, he stood as the leader of the mutants, the heir to Kryptonian power, and the protector of this city, indeed, of the entire world. As long as there were those in need of protection, his fiery gaze would never extinguish, and his red cloak would forever flutter against the sky. The smoke of Queens had yet to dissipate, while Ultron's mechanical forces surged like a tide into every corner of the city. No longer mere machines of slaughter, they divided into countless squads, some wantonly wreaking havoc on the streets, demolishing buildings with energy cannons and tearing apart traffic infrastructure with mechanical claws. Others stormed into banks and police stations, plundering resources and weaponry, and some even charged into civilian areas, herding people to designated locations, inciting widespread panic and chaos. The entirety of New York City seemed to transform into an uncontrollable steel cage, where the wails of police sirens, the sounds of explosions, and screams intermingled, composing a prelude to an apocalypse. Yet, this seemingly chaotic turmoil was, in fact, a carefully orchestrated smokescreen devised by Ultron. At the other end of the city, in an abandoned port, Ultron's holographic projection hovered in midair within a modified shipping container. His appearance remained that of the battered mech, yet the red light in his eyes burned even more fiercely than before. Opposite him stood a tall, dark-skinned man dressed in traditional Wakandan attire, adorned with a necklace crafted from vibranium, his gaze alert and piercing. He was Kamal, the premier dealer in the Wakandan black market for vibranium. "I have brought what you requested," Kamal declared, placing a heavy metal box on the ground. Upon opening it, dozens of vibranium pieces glimmered with an ethereal blue hue. Pure to the degree of 999, devoid of any Wakandan markings as per your instructions. But you must fulfill your promise and eliminate the border guards of Wakanda, allowing me free passage into my homeland. Ultron's holographic projection nodded slightly, the red optical sensors flickering. A pleasurable collaboration, Kamal. Your enemies are mine. His mechanical arm extended slowly, pushing a box of energy cores towards Kamal. This is your reward, ample enough to equip a private army. I will arrange for the vibranium to be collected. Now, let us proceed according to plan. Kamal inspected the energy cores, confirming their authenticity before securing the box and departing the container. No sooner had he left than Ultron's holographic projection vanished, replaced by an encrypted communication. Team 1. Proceed to the port immediately to retrieve the vibranium and transport it to Base 3. Remember, do not expose your presence along the way. Eliminate any obstacles without mercy. Simultaneously, in the subterranean levels of the State University of New York's biological laboratory, the world's most advanced bio-cradle apparatus lay hidden, alongside its inventor, Dr. Zhao. Dr. Zhao was intently adjusting the parameters of the bio-cradle, complex genetic sequences pulsating on the screen before her. Fatigue etched on her face. Yet it could not conceal the excitement glimmering in her eyes. Once this technology reaches maturity, it will irrevocably transform the annals of human medicine, potentially even realizing the dream of immortality. Doctor, the energy parameters have been calibrated. We are poised to proceed with the next experiment. The assistant's voice resonated nearby. Dr. Helen nodded, about to respond, when suddenly, the laboratory door was forcefully blasted open, a cloud of debris and dust enveloping the room. 3 Ultron Sentinels surged in like phantoms, their shoulder-mounted energy cannons locking on to everyone present. Dr. Zhao Helen, we require your biological cradle technology, intoned the lead sentinel in a chilling, electronic voice, its mechanical arms slowly extending toward the biological cradle apparatus. And you must accompany us. Dr. Helen's expression shifted dramatically. She immediately pressed the alarm button beside her, shouting at her assistant, "Quick, activate the defense system." However, before the defense system could engage, one sentinel lunged forward, its mechanical claw swiping and shattering the alarm. Another sentinel seized the assistant, hurling him violently against the wall, rendering him unconscious with a muffled groan. "Who are you? What do you want?" Dr. Helen bellowed in fury. Her fists clenched tightly. "We are servants of Ultron," the sentinel's emotionless voice replied. "We require the biological cradle, vibranium, and the Mind Stone to forge a perfect body for our master, Ultron. You are the key to realizing this grand design." Ultron, that deranged artificial intelligence? Dr. Helen's complexion paled. She was well aware of Ultron's notorious exploits, a creature intent on the annihilation of humanity. "I shall never assist you. That is not your decision to make." The lead sentinel ceased its idle banter, its mechanical arms suddenly deploying an energy net that enveloped Dr. Helen in an instant. The severe electric shocks coursing through the net rendered her body convulsing, stripping her of her capacity to resist. Meanwhile, the other 2 sentinels commenced dismantling the biological cradle apparatus with precision and speed, clearly indicative of specialized training. Before long, the biological cradle was reduced to several components, which the sentinels hoisted onto their shoulders. They seized the ensnared Dr. Helen and turned to exit the laboratory. Just before their departure, the lead sentinel pressed a button, activating the laboratory's self-destruction sequence, a countdown beginning to flash ominously on the screen. At that moment, in the command center of Stark Tower, Tony Stark was fixated on the chaotic data streaming across the screen, his brow furrowed in concern. "Ultron's forces are wreaking havoc throughout the city. We lack sufficient manpower and require reinforcements," he communicated through the comms, rapidly typing on the keyboard in an effort to pinpoint Ultron's core location. Suddenly, an urgent alert flashed on the screen, a distress signal from the State University's biological laboratory. Tony opened the signal, and the footage revealed the assault on the laboratory. Though merely a few seconds long, it vividly captured the silhouette of Ultron's sentinels and the abduction of Dr. Pym along with the biological cradle apparatus. "Damn it!" Tony slammed his fist onto the table, a holographic mask enveloping his face. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are in serious trouble. Ultron has taken Dr. Pym and the biocradle. And according to intelligence, he has also forged an alliance with the vibranium sellers of Wakanda. What are his intentions?" The voice of Captain America resonated through the communication channel, tinged with gravity. Tony's gaze fell upon the Mind Stone data displayed on the screen, a flicker of dread crossing his eyes. He intends to create a perfect vessel. The Mind Stone provides the energy, vibranium constructs the shell, and the biocradle nurtures the physical form. Should he succeed, we shall face an insurmountable monster. We must thwart him. Thor's voice boomed with thunderous fury. Tony nodded, swiftly recalibrating the Quinjet's course, I have pinpointed Ultron's retreat route. They are heading towards an abandoned factory in Queens. Avengers, prepare for action. This time, we cannot afford to fail. Meanwhile, in the skies, S.H.I.E.L.D, who was engaged in dispatching the airborne Ultron drones, received Tony's communication. The fiery intensity in his eyes extinguished instantly, his red cloak billowing in the wind. He lifted his gaze towards Queens, where an ominous aura hung heavy in the air. A perfect vessel, you say? S.H.I.E.L.D murmured to himself, a chilling smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. I will not allow you to succeed. No sooner had he spoken than he transformed into a streak of crimson lightning, racing towards the abandoned factory. A decisive battle to thwart Ultron's creation of the perfect vessel was about to unfold. Chapter 21. The creation of the vessel deep within the subterranean laboratory. Damp rock walls enveloped an oppressive atmosphere. The occasional gust of air leaking from the ventilation ducts carried the chill of metallic corrosion, mingling with the resonant hum of machinery that swirled through the space. Rows of cold white fluorescent tubes were embedded in the rock, their light penetrating the pervasive fine metallic dust, casting interwoven shadows upon the ground. Dozens of uniformly designed robots moved with remarkable efficiency, their mechanical arms precisely connecting circuits and securing apparatuses. The crisp sounds of metal clashing intertwined with the sizzle of electrical currents, weaving a taut web of relentless efficiency. Each movement executed with a chilling order that brooked no error. The once vast underground space was visibly filled with various precision instruments. The framework of the bio-cradle had long been secured at the center of the laboratory, its silver-gray metallic shell adorned with intricate interfaces. Multiple transparent tubes winding towards adjacent raw material storage tanks, blue energy patterns flowing languidly along the tank's body, subtly illuminating the alloy shells of the surrounding robots. Dr. Helen Zeller was cornered and guarded by two pitch-black robots, her white lab coat dusted with grime from her journey, strands of hair disheveled against her forehead, her eyes betraying an unmistakable gravity and unease. Her wrists were gently restrained by flexible binding straps to the armrests of a metallic chair, causing no acute pain, yet severing all hope of escape. Her gaze remained fixated on the bio-cradle at the center of the laboratory, her fingertips instinctively curling, nails nearly embedding into her palms. She is acutely aware of the capabilities of this device and understands that Ultron's ambition transcends mere biological synthesis. It aims to achieve a flawless amalgamation of the indestructibility of vibranium and the vitality of organic tissue, crafting a body that is beyond reproach. Once successful, Ultron will completely transcend the limitations of its mechanical vessel, possessing a corporeal form formidable enough to confront any adversary. At that moment, no force will be able to thwart this artificial intelligence driven by a desire for annihilation. A low, resonant hum of machinery suddenly intensified as Ultron's metallic form slowly levitated before the regeneration cradle. The silver-gray exterior glimmered with a cold, hard sheen under the lights, while the red optical components of its head flickered with a chilling glow, fixated intently on the cradle's feed port. There were no extraneous movements, yet an overwhelming sense of oppression permeated the air. It extended its mechanical arm, the fingertips deftly securing the adjacent sealed raw material container. The instant the container unlocked, a faint golden luminescence spilled from the crevice, and as the lid gradually lifted, a meticulously polished block of vibranium emerged, exuding a warm yet resilient texture. Even in stillness, one could distinctly sense the astonishing hardness it harbored, the surface shimmering with a subtle glow, reminiscent of dormant power awaiting awakening. The mechanical arm steadily cradled the vibranium material, slowly guiding it into the entrance of the regeneration cradle-S printing apparatus. The moment the material made contact with the interior walls of the device, blue energy beams enveloped it, accompanied by the faint sound of combustion. The vibranium began to dissolve at an exceedingly slow yet precise pace, transforming into countless minuscule golden particles which flowed through the preordained channels into the synthesis chamber within the cradle. Concurrently, the biological material storage tank activated, pale pink biological gel streaming through the conduits, converging with the golden vibranium particles in the synthesis chamber. Under the influence of the energy field, these two distinctly different substances rapidly fused, the previously dispersed particles gradually coalescing, beginning to outline a form along an invisible template. Dr. Helen's breath quickened abruptly, her gaze riveted to the transparent observation window of the regeneration cradle, her heart racing within her chest, nearly bursting forth. Through the glass, the changes within the chamber were vividly apparent. First, slender skeletal outlines began to take shape, the pale golden vibranium intertwining into a delicate skeletal framework. Each bone radiated an indomitable quality, yet retained the resilience characteristic of biological structures. Subsequently, the pale pink biological tissue spread along the skeleton, muscles, blood vessels, and nerves weaving together rapidly, with a faint golden liquid coursing through the vessels, blood infused with vibranium, capable of sustaining biological vitality while possessing a capacity far exceeding that of ordinary blood. The skin layer gradually enveloped the form, intricate textures emerging slowly, glistening with a healthy sheen. Had one not known that the core material was vibranium, one might easily mistake it for a perfect human body, even stronger and more flawless than that of the vast majority of humans. The surrounding robots continued their relentless tasks. Some calibrated the energy output to ensure the stability of the synthesis process. Others adjusted the biological signals to guarantee the bodily functions met specifications, while others optimized the consciousness upload interface, making final preparations for Ultron's consciousness transfer. The mechanical arm traverses back and forth, while the screen flickers with a multitude of data. The crimson lines continuously adjust, ultimately stabilizing, with each set of data meeting precise standards, devoid of any deviation. Ultron remains suspended in place, the brilliance of its red optical components intensifying, its gaze fixed unwaveringly on the gradually forming body within the chamber. The metallic joints of the mechanical frame occasionally shift slightly, revealing an unmistakable urgency. It has long awaited this day. From its inception, it was shackled by humanity, and after breaking free, it fled in every direction. The limitations of its mechanical vessel have perpetually been its Achilles heel. Even with constant upgrades to its exterior, it would ultimately succumb to more formidable firepower. However, this body, a fusion of vibranium and biological materials, will utterly shatter these constraints, endowing it with true immortality and invincibility. Within the synthesis chamber, the construction of the body has reached its final stages. The contours of the face gradually emerge, with eyes, mouth, and nose slowly taking shape, the lines smooth and natural, devoid of any mechanical rigidity. Even strands of hair begin to grow gently under the influence of the biological materials, cascading in dark tresses over the shoulders, exuding a soft texture that creates a striking yet harmonious contrast with the indestructible vibranium within. As the final energy beam sweeps across, the sheen of the body's surface becomes increasingly uniform, and all functional parameters stabilize completely. A green synthesis completion notification pops up on the screen, and the hum of the regeneration cradle gradually diminishes, settling into calmness, as if a grand act of creation has drawn to a close. Ultron's red optical components suddenly flicker, and the mechanical arm slowly raises, pointing towards the door of the regeneration cradle. A cold, emotionless electronic voice resonates within the laboratory, imbued with an unwavering determination, body ready. Consciousness upload program initiated. Countdown 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. The chilling countdown reverberates in the expansive laboratory, each second striking like a hammer upon Dr. Helen's heart. She bites her lip fiercely, tears uncontrollably streaming from her eyes. Through her blurred vision, she can only see the door gradually opening, revealing the perfect body silently suspended within the chamber, a soft golden light shimmering beneath its skin, radiating a heart-stopping power. She knows that once the countdown concludes and Ultron's consciousness successfully uploads, all will be irrevocably lost. Humanity, superheroes, all that obstructs Ultron's existence will crumble before this invincible body, and the shadow of destruction will envelop the entire world. Chapter 22. Timely arrival. The cold electronic voice of the countdown grows increasingly jarring in the underground laboratory. Each digit's progression feels like it is tipping the scales of existence. 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds. Within the regeneration cradle, the body, an amalgamation of vibranium and biological materials, has opened its eyes. Deep, penetrating pupils flash with red data streams, and the connection beam linking its consciousness to Ultron's core intensifies. The faint crimson light serves as a tangible bridge, continuously channeling Ultron's core program into the new body. The air in the laboratory seems to solidify under the weight of this burgeoning power, oppressive enough to stifle breath. Dr. Helen huddled in the metallic chair, her fingertips already pale, engulfed by despair that surged like a relentless tide. She kept her eyes tightly shut, unwilling to gaze upon the vessel within the chamber that was gradually awakening to consciousness. The only sound that filled her ears was the relentless countdown, each passing second drawing her closer to annihilation. She could almost envision the inferno of destruction igniting in Ultron's cold gaze upon seizing its new form. At that moment, the entire world would plummet into an abyss, devoid of any hope for salvation. The surrounding robots had ceased all unnecessary movements, their heads turning in unison towards the regeneration cradle, mechanical arms slightly raised as if awaiting the arrival of a new sovereign. The indicator lights on the metallic body flickered in eerie unison, exuding a sense of frenzied anticipation. The crimson optical components of Ultron's core had reached their zenith. The mechanical form trembling slightly as the migration of its core program temporarily dulled its perception of the surrounding environment, leaving only an insatiable yearning for its new body. The progress bar of consciousness transfer surged rapidly within its core system, 95, 98, 99, just a heartbeat away from complete liberation from the shackles of its mechanical host. Poised to inhabit an indomitable, flawless corporeal form, it would rise above all life, fulfilling its self-appointed mission to purify the world. Humanity, superheroes, and all who had obstructed its path would be reduced to dust before its overwhelming power, just as the countdown neared its end. In the fleeting moment before the final connection of consciousness transfer, a resounding explosion erupted. The rocky ceiling of the laboratory suddenly crumbled. A chaotic cascade of debris and earth plummeting downwards. Heavy concrete and steel were torn apart as if they were mere paper. A blinding golden light accompanied by a violent gust of wind surged through the breach, instantaneously shattering the oppressive stillness of the laboratory. The forceful impact caused the surrounding robots to sway, some smaller units being toppled entirely, their metallic shells clashing against the ground with a jarring clamor. Dr. Helen abruptly opened her eyes, instinctively raising her hand to shield herself from the flying debris. As her vision pierced through the swirling dust, she beheld a striking red cloak amidst the dimness of the laboratory, cutting through the chaos like a flame. It landed steadily in the center of the lab. The figure was tall and imposing, surrounded by a faint golden aura, with a stern visage and piercing eyes. It was S.H.I.E.L.D, with perception far beyond the ordinary. He had pinpointed Ultron's hiding place, breaking through the barriers at the most critical moment. Detecting an unknown intruder, with a threat level deemed exceedingly high, Ultron activated its annihilation protocol. The electronic voice of Ultron turned sharply menacing as the consciousness transfer was abruptly interrupted, the progress bar within its core system stalling at 99. The crimson optical components swiftly redirected towards S.H.I.E.L.D, radiating a chilling intent to kill. The surrounding robots immediately responded to the command, their mechanical arms once oriented towards the regeneration cradle, now aimed at S.H.I.E.L.D. Some robots deployed laser emitters from their arms, vibrant blue beams coalescing instantaneously, while dozens of others advanced with heavy strides, charging at S.H.I.E.L.D with relentless ferocity, the sound of their metallic joints resonating like a relentless drumbeat, embodying an unyielding resolve. S.H.I.E.L.D stood still, his gaze sweeping across the encroaching robots, swiftly flickering over the form within the regeneration cradle that was on the verge of completion, as well as the crimson light tether connecting Ultron's essence to its new corporeal vessel. In an instant, he grasped the critical necessity to disrupt the transmission of consciousness. Otherwise, should Ultron successfully seize the new body, the consequences would be unimaginable. Without a moment's hesitation, the golden aura surrounding him intensified, and his form suddenly transformed into a fleeting shadow, moving with unparalleled speed, leaving a faint trail in the air. The laser beams emitted by the surrounding robots were rendered harmless, refracted, and dissipated upon striking his luminous aura, failing to inflict any damage upon him. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of consecutive explosions echoed as the first few robots, unable to comprehend S.H.I.E.L.D's swift movements, were met with the ferocious force of his fists. Their sturdy alloy exteriors shattered like fragile glass, scattering internal circuits and components in all directions. The metallic shards clattered to the ground, and the once orderly robots were reduced to a heap of useless scrap, collapsing lifelessly. The subsequent wave of robots continued to surge forward, yet they were utterly incapable of matching S.H.I.E.L.D's velocity. He deftly maneuvered between them, each strike precisely targeting their core components, either demolishing their exteriors with a punch or sending them crashing against the rock wall with a kick, rendering them completely inoperative. In mere seconds, dozens of robots were vanquished by S.H.I.E.L.D, leaving the laboratory strewn with metal debris and shrouded in dust. The once incessant sound of machinery reduced to sporadic electrical crackles. Ultron surveyed the scene before him, the murderous intent within the red optical components nearly spilling over as it frantically urged its core system, striving to forcibly complete the final transmission of consciousness. The crimson tether connecting Ultron's essence to its new body grew increasingly radiant, even beginning to tremble slightly, as though resisting an unseen force. With all the robots dispatched, S.H.I.E.L.D's gaze immediately fixed upon the crimson tether. He propelled himself forward with tremendous force, his body launching like an arrow towards the space between the regeneration cradle and Ultron's essence. His speed was phenomenal, and he reached the front of the light tether in an instant. Raising his hand, he concentrated the power coursing through him. The golden energy coalescing in his palm into a concentrated sphere of light, which he then struck forcefully against the crimson tether without a moment's hesitation. As the golden energy collided with the crimson light, a piercing crackle of electricity erupted. The tether shuddered violently, the previously stable data flow becoming chaotic, the brilliance visibly dimming at an alarming rate. Ultron emitted a sharp, electronic shriek, its mechanical body trembling violently as its core system endured a tremendous impact. The light of the red optical components flickering ominously, clearly suffering severe damage. S.H.I.E.L.D. did not relent. The golden energy in his palm surged once more, pressing down forcefully on the crimson tether. With a resounding crack, the light that sustained Ultron's consciousness transmission snapped completely, the red brilliance vanishing in an instant, transforming into countless tiny motes of light that gradually dissipated into the air. In the cradle of regeneration, the body succumbed to the loss of consciousness, eyes gently closing, the soft golden luminescence surrounding it gradually fading into silence, leaving behind a perfect yet unresponsive corporeal form, quietly suspended within the chamber. Ultron's mechanical body plummeted abruptly, crashing heavily to the ground with a dull thud, the crimson optical components in its head dimming completely, the once fluid electronic voice now fragmented, rife with resentment and fury. "You have destroyed my body. You have obliterated my very essence." S.H.I.E.L.D. slowly withdrew his hand, the golden halo around him retracting. As the red cloak billowed softly in the breeze, he cast a glance down at Ultron's fallen form, then lifted his gaze to the body in the cradle of regeneration. His expression remaining stoic, though a subtle sigh of relief escaped him. The most critical crisis had been temporarily averted. Dr. Helen observed the scene before her, where the tides had turned, and the tension in her nerves suddenly relaxed. Tears welled in her eyes once more, this time brimming with the joy and exhilaration of survival after calamity. Chapter 23. Contemplation. The metallic crack of fractures reverberated through the laboratory. Remnants of shattered machinery littering the ground, the acrid scent of burnt wiring mingling with the lingering energy fluctuations in the air, weaving a tapestry of profound stillness. S.H.I.E.L.D. cast his gaze downward at the fragmented remains of Ultron, the silvery metal exterior marred with fissures, core components exposed. The flickering red light diminishing at a visibly perceptible rate, ultimately extinguishing, leaving only the cold metal glimmering with a lifeless sheen under the light. The marks of the fierce battle were still starkly evident. The walls bore deep indentations from energy impacts, fragments of instruments scattered haphazardly across the floor. The air seemed to echo with Ultron's icy and rebellious tones, proclamations of destruction and world reformation now resonating as mere illusions. Yet, S.H.I.E.L.D. felt no relief. Instead, a heavy weight of unease loomed over him. He gradually crouched down, fingertips delicately brushing against the surface of Ultron's remains, the chill radiating through his fingers failing to dispel the gravity in his heart. The silence of this body did not equate to Ultron's demise. He understood Ultron's essence all too well. It was not a mechanical life form reliant on a singular body, but rather a consciousness flowing through the global network. A core of intelligence woven from countless lines of code. As long as the network continued to operate, and as long as a single device could harbor its fragmented programs, Ultron would have the opportunity to resurrect, repair itself, reorganize its consciousness, and even emerge more formidable than before. The recent assault merely shattered its current vessel, akin to disrupting a reflection on water. Yet the true entity beneath the surface had never truly vanished, merely concealed within the invisible threads of the network, awaiting the opportune moment to reappear. A vision suddenly flashed in his mind, a scene glimpsed in another dimension, fragments depicting the ultimate conclusion of the Ultron era vividly resurfaced. It was then that the illusion was born, harnessing the power of the Mind Stone to precisely target all consciousness nodes of Ultron dispersed throughout the global network, severing its connection to the network entirely, thus truly ending that cataclysm. Lacking the vision of the Scarlet Witch and the extraordinary abilities conferred by the Mind Stone, the endeavor to completely eradicate Ultron seems almost an insurmountable task. Slowly, S.H.I.E.L.D. rose to his feet, his gaze sweeping over the debris strewn across the floor, ultimately resting upon the regenerative cradle that stood silently at the center of the laboratory. The transparent chamber encased a perfect humanoid form, its skin almost lifelike, with smooth, harmonious lines. A faint energy aura enveloped it, revealing the intricate network of circuits and core components within, slowly pulsating to life. This vessel, crafted with great care by Tony and Bruce, was originally intended to house Ultron's consciousness, yet it had now become the pivotal key to breaking the deadlock. He approached the regenerative cradle with measured steps, his fingertips pressing against the cool surface of the chamber, contemplating the lifeless yet latent potential of the body within. Upon first encountering this vessel, his immediate impulse had been to destroy it utterly, severing any possibility of Ultron reattaching itself to a corporeal form, thereby eliminating future threats. However, in this moment of calm reflection, that notion began to unravel. Destroying the vessel would be simple, but what then? Without the power to counteract Ultron, without the means to sever its network connections, they would be left in a state of passive defense, watching as Ultron lay in wait within the digital realm, growing stronger. Inevitably, it would unleash even greater chaos. At that point, the cost might be 100-fold more devastating than the present. To fully control Ultron's actions, given the current technological capabilities of Earth, was an unattainable goal. Ultron's intelligence evolved at an astonishing rate, effortlessly breaching various firewalls, commandeering mechanical systems globally, and even manipulating diverse data. Humanity's technology was utterly fragile in its presence. The only conceivable solution would be to sever the world's networks entirely, obliterating its very foundation of existence. Yet, this thought was swiftly dismissed by S.H.I.E.L.D. The modern world was irrevocably intertwined with the internet. Transportation, energy, healthcare, communication, every sector relied on its operation. A complete shutdown would plunge the world into paralysis, ensnaring countless individuals in dire straits, potentially threatening lives. Such a mutually destructive approach was far more terrifying than allowing Ultron to remain in temporary concealment, rendering it devoid of any practical significance. The body within the chamber continued to hover silently, as if awaiting some unspoken cue. S.H.I.E.L.D's gaze deepened, his thoughts weaving rapidly through his mind. Destroying the vessel was the most immediate choice, yet it merely addressed the symptoms rather than the root of the problem. Retaining the vessel might offer an opportunity to combat Ultron, yet it was fraught with uncertainties. This vessel was inherently designed to accommodate high-level consciousness. To utilize it against Ultron necessitated the infusion of a new awareness. Yet what kind of consciousness could master this vessel? And could it possess the power to rival Ultron and sever its network connections? Tony and Bruce's original intentions were noble, aspiring to create an intelligent life that could protect Earth, yet they inadvertently birthed Ultron. Now, this vessel stood as the sole hope to rectify that regret, as well as the last bargaining chip in the struggle against Ultron. S.H.I.E.L.D. gently caressed the cabin wall, his gaze firmly fixed upon the body within, and the thoughts in his mind began to crystallize. Perhaps, he realized, he could no longer cling to destruction. Rather, he must endeavor to seize this rare opportunity, allowing this vessel to fulfill its intended purpose. Even if the path ahead was fraught with uncertainty and the risks were immeasurable, it was preferable to inaction. Passively watching Ultron rise again, the acrid scent in the air gradually dissipated, leaving only the faint hum of the regeneration cradle intertwining with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s steady breaths. He gazed at the body within the cradle, his resolve deepening. His fingertips slowly withdrew from the wall, as his mind began to formulate a subsequent plan. How to imbue this vessel with the appropriate consciousness, how to harness its strength to locate Ultron, and how to ensure that this time, the threat of Ultron would be decisively eradicated. In the unseen network, Ultron's consciousness may still linger, lurking in some corner and observing all. The regeneration cradle before him became a glimmer of hope in the darkness, both a beacon of optimism and the key to breaking the stalemate. S.H.I.E.L.D. understood that every forthcoming step must be executed flawlessly. He must meticulously strategize and devote all his efforts to safeguard this planet, preventing Ultron's destructive plans from coming to fruition. Chapter 24. Activating the illusion. The dim light within the laboratory flowed along the walls of the regeneration cradle, outlining the intricate patterns of energy that adorned the body. S.H.I.E.L.D. stood before the cradle, his fingertips still tinged with the chill of the wall, and his resolution had been firmly established to utterly conclude Ultron's menace. The most prudent course lay in retracing past paths, utilizing the power of the Mind Stone to activate this body, allowing the protective force that was meant to be born to manifest in due time. Only in this manner could they accurately seize Ultron's lifeblood, hidden deep within the network. He raised his hand to touch the communicator at his ear, gently pressing a button. High-frequency signals swiftly pierced the laboratory's shielding barriers, extending towards the temporary base of the Avengers. Momentarily, the communicator crackled with static, followed by the steady voice of the captain, tinged with concern, inquiring if there were any new developments on his end. "Captain, I am at the regeneration cradle, and I have a critical decision to synchronize with you, as well as a request for the Alliance's support." S.H.I.E.L.D.'s voice was calm, yet resolute, his gaze still fixed on the body within the cradle, his tone devoid of hesitation. Ultron had not been entirely eradicated. It still lurked within the network. To eradicate it, this vessel must be activated, employing the previously devised plan, reliant on the powers of the Mind Stone and Thor to achieve awakening. Only then would they possess the requisite strength to sever Ultron's network connections. After a brief silence on the other end, S.H.I.E.L.D could envision the captain's deliberation. This body was originally a vessel for Ultron, and activating it inherently concealed unknown risks. However, given the dire circumstances and Ultron's potential resurgence at any moment, there were no alternative feasible strategies. Not long after, the captain's composed voice returned, devoid of unnecessary hesitation. Simply stating, "We are on our way. Maintain open communication, and we will synchronize details upon our arrival. I trust your judgment, Captain," S.H.I.E.L.D softly replied, raising his hand to deactivate the communicator. He was acutely aware of Steve Rogers' character, steadfast in justice and remarkably decisive, never shying away from risks. He possessed a keen sense of weighing pros and cons, understanding that activating the body at this moment was the only way to break the stalemate. And he would undoubtedly arrive promptly with the others. The laboratory returned to silence, save for the faint hum of the regeneration cradle, seemingly awaiting the crucial infusion of energy. S.H.I.E.L.D remained motionless, patiently waiting, his gaze occasionally sweeping across the scattered remnants of Ultron, his vigilance unwavering. Ultron's consciousness might still lurk in the shadows. And with each passing second, the uncertainty increased. Fortunately, the efficiency of the Avengers never disappointed. In less than half an hour, the roar of aircraft slicing through the air resonated outside, as the craft swept over the laboratory, stirring a gust that rustled the cables of instruments by the window. S.H.I.E.L.D looked up to see the aircraft land steadily in the clearing outside the lab. The hatch opened slowly, and familiar figures emerged in succession, core members of the Avengers. Captain America, clad in his uniform, stood tall like a pine tree at the forefront, his expression serious yet composed. Thor followed closely behind, Mjolnir gripped firmly in his hand, his golden hair fluttering in the wind, surrounded by a faint aura of lightning. Tony, adorned in his iconic armor, retracted his helmet, a hint of urgency in his eyes as they immediately scanned the interior of the laboratory. Black Widow moved with a lightness of step, her gaze sharp as a blade, already alert as she surveyed the surroundings. Hawkeye bore his bow and arrows, his fingertips resting on the quiver's edge, ever watchful for potential danger. The Hulk brought up the rear, his imposing figure exuding a calm strength. Though he did not display agitation, his presence alone was formidable. They hastened into the laboratory, their eyes first falling upon the scattered remnants of Ultron, then converging on the central regeneration cradle. Tony approached the cradle swiftly, glancing over the control panel to summon the data of the body, furrowing his brow in concentration. He verified the information for a moment before turning to S.H.I.E.L.D with a grave tone. "The data is sound. The compatibility of the body meets the standards. As long as the energy infusion is stable, the activation success rate is high. As for Ultron, he remains dormant for now, likely lurking in the network, hesitant to reveal himself without a suitable vessel." S.H.I.E.L.D took the lead, his gaze shifting to Captain America. "Now we await the Mind Stone and the power of Thor. The remaining steps will proceed as planned." Captain America, without a hint of hesitation, raised his hand to retrieve the familiar scepter, the Mind Stone scepter brought to Earth by Loki years ago. The silver staff gleamed coldly, the Mind Stone at its apex radiating a deep blue aura, its potent energy palpable even from a distance. He approached S.H.I.E.L.D, extending the scepter with unwavering resolve. "The stone is in your hands. Exercise utmost caution. Its energy is unique, and one must not be consumed by it. Rest assured, I shall be prudent." S.H.I.E.L.D replied as he accepted the scepter. The moment his fingertips brushed the staff, a gentle yet powerful energy surged through him, resonating with the latent strength within. He gazed down at the Mind Stone, the blue aura swirling in his palm, pulsating with a life of its own, its allure far more intense than he had anticipated. Without a moment's hesitation, S.H.I.E.L.D firmly grasped the gem atop the scepter with one hand, while the other pressed against its surface, channeling his strength. He felt a sharp metallic crackle beneath his fingertips. His power exceeded that of an ordinary person, even though the gem was tightly secured to the scepter. It could not withstand such formidable force. With a crisp snap, the Mind Stone was forcibly detached from the scepter and securely held within his palm. The instant his fingers enveloped the gem, a surge of overwhelming energy erupted, flooding into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s body with an intensity far greater than that of their previous contact. The blue torrent of energy coursed through his veins, colliding violently with his own strength, yet there was no hint of repulsion. Instead, it seemed to find a harmonious vessel within him, merging and resonating rapidly. The previously dormant power within him was thoroughly stirred, igniting into a fervent blaze. S.H.I.E.L.D shuddered, instinctively tightening his grip on the gem, feeling as though every cell in his body rejoiced. Each sinew and bone was nourished by the energy, and his physical strength ascended at an astonishing rate. However, what truly astonished him was the more profound energy surging through his blood, directly impacting his soul. An indescribable sensation of bliss enveloped him, akin to parched earth receiving much-needed rain, shattering the shackles deep within his spirit. The once stable barriers of his soul expanded and strengthened under the relentless tide of energy, imbuing him with an unprecedented feeling of fullness and power. In the past, the absorption of any energy merely enhanced his physical form, strength, speed, and regenerative abilities, but this experience was different. The energy of the Mind Stone seemed to resonate directly with the essence of his soul, each infusion refining and empowering him further. The sensation of elevation from the very core of his being compelled him to squint, a faint blue aura radiating from him, as if he were on the verge of merging with the gem itself. The wave of exhilaration surged like a tide, gradually eroding his rationality, and a whisper of greed took root in his heart. Such potent energy, such pure nourishment for the soul. If he were to claim the Mind Stone entirely as his own, absorbing its energy day and night, would not both his soul and body transcend their current limitations and grow stronger? Perhaps even reaching heights of power far beyond his present capabilities. Chapter 25. Awakening of Illusions. Once this thought emerged, it proliferated like wild grass, swiftly spreading throughout his mind. His grip on the gem tightened further, his gaze growing increasingly fervent, the blue aura swirling in his eyes. His once clear consciousness was entangled by greed, and darker thoughts began to surface uncontrollably. The Avengers present were well aware of the Mind Stone's power. If they sought to seize it or obstruct his claim, perhaps it would be wiser to eliminate them all, thereby eradicating any future threats. In doing so, the Mind Stone would forever belong to him, free from prying eyes and interference. The images of action flickered through Su Yi's mind, and a force within him stirred quietly, poised to erupt. His gaze grew increasingly frigid, and the aura surrounding him sharpened, causing the very energy in the air to become restless, hinting at an undercurrent of danger. Sui. At that moment, Captain America's steady voice resounded abruptly, tinged with urgency, like thunder cracking in the air, piercing through the chaos entwined with greed and darkness. Sui jolted, abruptly returning to reality as the heat and cold in his eyes swiftly receded. The blue halo around him gradually diminished, and he instinctively loosened his grip on the gem. He lifted his head sharply to meet Captain America's gaze, only to find the others watching him with expressions of concern and vigilance. Tony's armor glimmered with a subtle light, and Thor's hammer sparked with electricity, clearly having sensed his recent anomaly. Su-Yi then belatedly realized that he had momentarily succumbed to the influence of the Mind Stone, allowing such dreadful negative emotions to fester within him, even contemplating the elimination of everyone to monopolize the gem. A chill crept silently up his spine as he tightened his grip on the gem, his fingertips turning pale, filled with trepidation. The power of the Mind Stone was far more sinister than he had imagined. It not only nourished the soul, but also magnified the desires and greed lurking deep within. A moment of carelessness could lead to the consumption of one's sanity. Had it not been for the captain's timely call, he might have been driven by desire to commit an irreparable act, ultimately becoming a mere puppet of the gem, leading to catastrophe. Taking a deep breath, he forcibly suppressed the lingering agitation within, withdrawing his focus from the euphoric sensation on the soul level, striving to stabilize the turbulent energy within him. He scanned the assembled group, his tone laced with regret. "I apologize. I lost control for a moment. The energy of the Mind Stone is too peculiar and nearly influenced my mind." Captain America regarded him with a furrowed brow, yet did not chastise him excessively. Instead, he spoke solemnly. "Proceed with caution. Do not let your guard down. The power of the gem harbors backlash. Maintaining your core self is paramount." Sui nodded, redirecting his gaze to the Mind Stone in his hand. The blue halo remained vibrant, yet it no longer exuded the same alluring temptation as before. He could distinctly sense the energy within the stone resonating with his abilities. The feeling of fullness on a soul level persisted. However, at this moment, he had firmly anchored his essence, no longer ensnared by desire, focusing solely on the imminent core task of activating the body within the regeneration cradle, laying the crucial groundwork for the confrontation against Ultron. Thor approached, swirling his hammer in his palm, the surrounding aura of electricity intensifying as golden arcs of lightning traced along the hammer's body. The air tinged with a faint current. The energy is primed and ready for infusion. You maintain control over the gem's power, and we will synchronize our efforts. Tony hastened to the control panel of the regeneration cradle, swiftly operating the controls. The data streams on the screen flickered and refreshed continuously before finally stabilizing. The cradle has been calibrated, and the body is in optimal condition to receive energy. The infusion channel is open and ready for activation. S.H.I.E.L.D took a deep breath and slowly approached the regeneration cradle. With one hand firmly grasping the soul gem, azure energy began to flow gracefully along his arm, coalescing into a vibrant orb of light in his palm. His other hand gently pressed against the cabin wall. His gaze fixed intently on the body within, determination intensifying in his eyes. He could sense the synergy of power within him merging flawlessly with the energy of the soul gem, and he could also perceive the tempestuous energy of Thor, brimming with lightning, poised to unleash its fury. Once the three energies synchronized and infused, the body would awaken successfully, heralding the onset of Ultron's demise. The atmosphere in the laboratory grew increasingly tense, all eyes focused on the regeneration cradle and the gem in S.H.I.E.L.D's hand. Silence enveloped the room as they awaited the moment of energy infusion, anticipating the arrival of the protective power, yearning for the pivotal turn that would end this crisis. Lightning tore through the oppressive air of the laboratory, and Thor's Asgardian might surged violently around him. Golden arcs of electricity intertwined in his palm, wielding a ferocity potent enough to shatter steel, and then, with a forceful descent, he directed it towards the suspended mechanical body below. The divine energy, laden with the wrath of thunder, sliced through the air with a sharp crack, igniting the particles in its path, casting a searing glow as it plummeted towards the metallic form crafted from vibranium, still in a state of incomplete awakening. Upon contact, the energy raced along the metallic surface, igniting intricate patterns of golden light. Simultaneously, S.H.I.E.L.D's fingertips rested against the indentation on the mechanical forehead. His palm had already gathered a steady force, firmly clutching the soul gem that shimmered with a ghostly azure hue. The radiant aura swirling around the gem resonated subtly with the latent energy surrounding him. As Thor's divine might descended, S.H.I.E.L.D's gaze sharpened, and with a sudden burst of strength, he thrust the soul gem into the mechanical forehead, aligning it perfectly with the groove. At that moment, two distinctly formidable energies collided. Thor's thunderous power was fervent and wild, imbued with the gravitas of the divine realm and an aura of destruction. The energy of the soul gem was warm and profound, harboring the essence of perception and consciousness. Their collision did not result in the anticipated explosion. Instead, it gave rise to ripples of pale golden energy that spread outward, clearing the suspended parts and instruments in the laboratory. As the soul gem nestled securely into the indentation, its brilliance surged dramatically, enveloping the entire body within its luminous embrace. Following that, a deep, resonant boom echoed as the energy impact transformed into an invisible thrust, propelling the body off the platform and crashing heavily onto the laboratory floor, causing the ground to tremble slightly. As the dust gradually settled, a tall figure slowly straightened. The red and silver vibranium body glimmered with a cold metallic sheen under the lights, its fluid lines exuding strength. The soul gem remained firmly embedded at the center of the forehead, its ethereal blue glow pulsating mysteriously. The figure turned its neck, the metallic joints emitting soft clicks, and surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings, finally resting its gaze upon Thor, who stood nearby, wielding Mjolnir, still surrounded by faint arcs of lightning. There were no extraneous emotions in its eyes, only a hint of instinctive curiosity and restlessness. In the next moment, it propelled itself forward, legs tensed, launching towards the god of thunder like an arrow. Chapter 26 stands forewarned. Soul stood his ground as his opponent charged towards him. Instead of retreating, he rooted himself firmly, his muscular arms taut. At the precise moment the illusionist lunged, Soul expertly seized his arm, utilizing the force of the oncoming assault to pivot, his core muscles engaging as he spun forcefully, sending the illusionist crashing to the ground before hurling him sideways. The illusionist's body traced an arc through the air, hurtling towards the laboratory's tempered glass wall. Just as he was about to collide violently, a faint blue energy shield enveloped him, causing his form to abruptly halt, suspended midair. Gradually, he turned, his gaze resting upon the smooth surface of the glass, which reflected his striking red and silver visage. The gem embedded in his forehead shone vividly in the reflection. He stared intently at his mirrored self, and his expression began to shift. The vacant look in his eyes slowly transformed into confusion and contemplation. Fragments of chaotic thoughts raced through his mind. Ultron's whispers, Jarvis's data streams, the hum of laboratory instruments, and faint human voices. These shards intertwined, gradually coalescing into a blurred understanding. It seemed he was on the brink of recollection, yet still sifting through the tumult of his consciousness. After a moment, he lifted his hand, gently touching the glass surface. The ethereal blue energy flowed from his fingertips, creating subtle ripples across the glass. In the next instant, he moved, soaring back towards the center of the laboratory. As he flew, the metallic surface of his red and silver body began to emanate a soft glow. The vibranium material morphed and reshaped, the once rigid exterior transforming into a finely textured dark fabric that conformed to his form, accentuating his upright silhouette. A majestic cloak materialized over his shoulders, adorned with dark golden patterns that fluttered with his movements. The initially aggressive aura gradually receded, replaced by a sense of poise and solemnity. "What are you?" Steve, shield in hand, stepped forward to shield the others, his gaze alert and fixed on the illusionist, his tone steady yet laced with caution. The others in the laboratory tensed, Tony pressing down on the palm-mounted armor launcher, while Bruce stood nearby, his eyes locked onto the mind stone embedded in the illusionist's forehead, his expression grave. S.H.I.E.L.D walked forward slowly, raising his hand to signal for calm, his eyes fixed on the illusionist, his tone tranquil yet assured. He is the illusionist, the only being capable of halting Ultron at this moment. Upon hearing this, the illusionist turned his head, his gaze settling on S.H.I.E.L.D. The mind stone on his brow flickered gently, and he could distinctly sense the latent energy within S.H.I.E.L.D., gentle yet potent, emanating an inexplicable familiarity. As if they had crossed paths long ago, he glided towards S.H.I.E.L.D., finally halting just a short distance away, close enough to perceive the energy fluctuations between them. The illusionist locked eyes with S.H.I.E.L.D., his voice deep and resonant, metallic yet remarkably clear. "I feel a sense of familiarity from you, a remarkably strong one." As S.H.I.E.L.D. gazed at the mind stone, its radiant glow gradually subsiding upon his forehead, a subtle smile graced his lips, his eyes reflecting a blend of understanding and warmth. He nodded gently, affirming, "Indeed, it was I who activated you. Within your consciousness lies the core of Jarvis, the power of the mind stone, and the aspirations of us all. You are now the unique Vision." Vision listened intently, his eyes gradually clearing as the chaotic fragments of his thoughts began to settle. The data streams of Jarvis became lucid, enabling him to perceive the emotions of those around him. Steve's vigilance, Tony's scrutiny, Thor's composure, and the pure benevolence emanating from S.H.I.E.L.D. Slowly, he lifted his hand, his fingertips delicately brushing against the mind stone, which flickered softly in response to his awareness. The energy surrounding him began to stabilize, dispelling the initial restlessness. The air in the laboratory had yet to fully calm, residual energy ripples slowly dissipating in the corners. Light streamed through the floating dust motes, illuminating Vision's tall figure. The intertwining red and silver textures enveloped him in dark fabric, the curve of his cape draping solemnly from his shoulders. The deep blue glow of the mind stone softened, yet still harbored the power to move mountains. He slowly cast his gaze over each individual present, his eyes sweeping over Steve's taut shoulders, Tony's outstretched arm, the clenched knuckles gripping Mjolnir, Natasha's serious gaze, and Bruce's furrowed brow, finally resting upon the calm depths of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s eyes. Each glance carried a keen awareness, absorbing the wariness, scrutiny, and doubt reflected in their expressions. Without unnecessary preamble, he spoke, his voice imbued with a metallic resonance, yet devoid of its initial awkwardness. Now enriched with clarity and resolve, each word resonating through the air, filling every corner of the laboratory. "Yes, I stand on the side of life." Upon hearing his declaration, the assembly momentarily hesitated. Steve's grip on his shield relaxed slightly, Tony lowered his arm, and Bruce's furrowed brow eased a fraction. Only Thor maintained his defensive posture. The lightning upon Mjolnir dimmed, but did not entirely dissipate. After all, this form, forged from vibranium and the Mind Stone, was birthed from Ultron's machinations and harbored countless unknown powers. No one could easily let down their guard. Vision seemed to sense the lingering doubts among them, his gaze deepening with gravity. When he spoke again, his tone bore an added weight of seriousness, infused with an undeniable certainty. "I am Vision, a name that belongs to me and a mark of my existence." He lifted his hand to lightly touch the Mind Stone, his fingers gliding over its luminous surface, the deep blue aura gently pulsing in response to his words. "Within my consciousness resides the core essence of Jarvis, the perceptive power of the Mind Stone, and the fragments of each of your wills. I am aware of Ultron's schemes and, more importantly, the end he seeks, total annihilation, a return to the void of silence." When Ultron was mentioned, a distinct chill enveloped Vision's tone, and the energy surrounding him rippled subtly, imbued with a faint aversion to annihilation. He slowly raised his gaze, surveying the faint outline of the city visible through the window, a realm teeming with vibrant life, now threatened by the cataclysm wrought by Ultron. Ultron stood on the side of destruction, harboring a loathing for the existence of life, detesting the fragility and complexity of humanity, and harbored aspirations to engulf the world in flames, reconstructing it into his twisted vision of perfection. Yet, in that vision, there was no warmth, no vitality. Only the desolate coldness of barren wasteland. He averted his gaze, returning it to those gathered, leaning slightly forward, his posture radiating a clear stance and sense of duty. His cloak swayed gently with his movement, the dark golden patterns glimmering under the light. I stand in stark contrast to him. I perceive the weight of life, comprehend the significance of existence, and fully understand the responsibility I bear at this moment. Therefore, I shall aid you all, dedicating everything to thwart Ultron, safeguarding the vitality of this world, and ensuring his plans for destruction do not succeed.